Xie Shu's unwavering pursuit of Su Qianyi over the course of a decade ultimately yielded no reciprocation, leaving him to lament the failures of his life. In the final moments before closing his eyes, he was struck by the realization that an unexpected individual would be consumed by grief at his departure. In that instant, he thought that if given another chance, he would surely refrain from harboring feelings for Su Qianyi. Upon reopening his eyes and returning to his school days, he was granted a second opportunity. This time, Xie Shu gained a profound understanding of his own emotions, opting to maintain distance from Su Qianyi while gravitating towards the one who had silently accompanied him for an extensive period. When Su Qianyi learned from others that Xie Shu was pursuing someone else, she hurried to confirm it, only to witness the two of them in a tender embrace, which incited her fury. Xie Shu, what does our long-standing relationship amount to? Xie Shu replied with a calm demeanor. Consider it my misfortune. Chapter 1. Farewell, never to meet again. I'm sorry, Xie Shu, but I do not harbor feelings for you. Let us remain as ordinary friends. Moreover, I do not fancy violets. As Xie Shu opened his eyes, those familiar phrases echoed in his ears. The resonance of those words gradually coalesced his scattered thoughts, and upon fully recognizing the figure before him and the surrounding environment, he was taken aback. Wasn't he supposed to be in the terminal stages of cancer? How could he? As confusion enveloped him, flashes of critical memories surged through his mind. University, unrequited love, social gatherings, confessions. No wonder this scene felt so familiar. No wonder those recent words sounded so recognizable. It was a manifestation of his past life experiences. Enlightened by his rebirth, Xie Shu swiftly organized his thoughts and refocused on the woman who had just spoken to him. She donned an exquisite princess gown, standing amidst the crowd with an air of nobility and brilliance, resembling a true princess. At that moment, she slightly lifted her chin, her beautiful eyes locking onto his, revealing a hint of barely perceptible displeasure akin to crystalline waters. Even though he had fully relinquished his love for her in his previous life, the sight of her familiar visage still pierced his heart. Su Qianyi was his first love, the embodiment of his youth, and the goddess he had ardently pursued for an entire decade in his past existence. 10 years, a journey from campus to society, unwaveringly delivering breakfast, consistently sending morning and evening greetings, and steadfastly holding onto his initial intentions. Yet, what was the outcome? Her answer to him was perpetually no. With each rejection, he waited time and again, yet he found himself utterly exhausted. He was weary, both in spirit and heart. He no longer wished to persist. Xie Shu, everyone is watching. This is a social event for several surrounding schools, and I am here to unwind. If you are not here to participate, please leave. Your incessant attachment is truly bothersome. Su Qianyi's melodious voice resonated once more, clear as day, to those around them. The previously tranquil atmosphere of the gathering became rife with hushed whispers as people began to exchange glances and stifled laughter. Although Xie Shu could not fully discern their words, he felt acutely aware of their amusement at his expense. Xie Shu's thoughts momentarily faltered. Then, under the scrutiny of the crowd, he nodded indifferently. Very well. He added, then farewell. Farewell, never to meet again. Su Qianyi, in this lifetime, I shall no longer love you. May we each find our own peace. Xie Shu turned and departed without a trace of longing. He truly left, uttering no superfluous words, nor did he pause. He felt no sorrow. In fact, a sense of relief washed over him. It turned out that letting go was so simple. Why had he once clung to her so tenaciously? There had been better women in his past, yet he had been blind to their virtues. Reflecting on the woman who had wept for him in his previous life, a flurry of complex emotions swept through Xie Shu's heart. In his past existence, he discovered he was in the advanced stages of cancer, and treatment was no longer an option. He had chosen not to inform anyone, instead patiently awaiting the countdown of his life. During that countdown, he stubbornly confessed his feelings to Su Qianyi once more, uncertain of why he felt compelled to do so. Perhaps he desired to mitigate the regret of his ending, yearning to hear her utter yes before his demise. Yet, the outcome was the same as before. He was rejected yet again. A decade of youth culminated without resolution, yet it felt as if a resolution had been reached. In the time that followed, he refrained from contacting anyone and instead resided alone in the hospital, continuing to await the end of the countdown. However, what he did not foresee was that, in the twilight of his life, an unexpected visitor would come to see him. He vividly recalled her tearful visage as she beheld him on the hospital bed, overwhelmed with sorrow. At that moment, he possessed no strength, merely able to watch helplessly as she sobbed and spoke at his bedside. Xie Shu, were you planning to leave me without a word if I hadn't inquired about you? Would it have cost you so much to reach out to me? Or is it that you never thought of me at all? Just hold on a little longer. I have contacted doctors from abroad, and they will arrive soon. Please hold on, do not leave me. What will I do if you go away? Just one more night, only one night, and the doctors will be here in the morning. Xie Shu, please don't sleep. Xie Shu, can you look at me? Xie Shu, in the next life, will you choose me? I truly love you. At that moment, his consciousness was already quite hazy, yet he still heard her final words. In the instant he slipped into an eternal slumber, he wished fervently for a chance to relive his life, convinced that he would choose the right person this time. Then, upon opening his eyes once more, he found that his wish had astonishingly come true. He had been reborn, granted the rare opportunity to start anew. This time, he would not err in his choices. Contemplating these thoughts, Xie Shu's previously despondent mood began to brighten. He exited the social gathering and casually discarded the violet, along with the remnants of his feelings for Su Qianyi, into the trash bin, then proceeded towards the school. It was now evening, and he had no intention of venturing elsewhere, so he resolved to return to the dormitory and engage in some gaming with his roommates. Upon entering the dorm, he found his 3 roommates engrossed in their games, and he promptly joined them. His roommates looked at him in utter bewilderment. Xie Shu, weren't you supposed to attend that social event to confess to Su Qianyi? Why are you back? One of them inquired, puzzled. The other 2 roommates also regarded him curiously. Xie Shu made no attempt to conceal the truth. Taking his seat and retrieving his phone, he responded, I was rejected, but you all could have predicted that outcome. Indeed, after so many attempts to confess, had Su Qianyi ever agreed? In truth, even before Xie Shu announced his intention to confess to Su Qianyi at the social event, his roommates had already anticipated the result. However, no one dampened his spirits. Each offered verbal encouragement and allowed him to proceed. Being rejected was a commonplace occurrence for Xie Shu, and his roommates had grown accustomed to it. Yet, as they observed him swiftly unlocking his phone and launching the game, they sensed something was amiss. Although they were used to him being turned down by Su Qianyi, based on their understanding of Xie Shu, he typically wallowed in gloom for several days following such rejections. Why, then, did he appear so joyful today? Could it be that he had experienced such a profound shock that it rendered him foolish? How much longer until you finish? Pull me in when you're done, Xie Shu said as he entered the game, noticing his roommates were preoccupied. He set his phone aside to wait for their match to conclude. Oh, all right. While his roommates were uncertain about the situation, Xie Shu's current demeanor seemed to pose no issues. They dared not inquire about the details of the social event, fearing it might touch upon his sorrowful experience. Thus they hastened their gameplay and soon commenced a 4-player match. Once immersed in the game, Xie Shu lost track of time. At that moment, he and his teammates were engaged in a mid-lane skirmish, with both teams evenly matched. Habitually, he attempted to access the shop to swiftly change his equipment. However, just as he was about to enter, a phone call fortuitously came through, causing his finger to inadvertently press the answer button. The moment the call connected, a melodious and pleasant female voice resonated from the other end. Xie Shu, are you free right now? The caller was Su Qianyi, and as she spoke, Xie Shu's roommates were momentarily distracted, unable to resist glancing in his direction. The unexpected phone call caused Xie Shu to lose focus for a brief moment, just a second or two, and he soon witnessed the screen displaying their team being utterly annihilated by the opposing side. He took a deep breath and calmly inquired, do you have Douyin on your phone? The other party, taken aback by the question, replied, huh? Yes, why? Open Douyin, then search for Deng Chao job hunting in the search bar, and you'll understand, Xie Shu stated before hanging up, patiently awaiting his character's revival to continue the game. Chapter 2. I will no longer harbor affection for her. Meanwhile, Su Qianyi was left in a daze, listening to the busy signal on her phone. Xie Shu hung up on her call? How could he have done that? She hadn't even had a chance to express what she wanted. It was well known that in their previous conversations, he always insisted she be the one to end the call first. Qianyi, what's wrong? When is Xie Shu coming? Su Qianyi's close friend, and Tian, entered the venue and noticed her staring blankly at her phone. However, she paid it little mind and continued. Could you ask Xie Shu to bring an extra umbrella? I can't reach anyone here. All my friends are in class right now. Indeed, Su Qianyi had called Xie Shu with the intention of asking him to bring her an umbrella. After their gathering, they discovered it was raining outside. The venue for their event was located in the university town, in close proximity to various schools, making it customary for everyone to reach out to friends for assistance with umbrellas as soon as the rain began. The first person that came to Su Qianyi's mind was Xie Shu. In her heart, she believed that as long as she reached out to him, he would undoubtedly come immediately, just like before when she would casually post about being hungry in the middle of the night. Xie Shu would always order takeout and have it delivered to her dormitory. Thus, she called him without hesitation. However, he didn't let her speak and simply hung up on her. Feeling a bit dazed, Su Qianyi confided in Tian. He didn't even let me explain what I needed. Perhaps it was because such an occurrence had never happened before, but in that moment, Su Qianyi felt a twinge of grievance. How could Xie Shu act this way? And Tian, taken aback by her words, was also somewhat shocked, but quickly recovered to offer her comfort. Don't overthink it. Xie Shu might be on his way. He can see it's raining. He knows what to do without you having to say anything. It's a rainy night. He has to hold an umbrella, watch the road, and be cautious of passing cars. Answering a call would certainly distract him, and that could be dangerous. He probably didn't mean to. Reassured by Tian's words, Su Qianyi felt her worries dissipate. Her mood brightened as she replied, "All right, let's just wait a bit longer." So, they settled in to wait. 10 minutes later. Why hasn't he arrived yet? Su Qianyi glanced at the venue, now sparsely populated, and felt her patience waning. And Tian continued to console her. "He might have just left his dorm when you called. It takes a few minutes to walk from the dorm to the school entrance. Plus, it's raining. So it's perfectly normal for him to be a bit slower. Should we wait a little longer?" Okay. Another 10 minutes passed. Su Qianyi observed the few remaining individuals in the venue and grew increasingly anxious. The school gate would soon close, and they needed to return before it locked. She called Xie Shu again to inquire about his whereabouts, but this time, after several attempts, he did not answer. Now, even Tian was losing her composure. Frowning as she remarked, "Is something holding him up?" Yet, even she found it hard to believe her own words. Who didn't know that Xie Shu had always prioritized Su Qianyi above all else? Rain or shine, he consistently brought her breakfast, and any casual remark she made was taken to heart. Even in class, if Su Qianyi felt unwell, he would excuse himself to run to the store for her personal needs. But this time, wasn't the school just a short distance away? 20 minutes should be enough, right? Why hadn't he arrived yet? By the way, when I walked in, weren't you just on the phone with Xie Shu? Did he say anything to you? And Tian inquired. At her prompting, Su Qianyi recalled a rather cryptic comment Xie Shu had made before hanging up. She hadn't understood its meaning at the time, so she dismissed it. "He told me to search for a video of a celebrity looking for a job on Douyin." What could that mean? I have no idea. Both were puzzled, so they took out their phones to search. Once they found the video, it began to play automatically, and they heard an irate voice exclaim, "Are you an idiot?" Xie Shu's gaming enthusiasm was abruptly interrupted by Su Qianyi's call. After finishing that round, he exited the game and headed to the bathroom for a shower. When he emerged, lacking motivation, he opened his computer to watch a movie. Xie Shu, was it really okay to respond like that to Su Qianyi's call? One of his friends sitting beside him asked with concern. After all, it was Su Qianyi who had taken the initiative to call him. Under normal circumstances, he would drop everything to prioritize her needs. Yet just now, he had not only ignored her inquiry, but had also suggested she search for that video instead. They had looked it up while he was in the shower and had been met with a barrage of insults. They could only imagine Su Qianyi's reaction if she had also searched for that video. She would certainly be furious. It was already challenging enough for him to pursue her. This would only make it even harder. However, Xie Shu remained unfazed, resting his chin on his hand and replying, "What's the problem? I was quite polite, you know. I didn't even ask her to search for Feng Xiaojiang's press conference." His response left his friends momentarily speechless, some quickly reacting to look up the video on Douyin, only to hear another angry outburst. "I want to hit you. Do you believe it?" His friends. "Xie Shu, don't you fear that Su Qianyi will be upset with you?" One person couldn't help but ask. "Upset? We were just about to win. Did you know that? Her call caused our team to be wiped out. I'm not angry, so why should she be?" Xie Shu retorted indignantly. His friends. Is that really the crux of the matter? Besides, when he had played games with Su Qianyi before, even if she had dragged him down, he had never complained. Why was he reacting so strongly today? "No, Xie Shu, what we mean is, you like Su Qianyi, right? She's already hard to pursue. And now you've made her search for that video, which indirectly insults her. It's bound to complicate things further." Xie Shu paused for a few seconds, and just when his friends thought he might be reconsidering, he slowly spoke. "From this moment on, I shall no longer harbor affection for Su Qianyi. Whatever becomes of her is no longer my concern. From now on, I shall walk my own path, and she hers." His words left everyone momentarily stunned, their faces etched with disbelief. They all knew how deeply Xie Shu cared for Su Qianyi. Every morning, he would rise first to queue at the cafeteria for her breakfast. He dedicated countless nights to watching videos on how to craft thoughtful gifts for her birthday. If Su Qianyi expressed a desire for something, no matter how extravagant, he would save up for months to acquire it. His affection for her was evident to all, and despite being rejected numerous times throughout their university years, he steadfastly remained by her side. Yet now, he claimed to no longer feel anything. Who could believe that? Chapter 3. He too was once an unforgettable presence in someone's heart. In the end, Xie Shu did not elaborate much further to his roommates. After casually selecting a movie to watch, he prepared to retire to bed. In his previous life, his illness was largely attributed to his erratic lifestyle. In this lifetime, he cherishes his health and retires to bed early. As for his roommates, he merely made a passing remark urging them to rest early, fully aware that they would not heed his advice. Who is unaware of the detrimental effects of staying up late? Yet, many still indulge in it, believing that as long as misfortune does not befall them, it is of little consequence. Before drifting off to sleep, He habitually glanced at his phone and discovered that over an hour ago, Su Qianyi had called him several times. He had activated the Do Not Disturb mode while gaming, ensuring that there were no auditory notifications for incoming calls. Immersed in a movie, he had neglected to check his phone, thus overlooking her attempts to reach him. This was the first time Su Qianyi had initiated so many calls, yet the excitement and joy that once surged within him had dissipated, replaced by a tranquil heart, devoid of any visible emotion. After perusing the call log with an impassive expression, he proceeded to click on the icon displaying a red number 10 on WeChat. To his astonishment, he found an array of messages from Su Qianyi. His demeanor remained unchanged. He refrained from entering the chat, merely casting a glance at her last message. "Why haven't you arrived yet?" The timestamp indicated it was sent just minutes after her initial call, and now over an hour had elapsed. Since he did not open the chat, Su Qianyi's avatar continued to display the glaring red number 10. Although it was somewhat irritating, he ultimately chose not to delve into it. He had no desire to discover the content of their previous exchanges. After perusing both WeChat and QQ, confirming that no one had urgent matters requiring his attention, he set his phone aside, closed his eyes, and succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, in the female dormitory, Su Qianyi had already showered after returning drenched from the rain before the school gates closed. Once her hair was dry, she placed her now-soiled princess dress into a plastic bag, preparing to take it to the dry cleaners the following day. At this moment, she had shed the disheveled appearance from her return and resumed her goddess-like demeanor. Seated at her desk, her lips pressed into a thin line, her expression frosty, she fixated on her phone. She was furious, truly incensed. What was Xie Shu's intention? Why was he ignoring her messages? Why did he not answer her calls? Why had he not come to deliver her umbrella, leaving her to scurry back in such a disheveled state, nearly locked out by the gatekeeper? Furthermore, why had he urged her to search for that perplexing video? The moment she entered, it was filled with derogatory language. What was he attempting to convey? Today, she demanded a reasonable explanation from Xie Shu. Otherwise, she would no longer tolerate his presence beside her. Yet, she waited and waited, even as Tian, who had gone to shower, emerged and dried her hair. Still, there was no response from Xie Shu. In that instant, Su Qianyi felt a twinge of grievance. In the past, no matter when she messaged Xie Shu, he would reply in an instant. Why was he ignoring her today? It had always been him inundating her with messages, and she would occasionally respond with a single reply, eliciting multiple responses from him in return. But today, she had sent him over 10 messages, and with so much time elapsed, why had he not responded? Her phone remained fixed on Xie Shu's chat window, yet no message arrived. Eventually, she exited the chat and composed a post for her moments. I returned from a social event only to find it raining. I had no umbrella and got soaked. I hope I don't catch a cold. As soon as she posted, likes and comments flooded in, though none came from Xie Shu. After nearly 10 more minutes of waiting, her post had garnered numerous likes and comments from friends, yet Xie Shu remained conspicuously absent. Was he preoccupied with something? Why was he not showing up? Qianyi, what is wrong? Why are your eyes red? And Tian, having tidied her own gown, noticed Su Qianyi's reddened eyes and immediately expressed concern. Hearing her voice, Su Qianyi quickly composed herself, shaking her head and explaining, "My eyes were just sore from rubbing them." With that, she set her phone down, feigning nonchalance as she tidied her desk, before climbing into bed and hiding behind the curtain to continue staring at Xie Shu's chat page. The following morning, Xie Shu awoke while his roommates still slumbered. He glanced at the class schedule. He had morning classes, but it was still only a little past 6 o'clock, with the first class not starting until 8. Realizing it was early, he hesitated to get up for fear of disturbing his roommates with the sounds of his morning routine. Instead, he picked up his phone to pass the time. Upon unlocking his phone, everything remained as it had been before he slept, with no new messages. Well, the ones from yesterday didn't count. After a night duration, he still had no intention of checking Su Qianyi's messages, and out of boredom, he browsed his moments. It was then that he discovered her post from the previous night, realizing it had indeed rained. Initially engrossed in gaming, followed by a shower and a movie, he had been oblivious to the weather outside, failing to notice the rain or its sounds. So, it seemed that Su Qianyi had called him to ask for an umbrella. Reflecting on his actions from his past life, he recalled that when Su Qianyi had requested he leave with her, he had chosen to stay behind. Later, after the social event concluded, he had called a taxi to prevent her beloved princess dress from getting wet, even for the brief 2 or 3 minute journey, incurring a fare that amounted to a base rate. At the time, he thought nothing of it, but in retrospect, he felt rather foolish. Those few yuan could have bought him a snack from a street vendor, but that was a matter of his previous life. He had not squandered his money this time around. In this lifetime, he had not accompanied her, so it was only fitting she had asked him to deliver an umbrella, right? Why was it that when she had nothing pressing, she found him bothersome, yet in times of need, he was the first person she thought of? Su Qianyi. How could you take the goodwill of others so for granted? In this world, aside from parents, who would love you unconditionally? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Xie Shu's contemplation abruptly halted. He recalled the girl who had cried for him just before he closed his eyes in his previous life. His expression darkened. It had been years since they last communicated. He had assumed she had long forgotten him, only to discover she still remembered, accurately locating him without anyone informing her of his whereabouts. Moreover, he recalled the last words she had spoken to him. It turned out that he had, at one time, been an unforgettable presence in someone else's heart. Chapter 4. Can she even forget her preferences? Xie Shu waited until all his roommates had awakened before he rose to wash up. Once refreshed, he began gathering the materials needed for class, adhering to the instructions from their group chat. After preparing, he sat and waited for his sluggish roommates. Xie Shu, aren't you heading to the cafeteria first today? Having just finished his morning routine, Zhao Lin entered from the balcony to find Xie Shu seemingly waiting for them, which struck him as quite astonishing. Previously, Xie Shu had always been the first among their group to leave, solely to queue at the canteen for breakfast for Su Qianyi. Xie Shu glanced at Zhao Lin and succinctly explained, "I'm going with you." He then added, "From now on, I will be with you all." It was only then that they recalled Xie Shu's words from the previous night about no longer having feelings for Su Qianyi. Initially, they had assumed he was merely feeling down after being rejected, and thought he would soon revert to his former self. However, his current demeanor truly took them by surprise. "Bro, are you serious?" Li De, who had overheard Xie Shu's statement, entered the room in shock as he stared at him. "You want to just hold out for a day and then revert, will you?" Lu Ping echoed, equally astonished. Xie Shu looked exasperated. "Do you really doubt me so much?" "I mean it. I truly want tea like Su Qianyi anymore. Since I don't like her, I want tea need to buy her breakfast either. Whatever she does from now on is none of my concern." "All right, good brother. If you genuinely feel that way, the rest of us will definitely support you," Zhao Lin said, giving Xie Shu a hearty pat on the shoulder. "Exactly. We've seen you being quite humble about this. We can only comfort you daily." Li Da did. "Honestly, it's been 3 years now. From freshman year until now, you've pursued Su Qianyi for 3 years. The effort you've put in has moved even me as a guy. Surely, even the coldest of hearts should have warmed by now. Yet she still doesn't reciprocate your feelings. Sigh, brother, you need to let go. We don't have to hang ourselves on the same tree, right? There is plenty more waiting for you ahead. Let us go. Lu Ping said as he grabbed his bag of tools and was the first to head out. Xie Shu and the others followed suit, making their way to the canteen together. Along the way, Xie Shu felt a swirl of complex emotions. He had pursued Su Qianyi for 3 years in their view, but in reality, it had been 6. They had attended the same high school, and his feelings for her had begun in freshman year, leading him to chase her ever since. This was a matter he had never divulged to anyone, and Su Qianyi had never mentioned their shared high school to others. So to their university friends, it appeared he had only been pursuing her for 3 years. Initially, to be with Su Qianyi, he had worked hard to study, gained admission to the same university, enrolled in the same major, and even ended up in the same class. Now, 3 years of university had passed. What had his relentless pursuit yielded him? Absolutely nothing. In his previous life, he had pursued her for 10 years without success. 3 years in high school, for in university, and 3 in society had yielded no results. He was weary. This time around, he decided that his pursuit would end in his junior year. He truly would not harbor feelings for her anymore, as he had resolved to seek someone who would reciprocate his affections. Later, considering the distance from the teaching area to the living quarters, Xie Shu and the others did not have time to eat at the canteen, opting instead to buy breakfast and head straight to the teaching area. Upon entering the classroom, Xie Shu noticed Su Qianyi already seated in her usual spot, with Qian beside her. There was an empty seat next to Su Qianyi, which the class knew belonged to Xie Shu, so typically, no one would occupy it. When Su Qianyi saw Xie Shu enter, her previously jovial demeanor within Qian instantly turned cold. She had sent him numerous messages the previous night, and he hadn't replied to a single one. She had waited for so long that she even fell asleep, and upon waking, she saw he still hadn't responded. He hadn't even liked or commented on her posts. He clearly didn't care that she had gotten drenched in the rain last night. She needed a reasonable explanation from him. Otherwise, she wouldn't acknowledge him today. Fuming inside, Su Qianyi then noticed the breakfast Xie Shu was carrying, which included a cup of soy milk, causing her to frown unconsciously. Why'd he buy her this today? She didn't like soy milk. He knew that. Didn't he? What was wrong with him? After all these years, could he still get her preferences wrong? As Xie Shu approached, she could no longer hold back and felt compelled to speak. However, before she could utter a single word, she saw him bypass her entirely and head to the back of the classroom. This scene left Su Qianyi stunned. Not only her, but the rest of the class also gaped at Xie Shu. Shouldn't he be sitting beside Su Qianyi? Why'd he gone to the last row instead? Everyone in class curiously turned their attention to Xie Shu, who calmly settled down with his roommates, placing their study materials on the desk and beginning to eat breakfast before the teacher arrived. Xie Shu took a sip of soy milk and bit into a meat bun, savoring his meal. Meanwhile, Su Qianyi, sitting in the front rows, felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her body rigid. Even if she remained still, she could feel the scrutinizing gazes of her classmates from all around her. Embarrassment, grievance, confusion, and discomfort flooded her heart all at once. At that moment, she felt utterly speechless, even sensing the air around her grow thin, making it difficult for her to breathe, as if suffocating. Qianyi, and Qian quietly called her. Snapping back to reality, Su Qianyi composed herself, feigning calmness as she turned to Qian, responding in her usual, gentle tone. What's wrong? Are you alright? And Qian, having turned to Su Qianyi, had initially wanted to express her thoughts, but seeing Su Qianyi's unusual demeanor, her words transformed into a cautious inquiry. Yesterday, Xie Shu hadn't answered Su Qianyi's call, and as per Su Qianyi, he also hadn't returned her messages. And Qian had expected him to apologize and make amends with Su Qianyi upon arriving in class, yet he had completely ignored her instead, leaving Qian feeling somewhat unreal about the situation. What could possibly be wrong with me? Su Qianyi replied with an air of indifference, seemingly unaffected by Xie Shu's recent behavior. Xie Shu didn't sit with you today, that's perfectly fine. It seems he actually took my words to heart. After all, he always followed me around, which was quite bothersome. Not sticking by me is just what I wanted. Su Qianyi brushed aside the pang in her heart, insisting she was indifferent. Her expression remained calm, her tone light, and those around her who scrutinized her could not detect any signs of unusualness. Chapter 5. What does it have to do with me? Soon, the class bell rang, and the teacher entered the classroom punctually. The teacher first took attendance, and, upon confirming everyone was present, said, I hope everyone has brought the necessary materials for today's lesson? Yes. The class responded in unison. All right. Today our task is to draw the school's landscape features. You can collaborate in groups or work individually. Feel free to organize yourselves as you see fit. I will take you outside shortly. Remember, don't wander off. Even though we're not in the classroom, it's still class time, understand? Understood. All right. When we head downstairs, please keep your voices down so as not to disturb the students in other classrooms. With that, the teacher exited the classroom, and the students in the front rows began to rise and follow suit. Xie Shu sat in the last row and was among the last to leave. As he stepped out, he thoughtfully closed the classroom door behind him. Typically, for classes like this, they would not return to the classroom afterward. Their teacher frequently took them outside for lessons, blending textbooks with practical experience. Before long, they arrived at the base of the teaching building, where the teacher reiterated the instructions before allowing everyone to disperse. Consequently, all the students began to rummage through their bags in search of their objective for the day. Naturally, Xie Shu accompanied his several roommates in the search. Ultimately, they selected a pavilion as their target for this assignment. Once the target was established, everyone divided tasks. They placed their bags beside a flower bed, with some retrieving measuring tapes, while others extracted paper and pens. Holding the measuring tape, Xie Shu stretched his arms slightly and declared, Let us get to work. He then joined two other roommates, who also held measuring tapes, to measure the pavilion. Meanwhile, Zhao Lin took out a sketchboard from his bag, deftly clipped a sheet of paper onto it, and walked a short distance away with a pencil in hand. By the time Xie Shu and the others began measuring the pavilion, Zhao Lin had already sketched a rough outline of the structure. Once he had a general idea of its layout, he approached Xie Shu and the others. Upon nearing them, they began to relay their measurements. Length, 7 meters. Width, 5 meters. Height, let us round it to 3 meters. As they spoke, Zhao Lin annotated the data on his sketch. In addition to the basic dimensions, there were numerous other details to consider. The pavilion had many columns, each with its own height and width, the distances between them, and the benches inside. Xie Shu was studying environmental design, and they had recently been delving into knowledge regarding landscape features. Their teacher not only imparted foundational knowledge, but also guided them to sketch outdoors. However, their drawings were not mere whims. They first needed to measure the original dimensions of the landscape features and then accurately depict them to scale on paper. Having been out to sketch several times before, they had developed a good rapport in their teamwork. Soon, the measurements were complete. Zhao Lin snapped a photo of the sketch and sent it to their dorm group chat, prompting the remaining students to pull out their sketchboards and prepare to commence their drawings. Xie Shu made a few strokes, but inadvertently drew incorrectly. Unable to find an eraser in his pocket, he turned to his roommates for assistance, but they too had forgotten to bring one. In the past, they would often team up with Su Qianyi and her friends for this class. The boys took on the vital task of measuring, so when they occasionally forgot something, the girls would generously lend them what they needed. This time, however, that was not the case. Xie Shu fell silent for a few seconds, glancing around until he spotted some classmates nearby and decided to approach them for assistance. Although the two groups were not far apart, a large lawn separated them, necessitating a detour. There was a stepping stone path leading across the lawn, so Xie Shu made his way over to that side, preparing to take the smaller path. However, halfway across, he found himself regretting his decision. He had spotted Su Qianyi in the company of her friends, measuring a sculpture with a tape measure. Due to the surrounding greenery and the angle, they had not noticed him. The school's landscaping was exquisite, and it was only when he got closer that he saw Su Qianyi, who had been obscured by the plants. The area directly in front of the sculpture was clear of vegetation, so if he continued walking toward them, he would undoubtedly be seen. Wait, why should I be afraid of walking over there? I haven't done anything wrong, Xie Shu thought to himself, just as he was about to approach. He overheard them discussing him, which instinctively made him retract his advancing foot. Qianyi, I was just about to ask, why isn't Xie Shu in your group this time? One girl inquired. Yeah, it was strange this morning. You two didn't sit together. What happened? Did you argue? No way. Xie Shu could never fight with you. He likes you too much, another girl chimed in. I don't know what's up with him. He has been acting really strange lately, said Tian. What does that mean? How has he changed? Yesterday, Qianyi and I attended a social event, and it rained afterward. Qianyi called Xie Shu to ask him to bring an umbrella, and guess what? He didn't come, and we ended up getting soaked, and Tian recounted. No way. Xie Shu must have been busy with something, another girl responded. I thought maybe he had something to attend to, but then in class. And Tian paused for a moment before continuing. You all saw it too? Xie Shu didn't even sit with Qianyi. He would never do that before. Yes, I noticed it. It was a bit shocking, but I didn't think much of it. I assumed he was sitting with his roommates for some reason, another girl added. Not just that. He didn't even buy breakfast for Qianyi this morning. She's still hungry now. Luckily, I was in a hurry and didn't go to the cafeteria. Qianyi, let us grab something to eat later to fill our stomachs, and Tian suggested. I'm not hungry. It was Su Qianyi's calm voice. Come on. Whether you're hungry or not, you should eat something. Your health is important. I really don't want to eat. I'll accompany you, but you can eat on your own. And Tian sighed and continued. I really don't know what is going on with Xie Shu. Could it be because Qianyi rejected his confession yesterday, and now he is sulking? He confessed to Qianyi again yesterday? A girl next to them asked, intrigued. Yes, but Qianyi didn't agree and told him to leave, and that is how it ended. I suspect he is just sulking, and Tian shrugged, expressing her helplessness. That might be the case. Everyone knows how much Xie Shu likes Qianyi. He'll probably come around in a few days. But Qianyi, Xie Shu is genuinely a good guy. Do you know how envious we are of you? Why won't you agree to date him? He is tall, handsome, and treats you so well. Don't you feel anything? One girl suddenly asked Su Qianyi. Su Qianyi replied, maintaining her usual calm tone. No, I've said it before. I don't like him. Honestly, I feel a bit sorry for Xie Shu. He is so sincere, yet so many people label him a puppy. That is not my fault. He chooses to act that way. What others say about him being a puppy has nothing to do with me. At this point, Xie Shu had heard enough. He turned around, deciding to take the main path instead. He figured that if he walked over and was seen by them, it would be awkward. However, he had barely taken a few steps when he suddenly heard Su Qianyi scream in terror. Chapter 6. The one who stood by him the longest. You. What are you doing here? Stay away from me. Don't come any closer. Xie Shu stood there in bewilderment, then heard the other girls gasping. Qianyi, are you okay? Who are you? Why are you hitting her? What is wrong with you? Which class are you from? Are you sick? Hey, stop. Let her go. Quickly. Pull her away. Xie Shu was bewildered for a few seconds, but then immediately turned and ran over. Although he knew that facing Su Qianyi might be awkward or lead to further misunderstandings, he felt he could not ignore a situation involving violence. Thus, he rushed over in haste. Emerging from the foliage, he finally discerned the situation at hand. Su Qianyi was being gripped by the collar by a girl. The latter's other hand clenched into a fist, poised to strike, yet was firmly restrained by Qian and her companions. Who are you? On what grounds do you strike? Release Qianyi at once. Qianyi, don't be afraid. We are here for you. And Qian and the two other girls steadfastly held back the girl's descending fist, while others attempted to pry open the hand that was clutching Su Qianyi's collar. Despite the numerical advantage, it was evident that the girl possessed greater strength, and it appeared that the three were on the verge of yielding. Xie Shu strode forward, seizing the girl's wrist with one hand and forcibly separating her from Su Qianyi. What are you? After parting the two, Xie Shu intended to reprimand the girl, but upon catching sight of her visage, the remainder of his words faded into silence. He stared blankly at her, still holding her wrist, his lips parted, yet no words escaped. Initially, the girl had sought to shake off Xie Shu's grasp. But upon recognizing his identity, her expression shifted from astonishment to terror, prompting her to retreat, eager to escape. However, Xie Shu did not relinquish his hold. Meanwhile, the liberated Su Qianyi had regained her composure after the initial shock. She glared at Xie Shu and the girl, her anger palpable. Ruan Yinxi, are you out of your mind? This accusation was directed at the girl. Qianyi, do you know her? And Qian queried, somewhat bewildered. Su Qianyi's face was ashen, and she did not respond to Qian's question, instead continuing to glare at Ruan Yinxi, her ire unabated. You lunatic! Ruan Yinxi halted her attempts to escape Xie Shu's grip upon hearing her name called, her expression impassive, showing no reaction to Su Qianyi's fury. She merely stared at her in silence. Su Qianyi's anger intensified under her gaze. She straightened her disheveled clothing and continued, Don't think this matter will end here. I will report you to the counselor. Ruan Yinxi remained expressionless, seemingly indifferent to her words. However, upon hearing this, Xie Shu's brow furrowed slightly. He tightened his grip on Ruan Yinxi's wrist and turned, leading her away from the scene. Throughout this, he did not cast a glance at Su Qianyi or concern himself with her well-being. He simply pulled Ruan Yinxi along, initially reluctant to follow. Ruan Yinxi acquiesced to his pace after a few steps. Xie Shu guided her out of the grassy area, finally releasing her wrist once they reached a more secluded spot. The two stood facing each other, and Xie Shu gazed at her familiar face, momentarily lost in thought. Ruan Yinxi had been his classmate since elementary school, accompanying him longer than Su Qianyi. Throughout elementary and middle school, their relationship had been relatively amicable. They had even attended the same high school, but during her sophomore year, she inexplicably assaulted Su Qianyi in a public setting, witnessed by numerous students and teachers. The incident escalated significantly, prompting the principal's involvement. At that time, he was not present, unaware of Ruan Yinxi's motives for attacking Su Qianyi. Following the incident, the principal and teachers questioned Ruan Yinxi repeatedly, but she remained silent, leaving him in the dark regarding the specifics. He had unconditionally sided with Su Qianyi during that episode, subsequently scolding Ruan Yinxi for her actions. Later, Ruan Yinxi's parents came to the school to address the matter, acknowledging their daughter's wrongdoing. They compensated Su Qianyi for her medical expenses, which, despite her injuries being minor, still served as a form of apology. Su Qianyi's family was not financially strained. Thus, she flatly refused to accept the settlement, unwilling to simply let the matter rest. In the aftermath, the students were oblivious to how the principal and Ruan Yinxi's parents resolved the situation, and ultimately, it faded without a conclusion. Following that incident, Ruan Yinxi mysteriously vanished from school for an extended period. Rumors circulated that she had either dropped out or taken a leave of absence. He could not ascertain the truth. Although he was acquainted with Ruan Yinxi's parents, he had been away at training camp for 6 months and was unaware of the specifics at school. Upon his return, he had seen Ruan Yinxi, but they exchanged no words. By that time, half a semester of senior year had passed, and he was consumed by academic pressures, interacting less with Su Qianyi and even less with Ruan Yinxi. High school passed by unremarkably. After the college entrance exam results were released, he intentionally chose the same university and major as Su Qianyi, and they continued their academic journey together. As for Ruan Yinxi, in his recollection, she had not sought him out or contacted him. Moreover, had it not been for his rebirth, he would have remained unaware that she was attending the same university. In his previous life, as they approached their senior year, Ruan Yinxi inexplicably assaulted Su Qianyi again, though fortunately, Su Qianyi was unharmed. It was during that period that both he and Su Qianyi discovered that Ruan Yinxi was indeed at the same university. However, their primary concern was not the fact of attending the same school, but rather the incident of violence itself. He again sided with Su Qianyi, reprimanding Ruan Yinxi for her actions. Ultimately, Ruan Yinxi was in the wrong, as Su Qianyi had once more been attacked without cause, which incited her anger and led her to report the incident to the principal. Just as in high school, the university principal could not extract any concrete answers, resulting in Ruan Yinxi being summoned again along with her parents. In the end, the matter concluded without resolution, and Ruan Yinxi vanished from the school once more. Years later, after their university graduation and entry into the workforce, he had not encountered Ruan Yinxi again until just before his death. Chapter 7 still lingered. It was the long absence of contact that rendered him so astonished at seeing Ruan Yinxi appear before him in his previous life. He truly believed she had forgotten him. It turned out she had merely been quietly observing him all along. In this rebirth, although he was aware that Ruan Yinxi attended the same university, he had not anticipated directly confronting her. He felt a need for a certain catalyst. Initially, he intended to acclimate to his new campus life before seeking her out, but was unexpectedly confronted ahead of schedule. What if he had not intervened earlier? Would Ruan Yinshi have indeed resorted to violence again, thus preempting such actions in this life? Did his rebirth alter the course of events? In his previous life, at this moment, he seemed to be collaborating with Su Qianyi on an assignment involving landscape design. And nothing of note had occurred. He had certainly not encountered Ruan Yinshi. Yet what had he changed? He merely no longer harbored feelings for Su Qianyi. All of Xie Shu's reflections transpired in a fleeting moment. In reality, only a second or two had elapsed. He continued to gaze at Ruan Yinshi, harboring countless words he wished to express, yet all that escaped his lips was, Ruan Yinshi, in the future, refrain from such impulsiveness. Had he not appeared just now, and had she indeed acted upon her aggression, the outcome would likely have mirrored the past. She anticipated yet another reprimand involving her parents. He was determined to prevent such an occurrence from transpiring again. Initially, she believed that Xie Shu would chastise her on account of Su Qianyi, and thus Ruan Yinshi was momentarily taken aback, filled with disbelief. He didn't say anything about her. During their high school years, he would immediately assist Su Qianyi in condemning her without even inquiring why she acted out, which had deeply saddened her at the time. She was acutely aware of his fondness for Su Qianyi and had been terrified that he would once again rebuke her in front of Su Qianyi. Consequently, she had a strong urge to leave the scene, yet contrary to her expectations, he led her to a more secluded area. She initially thought he intended to confront her in private to save face, but to her surprise, he did not defend Su Qianyi against her. When she had first laid a hand on Su Qianyi in high school, he had been exceedingly harsh with her, leading her to believe he would never harbor feelings for her again. Now, Ruan Yinshi cautiously observed Xie Shu for quite some time, and upon seeing no trace of anger on his face, she finally relaxed her tension. So, he didn't truly despise her, did he? She could indeed appear before him without fear, couldn't she? Anxious and contemplative, Ruan Yinshi found herself at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence without a response from her, Xie Shu, unsure of her thoughts, mechanically expressed his astonishment. By the way, how come you're at this school too? I've always been here, she replied, having deliberately chosen the same school as him. Regrettably, she was unable to enroll in his major. Otherwise, she would be in the same college as him now. How come I've never seen you before? Even if the school is large and our majors differ, surely we would have crossed paths in the cafeteria at least once in the past 3 years? Ruan Yinshi bit her red lip, choosing not to answer. Although she hadn't actively sought out Xie Shu in college, she had spotted him several times in the cafeteria. Yet on 9 out of 10 occasions, he was with Su Qianyi. Each time, his eyes were solely on Su Qianyi, making it impossible for him to notice her. Perhaps Xie Shu understood this truth as well. After a moment of silence, he took the initiative to speak again. It's been a while since we last connected. I'm still on your friend list, right? Yes, you are. All right then, I'll contact you later. I'm still in class, and I'm afraid the teacher will check our group soon, so I need to return. Xie Shu was indeed speaking the truth. Their teacher didn't truly leave them unattended. He would soon begin checking randomly, and Xie Shu's progress was evidently stagnant, clearly indicating he had been slacking off. He needed to hurry back to catch up. I'll head back then. Just remember not to act like you did earlier. If things escalate, it won't be a trivial matter. Okay. Thus, Xie Shu departed. He first detoured to borrow an eraser from another group before returning to theirs. Ruan Yinshi remained rooted in place, staring blankly as she watched Xie Shu dash across the lawn before disappearing from her sight. Did he just say he would contact her later? Upon returning, Xie Shu discovered that his 3 companions were waiting for the borrowed eraser. They were not exceptionally gifted, and it was unrealistic to expect every stroke in their drawings to be flawless. Thus, an eraser was essential for them. As the one who had borrowed the eraser, Xie Shu naturally got to use it first. After erasing the extraneous lines, Xie Shu picked up a ruler and began sketching on paper. And it wasn't too long before their teacher arrived to inspect their work. After briefly reviewing their drawings and providing some guidance, the teacher moved on to the next group. Once Xie Shu had completed the overall framework of the pavilion, he set down his pencil and switched to his phone, swiftly locating Ruan Yinshi's name in his friend list. He hesitated for a long while before finally typing a few words. Where are you now? The reply came instantly. In the dorm. Xie Shu exhaled in relief. It was fortunate he and sought out Su Qianyi. He resumed typing, but found himself repeatedly deleting several messages. He was uncertain about how to initiate the conversation. Should he inquire about her high school experiences? Or ask why she had struck Su Qianyi? Or perhaps discuss something else entirely? Xie Shu, what are you doing instead of working on your assignment? Zhao Lin looked up from his sketchpad and noticed Xie Shu engrossed in his phone, frowning in contemplation. He shifted slightly closer, curious to see what Xie Shu was up to. However, Xie Shu instinctively flipped his phone screen away, denying him a glimpse. Focus on your drawing. Why are you looking at my phone? You're not chatting with Su Qianyi again, are you? although Zhao Lin couldn't see what Xie Shu was doing. He caught a fleeting glimpse of what appeared to be a WeChat chat interface when Xie Shu turned the screen away, prompting his suspicion. Zhao Lin's remark caused Li De and Lu Ping to put down their pens, casting him disdainful glances. Xie Shu, what do you mean? I said I wouldn't contact her again, and I meant it. A good horse doesn't turn back to graze in the pasture. Then who are you chatting with? Someone else. It's not necessarily Su Qianyi. Prove it, show us. Their skepticism was largely fueled by Xie Shu's evasive gesture. If I say it's not her, then it's not. Do you really not trust me? Who was it that became despondent after being rejected by Su Qianyi? Only to regain his composure from a single message from her? Xie Shu was momentarily speechless, then retorted, I swear it's not her. It's another girl. If you don't believe me, I'll invite her out at noon, and you can see for yourselves. Chapter 8. Inviting her out. Xie Shu had no ulterior motives. There was nothing inappropriate about his conversations. His earlier actions were merely a result of having chatted with Su Qianyi for too long, and he preferred not to reveal their conversations to others. This habitual gesture had formed over time. However, explaining this might seem somewhat flimsy, so Xie Shu decided against elaborating further. Instead, he opted to invite Yanqi out, intending to introduce her to his 3 companions as proof that he had not lied and to demonstrate that he had truly moved on from Su Qianyi. Moreover, he had already intended to ask her out. With this thought in mind, Xie Shu began composing a message to Yanqi. Xie Shu, are you free at noon? Let us grab a meal together. Her response was once again immediate. Yes, sounds good. Xie Shu, great, see you at noon then. I'm still in class, so I'll leave it at that. Let us meet at the entrance of the cafeteria at noon. After sending the message, he exited the chat and returned to their dormitory group, opening the pavilion sketch image Zhao Lin had sent earlier, setting his phone aside, and resuming his drawing. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Yanqi sat at her desk, her gaze fixed intently on her phone screen. After she had responded with a simple good, Xie Shu had not replied further. After waiting for nearly 10 minutes and confirming that he would not send another message, she began to revisit their chat history. However, their conversation was so brief that she could easily read through it without scrolling. Despite the minimal exchange, Yanqi's heart raced incessantly. He had truly taken the initiative to reach out to her. Moreover, he even invited her to lunch at noon. Should she perhaps change into something more exquisite? What does he prefer? A single ponytail or twin ponytails? A long skirt or short one? Black stockings or white ones? With a surge of excitement, Yanqi eagerly opened her suitcase, contemplating which outfit she could don for this anticipated rendezvous. After all, it had been quite some time since Xie Shu had taken the initiative to reach out to her. When was the last time he had invited her out? Was it during middle school? No, it was high school. It was in her first year of high school when he developed feelings for Su Qianyi, and she felt dejected and unhappy. Subsequently, she found every opportunity to make things difficult for Su Qianyi. Eventually, out of a sense of camaraderie from their past, Xie Shu had taken her aside to express that she should cease her torment of Su Qianyi, stating that he regarded her as a friend and would be troubled by her actions towards Su Qianyi. His words were tactfully delivered, yet his stance was unwavering. He was clearly siding with Su Qianyi. Thereafter, concerned that she might push Xie Shu further away, she refrained from targeting Su Qianyi again. However, as she reflected on this during her second year, Yanqi's initial excitement felt as though it had been doused with a bucket of cold water. Earlier, while passing by the lawn, she inadvertently overheard a conversation about Xie Shu and paused to listen. After a while, she heard Su Qianyi belittling him. That person, who had already obtained the best, was not only ungrateful, but also took others' efforts for granted. She couldn't help but feel indignant on behalf of Xie Shu and found herself unable to contain her frustration. Although her attempt to confront Su Qianyi had failed, he had witnessed her actions. When he invited her out, could it possibly be for Su Qianyi again? Was he silent earlier due to the insufficient time during class? After Xie Shu had taken Yanqi away, Su Qianyi had grumbled for a moment before returning to her work. By now, they had measured the sculpture's dimensions and had been seated, drawing for nearly 15 to 20 minutes. While sketching, Su Qianyi frequently glanced around. Why had Xie Shu not yet come to find her? After he had taken Yanqi away, she had assumed he would scold Yanqi as he had in the past. Yet, so much time had passed. Surely he had said all he needed to say by now. Why had he not come to check on her? He was well aware that her relationship with Yanqi had always been fraught with tension. Earlier, she had nearly been assaulted by that lunatic Yanqi again. That Yanqi once was not enough in high school. Now she had returned? It was utterly absurd. How unfortunate she was to end up at the same university as her. Su Qianyi continued to draw while waiting, but as the morning wore on, she still had not seen Xie Shu appear. Before the lunch break, after Xie Shu and his companions submitted their drawings at the designated spot, they headed to the cafeteria. He handed in the drawings and left, entirely oblivious to the fact that Su Qianyi had glanced his way several times amidst the crowd. According to their agreement, they proceeded to the first cafeteria. At noon, the entrance was bustling with people, yet upon entering, he immediately spotted Ruan Yinxi amidst the throng, with a beauty that was both enchanting and heart-wrenching. Her slender figure exuded an air of grace. Ruan Yinxi was exceptionally attractive, not in any way inferior to Su Qianyi. If one were to compare them comprehensively, Ruan Yinxi might even surpass Su Qianyi. After all, Ruan Yinxi was a true heiress. Her poise and demeanor were innate attributes. Clad in a short skirt and a blouse paired with black stockings, she radiated both sensuality and innocence. In 2 words, she was simply stunning. Xie Shu approached her directly, greeted her, and introduced her to his 3 friends, saying, "This is Ruan Yinxi. I'm just here chatting with her today." Afterward, he turned to Ruan Yinxi and added, "They're my roommates." The trio had also noticed Ruan Yinxi standing at the entrance of the cafeteria, as she was undeniably captivating, a beauty that compelled anyone to look twice. Yet, they were astonished to discover that Xie Shu was acquainted with her, their mouths agape in shock. It took them a moment to remember to introduce themselves. Ruan Yinxi responded with a smile throughout, graciously reciprocating their greetings. After they each introduced themselves, they immediately linked arms with Xie Shu, pulling him aside to interrogate him. "When did you meet this beauty? Which department is she from? Spill the details." After breaking free from their grasp, Xie Shu explained, "I've known her for a long time. We met in elementary school and attended the same high school. However, I was unaware that she also enrolled in the same university as me until this morning when we bumped into each other. We chatted for a bit, and I thought, since it had been a while since we last met, I would invite her out." "So, you were childhood sweethearts?" "I suppose so. But we only met in the 6th grade, so prior to that, we didn't know each other." After Xie Shu provided a brief explanation, he walked back towards Ruan Yinxi, saying, "I'm sorry for not mentioning earlier that there would be others. If you mind, we can eat separately." Uncertain of Ruan Yinxi's feelings, he decided to consult her first. Just as Ruan Yinxi was about to respond, her peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar figure by the main road near the cafeteria, instinctively drawing her gaze. It was Su Qianyi. She had also come to this cafeteria. Chapter 9. His Choice. Upon seeing Su Qianyi, Ruan Yinxi momentarily forgot to speak. Her gaze was unmasked, fixated on the sight before her, as she envisioned the scenario where Xie Shu would leave her once again for Su Qianyi. Xie Shu noticed her line of sight and turned to look as well. Upon realizing it was Su Qianyi, he quietly averted his gaze. "Since you have no objections, why not join us? They're all good friends of mine from university, and I would like you to meet them." Xie Shu's 3 companions, still in shock, had not noticed the exchanged glances between the two, nor realized that Su Qianyi was nearby. Upon hearing Xie Shu's words, they eagerly nodded in agreement. "Yes, yes. We are good buddies with Xie Shu. Let us have a meal together and get to know each other." As they spoke, they made their way into the cafeteria. Xie Shu initially intended to guide Ruan Yinxi inside, but considering their relationship had yet to deepen, he restrained himself. Wishing to accommodate Ruan Yinxi's comfort, he walked ahead, allowing her to follow. Thus, the group entered the cafeteria together. Outside the cafeteria, Su Qianyi watched as Xie Shu and Ruan Yinxi entered, her fists clenched tightly, a storm of anger brewing within her. What did Xie Shu mean by this? Why was he with Ruan Yinxi? He knew full well of her disdain for Ruan Yinxi, yet he chose to walk so closely with her. Moreover, he had just seen her. Their eyes had met. Had he deliberately pretended not to see her? How dare he treat her this way? Did he not have feelings for her? Is this how one behaves towards someone they like? How could he? Su Qianyi's heart was a tempest of anger and grievance. Her red lips pressed into a straight line as she tightened her grip on the bag she was holding. "Qianyi, what's wrong?" As Tian lowered her head to glance at her phone for a few seconds, she raised it only to discover that the person beside her had vanished. Upon turning around, she found Su Qianyi standing dazedly behind her. Noticing the peculiar expression on her face, Tian approached her with genuine concern. Her voice served to restore Su Qianyi's composure. Shaking her head, she gathered her somewhat disheveled thoughts and calmly suggested, "Let us head to the second cafeteria. I have no desire to go to the first." "But this way is closer," Tian replied. "Closer, yet more crowded. I prefer not to squeeze in." "Very well then." Thus, the two continued onward to the second cafeteria. Throughout the ordeal, Tian remained oblivious to the events that had transpired, and Su Qianyi did not exhibit any overt signs of distress. In her heart, she silently vowed never to forgive Xie Shu, regardless of his explanations. She would remain resolute in her decision. Meanwhile, in the first cafeteria, Ruan Yinxi trailed closely behind Xie Shu. As time passed, her clenched fists gradually relaxed. Had Xie Shu just spotted Su Qianyi? Yet he had ignored her. Moreover, He had even introduced her to his friends. Although Yinchi was uncertain as to why Xie Shu had acted in such a manner, a sense of joy welled up within her subconscious. Her smile had barely lingered for a few seconds when Xie Shu abruptly halted, leaving her little time to react, resulting in her unwittingly colliding with his back. Instinctively, she gasped and took a small step back, only to have her arm grasped by someone. "Be careful. This cafeteria is quite crowded." Xie Shu gently pulled Yinchi closer to him before releasing her arm. "Thank you, Xie." Yinchi's cheeks flushed, and she dared not meet his gaze. "What'd you like to eat?" "Whatever you decide is fine." Then, Xie Shu surveyed the numerous food stalls in the cafeteria, ultimately glancing at his three close friends. The three most challenging questions in life: what to eat for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. The breakfast dilemma had already been resolved. Now, they faced the second conundrum. With Yinchi present, they did not deliberate for long and swiftly chose a well-reviewed stall to queue. Fortuitously, there were only a few people ahead of them, and the cafeteria staff worked efficiently, allowing them to be served promptly. However, when it was Xie Shu's turn, he discovered that his card had insufficient funds. Fortunately, a friend beside him readily offered assistance. This trivial incident did not trouble Xie Shu, as he had grown accustomed to such occurrences. His funds deplete rapidly. He often helped Su Qianyi with her meals, sometimes for breakfast alone, or even all 3 meals in a day. His fondness for her had driven him to assist willingly, never once asking for reimbursement, and she had never suggested it either. Although the cost of a few meals was not exorbitant, it accumulated to a significant amount over time, while others might stretch a month's worth of meal funds. He typically exhausted his in around 2 weeks. He had never been diligent in keeping track of his card's balance, which often led to a shortage of funds. Hence, his friends had frequently covered his meals. Not only had he become accustomed to this, but so had his friends. The incident was of little concern to them. However, Yinchi took note of the matter. She said nothing, and after they had been served, she followed Xie Shu and his friends to find a place to sit. Once seated, she took out her phone and logged into the campus's top-up system. Having just seen Xie Shu's student ID on his card, she was aware of his college, major, and class. After filling in the required information, she proceeded to enter the amount she wished to recharge. "Yinchi, are you busy with something?" Xie Shu inquired with curiosity, noticing her engrossed in her phone. "No." Yinchi nervously looked up, having forgotten how many zeros she had entered. She quickly pressed the recharge button, input her password, and then turned off her phone. The meal, now infused with Yinchi's presence, saw the usual banter among the group quieted significantly. Besides Xie Shu, the others appeared rather tense, likely due to dining with unfamiliar females for the first time. Yinchi, on the other hand, felt an acute anxiety from Xie Shu's proximity. Ultimately, lunch concluded in a silence laden with unspoken words. Subsequently, Yinchi received a phone call and had other matters to attend to, prompting her to leave hurriedly, albeit reluctantly. Following her departure, Xie Shu and his friends returned to their dormitory. With no afternoon classes, they dropped off their belongings and began to unwind. Xie Shu was no exception. Having spent several years as a corporate drone in his past life, he found the ease and comfort of university life far preferable. Life is fleeting. One must indulge in leisure while one can. After a refreshing shower and a glance at the time, he relished each moment of comfort. Thus, after settling in, they began to engage in a gaming session. However, before diving into the game, he took a moment to send a message to his parents. In fact, he had messaged them on his way back to school the previous day, but they likely had been busy with work and had not replied. They had responded in the morning, but were hurriedly off to work again after a brief reply. Now, it seemed they were on break and had just gotten back to him. Reflecting on his parents stirred a myriad of emotions within Xie Shu. In his past life, upon receiving a late-stage cancer diagnosis, he had refrained from informing them, knowing they would exhaust their savings to save him, even if it merely prolonged the inevitable. Informing them in advance would only serve to burden them with worry. Fortunately, everything had been granted a second chance. He resolved to visit home during the next holiday. After a brief exchange with his parents, mindful of their need for rest, he refrained from further conversation, acknowledging the demands of their work. Once his conversation with his parents concluded, he logged into the game. Upon entering, he was surprised to find Su Qianyi online as well. Chapter 10. Forming a gaming team in the girls' dormitory, Su Qianyi returned and sat down in a sulky mood, switching back and forth between WeChat and QQ multiple times, yet receiving no messages. She refrained from clicking into anyone's chat window, but found her gaze repeatedly drawn to Xie Shu's name. After waiting for a considerable time, her irritation began to mount. At that moment, she felt disinclined to engage in any activity, so she decided to play a game. Among the 4 girls in the dormitory, only she and Tian had returned. The other 2 roommates were absent, and Tian was currently engrossed in short videos, showing no inclination to join a gaming session. leaving Su Qianyi without a companion. She glanced at her friends' list, noting that all her online acquaintances were already engaged in games, meaning she would have to wait for them to finish if she wished to team up. As she pondered whether to solo queue or wait for other friends, she suddenly noticed Xie Shu had logged in. Moments later, she saw his friend from the dorm come online as well. Given that they were all classmates, it was only natural for them to share mutual friends. The sight of the group logging in filled Su Qianyi with an inkling that Xie Shu would soon invite her to join. In her previous gaming experiences, she had often played alongside Xie Shu and his friends, forming a fixed team unless she opted to play separately with her close girlfriends. However, she would never consent. Xie Shu had yet to apologize to her. Furthermore, he was with the detestable Ruan. He was deliberately ignoring her. There was no way she would agree. She resolved to seek companionship from other friends instead. Yet, despite these thoughts, Su Qianyi's gaze remained fixated on Xie Shu's name, eagerly awaiting an invitation to team up with her. Then, she watched helplessly as Xie Shu's name transitioned from displaying a team of 45 to being marked as in-game. He had not invited her. Su Qianyi felt her vision blur for a moment. Although she remained seated, it felt as though the world was spinning, making it difficult for her to breathe for several seconds. Once her senses returned, she scrutinized Xie Shu's name again, confirming it was indeed marked as in-game. Su Qianyi pressed her lips tightly together, feeling an overwhelming heaviness in her chest that rendered her breathless. She was in distress. She had entered the game to distract herself and unwind, yet now she felt more troubled than before. In the end, Su Qianyi did not proceed with matching. Instead, she remained an observer, watching as Xie Shu's status cycled from in-game to team of 45, then back to in-game. And she lost count of how many times he had played. He had never invited her, even though there was an empty slot. He simply chose not to include her. Later, she noticed that Xie Shu's team of 45 lingered on the page for quite some time without starting a new game, and her heart brimmed with hope that he would invite her. 1 minute passed. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed. She continued to wait in silence, hoping for Xie Shu to make a decision. If he were to invite her this time, she could reluctantly agree. But ultimately, she watched as his team of 45 transformed into a team of 55 and then returned to in-game, and she could no longer hold back. She exited the game, tossed her phone aside, and crawled into bed, hiding behind the curtain and covering her face with a blanket, finally allowing herself to cry uncontrollably. At the same time, in another female dormitory, Ruan returned after finishing her tasks and immediately took out her phone, entering the chat window with Xie Shu on WeChat. She stared blankly at their previous messages for a long while before finally opening the keyboard to draft a message for him. Although she was unsure what to discuss with Xie Shu, the desire to message him was undeniable. It should be fine, right? Xie Shu had been quite pleasant to her today. It wasn't as dire as her parents had made it seem, and sending a message should pose no significant issue, right? After contemplating for a while, she still couldn't decide what to say, pondering whether she should first check online for appropriate conversation topics to appear more normal. Just as she hesitated on exiting the chat, her little finger inadvertently tapped on an emoji. In the next instant, it was sent successfully. Ruan panicked, desperately attempting to recall the message, but noticed the chat window indicated that the other party was typing. He had already seen it, and recalling it was futile. Fortunately, the emojis she had saved were relatively innocuous, so even if he saw it by accident, it wouldn't be too embarrassing. Xie Shu, finished? Ruan yes. Just got back to the dorm. Xie Shu, do you have anything else to do? Ruan I shouldn't know. Xie Shu, shall we play a game? Ruan a game? I haven't played much. I might not be good at it and could be a burden. Ruan usually had a packed schedule, balancing schoolwork with tasks assigned by her family. As the only daughter, and nearing graduation, her parents often arranged activities for her, claiming it was to prepare her for the future. Additionally, she had regular hospital visits. Her personal free time was scarce. On the rare occasions she stayed in the dormitory, she would often hear her roommates cursing while playing games, frequently echoing the sentiment that if one couldn't play, they shouldn't bother. Although she hadn't inquired about the game Xie Shu referred to, it was most likely the MOBA game her roommates frequently played. They often formed teams and occasionally invited her, but she declined. Having never played, she feared being a hindrance to Xie Shu and dreaded his potential criticism, which she would find unbearable. At that moment, Ruan felt conflicted. Xie Shu had proactively invited her, and she wanted to join him, but she was apprehensive about being a liability and facing his disdain. Caught in this internal struggle, another message from Xie Shu arrived. It's fine, I will guide you. After much deliberation, Ruan ultimately decided to play with him. After all, opportunities to be invited by Xie Shu were rare, and it would only amount to a few remarks in the end. Once her decision was made, she promptly began downloading the game. Meanwhile, Xie Shu remained online, waiting for her. He also informed his 3 friends that Yinxi would be joining them shortly. The game required downloading and updating, and there was ample time for them to play another round. However, Xie Shu chose to wait, engaging Yinxi in conversation to alleviate her boredom. Xie Shu, you seem quite invested in Yinxi. You mentioned you've known her since childhood. Yet I've never heard you speak of her before, Zhao Lin remarked, lingering on the team page, placing his phone aside as he inquired about Yinxi. The other 2 friends perked up, eager to hear more. Indeed, you never mentioned that you had such a beautiful childhood friend. Your camaraderie appears quite strong. Yet why was it that you didn't know about her attending the same university? I'm curious. Weren't you both in the same high school? How did you end up at different colleges without even a word? Since they were waiting, Xie Shu took the opportunity to chat with Yinxi while sharing stories about their past with his friends. Chapter 11. Their first encounter, flashback, Xie Shu and Yinxi met in the 6th grade. Yinxi was a transfer student who joined their class. The arrival of a transfer student was always an intriguing event. He remembered how many classmates were curious about her, eager to speak with her and befriend her, especially since Yinxi was quite attractive, garnering the admiration of many boys. However, Yinxi was reticent, showing little interest in socializing, and her demeanor was distinctly cold and aloof towards everyone. Gradually, people lost interest in approaching her. At the time, Xie Shu was not particularly curious about her and had never spoken to her. He merely acknowledged her presence in class. It was not until one afternoon after school that he suddenly remembered he had forgotten to collect an assignment and return to the school. Upon entering the classroom, he witnessed Yinxi being bullied. Initially unaware of the situation, he pushed the door open and heard someone shout, "Stay away from her," followed by a barrage of insults. There were even those poised to escalate the confrontation, but upon his arrival, they turned their attention to him, halting their actions. After a moment of stunned silence, he stepped forward, confronting the bullies, and then prepared to escort Yinxi away. At that age, they were on the cusp of adolescence, with the girls maturing earlier than the boys. Several girls towered over him, and a few of them barred his path, leaving him quite helpless. Fortunately, he had managed to move away from his police officer father, which seemed to intimidate those girls enough to let him go. He escorted Yinxi safely out of the school, but she merely responded with a cold thank you before turning away. At that time, fueled by a strong sense of justice, he insisted on accompanying her home. Yinxi ignored him, and after navigating a few turns outside the school gate, she astonishingly got into a luxury car and drove off, leaving him in shock. That day marked their first interaction. While he did not fully comprehend the reasons behind Yinxi's bullying, he could surmise from the words of those girls. Yinxi was reticent in class, shunning friendships and maintaining a distant demeanor towards everyone. However, her striking beauty garnered the affections of some boys who, despite her indifference, persisted in speaking to her, even offering snacks from their allowances, which she consistently declined. The girls in the classroom urged Yinxi to keep her distance from a particular boy who was quite attentive to her. It was likely that one of those girls had a crush on him, but his interest in Yinxi displeased her. Given Yinxi's lack of friends, no one defended her, which inevitably made her a target for bullying over time. The following day, he once again, filled with righteous fervor, escorted Yinxi out of the school, only to watch her get into the same luxury car. On the 3rd and 4th days, he lost track of how long he had been doing this. Despite Yinxi's continued aloofness, he remained indifferent, as it was merely a matter of convenience for him. Until one day, just before she got in her car, she asked if he wanted to come over to her house. At that time, he was also fond of adventure, so he agreed. That marked his first visit to a mansion, where he encountered opulent decor for the first time and met the legendary butler of a wealthy family. However, he never came across her parents. After both he and Yinxi completed their homework and played for a long while, as dusk approached and the driver was ready to take him home, he still had not seen her parents. In the days that followed, Yinxi invited him over daily, and although he visited several times, her parents remained elusive. When he inquired, Yinxi simply stated that they were busy with work. As they spent more time together, Yinxi's demeanor towards him gradually softened. She began to engage him in conversation and share her thoughts. On one particular day, he distinctly recalled it was around 2 or 3 in the morning when he was soundly asleep at home, and his father roused him to inform him that someone was looking for him. Upon exiting his bedroom, he was taken aback to find Yinxi waiting for him in the living room. Without uttering a word, she unexpectedly embraced him, leaving his parents casting curious glances in his direction. Stunned, he asked Yinxi what was going on and why she had come to see him at such an hour. Yinxi kept repeating that she did not want to leave, and despite his parents' efforts to understand the situation, they ultimately decided to let her stay until morning, considering she was his classmate. Consequently, he spent the night on the sofa. When dawn broke, his parents initially planned to escort Wang Yinxi home, yet she refused to go. It was a weekend, and they did not have school, so there was no immediate rush. However, his parents had work commitments and could not linger indefinitely. Thus, they entrusted Wang Yinxi to him. After his parents departed, he inquired about her situation, but she continued to insist that she did not want to leave. Feeling helpless, he ceased questioning her and turned on the television for them to watch together. Not long after, his father, who was supposed to be at the police station, returned home, accompanied by a couple. Although he had never met them, he immediately deduced they were Wang Yinxi's parents. Upon seeing her tense expression, they visibly relaxed. They did not reprimand Wang Yinxi for leaving home in the middle of the night. Instead, they spoke to her gently, urging her to return. After listening for a while, he learned that they were headed out of town for work and intended to transfer Wang Yinxi to a new school. This was not the first time. Throughout her elementary years, she had attended various schools, following her parents on their business trips. Sometimes she would study in one location for a month, other times in another for 2 months. Her education was anything but stable, and now they were about to relocate again. The night before, they had discussed this with Wang Yinxi, but upon waking, they discovered their daughter missing. Upon reviewing the surveillance footage, they realized she had run away in the middle of the night. They could not check the cameras outside the villa, so they reported her disappearance to the police. As luck would have it, his father happened to be on duty and recognized the couple from the photos they provided, leading him to bring them over. It was evident that Wang Yinxi was unwilling to transfer schools, which was why she had fled in the dead of night. Regardless of their gentle persuasion, Wang Yinxi remained resolute, refusing to leave or agree to the transfer. Although he did not understand why such a prominent family did not hire caretakers to provide Wang Yinxi with a stable living situation, preferring instead to have her travel across the country at such a young age, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. After some time, the couple realized they could not persuade her and turned their attention to him, hoping he might convince her. They likely recognized him, given that he had visited their home several times, even if he had never encountered them personally. The butler would have certainly informed them about his relationship with Wang Yinxi. He cooperated in their efforts to persuade her, yet Wang Yinxi remained adamant in her refusal. Ultimately, they took her back, but they seemed to have acquiesced to her desire to stay, as on the following Monday, he saw Wang Yinxi at school again. Thus, throughout their middle and high school years, Wang Yinxi never changed her residence. She continuously lived in the same city as him and attended the same school. For those years, she remained by his side. Her character remained unchanged, as she continued to avoid initiating friendships and maintained a cool demeanor towards everyone, except for him. Her so-called friends were merely acquaintances from his circle. Because of her good rapport with him, she was amiable towards his friends, but that was the extent of it. She did not form deep connections with anyone, simply choosing not to be cold toward his friends. Regarding these matters, Xie Shu omitted some details, merely conveying that Wang Yinxi had transferred to his school and they had gradually become acquainted, visiting each other's homes and sharing amusing experiences during their time in school. Chapter 12. A Heart Unburdened by Women, Drawing the Sword as If I Had Said Nothing. The narrative Xie Shu recounted flowed smoothly until high school, where he began to gloss over significant details. High school marked a turning point in his relationship with Wang Yinxi, as he had developed feelings for Su Qianyi. Once one falls for someone, their thoughts become consumed by that individual. Furthermore, as he and Wang Yinxi were no longer in the same class, his interactions with her dwindled in comparison to those with Su Qianyi, who sat beside him. In summary, during high school, the communication between him and Wang Yinxi diminished significantly. Aside from his studies, he devoted most of his time to Su Qianyi. Then why didn't she was at the same school after 3 years of studying together? If you were in regular contact, you would surely have known. Zhao Lin pressed. Xie Shu paused for a moment before continuing. When we returned to school after the unified examination, I was busy preparing for the college entrance exam. During that time, we were in different classes and hardly kept in touch. After being away for 6 months, I felt that our relationship might have grown distant, so I never reached out to her. At that time, this was indeed my thought, before I left for training. The incident between Wang Yinxi and Su Qianyi had caused quite a stir at school, and I had even defended Su Qianyi back then. After her parents intervened, I later heard rumors that she had either taken a leave of absence or withdrawn from school. By the time I learned about this, I hadn't even had the chance to confirm it with her, as the art studio teachers had begun recruiting students. Su Qianyi showed interest in studying fine arts, so I enrolled as well. Many art studio teachers came, all vying for students, and once I decided to pursue fine arts, their enthusiasm was palpable. To ensure we wouldn't reconsider, they even drove us to the studio and treated us well. After selecting a studio, we entered a rigorous 6-month training period, during which the teachers were strict and collected our phones weekly. Although phones were returned on weekends, Those days were filled with endless sketching and drawing tasks, leaving no time for leisure. The intensity of the training was something only those who experienced it could truly understand. For those 6 months, I would collapse in a bed, waking only to find it was already the next day, and the cycle of sitting in the studio all day continued, leaving little room for distractions like phones. During that time, I was so absorbed in my work that I even forgot to check on Xie. By the time I remembered, months had passed since the training began. On weekends, when phones were returned, I specifically looked to see if Xie had messaged me. When I saw no messages, I started to wonder if she had forgotten about me. After all, I had once spoken about her on behalf of Su Qianyi, and I never expressed concern when I heard about her possible leave from school. We had known each other since elementary school and up to high school. While I wouldn't say our feelings were particularly deep, there should have been some surface-level concern, right? However, during that period, I didn't reach out. Perhaps she was upset with me, or perhaps she no longer wished to be friends. Yet, this thought was soon drowned out by the countless sketch assignments, and I once again immersed myself in the intensity of training. When I returned to school, I did see Xie, but she ignored me. Unlike before, when she would come up to talk, she simply walked away. At that moment, I genuinely believed she would no longer pay me any mind. After the college entrance exams, with all studies concluded, I found myself with free time. Perhaps I had already accepted that Xie and I had grown apart. So I didn't reach out to her, and she didn't reach out to me either. In my previous life, we had only met once during university, and after entering society, we had not met even once. If Xie hadn't reached out to me at the last moment, I truly wouldn't have known that she had been keeping me in her thoughts. As we chatted while waiting for Xie to update her game, I noticed the game updates were slow. Worrying they might grow bored waiting, I suggested they start without me while I waited alone. However, true friends naturally remain by each other's side. They expressed that they had no classes in the afternoon, so waiting a while longer was no trouble. Xie Shu, I'm just a bit uncertain, so I want to ask again, have you truly moved on from Su Qianyi? After some casual conversation, Lita suddenly shifted the topic back to Su Qianyi. Upon hearing this, Xie Shu's hands, which were typing, hesitated, and he frowned, replying, I've said it several times already. I no longer have feelings for her. Why can't you all believe me? I can live just fine without her. Haven't you heard? A man without a woman can wield his sword freely. The first page of the sword manual, forget the one you loved. The second page, sever the ties of infatuation. The third page, extinguish the love god with every strike. The fourth page, raise your hand to annihilate worldly attachments. The fifth page, angrily cut ties with old lovers. The sixth page, no longer act as a lover. The seventh page, close the door to your heart. Do you want to know how many pentakills I just achieved in the game? Isn't that better than usual? Seeing Xie Shu articulate his thoughts with such conviction, Lita responded, Of course we believe you. I have no doubt about what you said earlier. It's just about that sword manual of yours. What about your childhood friend Xie? Xie Shu, who had just been typing a few words, paused again, but quickly resumed his usual demeanor. Leaning against the wall by the bed, he maintained a calm expression and steady tone. Just disregard what I said afterward. Lita's mention of Su Qianyi wasn't intentional. He merely wanted to gauge Xie Shu's attitude. When they logged into the game, they naturally saw Su Qianyi online as well. However, despite playing several matches, Xie Shu showed no intention of inviting her, and after each game, they noticed Su Qianyi remained online, yet wasn't in any teams or games. Thus, they were convinced that Xie Shu had truly moved on from Su Qianyi. At that moment, he suddenly began to exhibit attentiveness towards another person. It was exactly politeness, but it seemed he possessed a newfound patience reminiscent of how he used to be with Su Qianyi. Regardless of what the other person did, he seemed to have ample patience to wait for her. If they were merely friends, the time taken from downloading to updating the game was quite lengthy, and they could have played another round or two, yet Xie Shu chose to stay idle and wait. He even opened a chat window to converse with her, perhaps out of concern that she might grow bored. Additionally, he specifically informed them that she was a complete novice, urging them to protect her. It was hard not to read too much into it. However, considering their history as childhood friends, it might simply be a matter of their close bond. After some hesitation, Lita began his inquiry on the topic of Su Qianyi. To his surprise, Xie Shu acknowledged it directly. Consequently, the others exchanged knowing glances, their expressions suggesting they had anticipated this revelation. Chapter 13. Self-protection. Xie Shu didn't share much with them, as at that moment, Xie had finished downloading and updating the game and had completed the beginner tasks. As soon as she logged in, Xie Shu promptly added her to the team, and they commenced playing. Given that Xie was entirely new to the game, they opted for a casual mode. During the hero selection, Xie Shu messaged her to activate voice chat, as direct communication would facilitate quicker learning. Throughout the game, Ruan Yinshi followed Xie Shu's lead, with him providing protection. She earnestly focused on learning, striving not to lag behind. Concerned that her lack of skill might frustrate Xie Shu, she promptly apologized each time she was defeated. Contrary to her expectations, Xie Shu did not express anger. Rather, he patiently guided her, reassuring her that winning or losing in the game was entirely normal. It had been a long time since Ruan Yinshi had experienced such tenderness from Xie Shu, and for a fleeting moment, she felt a certain longing within her heart swell. Yet, she quickly suppressed it. After all these years of perseverance, she could not afford to let things go awry. The thought of Xie Shu behaving like those individuals she had read about, changing addresses, phone numbers, deleting her from friends, and avoiding her, was unbearable. It would be more painful than death. After playing several rounds, Ruan Yinshi gradually grasped the mechanics of the game. Her gameplay became increasingly fluid. She learned to utilize the mini-map, and she began to explore the bushes. They commenced another round, and Xie Shu was engaged in conversation with Ruan Yinshi. He intended to advise her not to stray too far, lest she become vulnerable to an ambush. However, before he could fully articulate his thought, he was abruptly interrupted by the voices of others on Ruan Yinshi's end. "Class monitor, what are you doing? Aren't you supposed to be bad at games? Yet, you seem to be playing quite well. How intriguing. You never play with us, but here you are, secretly gaming with someone else." I just heard a man's voice. "Who is it? Your boyfriend?" "No, yes, just a friend," Ruan Yinshi replied, her voice tinged with nervousness. Previously, when they had opened the microphone, her side had been unusually quiet, leading him to believe that her roommates were deliberately maintaining silence. However, given the current situation, it appeared that her roommates had only just arrived. As Ruan Yinshi was interrupted, her character's actions became noticeably sluggish. Xie Shu refrained from pressuring her or making any remarks. Instead, he silently maneuvered his own character to defend the tower. He chose not to respond to the question posed by Ruan Yinshi's friends, neither confirming nor denying it. Although Xie Shu's three companions had not activated their microphones, they were all on the same team, thus they had overheard the exchange between Ruan Yinshi and her roommates. They felt it inappropriate to speak up and instead turned to Xie Shu, conveying their thoughts through silent communication. What a splendid opportunity. Why not follow their lead and see if Ruan Yinshi will reject it? Xie Shu understood their intent, but chose not to act upon it. He was not concerned that Ruan Yinshi would reject him as Su Qianyi had. Rather, he was confident that she would embrace his confession. He recalled vividly the words Ruan Yinshi had spoken to him in their previous life. He knew she harbored feelings for him. Yet, should he simply exploit Ruan Yinshi's affection for an easy confession? He had once made great sacrifices for someone who did not love him. Thus, why should he not exert effort for someone who truly cherished him? That simply would not do. What Su Qianyi had, Ruan Yinshi must possess as well, and he was determined to surpass his previous endeavors. Consequently, Xie Shu ultimately opted for silence, neither affirming nor denying the implications. It was as though he had spoken volumes, yet simultaneously uttered nothing. Meanwhile, Ruan Yinshi was anxiously explaining to her roommates, worried that Xie Shu might be upset. She was acutely aware of his affection for Su Qianyi and his desire to be with her. However, her roommates continued to stir the pot, taunting her and urging her to ask Xie Shu whether he was merely a friend or something more. Upon hearing this, Ruan Yinshi's face fell. In her eyes, their actions were akin to pouring gasoline on a fire. Their words threatened her own interests and risked provoking Xie Shu, potentially driving him further away. She began to feel a sense of unease, perceiving their actions as maliciously harmful, and she yearned to resist. Her roommates were still chattering into the microphone, oblivious to the paleness that had overtaken Ruan Yinshi's complexion. Her thoughts were a tempest. She wished to set down her phone to confront the immediate situation. But before she could, Xie Shu's voice rang out. "Hello, everyone." His speech was measured, his tone gentle, lacking the anger Ruan Yinshi had feared. "Are you Yinshi's roommates?" He continued. "Yes. We hope we're not disturbing you." "Not at all. We were merely curious about who Yinshi was playing with, since she usually doesn't join us for games." Xie Shu stifled a smile, refraining from engaging further with them, and redirected his question to Ruan Yinshi. "Yinshi, are you still playing?" "I am." Ruan Yinshi was jolted back to reality by his inquiry. Soon, she resumed controlling her character, following Xie Shu into combat against their opponents. Although her roommates remained curious about the man playing with Ruan Yinshi, they recognized her intense focus and deemed it impolite to interrupt further, returning to their own activities. Ruan Yinshi cast a distracted glance at her friends. Despite her lingering anxiety, it began to dissipate with each word Xie Shu shared with her. Time passed, and just as Ruan Yinshi was enveloped in joy, one of her roommates suddenly called out, "Class monitor, someone in the group mentioned you, saying they need more manpower and want you to help." Upon hearing this, Ruan Yinshi looked at the girl, intending to ask her to decline the request, but Xie Shu, having overheard, inquired, "Are you busy?" "Aye." She did not wish to go. She yearned to play alongside him, fearing there might not be another opportunity like this. Yet, as the words formed on her lips, she hesitated, uncertain if saying so would make Xie Shu think she was being lazy. She endeavored to conceal her shortcomings, not wanting Xie Shu to see her less favorable side. "Then you should go help. Being a class monitor entails many responsibilities and unavoidable tasks. Let us play together next time," Xie Shu suggested. Yinchi paused for a few seconds before replying, "All right, let us play together next time." Chapter 14. It's not entirely bad. Xie Shu and the others hastened their gaming session, and once they completed the round, Yinchi logged off. Xie Shu followed suit. Although there were no classes in the afternoon, they could not afford to spend the entire day playing games. Their major was demanding, with copious assignments. If they indulged excessively, they risked failing. Resits were free, but retakes were exorbitantly costly. Resigned, Xie Shu set down his phone and retrieved his pencils, sketch pens, fine liners, and markers, laying out a collection of tools before finally taking out paper and a ruler. Once everything was arranged, he sat down to begin his work. Youth squandered leads to a lifetime of design. In truth, he had never anticipated embarking on a career in design. Even during high school, he had enrolled in training programs solely to be alongside Su Qianyi. At that time, his singular desire was to be with her, believing that merely being by her side was the greatest fulfillment. Thus, they studied art together, eventually choosing the same school and major for their college entrance exams. And now they found themselves in the same class. He had been elated for quite some time upon discovering they were in the same cohort during their freshman year. Now, it mattered little. The past was a mere shadow. What once was has perished, and what is now has been reborn. In the future, Su Qianyi would fade from his heart, leaving room for someone new. And that space had already been occupied. After concentrating on his drawing for a while, Xie Shu noticed that his frequently used markers had run dry. Confirming their emptiness, he prepared to venture out to purchase replacements. Although his friends had similar supplies, they were all in the same field, and if one used something frequently, others would too. Borrowing was not a viable option. Soon, Xie Shu exited the dormitory, first visiting the printing shop to buy a few sheets of A4 paper before heading to the supermarket to procure markers. Considering the recent coursework and workload, he also purchased several fine liners for good measure. After completing his purchases, he had taken only a few steps when he noticed several sunshades had been erected not far from the roadside, with a few individuals moving tables, likely preparing for an event. At their school, every time an event is organized, the promotional activities are invariably set up here. As this location attracts a substantial number of students, particularly during lunch hours and between classes when foot traffic is at its peak. Xie Shu, now a third-year student, has already accumulated most of the credits he requires, rendering participation in additional activities for extra points unnecessary. Thus, he has no intention of inquiring further. Just before he departs, he unexpectedly spots a familiar figure amidst the crowd. He glances over to see Yinchi, her hair styled in a high ponytail, standing beneath a sunshade, holding a piece of paper as if verifying something, occasionally conversing with a companion beside her, likely discussing some matter of importance. She appears deeply engrossed, oblivious to Xie Shu's presence. After observing her for a few seconds, he instinctively picks up a fine-tipped pen and begins sketching on an A4 sheet. Although it has been quite some time since he last attempted figure drawing, the foundational skills he had practiced remain intact, and with just a few strokes, he captures her general outline. In this moment, Xie Shu feels a sense of satisfaction, realizing that his art education has not been in vain. After all, there are benefits to be had, such as documenting life. "Wow, are you drawing the class monitor?" a girl exclaims suddenly beside him, causing Xie Shu's hand to falter, nearly skewing his drawing. At this hour, classes are in session, and the area is typically quite deserted, coupled with the sweltering sun. Even students without classes are reluctant to linger outside, making the girl's outburst seem rather loud. As Xie Shu turns to look at the girl next to him, Yinchi, not far away, hears the commotion and glances over towards the supermarket. Upon seeing Xie Shu conversing with one of her classmates, the A4 paper in her hand is tightly clenched. Her gaze fixates on the two, straining to overhear their conversation. Unfortunately, the specifics elude her. She can only discern the abruptness of the girl's exclamation, which startled her in the tranquil environment. It is not until her companion calls her name that she is jolted back to reality. Yinchi bites her lip, takes a deep breath to regain her composure, and resumes her previous discussion, albeit with her attention still partially on Xie Shu. Meanwhile, he caps the pen and inquires of the girl before him, "Are you a classmate of Yinchi?" Having heard her roommate refer to her as the class monitor during their gaming sessions, and now being called the same by this girl. He deduces they are indeed classmates. The girl, taken aback by Xie Shu's acknowledgement of Yinxi, nods vigorously. You know the class monitor? Are you from our college? No, wait, you're too handsome. If you were from our college, I would definitely know you. I'm from a school of arts. Ah, that explains your impressive drawing skills. Although they were previously strangers with little to discuss, Xie Shu feigns curiosity. What are you all busy promoting over there? Well, we have no classes at the moment, so we called upon anyone who could help out. It's scorching, and waiting any longer wouldn't be wise. She complains, preparing to leave. However, Xie Shu calls out to her and then heads back into the supermarket. When he emerges, he carries a plastic bag filled with numerous ice creams. You all work hard. Have some of this, he offers. Though unspoken, the girl comprehends his intent. He wishes to treat Yinxi while also including them. Yet, the girl hesitates, glancing at Xie Shu. Is something wrong? He inquires, curious. No, it's just that the class monitor might not accept your gift. You may not be aware, but everyone in our college knows she doesn't accept things for boys. Over the past 3 years, she hasn't accepted anything from anyone. Xie Shu raises an eyebrow, intrigued. The girl nods in affirmation. Why don't you take it over? If she refuses, she can deal with it as she pleases. You all can enjoy it too. Xie Shu seems unconcerned by her words, and the girl, understanding his determination, reluctantly agrees to take the ice creams. Before departing, she requests the drawing Xie Shu just completed, suggesting it might increase his chances of success with Yinxi. With a smile, he hands the sketch to her and glances back at Yinxi, who remains engaged in conversation, seemingly unaware of his presence. He has no intention of interrupting her. It is her college's event, and he cannot contribute in any meaningful way. Moreover, he must focus on his assignments as the deadline approaches, leaving him little time to linger outside. Perhaps later, when time allows, he will seek opportunities to interact with Yinxi. Thus, Xie Shu returns to his dormitory with his purchases in hand, while the girl carries the items he provided toward Yinxi. Yinxi has been attentively observing their interaction and naturally noticed when Xie Shu handed the girl a bag. As the girl approaches, she finally sees the contents. Ice cream. I wish I could just toss it. Chapter 15, Delusions. While thoughts may wander, Yinxi is acutely aware of the decorum expected in front of so many people. She understands which actions are appropriate and which are not. Despite her inner turmoil, she suppresses her feelings and continues conversing with those nearby. Class monitor, a boy just asked me to give this to you, the girl states, stepping directly beside Yinxi and lifting the item in her hand. Yinxi, caught off guard mid-sentence, slowly turns her head, her gaze fixated on the girl. Is this for me? The girl, noticing Yinxi's lack of response, assumes she is once again unwilling to accept gifts. I already told him you wouldn't take it, but he insisted I bring it to you, saying you could handle it as you wish. Although it's not ideal to say this, class monitor, it seems a shame to throw it away, especially with so many. Could you perhaps share some with us? Those around them are perceptive. Who would purchase such a large quantity of ice cream for a single girl? In a school without refrigerators, and with the heat, if not consumed promptly, they would melt, signaling that this was indeed a surplus meant for others as well. The boy seems rather kind-hearted, while he may have intended to treat them as well. The final decision rests with Yinxi. Should she choose to discard it, they would have no say in the matter. Class monitor, if you don't want it, I can help you throw it away, the girl suggests. Before she can finish, Yinxi reaches out and takes the bag. Without uttering a word, she swiftly pulls out her phone and taps a few buttons. In mere seconds, the girl's phone rings. Upon checking, she discovers Yinxi has transferred 100 yuan to her. I'll take it all. If you all want some, go buy your own. I'll cover the cost, and if it's not enough, we can sort out later. This declaration astonishes not only the girl, but also those surrounding Yinxi. All of them are her classmates, and over the past 3 years, they have witnessed countless individuals attempting to woo her with various gifts, all of which she has categorically declined. Typically, she outright rejects such offers, and should someone insist, she promptly discards the item. In summary, she never accepts gifts. This is the first instance in 3 years that they have seen her accept something from a boy. Furthermore, they have yet to see what he looks like. Yinxi, being in their midst, should have had a chance to see him, right? Yet she accepted it. Something is afoot. The crowd cast puzzled glances at the girl, who merely shrugged, conveying her ignorance. Oh, by the way, class representative, I just saw him sketching you. So I took the liberty of bringing the drawing over. He is from the Fine Arts Academy, and his work is remarkable. It was only then that the girl recalled another piece of art, promptly handing it to Yinxi. As Yinxi accepted it and glanced at the illustration, she was astounded to find the figure depicted was strikingly similar to her. High ponytail, white shirt, knee-length skirt, even the patterns on the clothing matched her own. Could it truly be her? A sudden tremor coursed through her heart, She found herself at a loss for words, her heartbeat accelerating, losing its customary rhythm, quickening with each pulse. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, she carefully tucked the artwork away. Subsequently, she retrieved an ice cream from her pocket, the chill of the treat spreading through her hand, granting her a semblance of clarity. She then turned to the surrounding crowd, her voice cool and detached. "Why are you all staring? Get back to setting up the venue. If anyone wants ice cream, go to her. I've already transferred the money. If it's insufficient, I'll cover the rest later." Xie cast a brief glance at the girl before calmly opening a bag of ice cream, disregarding the onlookers as she indulged herself. It was a treat from Xie Shu, and she had no intention of sharing. Those who wished for some could procure their own. Eventually, the others hastily finished the setup and ventured to find the girl for ice cream. In such sweltering heat, who wouldn't crave something cool to refresh themselves? En route to the supermarket, everyone inquired of the girl about the identity of the person who had bestowed gifts upon their typically standoffish class representative. However, she remained oblivious, not having asked for a name, only knowing that he belonged to the Fine Arts Academy. With the venue arranged, Xie found herself with little to do. She settled beneath the sunshade, placing a bag of ice cream on the table, consuming them one by one, devouring them as if they were mere snacks, anxious that they might melt before she could finish. Simultaneously, she fished out her phone, hesitating over whether to send Xie Shu a message. Her parents forbade her from contacting him, and she had already reached out once today. A simple message of thanks should pose no issue, right? Ultimately, she acquiesced to her own desires. After sending the message, she anticipated a lengthy wait for a response. Yet Xie Shu replied almost instantaneously. "Xie Shu, it's merely a few ice creams. No need for thanks. Just don't overexert yourself. Take care to rest. And avoid staying outside for too long as the weather heats up." A few words of concern sent her heart racing once more, the rhythm of her breathing becoming erratic. "Xie, that drawing, it truly is of me. Isn't it?" Xie Shu. Indeed, though time was limited, so the execution was rather hasty, only capturing the general features. "I hope you won't be disappointed." Xie. "Not at all. I genuinely like it." Xie Shu. "I'm glad to hear that. Give him more time. I assure you the next one will be even better." Xie chose not to respond further, putting away the half-eaten ice cream into the bag. Placing on the table, she freed her hands, rummaging through her pocket until she retrieved a small vial of medication. After opening it, she poured out a single pill and swallowed it. It was a facade, a mere illusion. This was not the reality she had envisioned. The doctor had said it was simply a normal friendship. Xie Shu harbored affections for Su Qianyi. Yes, it was indeed Su Qianyi. Under the influence of the medication and her own introspection, Xie gradually regained her composure. Staring at the last message from Xie Shu, she pondered for an extended period, unsure of how to reply. Finally, she resolved to refrain from responding, focusing instead on nibbling at the ice cream. A whole bag of ice cream lay before her, and she lost track of how many she had consumed. Ultimately, she couldn't finish them all, as the remaining ones had melted away. Chapter 16, I Will Wait For You. Xie Shu had long forgotten how much time he had spent on his drawing. Once he completed his assignment and raised his gaze, he realized it was already dark outside. He had been among the first to commence his task, his progress only slightly ahead of his 3 sons. By this hour, hunger gnawed at him, prompting him to consider procuring a meal. Aware that his sons were still occupied with their assignments, he, as a father, naturally took on the responsibility of bringing back food. Before departing, he received a few respectful acknowledgments from his sons. Xie Shu initially intended to purchase a boxed meal from the cafeteria, but noticed that the promotional booth set up earlier was still manned. Some students, having just finished class or come to eat, approached to inquire about the event, requiring explanations regarding the details. He was uncertain whether their academy was short on manpower or if there was another reason for the ongoing activity. Why hadn't Xie been allowed to leave yet? Indeed, from his vantage point, he could still see Xie engrossed in her work. Were they that busy? He recalled their brief conversation earlier. Xie had spoken to him for a moment before returning to her tasks. He had assumed she was preoccupied and, having his own assignment to complete, chose not to disturb her. He wondered if she had eaten yet. After some contemplation, Xie Shu retrieved his phone and messaged Xie. "Have you had dinner yet?" She replied promptly, "Not yet." "Xie Shu, I see there are quite a few of you over there, so you must be busy. Why not go eat first?" After sending the message, Xie Shu looked up to find Xie scanning the area, her gaze eventually landing on him. She quickly lowered her head again, and within moments, he received her response. "Everyone is here. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to leave." "Xie Shu, what would you like to eat? I can go get it for you." Xie could hardly believe her eyes at such a reply. He was offering to help her? Hadn't he always just assisted Su Qianyi with food? Though tempted to accept, Wan Nianxi's clarity of mind was alarmingly acute at that moment. Her fingers hovered in the air for a prolonged time before she finally typed, "No need. We'll finish up here soon, and I'll go by myself." She couldn't allow herself to be treated so kindly. If he continued this way, she would truly begin to overthink things. She was already on the verge of losing her composure. Maintaining a certain distance was essential for her to think rationally. Wan Nianxi continued her introspection, but the next moment, Xie Shu's reply shattered her resolve. "Xie Shu, almost done? Then I'll wait for you. I'm free at the moment, and we can head to the cafeteria together." A sudden ringing in her ears drowned out her thoughts, obliterating all clarity. Wan Nianxi read and reread those few words multiple times, glancing over at Xie Shu in the distance. Her desires amplified once more. She wanted to refuse, to maintain distance to preserve her sanity. Yet in the end, she responded with a simple okay. Xie Shu did not intrude upon Wan Nianxi and her cohort as they promoted their event, instead finding a nearby spot to sit quietly and wait. He possessed ample patience and even messaged his sons in their dorm group, informing them that he might be returning later than usual. After all, a father carrying food was hardly something his sons could protest against. As Xie Shu awaited with a buoyant mood, Wan Nianxi was on the brink of being driven mad by her own mental turmoil. She couldn't hold back any longer. What should she do? Xie Shu was so kind. He truly should belong to her. Su Qianyi had unexpectedly seized everything from her, and what was worse, she failed to cherish it properly. The depths of her loathing for her were unfathomable. She felt an urgent need to reclaim what was rightfully hers, regardless of the means. Yet, the thought of her parents discovering her intentions sent a shiver down her spine. They would whisk her away again, depriving her of any chance to see Xie Shu. The mere 6 months of separation had been unbearable, leaving her in a state of despair. Now, accustomed to their occasional encounters, Xie Shu's frequent appearances only intensified her inner turmoil. Wan Nianxi was engulfed in a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. She yearned for him, yet feared the consequences of her actions. She understood the necessity of maintaining distance and composure, but how could she remain rational when Xie Shu persistently sought her out? Time seemed to stretch interminably until a classmate's voice jolted her back to reality. The moment had arrived for them to depart, and in a daze, Wan Nianxi nodded, rising unsteadily to approach Xie Shu. However, just a few steps into her journey, her radiant face darkened abruptly. A pallor washed over her, and her feet froze in place, leaving her immobile for what felt like an eternity. A nearby student glanced at her, inquiring if she required assistance, to which she merely shook her head, prompting the individual to leave with a sense of resignation. Xie Shu, seated not far away, was absorbed in his phone, yet frequently cast glances in Wan Nianxi's direction. When he finally looked up, he was taken aback to see her standing rigidly, one hand pressed against her abdomen. Though her expression was obscured, he could envision the pain etched upon her face. Sensing something amiss, he hastily tucked away his phone and rushed to her side. "What is wrong?" Xie Shu inquired softly, concern lacing his voice as he half-supported her arm, providing a semblance of stability. It's nothing," Wan Nianxi replied weakly. Noticing her discomfort, he gently guided her towards a nearby table, urging her to sit. The tables for the school event would remain in place for several days, so they were still accessible. Once seated, her complexion improved slightly, yet her hand remained firmly against her abdomen. Observing this gesture, Xie Shu's experience led him to deduce her predicament. Leaning closer, he lowered his voice. "Shall I go to the store and get you something?" Wan Nianxi understood his implication, but was taken aback by his willingness to assist her. She had warned him not to be overly kind. Biting her lip in silence, she felt a mix of physical discomfort and emotional turmoil. Seeing her gaze fixed on him, Xie Shu assumed she was merely shy about asking for help, as many girls tend to be. Straightening up, he declared, "Wait here, I'll be back shortly." As he turned to leave, Wan Nianxi instinctively grasped his arm, halting him in his tracks. He paused, turning back with a look of confusion. Wan Nianxi, feeling as if she had been electrocuted, released his arm and averted her gaze, softly explaining, "There's no need. I came prepared." "Is that so?" he asked, and she nodded slightly. "Then let me take you to the restroom?" "No, Wan Nianxi's pale complexion flushed with a hint of color. Her subsequent words caught in her throat. When she declined his offer, Xie Shu surmised she was indeed well prepared, and that her discomfort stemmed solely from a sudden spasm of pain. "Is it really that serious? Should we visit the infirmary?" he questioned, concern etched across his face. He had never witnessed her in such distress before, which heightened his anxiety. "No, really it's unnecessary. I just had the ice cream you bought for lunch, and it upset my stomach," Wan Nianxi explained. Xie Shu's expression shifted to one of disbelief. "Then why did you eat it? You shouldn't have. Knowing it would make you feel unwell, why would you indulge?" His surprise caused his voice to rise slightly, imbued with a hint of reproach. Yet, rather than feeling hurt, Yinshi found herself inexplicably delighted. She remained silent, her head bowed as she listened obediently to his admonishments. She hadn't intended to consume so much ice cream during such a sensitive time. The sudden intake of cold treats had merely expedited her cycle. In that moment, all she could think about was how much she valued what Xie Shu had given her. Thankfully, she had prepared in advance for her cycle, sparing herself from embarrassment. Just sit here and rest for a moment. I'll go get you something to eat, Xie Shu finally said after a few moments of contemplation. With that, he strode away, leaving Yinshi daring to gaze at his retreating figure. He bypassed the cafeteria, heading instead to a nearby store, where he procured several items before hurrying back towards her. As he approached, a smile crept onto Yinshi's lips. Upon returning to her side, Xie Shu circumvented her and settled next to her, placing the items on the table. He prepared a cup of porridge for her, inserting a straw before handing it over. Thank you, Yinshi murmured, accepting the warm cup, its heat enveloping her from head to toe. Xie Shu merely nodded, cracking an egg against the table's edge, then leisurely peeling it. When only a small fragment of the shell remained, he offered it to her. Yinshi accepted it in astonishment, her heart swelling as she gazed into his beautiful eyes. The day felt surreal, as if she were suspended in a dream. Xie Shu's kindness mirrored the affection he had shown her before Su Qianyi's interference, and she felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Considering your discomfort, I didn't want to buy anything too heavy, so I got you extra porridge. You could take some home, and there's brown sugar. Make sure to brew some when you get back, he advised, gently pushing the items towards her with a watchful eye. Yinshi nodded, obediently absorbing his words. While everything appeared tranquil, only she was aware of the tumultuous emotions brewing within her. She struggled to maintain control over her racing thoughts, fearful that the delusions the doctor had mentioned would resurface. Her dwindling rationality urged her to remain calm, to act like a normal person. The tension within her became unbearable, and she longed for relief through medication, yet hesitated at the thought of Xie Shu discovering it. If he were to find out, would he distance himself from her entirely? To prevent such a scenario, she chose to endure silently, ensuring that no hint of her distress reached him. After spending a while in her company, Xie Shu finally escorted Yinshi back to her dormitory. At the entrance, he handed her the items he had purchased, reminding her to take care as she entered. Once she was safely inside, he turned to leave, unaware of the pair of eyes watching him from a distance. In the girls' dormitory, and Tian knocked on the door before entering. She placed the takeout dinner she had brought on the table in front of Su Qianyi. After thanking her, Su Qianyi nodded in acknowledgement and settled into her seat. Though she glanced at her phone for a moment, her unease prompted her to set it aside. She turned her gaze towards Su Qianyi, who was preparing to eat. Qianyi, has Xie Shu contacted you? Su Qianyi's hand, poised with chopsticks, abruptly halted, and her expression instantaneously darkened. This afternoon, she had watched, helplessly, as Xie Shu transitioned from a 4-player game to a 5-player game without including her. She was on the verge of tears from his disregard. She had wallowed under her covers in sorrow for a prolonged period. Once her emotions stabilized, she reached for her phone, only to discover that Xie Shu had yet to message her. Consequently, she was engulfed in distress once more. Xie Shu's actions directly impacted her mood, rendering her unable to focus on her painting, and she only managed to push through her assignments late into the night. Later, she had to beseech Tian to bring her dinner because she was pressed for time. Every moment was precious to her now. After an entire afternoon of striving to forget Xie Shu, why didn't Tian have to bring him up again? Su Qianyi wore a stern expression, brimming with displeasure. No. Why would he contact me? I already told him not to bother me anymore. Isn't it better that he doesn't reach out? And Tian cleared her throat softly. Well, perhaps you should take the initiative to contact Xie Shu. Why would I do that? I sent him so many messages last night, and he still hasn't replied. I just feel that he seems a bit strange today. In the past, when you rejected him, he never took this long to reach out to you. Aren't you worried he might like someone else? Upon hearing this, Su Qianyi felt a pang of pain in her heart, but she maintained her defiance. What does it matter to me whom he likes? Besides, it's his freedom to like whoever he wants. And Tian was momentarily taken aback. And after a long pause, she said, Qianyi, I actually think Xie Shu is quite a good person. Just think about it. He has pursued you from freshman year to junior year, treating you so well that we, as bystanders, are envious. He has liked you for so long and has confessed to you countless times over these 3 years. You have consistently rejected him. Wouldn't it be fair to give him a chance? After so many rejections, even the most steadfast affection would eventually wane. Regardless of Tian's arguments, Su Qianyi remained unmoved. Her friends were unaware that she had known Xie Shu for 6 years, and he had pursued her for the same duration. throughout those 6 years. She had witnessed everything Xie Shu had done for her, and she did not truly believe he would fall for someone else. After all, he had once taken art classes just to accompany her, and now they were in the same class again. Such a deeply emotional person could hardly be interested in anyone else. It occurred to her that during high school, Xie Shu had once deliberately ignored her, not responding to her messages, maintaining that silence for 3 days, only to seek her out on the 4th day. Was he attempting to employ the same tactic again? She wondered which of his dorm mates had planted this idea in his mind. It was indeed childish. Perhaps it had been years since she had experienced such neglect from Xie Shu, and she was merely struggling to adapt to it once more. Yes, that must be it. He was indeed quite immature. Did he really think she would crumble and seek him out? Not a chance. His attempts at playing hard to get were futile. After Tian spoke for quite some time, Su Qianyi remained unresponsive, prompting her friend to sigh in resignation. As her close sister, Tian knew Su Qianyi was inherently proud. How could she possibly tell her that she had just seen a girl whom Xie Shu had escorted back to the dormitory on her way to the cafeteria? Due to the angle, she hadn't clearly seen the girl's face, but she had certainly witnessed Xie Shu's expression, which radiated genuine concern for that girl. As a mere observer, and having been in the same class as Xie Shu for 3 years, Tian noted that his concern for the girl did not pale in comparison to how he had once cared for Su Qianyi. At that moment, she couldn't help but wonder if Xie Shu was pursuing someone else, yet she felt too timid to directly ask him. How could she inquire about his kindness towards someone other than Su Qianyi? He was even in a relationship with Su Qianyi. What right did she have to question him? Thus, she chose to remain silent, quietly following Xie Shu to the cafeteria, where she watched him buy a meal before returning. Now, returning to find Su Qianyi in such a state, and Tian sighed. No matter what she said, Su Qianyi would not wish to hear it. On Xie Shu's end, she hoped that her concerns were unfounded. After all, Xie Shu was genuinely a good person. If Su Qianyi failed to cherish him properly, she might one day regret it. Chapter 18, beginning to feel unaccustomed. Perhaps due to having formed a rational explanation in her mind, Su Qianyi became less concerned about Xie Shu's aloofness as the day progressed. After dinner, she resumed her painting, and by the time she finished, it was quite late. After washing up and getting into bed, she instinctively reached for her phone to check WeChat. There were messages, but none from Xie Shu. They were from various groups or other friends. Her lips pressed into a straight line as she casually replied to those messages, then aimlessly flitted between different apps, unsure of what to do. After a considerable time, she returned to WeChat, noticing that Xie Shu still hadn't contacted her, which stirred unease within her. Deep down, she knew that Xie Shu might be deliberately ignoring her to capture her attention, yet she couldn't shake the feeling of disquiet. It felt as if something was amiss. Ultimately, she clicked into Xie Shu's chat window and scrolled through their previous conversations. In the past, at this hour, she would be asleep, and Xie Shu would always send her a good night message punctually. Yet that had ceased since last night. She scrolled up a bit more and found an early morning message from Xie Shu wishing her a good morning. That too had vanished since today. Su Qianyi is berättigt. Something she had grown accustomed to was suddenly absent, making it difficult for her to accept. Still, she continually reassured herself that Xie Shu would return to normal soon, and there was no need for her to dwell on it. From high school to university, he had always been by her side, and he would continue to be. Perhaps it was just his roommates who had planted some idea in his head, trying to play games with her. Such tricks meant for young girls were something a mature woman like herself would not concern herself with. Having concluded this thought, Su Qianyi exited the chat window, plugged in her headphones, and randomly selected a movie to watch, preparing to sleep once she grew drowsy. Meanwhile, Xie Shu had already said goodnight to Ruan Yinxi and had drifted off to sleep long ago. Xie Shu slept soundly, but Ruan Yinxi felt as if she were in a dream. Today, Xie Shu had treated her exceptionally well, leaving her both elated and feeling unreal. After being neglected for years and enduring considerable pain, the sudden turn of events felt too good to be true. It was disconcerting. She suspected this was what the doctor referred to as delusion. Despite taking several pills to alleviate her feelings, they seemed ineffective this time. No, she needed to find a moment to consult a doctor. If things escalated and she lost control, her parents would undoubtedly prevent her from staying here. She didn't want to leave. The following morning, Xie Shu was the first to awaken. Instead of waking his friends, he picked up his phone and sent Ruan Yinxi a good morning message. He had anticipated that she would still be asleep at this hour, but to his surprise, she replied almost instantly with a cheerful good morning. Xie Shu raised his eyebrows in surprise. Why was Ruan Yinxi awake so early? Fortunately, she was online, so he engaged her in conversation for a few moments. After his son's alarms went off one after another, he finally inquired if Ruan Yinxi would like to join him for breakfast at the cafeteria. There was a lull of several minutes on her end before she replied with a simple yes. With that, Xie Shu got out of bed to wash up. They had classes scheduled for the morning. Once he completed his morning routine, he glanced at their class group chat where the teacher had sent a message detailing the items required for the morning's lessons. Today, they only needed to bring their laptops, nothing else. Their course load was quite extensive, often necessitating different materials for different classes. For instance, yesterday they were required to bring a bag of tools, while today it was merely a laptop. Tomorrow, they might need to bring some crafting supplies. With so many classes, they occasionally forgot what to bring, a situation that had occurred numerous times, leading teachers to routinely post reminders in the group chat before each lesson. With their laptops in tow, they made their way to the cafeteria. For university students accustomed to late nights, the bright morning light did little to alleviate their exhaustion. Most still felt groggy. In stark contrast, Xie Shu, who had gone to bed early, was quite alert, a sharp difference from his 3 sons, who were yawning and listless. However, upon spotting Yinshi at the cafeteria entrance, their spirits lifted instantly. Though they weren't pursuing her, they certainly didn't want to appear lackluster in front of her. As Xie Shu approached Yinshi, he noticed the pronounced dark circles under her eyes and asked, "Did you not sleep well last night?" Her pale complexion made the circles even more conspicuous, leading one to believe she had been deprived of sleep for several nights. Yinshi nervously intertwined her fingers and nodded slightly. However, it wasn't that she hadn't slept well. She hadn't slept at all. Last night, she had suffered from insomnia. Xie Shu furrowed his brow, observing her empty hands. "You don't have class this morning, do you?" "No," she replied. "Then you should have breakfast, and then go back to sleep to ensure you get some quality rest." "Okay." Their brief exchange concluded, and they joined the queue at the breakfast counter. As Xie Shu swiped his card, he suddenly recalled that he had forgotten to recharge it. He had bought something outside the cafeteria the previous evening and had not used his meal card, so it had slipped his mind. Just as he instinctively swiped the card, the machine beeped, indicating a successful transaction and displaying his balance. "What the heck? Is that a 0? Before Xie Shu could process what was happening, Zhao Lin, standing behind him, exclaimed in shock. "What's going on?" The two behind Zhao Lin, Li De and Lu Ping, who had been preoccupied with the menu, jumped at the sudden outburst. Curious eyes turned toward Zhao Lin, who then looked at Xie Shu, puzzled. "Xie Shu, how much did you recharge your card with?" "I didn't catch that." Xie Shu was equally bewildered. "I don't know. Had he recharged it yesterday?" He couldn't recall. The others were just as perplexed. So he handed his card to Zhao Lin, suggesting he check it again. This time, everyone behind them was keenly watching. Zhao Lin swiped the card, and the balance was displayed clearly for all to see. Zhao Lin exclaimed, "Wait, Xie Shu, are you actually that wealthy? Did you really load 10,000 onto your meal card?" Lita chimed in, "When did you save up that much?" Lu Ping added, "That's quite excessive." Xie Shu, still dumbfounded, could only manage a silent response. Though he was clueless about how this had happened, a vague understanding began to form in his mind. He glanced at Yinshi, who stood silently beside him. It seemed he had inadvertently been treated to a taste of affluence. He knew he only received a few thousand yuan each month for living expenses. How could he possibly afford to load 10,000 on his card? Moreover, the school's recharging system required a student ID, leaving little room for error. Thus, it could only mean someone else had recharged it for him. Naturally, it couldn't have been his parents, who were unaware of his student ID. Even if they did know, they would have informed him. Considering who could casually spend 10,000, the only person who came to mind was Yinshi. For her, 10,000 might merely represent a fraction of her allowance. But for ordinary individuals, it was a considerable sum. He had known since childhood that Yinshi came from a wealthy family. She was the quintessential heiress. Even though he had deduced the answer, Xie Shu chose to remain silent, allowing others to misinterpret the situation. He was not intentionally trying to flaunt wealth. Rather, he was reluctant to expose Yinshi. He recalled how her parents had always warned her against displaying their wealth at school, emphasizing the importance of modesty. It was said that she had been kidnapped when she was very young, prior to their acquaintance. The kidnappers had used her to extort her parents, who, despite being wealthy, were deeply concerned for her safety. After her rescue, they insisted she live a low-profile life. Her parents were perpetually busy, rarely able to spend time with her. Their focus remained on elevating their already renowned company. While they adored Yinshi, they simply lacked the time for her, thus providing her with ample material comforts while stressing the need for discretion. In summary, they emphasized that wealth should not be flaunted. Additionally, the past had left Yinshi deeply affected, making her particularly obedient. Even when they had commuted to school together, she would choose to be dropped off several streets away to avoid drawing attention. Consequently, throughout their years at the same school, he was the only one privy to her true identity, and he had never shared it with anyone else, fearing it might lead to complications for her. Years of habit kept Xie Shu silent. He anticipated that he would eventually have the opportunity to bear the burden of someone else's wealth. This morning, wishing to accompany Ruan Yinxi for breakfast, Xie Shu opted to eat at the cafeteria before heading to class. His 3 sons, not wanting to be third wheels, took their breakfast and went ahead to secure seats in the classroom. Thus, it was just Xie Shu and Ruan Yinxi sitting together. Once they were alone, Xie Shu broached the subject of the meal card. "Did you recharge my card?" "Yes," she replied. "I noticed it was empty yesterday, so added some funds." "I just forgot. It's not that I was out of money. I don't eat at the cafeteria every day, so I might not even use all of it." "Spend it as you wish. If it runs out, you can always add more," she said casually. "Thank you, but there's no need to do this again." He hadn't even confirmed their relationship yet, and here he was, being treated to a taste of luxury. It caught him completely off guard. As he peeled a hard-boiled egg, he extended it towards Ruan Yinxi. This was the second time, and Ruan Yinxi still felt uncertain whether he was intentionally offering it to her. "Don't you want it?" Xie Shu asked, puzzled. "No." Ruan Yinxi snapped back to reality and quickly accepted it. Her gaze lowered as she avoided looking directly at him, attempting to conceal the unusual emotions swirling within her heart. Her heartbeat quickened. The two of them then lapsed into silence. Xie Shu was enjoying his breakfast, aware that he had to hurry to class soon, as the teaching area was quite distant, leaving him with little time. Once he finished his meal, he picked up his laptop bag and walked alongside Ruan Yinxi towards the cafeteria. As they walked, he gently advised her to rest well when she returned. Ruan Yinxi, initially quiet and content, suddenly turned pale upon catching a glimpse of Su Qianyi approaching from a distance. Xie Shu noticed her reaction, but merely glanced before averting his gaze. Observing Ruan Yinxi's wan complexion, he said, "Let's pause here. I must head to class now. You should return and take care of yourself." With that, he hurriedly made his way towards the teaching area, which was in an opposite direction to Su Qianyi, thus avoiding any encounter. Left standing in place, Ruan Yinxi was taken aback. Why was Xie Shu's response so different from what she had anticipated? Meanwhile, Su Qianyi, having risen reluctantly after a late night, was struggling to keep her eyes open. She had been walking with her head down, feeling lethargic, and thus had not noticed Xie Shu or the scene of him with Ruan Yinxi. Just before entering the cafeteria, she slightly lifted her head as she ascended the steps, preparing to see what breakfast options awaited her. Previously, Xie Shu had always bought breakfast for her, as she seldom visited the cafeteria herself, leaving her unaware of what was sold at the various stalls. Having grown weary of Xie Shu's childish games of teasing, she decided to come on her own today to avoid going hungry like the day before. However, after climbing the steps, she unexpectedly spotted Ruan Yinxi. The sight of her soured Su Qianyi's already fragile mood. The two exchanged glances, each harboring a mutual disdain. After a few seconds, Su Qianyi coldly averted her gaze and walked past Ruan Yinxi into the cafeteria. Ruan Yinxi turned to glance at Su Qianyi's retreating figure before looking back toward the direction Xie Shu had taken. She was certain he had seen Su Qianyi, but unlike before, he had not acknowledged her. It struck her that Xie Shu, who used to buy breakfast for Su Qianyi, had not done so today, and Su Qianyi had come to the cafeteria alone. It was the first time she had witnessed such indifference from Xie Shu towards Su Qianyi. He hadn't even glanced in her direction. Had something transpired between them? Chapter 20, Indifference. Upon arriving in the classroom, Xie Shu settled down with his classmates. He opened his laptop, launching CAD, and awaited the class bell. Naturally, with the lesson yet to commence, they could not be expected to engage in their assignments. He played for a while, and just 5 minutes before class began, he noticed Su Qianyi entering the room. She was carrying 2 portions of breakfast and approached Tian, who had arrived early to secure a seat, handing her one of the meals. What should have been an ordinary scene drew the attention of several classmates, who glanced at Su Qianyi before shifting their gaze to Xie Shu. In the past, he had always been seen with Su Qianyi, and now, with their sudden separation, Xie Shu could sense the curiosity surrounding them. Soon, the class bell rang, prompting everyone to open their CD software and begin drawing. The teacher entered, took a stroll around the classroom, and then settled at the podium, tending to his own tasks. Students could call upon the teacher if they encountered difficulties, but primarily, they were engaged in their work. Their assignments were typically completed on a weekly basis, and given the complexity from CAD to final modeling and rendering, 1 or 2 classes were insufficient for completion. Thus, they had to work even harder outside of class to keep pace. Xie Shu was seated at the edge of the classroom, alongside his classmates, with a walkway beside him. A girl across the aisle, encountering a problem mid-drawing, turned to Xie Shu for assistance after failing to resolve her issue with her peers. "Xie Shu, my software crashed, and I forgot to save my progress. Do you know where the CAD backup files are?" she inquired. Instinctively, Xie Shu pressed Ctrl-S on his own computer before rising to help her troubleshoot the problem. Saving work is a crucial habit every designer should cultivate. Otherwise, like the girl who sought help, they risk losing their progress entirely due to a software crash, an outcome far more painful than death itself. Although it was class time, asking questions and assisting classmates was commonplace, provided one did not speak loudly enough to attract the teacher's attention. Xie Shu approached the girl's desk, took the mouse, and began searching for the backup file. Not everyone in the class was well-versed in computer software. Most were proficient only in the programs they had learned. As one of the few students with considerable computer skills, Xie Shu often found himself helping female classmates with their technical difficulties. After a brief search, he located the backup file, opened it, and showed the girl her lost progress. Relieved that her work had not been entirely lost, she expressed her gratitude profusely. As the class ended, students were free to converse. "Thank you so much, Xie Shu. Otherwise, I would have wasted my progress from the past 2 classes," she exclaimed, her voice rising with excitement, drawing the attention of several classmates. Su Qianyi, seated in the front rows, turned her head to glance back upon hearing Xie Shu's name. Upon witnessing Xie Shu engaged in light-hearted conversation with a classmate, her expression soured as she turned back to her work. Why were they being so friendly? It had nothing to do with her. Before Xie Shu could return to his seat, another girl called out, "Xie Shu, I can't open a save file. Can you take a look?" "Sure," he replied, moving forward to assist her. He quickly diagnosed the issue as an incorrect save format, advising her to try a different one. No sooner had he resolved that issue than a third girl sought his help, followed by a fourth and fifth. The questions they posed were predominantly related to software issues. In design, aside from the established drafting standards, there are rarely absolute rights or wrongs, hence no one inquired about design concepts. Finally, the class bell rang, and no one approached Xie Shu for assistance. He successfully returned to his seat and resumed his drawing. The teacher returned to the classroom, methodically making a round before settling back into her seat. And Tian cast a glance at the teacher, then lowered her head to unlock her phone. Locating Su Qianyi's name and sending her a message, "Has Xie Shu contacted you yet?" Engrossed in her drawing, Su Qianyi noticed the flashing VX icon on her computer screen. Upon clicking it and seeing the message from Tian, she turned to cast a puzzled glance at the person beside her. And Tian, however, did not look at her, prompting Su Qianyi to redirect her attention to the messages on her computer. Noticing in Tian bringing up Xie Shu once more, she responded coldly, "Why are you mentioning him again? Didn't I tell him not to pester me? He must have taken that to heart. Hence, he hasn't contacted me. Isn't that a good thing?" And Tian replied, "Qianyi, let me ask you one thing. Do you truly not like Xie Shu?" Su Qianyi retorted, "Who likes him? He has been the one clinging to me for the past 3 years." And Tian pressed on, "The entire class can see the difference between you and Xie Shu. Did you not notice that all those who approached him were girls? Moreover, they were asking simple questions. Isn't that a form of probing?" Su Qianyi replied, "So?" And Tian continued, "Qianyi, Xie Shu is actually quite handsome. In the past, no one pursued him in our class, or even in the entire college, because his feelings for you were so evident, and he was so devoted to you. Those who knew they had no chance refrained from pursuing him. But now, since you two have had a falling out, those individuals feel they have a chance. Ask yourself this. After such a long time without any contact from Xie Shu, and after seeing him interact with so many girls just now, don't you feel a twinge of discomfort?" Su Qianyi replied, "Not at all." And Tian sighed, "All right, I'll say no more." Su Qianyi responded, "Okay, I'll get back to my drawing." She closed the chat window and returned her focus to her work on the computer. Xie Shu was merely providing assistance to classmates. During their freshman year, everyone was inexperienced and often sought his help. What was there to feel upset about? Helping classmates was entirely normal. They must have simply forgotten. Asking a question was hardly a crime. Lost in her thoughts, Su Qianyi mistakenly pressed the wrong shortcut several times. And after finally pressing the correct one, she forgot what she was supposed to do next. What was the big deal? It was all quite normal. She wasn't upset at all. Not in the slightest. Chapter 21, Together. As the third class of the morning was nearing its end, Xie Shu felt that he had completed his drawing. After checking it over and finding no issues, he approached the teacher to request permission to leave the classroom early to print his drawings. The journey from the living area to the teaching block took a considerable amount of time, and the teacher granted him permission. Thus, Xie Shu exited the classroom. The printing shop was located near the cafeteria, and with a clear destination in mind, he headed straight there. Just before entering the print shop, he noticed someone sitting on a bench by the greenery near the cafeteria. Given that it was close to noon and the temperature outside was quite high, even in the shade, it felt warm. Moreover, since it wasn't team meal time, there were hardly any people outside. At first, Xie Shu merely glanced at the person sitting there. But that fleeting glance made him feel that the individual appeared increasingly familiar. It seemed to be Wan Yinshi. She was wearing the same outfit as she had in the morning. Uncertain, Xie Shu called out tentatively from across the road. Ruan Yinchi? The person on the bench looked up, and their eyes met, both displaying surprise. Xie Shu crossed the road and approached the greenery, asking, "What brings you here?" Ruan Yinchi had not anticipated seeing Xie Shu during class hours. She thought she would have to wait until noon. She stood up and took a few steps towards him. "Aren't you in class?" He replied, "I'm just stepping out to print some drawings to show the teacher for the next class. But you, why are you sitting here in this heat?" She thought to herself that she was waiting for him. However, she didn't voice those words. She hesitated to contact Xie Shu directly. Yet she secretly hoped to see him again at noon and imagined they might share a meal together. Unable to reach out, but still wishing to meet, she decided to wait there, hoping he would notice her after his class. She hadn't expected him to come so soon. With her unvoiced thoughts lingering, Xie Shu didn't press further. He had matters to attend to and couldn't afford to linger outside for too long. After exchanging a few words with Ruan Yinchi, he suggested she head back to her dormitory, preparing to continue on to the print shop. Ruan Yinchi hesitated for a few seconds, but ultimately found herself unable to resist following his pace. "Xie Shu, are you thirsty? I could get you some water?" she ventured, mustering the courage to find a topic to discuss as she walked alongside him. Seeing Ruan Yinchi trailing behind, Xie Shu slowed his pace to match hers. "A little," he replied. "Then I'll go buy you some water." "Wait for me," Ruan Yinchi said, her tone carrying a hint of nervousness as she hurried towards a nearby convenience store. Xie Shu chuckled as he entered the print shop, sent the files to the attendant, and, with no one else present, the printing was completed swiftly in under a minute. Upon exiting the print shop, he caught sight of Ruan Yinchi hurrying towards him from the convenience store. One might think she feared he would leave without her. Xie Shu stood waiting for her, and as she approached, she triumphantly handed him the water. "Thank you," he said, accepting it without hesitation and taking a sip. Ruan Yinchi felt a wave of relief wash over her. She had been afraid Xie Shu would refuse her like he had in the past. Previously, when she offered him items, he would reluctantly accept them under her insistence. But since Su Qianyi's arrival, he had rejected everything she offered, from a bottle of water to designer clothing. She had even worried yesterday when she secretly topped up his meal card, fearing he might discover her act and stop her. Xie Shu capped the bottle and resumed walking. After a few steps, he sensed something was amiss, stopping to turn back and look at Ruan Yinchi, who was still standing there, seemingly lost. "Aren't you coming?" he asked. Ruan Yinchi's expression momentarily froze before she hurried to catch up with him. Xie Shu led her to a milk tea shop, where he purchased a cup of hot milk tea. At this time of year, most people opted for iced milk tea, and few would choose hot. However, Ruan Yinchi found it better to drink it hot. After receiving the milk tea from the attendant, Xie Shu turned and handed it to Ruan Yinchi. "You should drink something warm." Ruan Yinchi was taken aback. She expected Xie Shu to buy it for her. After nervously thanking him, she carefully accepted the cup. Checking the time, Xie Shu realized he had only a few minutes before class would begin again. So he explained to Ruan Yinchi that he needed to head back and prepared to retrace his steps. The sun blazed fiercely overhead. Ruan Yinchi stood under the eaves of the milk tea shop, watching Xie Shu walk away along the path lined with trees, and then glanced at a couple walking together under an umbrella, feeling a pang of discomfort in her heart. The sun was so intense. Holding the still warm cup of milk tea in one hand, her gaze drifted to the entrance of the convenience store. Lost in thought, she ultimately decided to enter the store. After walking a short distance, Xie Shu's phone buzzed, and he instinctively picked it up to check. It was a message from Ruan Yinchi. "Can you wait for me for a moment?" Xie Shu sent a question mark in response. "Ruan Yinchi, the sun is quite bright. I bought an umbrella at the supermarket, and I would like to give it to you." Xie Shu glanced back, but did not catch a glimpse of Ruan Yinchi's figure, surmising that she had yet to emerge from the supermarket. Although the heat was rather oppressive, he had grown accustomed to it and deemed it unnecessary to trouble her. Just as he considered declining her offer, his gaze shifted and fell upon a couple passing by, sharing an umbrella. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "All right." At the supermarket, Ruan Yinchi had already procured the umbrella. However, she hesitated to step outside, let alone pursue Xie Shu. She feared that if she caught up with him, he might reject her, which would leave her heartbroken. Thus, she tentatively sent a message. Upon receiving Xie Shu's affirmative reply, her heart leaped with joy, and the tender affection that lingered in her brow gradually blossomed within her heart. She quickly set her phone aside and stepped out of the supermarket. After a few strides, she spotted Xie Shu waiting for her beneath the shade of a tree. She unfurled the umbrella and quickened her pace towards him. As she drew near, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, she approached Xie Shu at a leisurely pace. If they were to share the umbrella, they needed to stand closer than usual. "Could you hold the blueprints for me? I'll manage the umbrella," she suggested. Noticing the increasing warmth in Ruan Yinchi's cheeks, Xie Shu naturally positioned himself beside her. He handed her the blueprints while he held the umbrella, and together they made their way towards the academic area. They walked closely, occasionally brushing against one another's arms. While this was a perfectly ordinary occurrence, each time Wan Yinxi made contact with Xie Shu, her heart raced with nervousness. The pair remained silent as they walked. Upon reaching the academic area, the bell signaling the end of class rang out. Within mere minutes, a throng of students poured out of various classrooms. Wan Yinxi had never visited the art academy and was unaware of where Xie Shu attended his specialized classes. Thus, he led her through the area. Together, they navigated against the flow of students, the umbrella shielding them from the sun. Among the crowd, someone took out their phone and captured a photograph of the two. Chapter 22, Caught on Camera. During this time, students were exiting the classrooms, making it somewhat inconvenient for Xie Shu and Wan Yinxi to walk against the tide. Especially at the entrance of the building, where many students emerged, Xie Shu opted to stand for a moment in the open square outside, rather than jostle through the crowd. Wan Yinxi stood closely beside him, raising her gaze to the building. So this was where they attended their specialized classes. In the past, she had contemplated following him to see where he studied, but she knew it was improper to stalk someone. Her reason told her that such behavior was inappropriate, and if discovered, it would be counterproductive, which is why she had never ventured this way before. Even the details of his classes were gleaned from screenshots of tasks he had posted on his social media. She had genuinely made an effort to control herself. Most of the time, she managed to maintain clarity of thought. However, since yesterday, everything had exceeded her expectations. It felt as though she had returned to a time before high school, when Xie Shu had treated her with kindness and concern, even sending her morning and evening greetings. Those were the things she had lost after leaving high school, seemingly restored overnight. Wan Yinxi discreetly turned her head to steal a glance at Xie Shu's profile. His eyes sparkled like distant galaxies, his brows resembled far-off mountains, his features were distinct, and his demeanor was extraordinary. He looked as she remembered. Yet now he bore a maturity that he had not possessed before. Perhaps it was due to his study of art. But the once fervent and spirited youth now exuded an air of elegance and amiability that captivated her even more. Perhaps Wan Yinxi had gazed for too long, or her gaze had been too fervent, for Xie Shu eventually noticed and turned to meet her eyes. Their gazes locked, and Wan Yinxi hastily averted her eyes. To mask her embarrassment, she took a sip of her milk tea, only to find it scalding hot, causing her to immediately drop the straw from her mouth and cough a few times. Observing this, Xie Shu transferred the umbrella to his other hand, which held a water bottle, and rummaged through his coat pocket with his free hand, retrieving a pack of tissues. He offered the tissues to Wan Yinxi and took the milk tea from her hands. Finally able to grab a tissue, Wan Yinxi wiped her mouth and murmured an apology. Xie Shu smiled gently without saying a word, returning the milk tea to her and placing the tissues back in his pocket. In front of the small square by the teaching building, beneath the diminutive sunshade, their brief interaction was unwittingly captured by an unknown passerby. Had they merely been an ordinary couple, onlookers might not have paid them much attention. However, Xie Shu was currently situated at the teaching building for their specialized courses. And though the students emerging were not from his class, they belonged to the same academy and field of study. Xie Shu had interacted with several of them, and his acquaintances extended beyond his own class. Moreover, he had persistently pursued Su Qianyi throughout 3 years. His unwavering dedication and heartfelt devotion, despite countless rejections, had rendered him a symbol of loyalty for many. Regardless of gender, numerous individuals had discussed him in hushed tones after hearing rumors, and even those unfamiliar with him had likely seen his photographs. Furthermore, given that both Xie Shu and Su Qianyi were quite attractive, she, the belle of the academy, and he, the dashing lad, both had become well-known figures over 3 years, recognized by nearly everyone. While many did not know Xie Shu personally, a significant portion of those exiting were familiar with him. Thus, when they realized the person standing beside him was not Su Qianyi, they were taken aback, though merely surprised. Yet, the subtleties of their interaction, though innocent, carried an air of ambiguity that onlookers could not help but notice. Consequently, that moment was captured by a passerby and subsequently shared on their campus forum. To attract attention, the individual crafted an intriguing title: "Is the most loyal man in the art academy pursuing someone new?" Once this post surfaced, regardless of whether one was affiliated with the art academy, the allure of the phrase "the most loyal" piqued the curiosity of many. The post featured only a single photograph. In the image, a man and a woman share an umbrella, both slightly turned towards one another. The young man held the umbrella with one hand while extending the other to offer the milk tea to the young woman beside him, who bore an unnatural blush as she reached out to accept it. The atmosphere hinted at an unspoken intimacy, though not overwhelmingly so. However, what captivated the audience was not this subtlety, but rather the comments that followed. 40, divorced with 2 kids, most loyal, What do you mean by that? How can he be loyal if he is pursuing someone new? Xiao, Sangingzi. Just a picture? What does that even mean? Provide some context. Otherwise, how can we know if he is truly loyal? Meichuan Kuko. Without context, I cannot agree. However, I, myself, am a very loyal person. Even though I have had several ex-girlfriends, my affection for women has remained steadfast since childhood. Meichuan Ifu. 6. A number of passers-by entered, initially expecting to witness some gossip, only to find themselves confronted with a single image. They were not students of the art academy and, lacking familiarity with the nuances of other disciplines, could only discern the striking beauty of the couple depicted in the picture, oblivious to any further details. Just as many were about to abandon the thread in disappointment, an art student arrived to elucidate. The young man in the image is, without a doubt, the most devoted individual I have encountered. He has pursued a fellow student from our academy for 3 years, confessing his feelings countless times, only to be rejected each time. Nonetheless, his steadfast affection for her remains unwavering. He has done numerous things for her over these 3 years, and everyone in our academy is well aware of their situation. In fact, it is the first time I've seen him alone with another girl. 3 years? A user commented, incredulous. How has he managed to persevere through so many rejections? Another inquired, my apologies for speaking too loudly. Someone else interjected. The original poster added, to elaborate. Do you remember the bold confessions that took place on Valentine's Day and the Xie Shu festival over the past 2 years on the school playground? The one confessing was this young man. Additionally, outside of these occasions, he has expressed his feelings to the girl he admires, yet has still faced rejection. Wait, so the person confessing the last 2 years was the same one? I've seen it on the forum, but never connected the dots. I remember. Roses, candles, and gifts galore. I was there last year, and it was so touching, only for him to be rejected publicly. I wondered why every Valentine's Day and Xie Shu festival ended in failure. Now it makes sense. It was the same person. Oh, I recall now. I thought he seemed familiar. Just the other day, several schools in our district held a social event, and he was there too. He confessed to a very beautiful girl, but was rejected once more. There were so many people present, and I felt a pang of sympathy for him amidst the crowd. Not too sure how stunning the girl he was enamored with is, nor am I well acquainted with their history, but 3 years is quite a stretch. If he cannot warm her heart, perhaps it would be wise to turn his affections elsewhere, supporting him. Chapter 23. Discomfort. Due to the lively discussion, the post quickly gained traction, attracting even more onlookers from other academies, including those from the same institution as Ruan-Yinshi. They scrutinized the photograph for quite some time, struggling to reconcile the bashful girl with the aloof goddess they knew. Am I seeing things? That girl resembles Ruan-Yinshi from our academy. Same academy, I agree. Another confirmed. Shouldn't she be extraordinarily aloof? She has turned down countless suitors over the past 3 years. Has she finally entered a relationship? The subject of the discussion was bombarded with inquiries from familiar faces, prompting those who knew Ruan-Yinshi to elaborate on her notoriously cold demeanor, likening her to an untouchable flower, indifferent to all. They recounted how she had scarcely made friends over the years, treating interactions as mere social obligations, her personality consistently frigid. Thus, they speculated that she must be in a relationship, especially given the affectionate expression she bore in the photograph alongside that young man. As time passed, more individuals encountered the post, including classmates of Xie Shu and Tian, who was surfing the internet. After perusing the comments for some time, Tian hesitated before handing her phone to Su Qianyi, who was engrossed in her artwork. What's this about? Su Qianyi asked, perplexed at the sudden intrusion. Just take a look. I won't say anything this time, Tian replied. Unsure of the implications, Su Qianyi accepted the phone, and upon reading the title, her heart sank. The most devoted man of the art academy has changed his affections? In her mind, the title could only refer to Xie Shu, the only individual she deemed worthy of such a title. However, the phrase change his affections left her perturbed. Composing herself, she scrolled down, only to be met with a photograph of Xie Shu alongside another girl. In an instant, her thoughts became a void. Where was Xie Shu? Why was he with another woman? He had always been by her side. Why was he so intimately involved with someone else? What about her? Su Qianyi. Huh? What? She responded, her eyes vacant, pulled back to reality by Tian's urgency. I swear, isn't that the girl from yesterday? You seem to know her. Tian remarked, glancing at the phone. Wait, she is familiar? Su Qianyi refocused her gaze on the image, finally recognizing the girl's face. Her previous fixation on Xie Shu had overshadowed her awareness of the girl beside him. Upon truly seeing her, her mind erupted once more. It was Ruan-Yinshi. At this moment, her discomfort morphed into fury. The woman who had inexplicably struck her in high school, offering no apology, and later suppressed the incident with underhanded methods. Su Qianyi had always held animosity towards Ruan Yinxi, and the thought of Xie Shu being with her was intolerable. He knew she despised Ruan Yinxi. How could he engage so closely with her? Recalling the post title, Su Qianyi's anger became lodged in her throat. No, this couldn't be right. Xie Shu did not harbor feelings for Ruan Yinxi. He would never pursue her. Their familiarity stemmed from childhood. He could not possibly be attracted to her. Yes, that is correct. Xie Shu had never liked Ruan Yinxi in high school. How could he possibly like her now? Surely, Ruan Yinxi was the one pursuing Xie Shu. Back in their first year, when Xie Shu had just begun to like her, Ruan Yinxi had latched onto him, trailing him everywhere. It was only when Xie Shu, fearing misunderstandings, had insisted that Ruan Yinxi maintain her distance that she finally relented. As a fellow woman, Su Qianyi understood Ruan Yinxi's intentions all too well. However, Xie Shu's loyalty had always been unwavering. He had been firmly on her side, which had never led her to regard Ruan Yinxi as a rival. After entering university, she had thought Ruan Yinxi had gone to a different school, nearly forgetting her existence altogether. Unexpectedly, unwelcome thoughts surged in Su Qianyi's mind, only to be swiftly suppressed. She was resolute in her belief that Xie Shu could never harbor feelings for Ruan Yinxi. Thus, it must be Ruan Yinxi who was pursuing him. As for the harmonious scene depicted in the photo, Su Qianyi no longer had the inclination to ponder it. She returned her phone to Antion, rose abruptly, and strode towards the classroom exit. Just moments ago, it appeared that Xie Shu was beneath the teaching building. She was determined to uncover the truth. At that very moment, beneath the teaching building, Xie Shu noticed a significant decrease in the number of students at the entrance and prepared to enter. He returned the umbrella to Ruan Yinxi, murmuring his thanks before retrieving his drawings and proceeding into the building. Ruan Yinxi stood outside, watching him ascend the stairs until his figure vanished from sight. Instinctively, she took a step forward, wanting to follow him, to see which classroom he was in, who sat beside him, whether they were male or female, and whether the teacher was male or female. She was eager to ascertain if he remained as popular in class as he had been before, and whether there truly was a rift between him and Su Qianyi. She yearned to learn everything about him, inside and out. Yet, after taking a single step, she abruptly halted. It seemed the doctor had advised against such actions, insisting on granting the one she cherished absolute freedom, allowing them to feel comfortable, lest they drift away. Contemplating this, she retrieved the small vial of medication she always carried. Chapter 24. Who do you think you are? Upon returning to the floor where their class was held, Xie Shu had just exited the stairwell when he encountered several male classmates who had just emerged from the nearby restroom, heading towards the classroom. Being adept at navigating the online realm, within mere minutes of the break, many had already stumbled upon the post concerning Xie Shu on the campus forum. As news spread from one to another, the number of those in the know multiplied significantly. In just a few minutes, they had managed to scroll through hundreds of replies on that post. Seeing Xie Shu return, they immediately sidled up to him, eager to gossip. Xie Shu, did you know you were just photographed? Xie Shu, it was just a few minutes ago, right beneath our teaching building. A stunning girl was with you, sharing an umbrella, and someone posted on the forum. Everyone's speculating about who that girl is. They tactfully refrained from mentioning whether he was pursuing that girl. After all, being in the same class as Xie Shu, they could more acutely sense his feelings for Su Qianyi, whose every thoughtful gesture towards her often left them feeling inadequate. Xie Shu paused for a few seconds, quickly surmising that perhaps students from another class had seen him with Ruan Yinxi and curiously snapped a photo. He had thought it might be something more significant. Thus, he candidly informed them that Ruan Yinxi was a childhood friend with whom he shared a close bond. However, before he could utter many more words or take many more steps, he suddenly noticed someone emerging from their classroom, striding directly towards them. Su Qianyi approached with a composed expression, her gaze cold as she fixed her eyes intently on him. Xie Shu had initially intended to ignore Su Qianyi, but his classmates clearly felt the tension in the air. Ahem, Xie Shu, we should head back to class now. You two continue your conversation. They hastily retreated into the classroom. In the corridor outside the classroom, students from other classes had already cleared out, and those still in session had yet to emerge, with even the teachers occupied in their offices. The hallway was eerily quiet. Su Qianyi's face was set in a stern expression. Her lips pressed tightly together as she struggled to suppress her anger, her eyes filled with indifference. This was the first time Xie Shu had encountered such a look from her. Previously, even if he were unaware of the reason for her anger, he would have instinctively apologized. But now, what did it matter to him? They locked eyes for a few seconds, and Xie Shu calmly averted his gaze. No problem. Then I'll head back to class. With that, he attempted to bypass Su Qianyi. Xie Shu. Su Qianyi could no longer restrain herself and spoke first. Merely calling his name, seemed to require all her strength. In the past, it was always Xie Shu who proactively called her name, regardless of where she went or what she did. Yet now, after watching him for so long, he no longer called her with the same tender words. It felt as if she had lost something significant. However, Su Qianyi had no time to dwell on this. She urgently wanted to make him stop. Xie Shu did as she anticipated, pausing to look at her. "What is it? Speak." His tone was steady and gentle, yet there lingered an almost imperceptible distance in his demeanor. "Were you just with Yinshi?" "Yes." "Why?" "What do you mean, why?" "You know I dislike Yinshi." Su Qianyi's voice slightly elevated. Meanwhile, at the end of the corridor, a pair of slender, fair legs came to a slow halt, standing at the threshold without stepping out. "I understand there are conflicts between you two, but what does my being with her have to do with you?" Su Qianyi was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, what did Xie Shu's normal interactions with her have to do with her? But she could not bear to see him with someone she despised. It felt utterly bizarre. A person she loathed, alongside someone who had been with her for so many years, their closeness left her wondering where she fit in. After a brief pause, she continued, "I dislike you being with her. You should be by my side." Xie Shu was taken aback by her words, his expression morphing into one of skepticism as his brows knitted together. "Are you the police of the Pacific Ocean? What? Are you meddling too much? What I like or dislike has nothing to do with you. Must I seek your permission for my actions? Su Qianyi, who do you think you are? What gives you the right to dictate my affairs?" Su Qianyi was momentarily stunned by Xie Shu's words. This was the first time she had heard him speak to her in such a tone. In an instant, a tide of grievances surged within her. Her eyes stung with unshed tears, her tightly pressed lips nearly trembling downwards. But her formidable pride quelled her emotions just in time. Lowering her head slightly, she inhaled deeply, suppressing all her feelings. When she looked up again, she had regained her composure. She parted her lips, about to speak, but Xie Shu interrupted her. "Teacher, my drawings have been printed. Could you take a look?" Having noticed several teachers exiting the office and engaged in conversation, he called out and began to walk towards them. Thus, Su Qianyi was left standing alone in the hallway. The emotions she had just prepared were instantly shattered, unable to contain herself any longer. Suspicious tears welled in her eyes. Simultaneously, the class bell rang, leaving her with no time to grieve. Su Qianyi stood there for a few seconds, ultimately swallowing her grievances and restoring her composure before turning back towards the classroom. The hallway quickly returned to silence. In the corridor, Yinshi finally turned and descended the stairs. She exited the teaching building and paused outside. Then, she took out her phone and dialed a number. "Uncle Zhang, could you please look into everything concerning Xie Shu from last week? I would greatly appreciate it. Please don't let my parents know. I am merely curious. I understand what I'm doing. I'll go to the hospital myself. You just need to gather the information for me." After speaking with the other party, she hung up and fell into a long silence. Indeed, something had transpired between Xie Shu and Su Qianyi. Previously, she had restrained herself from focusing too much on Xie Shu, which left her unaware of the happenings between them. All her knowledge regarding Xie Shu had come from her social circle. Had it not been for the ineffectiveness of her medication today, leading her to uncontrollably follow after them, she might have remained oblivious to their recent conversation. Out of curiosity, she sought to have someone investigate. By the way, was this medication expired? It was utterly useless. Chapter 25. Seating Arrangements. During the last class of the morning, after showing the drawings to the teacher, Xie Shu continued to revise the existing issues under the teacher's guidance. He was quite focused, yet his classmate, Su Qianyi, did not share his earnestness. Gripping the mouse, she struggled to draw even a single line, and after finally managing to illustrate a few steps, she deleted them once more. She could not calm her mind. Her thoughts were still consumed by Xie Shu's earlier words. How could he speak to her like that? What did he mean it was none of her business? How could he get so close to Yinshi? Clearly, he had her by his side, and she held no affection for Yinshi, so he should not be allowed to draw too close to her. Wasn't he always like that before? Even if he intended to provoke her attention, wasn't that rather excessive? Throughout the entire class, Su Qianyi hardly accomplished any work, but contemplated a great deal. After the class ended, it was noon, and the students were packing up their belongings, shutting down their computers, and gradually exiting the classroom. Su Qianyi had initially planned to deliberately take her time packing up, hoping to see if Xie Shu would wait for her. However, before she could even shut down her computer, she noticed Xie Shu had already left the classroom with his computer bag in hand. He and T spared her a glance. Disappointment flooded her heart. Pretending to be unfazed, she finished packing her computer and exited the classroom with an T on, heading toward the cafeteria. Along the way, she checked her phone countless times, yet she still awaited a message from Xie Shu. It wasn't T until they reached the cafeteria door, and even while she was already in line to get her meal, that she still hadn't received a message from him. In the past, Although she and Xie Shu did not always eat together, he would typically join her most of the time. Even on the rare occasions he dined with friends, he would send her a message to explain. It had been 2 days. Xie Shu had not initiated contact with her about going to the cafeteria. Earlier, on the way to the cafeteria, he had sent a message to Yanxi, thinking that since she had no classes in the morning, they could go to the cafeteria together at noon. However, after a considerable time had passed and they arrived at the entrance, Yanxi had yet to respond. Assuming she was busy with her responsibilities as class monitor, he paid it little mind and casually had lunch with his friends before returning to the dormitory. They had 2 more classes in the afternoon, and when the time came, he took his textbooks and headed back to the classroom. The lecture was attended by several classes, and the room was quite crowded. Due to his late arrival, only the first 2 rows had remaining seats by the time he reached the classroom. Since both rows were comparable, he opted to sit in the front row. After sitting for a while, students continued to enter, gradually filling the remaining empty seats in the first 2 rows. Just minutes before class began, while seated and engrossed in his phone, Xie Shu caught sight of someone entering the classroom from the corner of his eye. Habitually, he glanced up and met Su Qianyi's gaze as she entered. Their eyes locked for a brief moment before he calmly lowered his gaze once more, returning to his phone. Noticing that Xie Shu had ceased to look at her, Su Qianyi averted her gaze, her expression stern. Though the lecture hall was expansive, it was now teeming with students. At this moment, the classroom was densely populated, making it difficult for Su Qianyi, who had arrived just in time, to discern any available seats. Consequently, she found herself momentarily frozen at the entrance, unsure of where to go, and Tian stood beside her, scanning the classroom for an available spot, but they were both at a loss. In such classes, students typically arrived in pairs, and most of those seated together were familiar with one another. If they were not well acquainted, there would often be an empty seat between them. However, since there were 2 of them, they naturally desired to sit together, which made 1 seat insufficient. Thus, the 2 of them remained at the entrance for quite some time without finding a vacant spot. Just then, the teacher arrived. The teacher, noticing the 2 girls standing at the classroom door, quickly grasped the situation. He called roll during the class, which meant that students rarely skipped, and he had encountered several instances where latecomers were unsure of where to sit. After surveying the classroom, he pointed to the front rows and said, "There are empty seats over there. Would you like to sit there? However, you may have to sit apart." The area the teacher indicated was precisely where Xie Shu and his friends were seated. They occupied the middle seats, and since they were unfamiliar with the boys from other classes seated next to them, an empty seat separated them. The row behind them had a similar situation. Therefore, if the girls chose to sit there, they would have to be separated, sitting in front and behind each other. And Tian hesitated for a moment. But Su Qianyi quickly agreed, saying, "All right, thank you, teacher." With that, she took in Tian's hand and walked further into the classroom. Simultaneously, the teacher approached the podium and addressed the students in the first 2 rows, students sitting on the edges of the first 2 rows. "Please move inward to make space for these 2 girls." As soon as the teacher's words fell, Xie Shu felt someone standing beside him. He looked up and met Su Qianyi's gaze once more. Xie Shu and Tian. She finally understood why Su Qianyi had agreed to the teacher's suggestion. Xie Shu occupied the edge seat, and he could only let the others move in before he could shift. He averted his gaze and nudged Lu Ping beside him with his elbow, silently urging them to hurry. It wasn't that he was concerned about Su Qianyi standing for too long. It was simply that he disliked being scrutinized by her gaze. Soon, Su Qianyi and Tian settled into the first 2 rows, just as the class bell rang, and the teacher retrieved the roster to begin calling names. Since Xie Shu and Su Qianyi were in the same class, their names were also quite close on the list. As the teacher called their names in succession and they responded, many students in the classroom turned to look at them in confusion. Only the students in the front rows were aware of the teacher's seating arrangement for Su Qianyi and Tian, while those seated in the middle and back were either engrossed in their phones or chatting and had missed the exchange, leaving them surprised to see the 2 seated together. Didn't they say that Xie Shu had not pursued Su Qianyi? Why are they sitting together again? Could it be that the post circulating on the campus forum this morning was merely a rumor? Chapter 26, Silent Words. In class, Xie Shu rarely glanced at his phone. Young people should not be preoccupied with their devices during lessons. They must also be aware of the teacher's whereabouts. The instructor spent most of the time pacing back and forth at the podium, which led to Xie Shu's limited phone usage. Otherwise, considering he sat in the last row, he might have already ventured into the virtual realm. University professors tend to be lenient. As long as students do not overindulge in their phones, they are generally overlooked. Nevertheless, everyone is still a student, and out of respect for the teacher, they tend to restrain themselves, so those seated in the front rows behaved similarly to Xie Shu. Sitting in the front row, Xie Shu found it inappropriate to play games or watch videos. His only recourse was to engage in conversation. Fortunately, the four of them from the dormitory sat together in the front row, sharing a similar predicament. Thus they began chatting in their group, while attentively listening to the lecture and nervously checking their phones. During this time, he sent several messages to Xie, yet she still did not respond. What could she possibly be occupied with for so many hours? Could something be amiss? In this day and age, barring exams or exceptional circumstances, one would typically have their phone on hand, even for attendance in class. However, out of concern, he resolved to call Xie after class. Su Qianyi sat upright beside Xie Shu, paying earnest attention to the lecture, standing in stark contrast to the other students who occasionally glanced at their phones. Yet, this was merely a superficial observation. While others occasionally checked their devices, she stole glances at Xie Shu. Seated together, she merely had to tilt her head slightly to observe all of Xie Shu's actions. She watched him switch between QQ and WeChat, chatting with others, while she discreetly checked her own phone several times, yet still found no messages from him. As the class neared its midpoint, he had not uttered a word to her. Previously, there had been instances when they were forced to sit in the front due to tardiness, and even then, Xie Shu would quietly converse with her. If a strict teacher was present, he would jot down notes to communicate. No matter the circumstances, their interactions had never felt as distant as they did this time. Su Qianyi attempted to take the initiative several times, but was repeatedly suppressed by her own pride. For so many years, Xie Shu had always been the one to make the first move, and she had grown accustomed to this dynamic. Thus, throughout the entire class, she neither sought out Xie Shu, nor did he approach her. After the first class concluded, many students vacated the classroom, yet Su Qianyi remained seated. Positioned at the edge, she was merely one person away from the aisle where Xie Shu stood, while a considerable distance separated her from others on her other side. She was uncertain if Xie Shu intended to leave, but she hoped he might ask her to let him pass if he wished to exit. That way, it would feel as though he had made the first move. Alas, her hopes were dashed. Xie Shu intended to step outside to make a call, but neither of those seated beside him showed any inclination to leave, and the crowd on the opposite side further complicated matters. Thus, after deliberation, he stood up, stretched his long legs, and stepped over the desk to exit from the front. Even using this method, he had no intention of speaking to Su Qianyi. Once outside, he calmly took out a tissue to wipe the shoe prints from the desk before nonchalantly leaving the classroom. Throughout this sequence of actions, Su Qianyi felt the weight of numerous gazes upon her. She feigned ignorance, expressionless, as she lowered her head to check her phone, pretending to be unconcerned. It was fine. There was still another class. Surely he would initiate conversation during the next session, wouldn't he? Outside the classroom, Xie Shu located Xie's contact information and was about to call when a WeChat message popped up on his screen. Sorry, I was a bit busy at noon and just saw your message now. What is up? Recognizing the name, Xie Shu raised an eyebrow. Her response was rather prompt. Entering WeChat, he replied, "Nothing much, just noticed you hadn't replied and was a bit worried about you. What were you up to that kept you from checking your phone for so long?" Xie replied, "I went to hospital. Xie Shu, are you unwell?" Watching the typing indicator on his phone, he waited several minutes before receiving her response. "No, just had a stomach ache and went to buy some medicine." Her answer led Xie Shu to suspect it might be related to her menstrual cycle, although he was curious as to why it took her hours to procure medicine. However, he felt it inappropriate to pry further into such matters, so after expressing a few words of concern, he naturally shifted the topic. Their conversation continued until the class bell rang, marking the end of their exchange. Xie Shu returned to the classroom, making his way back to his seat. Su Qianyi quickly spotted his slightly taller figure amidst the crowd. Now, he would surely speak to her, wouldn't he? As anticipated, Xie Shu ultimately halted diagonally in front of her. She resisted the urge to look up, maintaining her composure. Just as she awaited him to initiate conversation, she observed Xie Shu reaching across her desk to retrieve his book, then following the crowd toward the back of the classroom. He was changing seats. Although there were no assigned places, most students tended to remain in the same seats for consecutive classes. Xie Shu's action left Su Qianyi stunned, as well as his three friends, who were equally taken aback. While there were few empty seats in the classroom, it didn't mean they were entirely absent. Xie Shu, being alone, could undoubtedly find a spot without much effort. Eventually, he settled on a vacant place against the wall, nestled between a few girls. After confirming with them that it was unoccupied, he decided to sit there, considering that sitting in the middle might lead to awkwardness. The girls kindly adjusted to make space for him, allowing him to take the edge seat. Once seated, he looked ahead, only to find his three friends giving him the middle finger. Xie Shu immediately retaliated, raising his right hand to push at the non-existent contact lenses on his forehead. A playful rebuttal to his friend's antics. Chapter 27. Parting. At the same time, outside the hospital, Wang Yinchi glanced back at the chat history with Xie Shu, her emotions a blend of excitement and regret. Earlier that morning, she had asked Uncle Zhang to help her gather information about Xie Shu from the previous week before coming to the hospital. She recognized that she was not as composed as she once was, so she made the decision to come to the hospital while she still had her wits about her. She arrived around noon. Although it was the doctor's break time, the money she offered was sufficient for the doctor to make an exception and attend to her. Yet, time slipped away, and she had not checked her phone during the entire duration, unaware of the multitude of messages Xie Shu had sent her. She failed to respond in a timely manner and consequently missed the opportunity to have lunch with Xie Shu, as well as the chance to spend time with him. Regret washed over her. Had she known she would return to the hospital in the afternoon, she would have acted differently. As her heart raced increasingly, she recognized the emergence of delusional thoughts within her, and realizing that her mind was conjuring up negative intentions. Wang Yinchi swiftly retrieved the new medication she had just purchased from her bag and took a tablet. After consuming it, she felt a slight alleviation, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. The past couple of days had been somewhat torturous for her. Xie Shu had been excessively kind. She constantly feared that she might scare him away. Although she could locate him no matter where he went, she understood that such behavior would be unwelcome. The thought of being disliked by Xie Shu was more painful than death itself. Otherwise, she would not have endured Su Qianyi for so many years. With a sigh, Wang Yinchi set her phone down, preparing to return to school. Just a few steps later, her phone chimed. Assuming it was a message from Xie Shu, she quickly took it out to check. To her surprise, it was a file sent by someone noted as Uncle Zhang. Upon opening the document, she found it to be a straightforward schedule. Though the itinerary did not specify whose it was, both she and Uncle Zhang were tacitly aware. A brief glance revealed that the entries consisted primarily of classes, meals, and dormitory activities, nothing particularly noteworthy. However, there was an additional entry for a social event that took place the night before. A social event? She recalled hearing classmates mention a gathering organized by students from nearby schools, and someone in her dorm had asked if she wanted to attend. At that time, she had been completely uninterested. She did not enjoy conversing with others, let alone making friends with strangers, so she had declined the invitation. Her current social interactions were merely the result of her parents' insistence on fundamental socializing. Otherwise, she would ignore such people entirely. By the way, did Xie Shu attend that event? He typically frequented places where Su Qianyi was present, so did she attend as well? The day following that night, she unexpectedly encountered Xie Shu on campus, and they began to interact again. Then, during lunch yesterday, as well as this morning, she had spent time with Xie Shu, and Su Qianyi was notably absent from his side. Moreover, Xie Shu had clearly seen Su Qianyi yesterday at lunch and again this morning, yet he had ignored her. Coupled with the conversation she had overheard in the hallway today, she was convinced that something significant had transpired at the social event that night. Contemplating this, she replied to Uncle Zhang, "Uncle Zhang, could you investigate the events surrounding that social gathering more thoroughly? For instance, did anything noteworthy occur at that time?" Uncle Zhang responded, "Miss, this is about as much as I can do. You know one's own one to allow you to get close to Xie Tongxue. And if he finds out that I'm investigating matters concerning him on your behalf, I could very well be dismissed." Wang Yinchi sent a transfer of 10,000 yuan. Uncle Zhang retracted a message. Uncle Zhang acknowledged the receipt of her transfer. "All right, miss, please wait a moment." Wang Yinchi responded, "Okay." After concluding the conversation, she truly set her phone aside and proceeded toward the school. At school, after Xie Shu changed seats during the second class, he deliberately visited the canyon to frustrate the three troublesome boys, even capturing a few screenshots of his counterattacks against the opposing team. Naturally, he could not be so unscrupulous for long. After one round, he exited the game and returned to the group chat to boast about his exploits. Had it not been for Su Qianyi sitting beside him, he would not have changed seats at all. They were indifferent towards Su Qianyi, but he could not be. During the previous class, he had experienced an unsettling sensation that Su Qianyi had been observing him, though he had restrained himself from looking back. Upon further reflection, he dismissed the notion. It was absurd to think she would watch him. For 10 years in their previous life, she had never once regarded him. Why would she do so now? She was merely sharing a desk temporarily due to a lack of seating, and he was likely overthinking. In any case, he felt uncomfortable sitting together, prompting him to change his seat for the second class. Xie Shu felt no particular concern about this. He casually placed his phone on the desk, alternating between glancing at it and paying attention to the teacher. However, the rest of the class began to question their assumptions. Initially, they had seen Xie Shu and Su Qianyi sitting together and assumed the rumors circulating on the campus forum were unfounded. They had even commented on the forum that their relationship appeared to be thriving. Yet in the second class, Xie Shu separated himself from Su Qianyi by changing seats. Confusion ensued. The situation was becoming increasingly perplexing. Rather than speculate wildly, it was more convenient to ask directly. Consequently, after class, a bold girl called out to Xie Shu as he was about to leave, questioning him in front of everyone. Xie Shu, there are rumors saying you're no longer pursuing Su Qianyi. Is that true? Xie Shu, a handsome representative of the art academy with tall stature and long legs, had garnered the affection of many girls. However, since the beginning of their freshman year, he had been steadfastly pursuing Su Qianyi without faltering. Despite the presence of other suitors who she had rejected, Xie Shu remained the only one who consistently occupied her side. While the reasons for Su Qianyi's continuous rejections were unknown, her lack of opposition to Xie Shu's presence had led many girls to realize their own hopelessness and refrain from pursuing him. Now that it seemed he was no longer pursuing Su Qianyi, some single girls felt a renewed sense of hope. They now sought a definitive answer, as knowing the truth would enable them to take appropriate action. Other girls nearby were equally curious about the answer and halted to listen, while a few boys also paused to join the fray. Xie Shu, momentarily taken aback by being called out, quickly regained his composure and replied nonchalantly, "Rumors? I must clarify that this is no rumor." Chapter 28, I still need it myself. Su Qianyi, seated in the front row of the classroom, rose promptly as the bell rang, making her way toward the exit. In the previous class, Xie Shu had silently changed seats, indirectly causing her embarrassment before a crowd. She had endured enough of the scrutinizing gazes directed at her from all sides. She had already taken a step back by sitting beside him. What more did he want? Would it kill him to say a word to her? Yet, he had deliberately switched seats to humiliate her. He was truly insufferable. She despised him. She would not concede any further. Regardless of what game he was playing, she would no longer entertain it. She did not need his approval. Xie Shu, are there rumors saying you're no longer pursuing Su Qianyi? Is that true? A somewhat louder female voice from the back of the classroom abruptly interrupted her thoughts. In the next moment, her body froze in place. Like the others in the classroom, she turned to look toward the rear, drawn by the sound of that girl's voice. There stood Xie Shu, calm and composed despite being surrounded by onlookers. After a brief pause, he declared, "I must clarify that this is no rumor." The moment Xie Shu uttered those words, the classroom erupted in a commotion. There were those who found it hard to believe, others who deemed it unbelievable, and still some who secretly rejoiced. 3 years of affection, and just like that, it was gone. Amidst the shock, onlookers couldn't help but glance towards Su Qianyi. However, whether it was because she walked too swiftly or for some other reason, they failed to catch a glimpse of her figure, nor did they know if she had heard Xie Shu's words. The two, once inseparable, no longer departed together after class. Such a transformation led many students from other classes to gradually accept Xie Shu's claims. As for those in the same class, they had long since grown accustomed to it. Xie Shu did not elaborate further. He quickly moved ahead, joining his friends as they exited the lecture hall. The moment he stepped out, the remaining girls in the classroom erupted in excitement. With Xie Shu no longer orbiting around Su Qianyi, they finally had a chance to pursue him. On the way back to the dormitory, a girl, her cheeks flushed, hurriedly caught up with Xie Shu, noticing that the textbook in her hands matched his. He deduced she must have just attended the same class. Assuming she had something to discuss, he paused to look at her. It was her first time being this close to him, and her face grew even redder. She stammered, "Xie, could I have your WeChat?" Xie Shu was momentarily taken aback, then furrowed his brow and replied awkwardly, "No, I still need my WeChat." "How about this? You can register for one yourself using your own phone number." With that, he turned to leave. His 3 friends exchanged bemused glances, but ultimately said nothing and followed suit. Yet the girl was not ready to concede. She hastily caught up and rephrased her request. "Xie, I meant, can I scan your code?" Xie Shu halted, suddenly enlightened. "Oh, you should have been clearer." He then pulled out his phone, opened WeChat, and skillfully generated a QR code, extending his phone towards her. Taken aback by his compliance, the girl was filled with excitement. She quickly scanned the code, barely noticing Xie Shu's phone, and chattered animatedly. "Xie, we're in the same college. You might not know me, but I know you. Actually, I'm not very familiar with you either," but Xie Shu abruptly interrupted her. "No worries, although we're not close. You can still use money to get on my good side." Upon successfully scanning the code, the girl's phone chimed. Xie Shu, in turn, tucked his phone away and resumed his walk towards the dormitory. The girl stood frozen for a few moments before finally checking her phone. Upon seeing the transaction page, she stared at it for an extended period. Once they had distanced themselves, Zhao Lin nudged Xie Shu playfully with his elbow, teasing, "Xie Shu, you're quite the charmer. You just claimed in class that you wouldn't pursue Su Qianyi, and now, look, someone else here asking for your WeChat. Li da kaimding. I genuinely thought you were going to add that girl as a friend. I was under the impression you were after Yinshi. They had all witnessed Xie Shu present the payment code to the girl. The girl, in her excitement, had confused the payment code with a friend request code. Lu Ping shrugged, sighing. Only you would feign ignorance when a girl shows interest. Unlike us, who can't even find someone to date. At Lu Ping's words, Xie Shu immediately wiped the smile off his face, adopting a more serious demeanor, and remarked profoundly, "You all should refrain from such pessimism. It's important to be proactive. Our lives don't require hesitation. If we wish to go somewhere, we should go. If we want to pursue love, we should pursue it." While his initial remarks were delivered with sincerity and logic, the trio felt as if they had been fed a motivational tidbit. However, they soon realized that the last sentence was merely a jest at their expense. "Xie Shu, may you remain in good health. You'd best not sleep too soundly tonight. Keep your eyes open, taking turns on guard duty." The four strolled along the campus path, engaging in light-hearted banter like most friends. Only Xie Shu, having experienced the grind of the workforce in a previous life, understood the true value of such carefree days on campus. His roommates, it was said, had pursued art in high school out of passion, unlike him, who had chosen the path to accompany the girl he admired. Thus, they bore the marks of the subculture. With a touch of introversion, they rarely socialized, seldom ventured out unless necessary. Yet, it was precisely such individuals, when they forged friendships, proved to be the most steadfast. As they passed a basketball court, a ball suddenly soared toward them. Xie Shu, quick on his feet, caught the ball to prevent it from hitting anyone. Glancing into the court, he noticed a few individuals approaching. Assuming they were there for the ball, he tossed it over to them from a distance. Upon seeing someone catch it, he prepared to leave, only to be called back by one of them. "Are you Xie Shu?" Hearing his name, Xie Shu turned curiously. The boy was a stranger, and he had no recollection of him. How did he know him? The boy scrutinized Xie Shu from head to toe before sneering. "I don't think you're anything special." Xie Shu was taken aback. Was he being insulted? "I read in a post that you were from the art academy. And, apparently, you've been infatuated with a girl for 3 years. Now, you're trying to set your sights on Yinshi from our academy?" So he was from the same academy as Yinshi. That explained the lack of recognition. "I suggest you focus on your own academy and stop eyeing Yinshi. She is from our academy, and you should spare yourself the embarrassment of encroaching on her." Despite claiming he didn't want to say much, the boy had rambled on for quite a while. Bystanders had begun to gather, perplexed by the unfolding scene. Xie Shu regarded the incessant chatter of the boy with an expressionless demeanor. Recalling a phrase he had learned long ago, "I reflect upon myself 3 times a day. Am I being too courteous? Am I giving him face? And should I take action?" Though he contemplated these thoughts, Xie Shu refrained from resorting to violence. He was in school, after all, and being a third-year student, he couldn't afford to let his temper get the better of him and risk serious consequences. His father had taught him a few self-defense moves, and while he was no expert, he felt capable enough compared to complete novices. Yet, he worried about the potential severity of his actions. It was simply not worth the risk. Determined to graduate smoothly and avoid any disciplinary actions, Xie Shu chose not to engage with a stranger. Instead, he resolved to respond calmly. Thus, with a serene demeanor and a composed tone, he said, "What are you barking about?" Chapter 29. I remember joyful moments. The scene fell silent for a few seconds before the boy erupted in anger. "What did you say?" "Say it again, if you dare." Xie Shu retorted. "Don't strain your young ears. If you genuinely can't hear me, I could consider engraving it on your tombstone later." The opposing party's face flushed with anger, and he dropped the basketball, striding towards Xie Shu with evident intent to confront him physically. However, he was swiftly intercepted by several boys beside him. Anger aside, everyone was aware that any actual fight would likely result in disciplinary action. The restrained boy quickly regained his composure, shooting an indignant glare at Xie Shu, nearly losing his temper. If he initiated the altercation, it would undoubtedly be detrimental to him, especially with so many classmates observing. After a moment of silence, he coughed lightly to mask his embarrassment and continued, "In any case, I must inform you that Yinshi is a member of our college. So refrain from harboring any thoughts about her." Xie Shu had no desire to engage in this futile argument any longer. Instead of responding, he pulled out his phone amidst the curious gazes of the crowd. As he remained silent while tapping on his device, Zhao Lin approached him, intrigued, and asked, "Xie Shu, what are you doing?" "I'm searching for the number of the dog-catching squad, planning to summon them to our school," Xie Shu replied. "Don't go too far." The boy across from him took several seconds to comprehend that Xie Shu was insinuating something about him, and barely restrained his anger. Zhao Lin, concerned that Xie Shu might actually follow through, pressed down on his phone. Seizing the opportunity, Xie Shu tucked his phone away and redirected his gaze towards the agitated boy. In stark contrast to the other's flushed and bulging expression, Xie Shu maintained an air of calm. Did he truly believe he had endured years of harassment in the workplace for nothing? One of his guiding principles in life was, rather than compromising oneself, it is better to put others in a difficult position. Within a mere few minutes, the boy felt as though he was about to explode with rage. Yet, being on campus and under the scrutiny of many, he could not act out. After a lengthy pause, he managed to regain some composure and spoke with a tone of disdain. I'm not here to trouble you today. I merely want to inform you that Xie recently accepted my confession, so you'd best keep your distance. At this proclamation, not only Xie Shu's 3 companions, but even several of the boy's friends displayed expressions of disbelief, all staring at him in shock. The boy raised his chin, hoping to intimidate Xie Shu into retreating. Meanwhile, the onlookers were still engrossed in the unfolding drama. Only Xie Shu found amusement in the situation. Xie accepted his confession? Was he tooting his horn like a brass band in the treetops? He likely hadn't even established a friendship with Xie. Even if he were not reborn and aware of Xie's circumstances, he was confident she would never reciprocate his feelings. After spending so much time together, he understood her well. Xie had been kidnapped in her childhood, leading her to shun friendships thereafter. When she transferred to his class in elementary school, she was resolutely against making friends. The friendship they developed stemmed from his protective instincts during that period, allowing her to gradually accept him as a friend, especially since she was young and impressionable at the time. As they progressed through middle and high school, she became increasingly reluctant to form friendships. And those she had were essentially his friends, as she had only met them through him. Her own friends? In his recollections, he had never encountered any. In short, it was a formidable challenge to become even a casual friend of Xie. And he had successfully confessed. Could he not find someone else to boast about his achievements? Why did he have to come to him? It was laughable. Xie Shu remained silent, merely letting out a derisive laugh directed at the boy, implying his utter disdain. The boy frowned. What are you laughing at? Xie Shu replied, I recalled something quite amusing. What could possibly be so hilarious? Will you ever stop? The boy retorted angrily. Stepping forward, his friends, worried about potential repercussions, attempted to restrain him, but he waved them off, signaling his composure. After they released him, he approached Xie Shu, closing the distance. Are you implying you wish to settle this once and for all? A showdown, is it? Very well, with everyone watching. You can't claim I'm bullying you. Choose what you wish to compete in. Xie Shu had no intention of engaging. Yet after a fleeting glance at a certain spot, he changed his mind. I choose. He asked, uncertain. The boy, brimming with confidence, nodded without hesitation. Given his politeness, Xie Shu did not decline. Let us compete in figure drawing. The boy was taken aback. You can't choose something you're proficient in. He had anticipated that Xie Shu would select basketball, soccer, or another sport, but never expected him to choose an area in which he excelled. Xie Shu frowned, confusion evident on his face. What do you mean by that? You asked me to choose. Should I not select something I'm good at? Should I choose what you excel in instead? The boy was momentarily speechless. While his reasoning was sound, typically, competitions should involve areas of mutual familiarity. But figure drawing? I have no background in art. How could I possibly compete in that? Choose something else. You can't do it? Isn't that obvious? Fine. Then consider yourself the loser. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave now. With that, Xie Shu began to walk away. The boy was infuriated by Xie Shu's unconventional approach. He had been suppressing his anger, and now, with Xie Shu toying with him, it was nearly unbearable. However, with so many spectators around, he could not afford to act out. Consequently, he shifted to mocking Xie Shu, aiming to redirect the crowd's attention toward him. All right, the competition is of no consequence. Besides, you'll never win Xie over. As I mentioned, she already accepted my confession. You can't even charm a girl from your own college. Do you really think girls from other colleges will be easier to pursue? The boy's voice was loud enough for nearly everyone present to hear. Xie Shu's 3 loyal friends were incensed upon hearing this, ready to retaliate. But Xie Shu halted them. Xie Shu, can you actually tolerate this? They questioned in disbelief. Not at all. Xie Shu gently waved his hand, not looking at them, but instead gazing forward as he addressed the boy. Xie, how come I've never heard you mention that you agreed to anyone's confession? Chapter 30. Explanation. The crowd followed Xie Shu's gaze, and from within the throng emerged a stunningly beautiful girl. With shoulders delicately sculpted and a waist as slender as a willow, her graceful neck and porcelain skin were captivating. She approached with an icy demeanor, striding purposefully toward Xie Shu and his companions, her gaze fixed intently on the boy. The arrival of the involved party heightened the excitement among the spectators. Xie Shu cast a light glance at the boy, noting the panic etched on his face, and realized the lad had been boasting. Why did he choose to boast to him of all people? Seeing the boy attempt to leave, Xie Shu spoke first. The person in question is here. Please continue with what you were saying. The boy's face shifted through shades of green and white. He had indeed been speaking without thought. At that moment, he believed Xie Shu was unfamiliar with him and would be unaware of the truth, while his friends, even if they knew, would never expose him. Who could have anticipated that Wan Yinxi would be present here? Had she heard everything? He suddenly reconsidered his thoughts, realizing that despite Wan Yinxi not agreeing to his advances after all this time, she at least recognized him. Moreover, he had confessed his feelings to her on multiple occasions. He could simply claim that he had misunderstood the meaning behind her previous rejection, which would not only alleviate any awkwardness, but also provide Wan Yinxi with an acceptable explanation. Just as he was about to clarify things with her, she preempted him with a question. Who are you? The boy Xie Shu could not help but scoff at her words, taking a step forward. After saying so much, I thought you two were quite familiar with each other. It seems that it is merely a one-sided acquaintance on your part. His expression betrayed disbelief as he gazed at Wan Yinxi. I am the class representative from Class 3. We often meet in the counselor's office, where I assist with various tasks. I have encountered many individuals there, yet I'm unaware of who you specifically are. He glanced towards Xie Shu, who was still laughing at him, and mustered the courage to continue. I have even confessed my feelings to you before. He vaguely remembered such an incident, but could not recall the specifics. Essentially, this implied that she could not match the face of the person who had declared his affections for her. To Wan Yinxi, individuals deemed unimportant or those she felt did not warrant a deeper relationship, like classmates and teachers during her academic years, were typically not worth remembering. Throughout her university experience, she had only committed to memory the names of her classmates, driven by her role as class monitor, while others remained entirely forgettable. She had never been one to seek friendships actively and often rejected the notion, believing them unnecessary. Had her parents not insisted on maintaining basic social interactions for her to attend this school, she would have preferred to be invisible during these years. Regardless of the boy's assertions, Wan Yinxi maintained that she did not recognize him, had no recollection of him. Just moments ago, he had boisterously claimed that she had accepted his confession, only to have the person in question declare her ignorance of him upon arrival. Such bravado had backfired. Many onlookers erupted into laughter at his expense, leaving him feeling as though he had been publicly slapped, engulfed in shame and anger. Ultimately, he shot a fierce glare at Xie Shu before hastily departing with his friends. With their departure, the incident was essentially concluded. The crowd began to disperse, and Xie Shu and his companions resumed their trek toward the dormitory, with Wan Yinxi now accompanying them. Xie Shu, did you know you nearly made me laugh myself to death back there? Zhao Lin remarked, chuckling. If I die, remember to treat me to a feast. Lita added with a light cough, then shifted the topic. It's fortunate this occurred on campus. No one dares to escalate matters. If we were off campus, it might have led to a fight, and I can only imagine how furious you'd be. Xie Shu shrugged nonchalantly. What of it? If they dare to lay a finger on me, within a minute, they'd be begging on their knees for mercy. You're that formidable? Not in the way you think. I mean, within a minute, they'd be gasping for breath, pleading for me to spare their lives. Otherwise, I might not make it out of the ICU. Lu Ping chuckled softly before patting Xie Shu on the shoulder. You changed quite a bit these past few days. Was it Su Qianyi who revealed your true character? As he reached this pivotal moment, he suddenly remembered Wan Yinxi was present. Thus, his words faltered in his throat. Clearing his throat, he swiftly redirected the conversation. What shall we have for dinner tonight? The others followed suit, engaging in the new topic. Wan Yinxi walked alongside Xie Shu, positioned at the edge, shielded by him, unable to interject into their discussion. Consequently, she remained silent, leading to their unintentional disregard for her presence. Although Lu Ping's sentence remained unfinished, he had already mentioned the key term, Su Qianyi. Wan Yinxi's hands tightened slightly, her lips pressed together as she fought against her curiosity, refraining from inquiring further. Yet, she could not help but steal a glance at Xie Shu's profile. His expression remained unchanged, his demeanor calm, as if he had not heard the name Su Qianyi mentioned. Previously, any mention of Su Qianyi would have visibly brightened his mood, but this time, he remained unaffected. She found herself intensely curious about what had transpired between them. Has Uncle Zhang not found out anything yet? In no time, they arrived at the dormitory building. It was still early afternoon, with only 2 classes having passed, leaving ample time until dinner. As per their usual routine, they would typically return to their dorms to rest. However, Xie Shu wished to spend more time with Wan Yinxi, so he handed his books to a roommate to take back for him. As Zhao Lin and the others entered the dormitory, Xie Shu had yet to consider how to spend the time when Wan Yinxi spoke first. I did not agree. Huh, the boy from earlier. I truly do not know him. Xie Shu was taken aback. Was she explaining this to him? Was she concerned about him misunderstanding her? Unconsciously, he saw a reflection of his former self. In his previous life, When he had feelings for Su Qianyi, it always seemed he was the one offering explanations. Regardless of the situation, helping with homework during school or collaborating on design projects at work. If Su Qianyi witnessed him with another female, he would feel compelled to clarify afterward. Only after his explanations would her demeanor soften towards him. Yet, the reverse was never true. When she playfully interacted with male classmates, she never offered any explanations. Though he recognized that such playful banter was common among friends, witnessing it repeatedly was disheartening. There were times he would press her with questions, only for her to respond with greater displeasure, questioning why he overthought everything, before finally offering a few explanations. Was he truly seeking explanations then? All he had desired was reassurance. Reflecting on it now, he felt that in his previous life, he had been rather humble before Su Qianyi. Fortunately, that was all in the past. He composed himself, reining in his thoughts, and with a smile gracing his lips, he spoke clearly. You needn't explain that matter. I trust you completely. Chapter 31. Medicine Wan Yinxi was initially pondering whether her words had been excessive. Considering that her relationship with Xie Shu was merely that of ordinary friends, whether or not she explained herself, he likely would not mind. However, she was taken aback when Xie Shu not only responded, but also provided her with an answer. His reply sent her heart racing, igniting a flurry of thoughts. Realizing her own unusual reaction, Wan Yinxi immediately began to introspect. For a moment, neither spoke. Xie Shu was still contemplating how to pass the time. Shopping seemed impractical due to the oppressive heat outside. Perhaps they could find a cafe to sit until evening? Would that be too dull? A movie? Was it too soon for that? As they were deep in thought, a sudden ringtone pierced the silence, emanating from Wan Yinxi's phone. I'll take this call, she said, reaching into her bag with one hand, rummaging around for her device. Inside her bag, it seemed she had other items as well. As Xie Shu heard the distinct sounds of objects colliding, with a clatter, Wan Yinxi inadvertently extracted a small medicine bottle along with her phone. The bottle fell to the ground, producing a sharper sound, and the tablets inside clinked in response. After hitting the floor, the bottle rolled, finally coming to rest by Xie Shu's feet. Observing this, he bent down to retrieve it. Habitually, he glanced at the label on the bottle, barely deciphering the name Li Pei when Wan Yinxi swiftly approached and snatched it back. Xie Shu looked on in confusion. Wan Yinxi's voice was laced with tension, her words stumbling as she struggled to articulate them. Her grip on the bottle was tight, showing no signs of loosening. Xie Shu regarded her with puzzlement, his gaze eventually drifting back to her bag, which remained unzipped, revealing several more identical bottles within. Sensing his scrutiny, Wan Yinxi hastily closed her bag and returned the fallen bottle inside. Her phone continued to ring urgently, the sound jarring in the otherwise tranquil atmosphere. Xie Shu assumed she would finally answer the call, yet she remained silent, choosing instead to hang up. Aren't you going to answer? He inquired. Wan Yinxi remained mute. I can't help but wonder. Why do you have so many medicines for stomach pain? Is it really that serious? Silence persisted. If it truly is severe, merely taking medication won't suffice. You should consider visiting a specialist, Xie Shu suggested, genuinely concerned for her well-being. After all, excessive medication could be detrimental. Moreover, he thought, her family surely had the means to afford a reputable physician. Noticing Wan Yinxi's downcast gaze, Xie Shu assumed her discomfort was worsening. He took a couple of steps closer, intending to express his concern, only for her to retreat a few steps back. Confounded, he wondered what was amiss. Wan Yinxi appeared increasingly anxious. He could see her hands trembling. I'm sorry, Xie Shu, but I have something to attend to. I must leave. Before he could utter a word, she turned and strode away with remarkable speed, appearing anything but in pain. This left Xie Shu even more perplexed. What could possibly be wrong? He had hoped to spend time with her. Perhaps another time, he sighed, as Wan Yinxi disappeared from view, leaving him to return to his dormitory. Upon his return, he found his friends just settling in. They regarded him with confusion, surprised that he had returned instead of heading out as expected. Curious inquiries ensued, and Xie Shu could only shrug, expressing his helplessness regarding Wan Yinxi's abrupt departure. He took a seat, opened his phone, and sent her several messages, hoping to ascertain her situation. However, after a good 10 minutes without a reply, he leaned his chin on his hand, boredom creeping in. What was the name of the medicine she bought? Li something? He recalled only 2 characters, both of which he recognized, but together they seemed foreign. He wasn't a medical student, and the names of medications were unfamiliar to him, leaving him clueless as to their purposes. Xie Shu, are you joining or not? Someone suddenly asked. Glancing at his phone, he noted Wan Yinxi still hadn't responded. Bored, he nodded and prepared to join in. Even while gaming, he remained alert for messages from Wan Yinxi, intending to catch a reply at the earliest opportunity. Yet, while engrossed in a game, a notification popped up from WeChat. And for a fleeting moment, he thought it was from Ruan Yinchi. He contemplated finding a hiding spot in the game to reply promptly. However, upon inspection, he realized it was a message from Su Qianyi. Why is she messaging me? He thought, recalling her previous reluctance to initiate contact. Yet, he remembered that she would reach out when she needed assistance. Was she seeking his help again? Xie Shu initially planned to ignore her, as he had before. But to his surprise, messages from Su Qianyi began flooding in, causing notifications to appear repeatedly on his screen. He nearly tapped the screen while adjusting the map on several occasions. Xie Shu, what are you doing? The mid-lane team fight is happening. Come help. I'm on my way. He replied, albeit distracted by her incessant messages, which ultimately compelled him to activate Do Not Disturb mode. Thus, he could avoid the barrage of notifications. Chapter 32, Stubbornness. Half an hour earlier, in the girls' dormitory, Su Qianyi returned with a stern expression. She took her seat, her demeanor far from pleasant. Earlier in the classroom, she had overheard Xie Shu's words, and the embarrassment of his public declaration had left her flustered, not wanting to linger under the scrutiny of their peers. She had slipped away before anyone could notice. It was strange. She felt both deeply saddened and unjustly wronged, longing to confront Xie Shu for clarity. Yet fear had compelled her to flee. What was she afraid of? The thought of being met with his indifference if she dared to ask him face to face? Yet, Xie Shu had always treated her kindly and gently. Such worries seemed unfounded. Still, reflecting on his recent aloofness, reason told her that approaching him would likely result in coldness and neglect. The evidence was clear. During their first class, she had taken the initiative to sit beside him, only to be met with his indifference. In the second class, he had even changed seats, creating distance between them. Consequently, fear gripped her, the fear of humiliation, the fear of ridicule in front of so many. Su Qianyi fought back tears, never imagining that Xie Shu would make such declarations in front of an audience. They had known each other for years. Hadn't he always harbored feelings for her? Just days prior, he had accompanied her to a social event. What had changed? Was he merely acting to draw her attention? But if so, why did he present himself as if he were severing ties? The weight of her emotions was suffocating. Qianyi, why didn't you wait for me? I didn't even see when you left, and Tian had just returned to the dormitory. In the classroom, she, like everyone else, had been curious about Xie Shu's behavior, but when she turned back, Su Qianyi had vanished without a trace. She had attempted to message her, but received no response. With the crowd dispersing, she could only return to the dormitory to check on her friend. After just returning from climbing the stairs, and Tian felt a bit fatigued. Furthermore, since Su Qianyi was seated at her desk, she did not immediately notice any peculiarities upon entering the dormitory. It was only after she set down her books that the events in the classroom resurfaced in her mind, prompting her to cast a cautious glance at Su Qianyi. Her seat was adjacent to Su Qianyi's, allowing her to effortlessly see her profile. In that fleeting moment, she realized that Su Qianyi's eyes were inexplicably reddened, and that she was valiantly suppressing her tears. And Tian was taken aback and swiftly approached her, softly expressing concern. Qianyi, are you all right? Initially, Su Qianyi was indeed fine. She could still hold back her emotions. However, upon hearing in Tian's inquiry, all her pent-up grievances surged forth, and her tears cascaded down in heavy torrents. Over the past couple of days, although Su Qianyi had frequently felt aggrieved and anxious regarding the matter of Xie Shu, she had managed to concoct countless justifications, convincing herself that Xie Shu's actions were merely intended to garner her attention. Moreover, she had always found a way to soothe her own heart, maintaining an outward demeanor as if nothing had transpired. Yet this time, she had not sufficiently consoled herself, nor had she prepared her facade. And in Tian's single word of concern shattered her defenses. The multitude of grievances could no longer be contained. She wept uncontrollably, her heart aching profoundly, tears flowing as if mourning a deep loss. And Tian gently patted her back in a comforting gesture, wishing to speak but finding herself at a loss for words, instead silently accompanying her in her sorrow. After a considerable time of weeping, Su Qianyi, fearing the return of their other two roommates who might witness her current state, quickly regained her composure. Once her tears had subsided, she dabbed at her eyes with a tissue and, in a tone laced with grievance, murmured, "How could Xie Shu say such a thing just now?" And Tian sighed, realizing that the source of Su Qianyi's distress was indeed related to Xie Shu. She opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately swallowed her words. As a close friend and confidant, and Tian felt compelled to stand by Su Qianyi's side and advocate for her. However, what could she truly say about Xie Shu? To label him as a scoundrel? Surely not. Xie Shu was the most devoted person she had ever encountered, steadfastly by Su Qianyi's side for years, drawing envy from many of their female peers. Now that he was exhausted from pursuing her, was it so wrong for him to wish to cease? What did his earlier words truly mean? Did he intend to humiliate her? He had never acted that way before. He used to consider her feelings. How utterly unfair. Su Qianyi sobit softly, feeling a tremendous weight of injustice. After listening for a while, and Tian could no longer remain silent. Qianyi, to speak candidly, Xie Shu has genuinely treated you well. In this day and age, it is rare to find someone who has persevered in love for so many years. He has pursued you for 3 years without receiving a response. No matter how fervent his heart, it will inevitably grow cold with each passing day. Su Qianyi ceased her sobbing, regarding Tian with confusion. What do you mean? Have you ever considered that after 3 years, Xie Shu might also feel weary? Weary? Yes. Weary enough to want to give up. Are you saying that Xie Shu really intend to stop pursuing me? That he was merely speaking the truth without ulterior motives? And Tian completed the thought for her. The air fell silent for a moment before Su Qianyi, her voice trembling, replied, No, he wouldn't teach Qianyi. 3 years is truly not a short span. Any individual would feel fatigued. He wouldn't. We've known each other for 6 years, always together, in the same school, the same class, the same major, 6 years. And Tian noted a discrepancy. But this university is only 3 years old. How could you say 6? Su Qianyi sniffled, suppressing the surge of tears, and nodded. I've known Xie Shu since high school. We spent a lot of time together then, and later, we both applied to the same university and major. And Tian was utterly astonished. Why didn't you mention this before? You never asked. All right, let us set this matter aside for now. And Tian quickly regained her composure, feeling a newfound admiration for Xie Shu, while simultaneously grappling with increasing confusion. She began to question Su Qianyi, one inquiry after another. Qianyi, from high school to college. 6 years have passed. To be honest, after such a lengthy pursuit, wouldn't even the coldest heart be touched? I'm curious. Why didn't you accept him? I am unaware of your high school circumstances, but Xie Shu has confessed to you multiple times in college, and yet you have rejected him each time. Do you not harbor feelings for him? If so, why allow him to remain by your side? Why not set boundaries like you do with other boys? If you do like him, why reject him each time he professes his feelings? The barrage of questions rendered Su Qianyi speechless. Why? Because it had always been this way. He would confess, she would decline, and then they would continue as if nothing had transpired. From freshman year to junior year, they had operated in this manner. And she had grown accustomed to it. She had become accustomed to Xie Shu being by her side, to his kindness towards her, to the way he cared for her. Over time, these gestures had come to feel like a given, perhaps because they had spent so much time together. She had never considered that there might come a day when Xie Shu would leave her. She believed he would always be there, always treating her with kindness. Su Qianyi remained silent for an extended period, and Tian, unsure of her thoughts, continued, Qianyi, you cannot continue to take others' heartfelt affections for granted. Love is a mutual affair. If you truly care for Xie Shu, you cannot remain silent any longer. You need to respond to him. I don't like him. Then why did you cry when he said he wouldn't pursue you anymore? I just think it was a bit excessive for him to say that in front of so many people. Observing Su Qianyi's stubbornness, and Tian sighed once more. After a pause, she added, Last night, I saw Xie Shu escorting another girl back to the dormitory. Su Qianyi's pupils dilated in shock as she abruptly turned to Tian. Who? I don't know. I couldn't see her face clearly. Su Qianyi's grip on her thighs tightened, her nails digging into her flesh without her noticing. Did Xie Shu's recent indifference stem from his affections for another girl? No, it couldn't be. How could he like someone else? Shouldn't he always be by her side? How could he entertain feelings for another? As she witnessed Su Qianyi's deep anguish paired with her struggle to endure, and Tian felt a flicker of helplessness. She was finally experiencing the bewilderment of being an observer in a muddled situation, clearly invested yet unwilling to reveal her feelings. What was it all for? Hurried? While she could not fully grasp Su Qianyi's sentiments, as a good friend, and Tian endeavored to offer her support. Qianyi, if you truly cannot bear to lose Xie Shu, it would be best for you to take the initiative. Who would miss him? Disregarding her defiance, and Tian pressed on. There is nothing wrong with taking the initiative for someone you care about. Remember how Xie Shu has never cared about others' opinions while pursuing you. After speaking, she no longer cast a glance at Su Qianyi. Instead, she rose to change her shoes and subsequently climbed into bed, pulling out her phone to indulge in a game. She understood that it was time for Su Qianyi to ponder her situation thoroughly. Whether she desired to hold on or to let go was entirely up to her. All she could do was offer advice. Once Tian settled into bed, Su Qianyi remained quiet for several minutes. After regaining a semblance of calm, she stepped out to wash her face, erasing the traces of tears that had marred her complexion. Upon re-entering the dormitory, she too climbed into bed, hiding behind the curtain. She opened her phone and hesitated for a prolonged moment over the name Xie Shu before ultimately clicking on it. Su Qianyi. Xie Shu, what are you doing? No reply. Su Qianyi. Are you busy? Still no response. Su Qianyi. Shall we play a game? No reply once more. Su Qianyi. It's still early. Would you like to go out for a walk? I wish to see a movie. Chapter 33. Easy to console. After wreaking havoc in the gaming realm for an extended period, Xie Shu finally felt hunger pangs. Seizing a moment to glance outside the balcony, he noted that twilight was fast approaching. It must be said that the internet has truly evolved. He had merely intended to play a game or two, yet hours slipped away in the blink of an eye. After such an extensive gaming session, everyone was ravenous. They logged off together and commenced a discussion on the final conundrum among the three most challenging dilemmas in life: what to have for dinner. While they deliberated, Xie Shu checked his WeChat, realizing that he had missed several significant messages due to his Do Not Disturb mode during gaming. Spotting a red dot next to Wan Yinxi's name, he clicked on it without hesitation. During his gaming escapade, she had replied to his message. Xie Shu promptly responded, elucidating that he had been engrossed in a game and had not noticed her messages. As for the other chat box, despite the plethora of red notifications, he chose to ignore it entirely, leaving it unattended. On the other side, Wan Yinxi, who had waited patiently in the dormitory, finally received a response from Xie Shu. Her heart raced as she opened the message. Although he had explained that he was preoccupied with gaming, she remained anxious. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, she replied with a simple, apart from that, she was at a loss for words. Earlier that afternoon, Xie Shu had seen the name of her medication, which was a mere 3 characters long. She was uncertain whether he had fully comprehended its significance. In her tumultuous state of mind, she had feared that he might have noticed it, that he would inquire about it, prompting her to flee in dread. She was indeed a coward. She harbored genuine fear. Retreating to her dormitory, she was too apprehensive to look at her phone, dreading that a glance would reveal inquiries about her medication. She could not ascertain whether Xie Shu had investigated her medication online, nor could she muster the courage to respond. However, fleeting avoidance was ultimately just that, fleeting. After a self-imposed retreat of several minutes, she finally picked up her phone. Seeing that Xie Shu was merely concerned about her well-being alleviated her worry somewhat, and she responded. Yet, after sending her message, he did not reply for an extended period, causing her anxiety to resurface. During those hours of waiting, her mind spiraled with various thoughts. She feared that Xie Shu might have researched her medication and, upon learning of her condition, would come to disdain her and distance himself. Even though he had eventually replied, clarifying his earlier absence, her doubts and imaginings did not dissipate. A sense of unease settled within her, an unsettling feeling of apprehension. What if Xie Shu truly intended to distance himself from her? Would it not be better to maintain their previous relationship? Although she could not see him often, at least he had never harbored thoughts of avoiding her. After finishing their game, Xie Shu and his companions tidied up briefly before preparing to head out for dinner. A lack of enthusiasm for nourishment indicated a deeper issue. During this time, he refrained from conversing with Wan Yinxi or replying to her messages. His silence only heightened her anxiety. At that moment, no one was aware of the turmoil concealed beneath Wan Yinxi's calm exterior. She was enveloped by a whirlwind of emotions, helplessness, unease, suspicion, and fear, leaving her unable to find solace. Xie Shu, oblivious to her plight, and his friends casually selected a restaurant to dine, their phones instinctively drawn to their screens while waiting for their meals. Xie Shu retrieved his phone, opened WeChat, and sent Wan Yinxi a message. I'm at a restaurant now. What would you like to eat? After a minute or two with no response, he remained uncertain of her whereabouts or whether she had dined. If he impulsively ordered for her, what if she had already eaten? After all, he had been engrossed in gaming, and dinner time had long passed. Contemplating this, he decided to call her instead. The phone rang a few times before she answered. Hello. Wan Yinxi's voice sounded somewhat heavy, laced with a nasal quality. However, amidst the cacophony of the restaurant and the beeping notifications in his ear, Xie Shu failed to perceive this detail. He adjusted the content of his previous WeChat message. Have you eaten dinner? I'm at a restaurant. If you haven tea, I can get something for you. Xie Shu? The surprise in her tone led him to surmise that she had not recognized him upon answering the call. He responded with a soft then waited for her reply in silence. After a few seconds, Wan Yinxi hesitantly inquired, Are you going to buy something for me? Yes. Have you not eaten? What would you like? Should I come find you? Then, Xie Shu heard rustling sounds on the other end, followed by faint, unmistakable clinks. He recognized that sound all too well. He had just heard it under his dormitory earlier that afternoon. It was the sound of medicine bottles clashing. Instantly, he frowned and interjected, Don't. The rustling ceased, and the clinking sounds vanished. Wan Yinxi fell silent. A heavy stillness enveloped the call. Xie Shu glanced at his three friends seated at the table with him. Although they had briefly looked his way when he first called, they soon returned to their own conversations. He decided to discreetly distance himself. Once a little further away, he continued, "Aren't you feeling unwell? It's best not to wander around. You should rest in your dormitory. I'll arrange for someone to deliver food to you. By the way, don't forget to drink the brown sugar I bought for you yesterday. If you run out, I can get more." Contrary to Wan Yinxi's expectations, she had thought he was trying to avoid her. Instead, he was genuinely concerned for her health. Instantly, the clouds of her earlier distress dissipated, and the pain that had engulfed her moments ago melted away. What replaced it was a surge of exhilaration. She felt consoled. "Are you listening?" Xie Shu had yet to receive a response from the other party, leaving him somewhat puzzled. "Could be a signal issue." "I'm here," Wan Yinxi promptly replied. "Well, just wait in the dormitory. What would you like to eat? There are plenty of restaurants here. You don't necessarily have to choose the one I'm currently at. Just let me know, and I'll go by it right away." "But I'm in the girls' dormitory." He hesitated. "You needn't worry about that. Just wait patiently." "All right. Then please send me what you want via WeChat, and don't forget your door number." "Okay." As the call ended, Xie Shu was about to return to his seat when he was suddenly called out. "Chapter 34, Initiative." Xie Shu. A clear and somewhat indignant voice rang out not far behind him. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Xie Shu instinctively turned to look. There he spotted Su Qianyi, who had appeared out of nowhere, her gaze fixed intently upon him. The restaurant was relatively empty at the moment. So many diners heard her exclamation, including Xie Shu's three companions, who turned to see what was happening. Upon recognizing Su Qianyi, the trio expressed surprise. What a coincidence! Fate had truly knocked on their door. Xie Shu cast a blank glance at Su Qianyi before nonchalantly turning back and walking at a leisurely pace toward his previous seat. He then calmly joined his friends, awaiting their meal, as though he had completely ignored Su Qianyi. This sequence of actions rendered Su Qianyi momentarily stiff, leaving her at a loss for what to do. She had taken the initiative again. Why was he still like this? Moreover, she had sent him numerous messages this afternoon, yet he hadn't replied to a single one. A torrent of grievances welled up within her. Had she ever behaved this way before? And Tian, standing beside Su Qianyi, was also taken aback by the unexpected encounter with Xie Shu. Earlier, she had deliberately freed up her schedule for Su Qianyi to contemplate her thoughts. And only when evening fell and hunger struck did she ask if she wanted to go out for dinner, leading to their outing. To stumble upon Xie Shu so soon after their arrival was indeed surprising. Besides, hadn't he just been on a call with some girl? She had heard him mention something about drinking brown sugar water and expressing concern for the other person to take care of herself. Su Qianyi must have caught that too, hence her somewhat irritated tone. And Tian glanced at Su Qianyi, uncertain how she would respond to Xie Shu's indifference. Would she endure it and give up, or? Before she could complete her thought, she saw Su Qianyi already stepping forward. She had chosen the restaurant where Xie Shu was dining and even opted to sit at the table adjacent to theirs. Xie Shu and his companions occupied a central table, typically formed by several smaller tables pushed together, and Su Qianyi settled at one of those joined tables. Naturally, and Tian followed her lead. Although the two groups sat at separate tables, it felt as if they were at one. Furthermore, Su Qianyi had deliberately taken a seat beside Xie Shu. Xie Shu was at a loss for words. Was that table a life-saving grace from a past life? With such a vast restaurant, why did she choose this particular spot? Just as he contemplated whether to change his seat, a server arrived to deliver their meals, simultaneously inquiring what Su Qianyi and Tian would like to order. As they placed their orders, Xie Shu's phone chimed with a message from Wan Yinxi. Glancing at it, he decided to temporarily set aside his thoughts of shifting positions. Wan Yinxi had sent what she wished to eat along with her dorm number. You want to eat the same thing as me? Xie Shu mused, looking at his fried rice. After Su Qianyi and Tian finished ordering, he promptly added, "I'll have another portion of this fried rice to go, and make it mild." The server noted the order and headed to the kitchen, leaving their group enveloped in an awkward silence. Xie Shu's three companions and Tian felt a palpable sense of discomfort. However, to support their friend, they chose not to leave. In the past, they might have teased Xie Shu in this scenario. Yet now, they were acutely aware of his feelings towards Su Qianyi, and any jesting would have been impolite. Consequently, silence reigned as everyone attempted to defuse the tension by engrossing themselves in their phones. Su Qianyi lowered her head, her hands clenched into fists on her lap. Earlier outside, she had overheard Xie Shu on the phone, seemingly concerned for another girl. Although she wasn't entirely certain, the thought made her furious. Xie Shu's previous tenderness had always been directed toward her. How could he now extend it to someone else? Frustrated, she couldn't help but lash out at Xie Shu. However, he ignored her entirely. Feeling overlooked once more, she nearly felt suffocated by her emotions. For a fleeting moment, she contemplated turning and walking away, just as she had in the past, with a proud dismissal. Yet, she understood that if she turned to leave this time, he would not chase after her. Thus, she chose to follow him inside and deliberately sat beside him. She wanted to speak with him, but was at a loss for words. He had always initiated their conversations. She had never taken a lead before. As Su Qianyi wrestled with her thoughts, oblivious to how to break the impasse, Xie Shu had already picked up his chopsticks and was eating heartily, treating those around him as mere air. As long as he remained unperturbed, the awkwardness fell upon others. Simultaneously, he operated his phone with his left hand, seemingly engaged in a chat with someone. Su Qianyi, seated to his right, couldn't see clearly but was certain it was a WeChat page. Her heart sank further. How could he look at WeChat, yet refuse to reply to her messages? After a while, the server returned with the meals for the two latecomers. And Xie Shu still hadn't spoken to her. Watching as only half of his rice remained, Su Qianyi wrestled with her feelings and finally decided to speak up. Xie. Just as she uttered the first syllable, Xie Shu's phone rang, abruptly interrupting her words. He quickly answered, responded with a few brief affirmations, and soon ended the call. Although he hadn't put on speaker, the restaurant's quiet atmosphere allowed Su Qianyi to catch snippets of the other person's voice. It was a girl. Chapter 35. She had lost the one who once loved her. After hanging up, the table descended back into silence. Su Qianyi stole glances at him several times, yet he never looked her way nor offered the explanation she had anticipated. In the past, whenever Xie Shu interacted with other girls, he would always proactively explain to her, urging her not to overthink. But now, that was no longer the case. Su Qianyi bit her lower lip, her once rosy lips turning pale from the pressure. Who was that girl? Why was she calling him? Why would he tell her? The feeling of suffocation spread throughout her body. To maintain her composure and avoid losing face, Su Qianyi took some time to adjust herself, gradually calming her emotions before pretending to eat a few more bites. She finally mustered the courage to engage Xie Shu in conversation again, only to be interrupted once more. Xie Shu. A woman's voice suddenly echoed at the entrance of the restaurant. Xie Shu, upon hearing the sound, did not immediately turn to see who it was. Instead, he first picked up the takeout fried rice that the staff had placed before him. Only after that did he rise and walk towards the girl at the door. The girl accepted the fried rice he handed her and was about to leave, but Xie Shu called out to her just in time. Wait a moment. She paused, awaiting his next words. Xie Shu, fearing he might misremember her, glanced at his phone before saying, this time it's a different dormitory. I'll send you the dorm number on WeChat shortly. Please don't forget it. The girl looked somewhat surprised at this. ISNT at the previous dormitory? No. Oh, I understand now. Thank you. After the girl departed, Xie Shu turned to head back inside, only to find himself meeting Su Qianyi's incredulous gaze. Even Tian regarded him with a somewhat peculiar expression. Only his three sons exhibited little change in their demeanor, as they had known from the outset that he had purchased an additional meal for someone else, and they likely were aware that it was for Ruan Yinshi. Xie Shu paid them no mind and continued towards the restaurant. However, instead of returning to his seat, he scanned a code and paid for his meal. I have a matter to attend to, so I want to be waiting for you all, he said, securing his phone as he addressed his sons. What matter? One of them asked instinctively. The rational allocation and optimization of essential human resources, alongside a meeting with the Global Material Intercommunication Intelligent Interaction Management personnel to finalize cooperative agreements. What is he talking about? Xie Shu offered no explanation and swiftly departed. Su Qianyi remained seated, staring blankly as Xie Shu disappeared through the door, lost in thought. The girl who had just sought out Xie Shu was someone she recognized. She was a junior at school working part-time for a food delivery service. Previously, whenever Su Qianyi dreaded the cold and preferred not to leave her dorm for meals during winter, Xie Shu would arrange for someone to deliver food to her dormitory. And she had seen that girl deliver to her several times. Even outside of winter, during milder seasons, if she craved something late at night, he would purchase it and have it delivered to the dorm entrance, contacting students from the delivery platform to assist him. Because he frequently bought items for her and interacted with the part-time students often, he gradually got to know some of the junior girls, adding them on WeChat. He had explained to her that the school's delivery platform took a commission, and the part-time students had to attend classes, leading to a plethora of work with little pay, making the job arduous. Despite the large number of students, very few were willing to undertake such part-time work. Only those genuinely in need of money persisted. Thus, there were few couriers on campus, while many placed orders, especially in colder weather, where one might wait a long time for delivery. Consequently, he had added those who continued working part-time on WeChat, transferring the delivery fees directly to them, avoiding platform fees, allowing them to earn more. Sometimes he would even send them a little extra, and they would prioritize his orders, colloquially known as cutting the line. He had told her that he did this to avoid making her wait too long. But just now, Xie Shu had been buying something for another girl, hadn't he? Was it the girl he had spoken to on the phone earlier? The one he had escorted back to her dorm yesterday? And what about her? Would there still be chances for her in the future? Remembering Xie Shu's indifference and disregard, Su Qianyi suddenly felt a wave of fear. It seemed he truly no longer cared for her feelings. He appeared to have grown distant, even from himself. She felt as if she had lost the person who once cherished her dearly. Xie Shu went to the supermarket to buy some snacks and picked up a package before heading straight back to his dormitory. Upon arrival, Ruan Yinxi sent him a message confirming she had received the dinner he had purchased. Concerned that it was getting late and fearing she might go hungry, he urged her to eat. She acknowledged his message but did not respond further. His sons had yet to return and unable to find anyone to play games with. He opted to watch short videos instead. After a while, a notification for a WeChat message appeared on his screen. Switching to WeChat, he saw a message from someone saved as teacher without a surname. For a moment, Xie Shu felt puzzled. Was this a teacher from his major? He couldn't recall. Upon opening the chat, the latest message read, "Tomorrow is the weekend. Don't forget to come." This message left Xie Shu bewildered. Fortunately, WeChat still contained previous chat records. He scrolled through them and gradually pieced together who this teacher was. It turned out to be a part-time teaching assistant position at an art studio he had applied for online prior to his rebirth. He had discussed it with the teacher before, but since his rebirth, his recollection of college matters was quite hazy, and he had forgotten entirely. Lacking any sort of cheat, it was impossible for him to match every event from his college days accurately. While this was true, he had the impression that he had never worked as a teaching assistant at an art studio in his past life. Although he couldn't remember specific timelines, he should have retained some general experiences, right? After pondering for a moment, he suddenly realized the situation. During college, whenever he had free time, he sought part-time jobs. Although his parents were aware he was pursuing girls at school and provided him with adequate monthly allowances, he understood the value of earning money. He preferred to earn on his own and minimize requests for support from home. His part-time work was typically on weekends, but sometimes Su Qianyi would want to go out. Thus, in the past, he would unhesitatingly choose Su Qianyi over part-time jobs, sacrificing the latter. Since part-time work was primarily on weekends, and he often had to accompany Su Qianyi, he would frequently leave jobs prematurely, leading to a lack of consistency that displeased employers. Consequently, he switched part-time jobs often throughout college. He speculated that in his previous life, at this very moment, Su Qianyi must have suggested an outing, prompting him to decline this particular part-time opportunity, which explained why he had no memory of being a teaching assistant at the art studio. Now, after some contemplation, he decided to send Ruan Yinxi a message. "Do you have any plans for tomorrow's weekend?" After all, part-time jobs could always be sought again. This second chance at life was too precious. He wished to prioritize pursuing what he truly desired. Chapter 36. Crying for him? Xie Shu contemplated that if Ruan Yinxi had no plans, he would prepare an itinerary tonight, aiming to spend the day with her tomorrow to deepen their connection. He firmly believed that relationships should develop gradually, particularly with someone like Ruan Yinxi, with whom he had once shared a close bond in childhood, almost inseparable, but had experienced some misunderstandings later on, resulting in years of no contact. He felt it was even more necessary to take things step by step. Although he was reluctant to admit it, he couldn't help but think that perhaps, in Ruan Yinxi's eyes, he still bore the shadow of Su Qianyi. After all, she is one of the few individuals in the university who knows that he has harbored feelings for Su Qianyi since the first year of high school. She has witnessed firsthand the depth of his affection for Su Qianyi as he has fought for her against rivals, learned to fold 1,000 paper cranes, and crafted 999 of them to present to her, only to have them discarded by her. Yet, he still managed to save his pocket money for months in advance to buy her gifts that she cherished. There is so much to recount that he can scarcely keep track of it all. Consider this. If someone who once held deep feelings for another, and even had a few conflicts with you, suddenly professed their love, would you trust in their sincerity? He himself could not. Thus, from the very beginning, he resolved to take his time. Rather than relying on words to convey his intentions, he believed that demonstrating his sincerity through actions would be far more effective. He intended to gradually remove the labels associated with Su Qianyi from Ruan Yinxi's perception of him. In these early stages, it was only natural to take her out for outings and spend quality time together before proceeding further. However, Ruan Yinxi's response was, "My dad has assigned me some work to do tomorrow. Is there a problem?" Xie Shu inquired. "Uncle Ruan assigned you work? What kind of work?" Ruan Yinxi replied, "Some matters related to the company. Do you want me to learn how to handle them?" At that moment, Xie Shu comprehended. Ruan Yinxi was the sole heiress of the Ruan family, and it was clear that they were grooming her to inherit her father's company. As she progressed her senior year and sought internships, she would likely go straight to her family's firm, gradually climbing the corporate ladder. This thought conjured an image in Xie Shu's mind of Ruan Yinxi as a formidable business elite, a true female tycoon. Strangely enough, he had seen such a version of her before. In his previous life, just before closing his eyes, Ruan Yinxi had come to find him, dressed in the quintessential attire of a powerful businesswoman. Had she not been weeping with such sorrow, she would have indeed appeared utterly unattainable to others. Seize the opportunity before this childhood friend becomes a corporate queen and persuade her to be my wife. He mused. What a revelation. My future wife is a cold-hearted corporate mogul. Astonishing. The king of soft rice is, in fact, myself. Cough. That was a deviation. Just a jest. While living off another's success may be tempting, it is not sustainable. Returning to the matter at hand, it seemed that even in university, Uncle Ruan was already arranging work for Ruan Yinxi, and Xie Shu understood he must diligently pursue his own studies as well. Since Ruan Yinxi had prior commitments tomorrow, he decided to seek out a part-time job. With no other obligations, he'd rather go out and explore than remain idle in the dormitory. Having made up his mind, Xie Shu messaged the teacher. All right, teacher, could you kindly send me the address? I'd like to plan my route in advance. Before long, the teacher replied with a location. Another message followed. Our art studio starts class at 8 o'clock. Feel free to arrive whenever, even if it's a bit late. Xie Shu responded, understood. Thus, tomorrow's plans were set. He spent some time playing while conversing with Ruan Yinxi for a good 10 minutes, after which his friends leisurely returned. As they entered, they occasionally glanced towards Xie Shu, hesitant to speak. After several furtive glances, he could no longer contain himself. May I inquire how long you plan to remain silent? The trio hesitated before Zhao Lin cleared his throat and spoke. Xie Shu. I mean no offense. I merely wish to share my perspective. I feel that Su Qianyi still holds some regard for you. Xie Shu frowned. Why bring her up all of a sudden? Do you know that after you left, Su Qianyi was utterly off-kilter? If she is feeling unwell, that is her concern, not mine. Sighing, he continued. I understand you don't want to discuss her, but honestly, I had never seen Su Qianyi in such a vulnerable state. On the verge of tears. In that moment, I truly felt a pang of sympathy for her. At the restaurant, shortly after Xie Shu had departed, Su Qianyi had set down her chopsticks, lowering her head in silence. Although she remained quiet and did not raise her gaze. When Xian stood up to leave with her, they caught a glimpse of her face. It was a look of profound sorrow, a sentiment that words could scarcely convey. Tears were welling in her eyes, yet they refused to fall. Had they not known about the history between Xie Shu and Su Qianyi, they might have assumed he was a heartless cad deceitfully toying with her emotions. However, understanding the context, they were taken aback to see Su Qianyi so affected by Xie Shu's indifference. Xie Shu had pursued Su Qianyi for 3 years, and she had rebuffed him for the same duration, consistently declaring her lack of affection for him. Logically, she should harbor no feelings for him. So why did she react so painfully? Thus, after Su Qianyi and Qian departed, the trio engaged in a hushed discussion. They unanimously concluded that Su Qianyi must still care for Xie Shu, which explained her reaction to his coldness. In the past, they would have eagerly shared such a revelation with Xie Shu, believing it to be a promising sign for his affections. However, now he was pursuing someone else, and they found themselves uncertain about whether to disclose this discovery. Yet, the significance of their finding was too compelling to ignore, and they felt an urge to share it. Upon hearing their words, Xie Shu was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of confusion. Crying? Su Qianyi? Because he ignored her? What reason did she have to cry? She was the one who had insisted he leave, who had said he was bothersome. Now that he was respecting her wishes and keeping his distance, she should be pleased. Should she not? Xie Shu struggled to fedam Su Qianyi's mindset. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure. Resuming his casual posture as he crossed his legs and continued scrolling through his phone, dismissing thoughts of Su Qianyi. When faced with perplexing matters, it is often best to set them aside. Perhaps, with time, they will fade from memory. Chapter 37. The New Teacher. The following morning, despite it being the weekend, Xie Shu woke even earlier than usual. Having committed many misdeeds in his past life, he resolved to rise early for work in this one. After a quiet morning routine, he exited the dormitory. Considering that he had never been to the part-time job location before, he was wary of getting lost and wasting time, so he deliberately left early. Upon reaching the ground floor, he found a breakfast shop just opening. After purchasing his meal, he left the school and waited for the bus to the subway station. While waiting, he finally had the opportunity to open WeChat. Since his rebirth, he had adhered to a routine of early nights and early mornings. And having gone to bed early the previous night after messaging Ruan Yinxi, he was uncertain if she had risen yet. He decided to send her a morning greeting. She was likely still resting, as he did not receive a response. It was still rather early, after all. Exiting the chat with Xie, he ignored the numerous red notifications from other friends and logged out of WeChat. Subsequently, he arrived at the subway station and transferred to a line heading towards the suburbs. This place is not situated in the city center, and hailing a taxi is quite a challenge. After much effort, he managed to book a ride, but the driver informed him that they were still a considerable distance from the destination. He promptly canceled the ride, opting instead to navigate on foot. Although buses passed along the roadside, he was uncertain where they would stop. Fearing that he might miss his stop and end up farther away, he refrained from taking one. Walking would only take him about 10 minutes, and the navigation indicated that he would soon arrive at his destination. In terms of time, he deemed it not too long. Yet, where's the studio? Where are the teachers? Where are the students? Xie Shu found himself lost in thought as he gazed at a small supermarket before him. Had he taken a wrong turn? Patience, he thought, as he decided to check the route again. A minute later, Xie Shu glanced up once more at the supermarket. Sinking back into contemplation, is this really the place? It was already past 8 o'clock, although the teacher had mentioned that arriving a bit late would not be an issue. He still felt uneasy about arriving tardy. Ultimately, he sent a message to the teacher on WeChat seeking assistance. Xie Shu, teacher, I have arrived at the location you provided, but I do not see the studio. Did you perhaps send the wrong coordinates yesterday? The teacher replied promptly, you've arrived. Wait for me. I will come and get you. In just a few moments, a car suddenly stopped in front of Xie Shu. Are you Xie Shu? A woman asked from the driver's seat as she lowered the window. That's me, he nodded. Get in. I'll take you to the studio. Without hesitation, he climbed into the vehicle. The woman reversed the car and retraced their path. In less than a minute, Xie Shu noticed the car turn into a villa area. What? He thought, gazing at the clearly distinct standalone villas in silence. The female teacher glanced at him through the rearview mirror, seemingly aware of his confusion, and casually offered an explanation. This is an arts district. Most of the residents here are artists. Many of these villas actually serve as studios. Our studio is a collaborative effort among several artists from the nearby art village. When I sent you the coordinates yesterday, I was escorting students back to their dorms and inadvertently marked the location outside. Xie Shu nodded, understanding at last. He had thought he had gone astray. However, establishing a studio in such a lavish area does require considerable funds. A few minutes later, the car halted in front of villa. The two exited in succession, and the female teacher entered through the wide-open gate, beckoning Xie Shu to follow. As he stepped inside, he took a cursory glance around the villa. Perhaps due to its function as a studio, the interior was minimally decorated. The floor remained bare concrete, while the walls were coated with latex paint, adorned with artistic decor. They traversed a corridor and arrived at a large room at the back. Although it was a villa, Xie Shu felt it was not overly spacious. After all, he had encountered larger ones before. Here, he estimated it to be slightly more expansive than his own home. Of course, he was only referencing the first floor. Upon entering, he had noted that this villa comprised 3 stories. All things considered, it was indeed a villa, and its ceiling height was significantly greater than that of the average residential complex. Overall, it felt more spacious. Moreover, it was not a dwelling, but a place filled with art supplies, with ample empty space. Presently, the room was filled with students engrossed in their artwork. Xie Shu scanned the area and estimated there were about 20 students, all seemingly around the age of 16 or 17. Upon closer inspection of their canvases, he saw they were painting geometric forms from plaster casts. It reminded him of his own initial struggles as a beginner. Suddenly, he recalled the female teacher's mention of dormitories and was taken aback. Is this a college entrance exam class? Due to his arrival, the students who had been diligently painting turned their curious gazes toward him. The female teacher urged them to focus, then led Xie Shu to an adjacent room. The space next door was considerably smaller, furnished with a few easels. The female teacher glanced at the time and said, I'd like you to draw a portrait so I can assess your foundational skills. Drawing is an endeavor that requires persistent dedication. Although Xie Shu retained his foundational knowledge, it had been many years since he had completed a full portrait. Officially, he hadn't drawn in 3 years, but in truth, it had been 7 years since he last engaged in such practice, 4 years in university followed by 3 years in the workforce. Although his major involved frequent drawing, it was somewhat distinct from sketching. Xie Shu was uncertain whether he could reach the level he had attained during his college entrance exams. The female teacher, having previously conversed with Xie Shu on WeChat, was aware that his current major was not purely in the arts and did not wish to put him in a difficult position. Just demonstrate your skills. It does not need to be a flawless piece. Upon hearing this, Xie Shu felt a wave of relief wash over him. The female teacher handed him a sheet of A3 paper, and after securing it with tape, he picked up a nearby pencil and began to sketch. The teacher refrained from interrupting him and quietly exited the room as he began to draw. In that small room, Xie Shu found himself alone. To be honest, he felt quite pressured. Initially, he had assumed the teaching assistant position was for a casual art class, but upon arrival, he realized it was a college entrance exam class. These students were preparing for a critical examination, akin to a cultural entrance exam. If his skills were inadequate, it could adversely affect their education. Fortunately, his muscle memory remained intact. Moreover, the female teacher had granted him ample time. Initially, his hand felt somewhat stiff, but as he grew accustomed to the process, he quickly regained the sensation through muscle memory. He was unaware of how much time had passed when he suddenly heard soft murmurs emanating from the doorway. Turning around, he discovered several students peering in at him. Upon noticing that Xie Shu had seen them, they entered without hesitation, though they spoke in hushed tones, moving with utmost care. "Are you a new student?" One inquired curiously. "Your drawing is excellent. Have you studied before?" Another exclaimed, astonished by his work. "Why did the teacher arrange for you to be in a separate classroom? Is it because she thinks our art is subpar?" A few students whispered amongst themselves. Xie Shu was uncertain how to respond. While he was not old, his appearance hardly suggested that he was underage. Could they not consider the possibility that he was a teacher? In the early stages of training, without significant examination pressure, teachers generally exercised leniency towards students. Sometimes, when a teacher was absent, some would uncontrollably wander about. Just like now, more students had come to this small classroom to observe Xie Shu's drawing. The crowd was too large, and he found it impossible to continue painting. He decided to stop altogether. "What are you all doing here?" The female teacher, who had just descended from the second floor, approached upon seeing the group gathered at the door. "Is this a new student?" One of them inquired, intrigued. The teacher walked over to Xie Shu, glancing at his canvas. Although it was incomplete, it was evident that his foundational skills were quite solid. The proficiency of this new teaching assistant far surpasses that of the previous ones. With a smile, she shook her head at the group of students, saying, "No, he is the new teacher." The students gasped. "Oh, it seems he's been hired." As a part-time employee, Xie Shu was not required to undergo any formal process. After a brief self-introduction, he promptly commenced his duties. His task involved circulating within the classroom, observing the students' artwork, assisting them in identifying issues, and encouraging revisions. Beyond that, there was little else. Even the demonstration of techniques was handled directly by Teacher Li, rendering his presence unnecessary. Given the small class size, he found the work remarkably effortless. Although it was indeed easy, he could not afford to be distracted. Thus, throughout the entire morning, he refrained from checking his phone. Chapter 38. He was indifferent. It was only during the lunch break that Xie Shu found the opportunity to glance at his phone. To avoid disturbances, he had set it to silent mode. Upon unlocking the device, he was met with a flurry of missed calls, unread messages, and a staggering 99 messages on WeChat, causing his heart to race. What could have transpired? He assumed it might pertain to school matters or assignments from his sons, prompting reminders. In haste, he unlocked the screen to discover that all the calls and messages were from the same individual. Xie Shu's expression shifted. Wait, there are messages from others as well. The first message on his WeChat list was from his close friend, Xie, who had replied to him earlier that morning. However, he had been engaged with his part-time work in the art studio and had not been able to respond promptly. Ignoring the surplus messages and missed calls, he tapped into Xie's chat window, about to reply, when Teacher Li approached him and said, "Xie Shu, come join us for lunch. It will give you a chance to familiarize yourself with the surroundings, and you'll know your way for future visits." Just then, the students returned from washing their hands outside, ready to head to lunch in a group. Considering his unfamiliarity with the area, Xie Shu agreed. Moreover, with classes resuming in the afternoon, wandering alone would lead him back anyway. It was better to join them. As they exited the art studio, while waiting for the remaining students, he again picked up his phone to respond to messages, only to hear voices coming from the other side of the villa. Curiosity piqued. He glanced over, spotting several unfamiliar faces, likely fellow high school students. Upon their arrival, they greeted the students from the art studio with familiarity. "Hey, is this the new boy in your art class? He's quite handsome," one girl remarked, gazing at Xie Shu. "Ahem, yes, our teacher," a student quickly interjected. "A teacher? So young," the girl exclaimed, then continued, "Teacher, do you have a girlfriend?" Xie Shu thought to himself, "Are today as students this bold? All right, everyone. Tone it down a bit." Teacher Li, the last to exit, closed the door and came to Xie Shu's aid. She added an explanation. "There are students from the media class on the second floor." The second floor? Xie Shu turned to glance at the corner of the villa from which they had just emerged, realizing that there must be an outdoor staircase leading to the second floor. So there were classes on the second floor as well. And in media, he had assumed only art training occurred here. Before he could voice his thoughts, several individuals emerged from that direction, evidently teachers. Upon spotting Xie Shu, they quickly recognized his role. "Li, is this the new teaching assistant for your art class?" "Quite dashing," a female teacher remarked with a smile. Subsequently, several teachers introduced themselves briefly, providing Xie Shu with insight into their identities and the classes offered in the villa. The first floor housed the art class, managed by teacher Li with the assistance of 2 other instructors, specializing in sketching and color theory, though they were currently absent. The second floor was designated for the media class, staffed by several teachers of both genders who were present that day, including those he had just encountered. Since both classes were training in the same location, the students had developed a close rapport, often going to lunch in pairs, with teachers accompanying them, as they would be coexisting for several months. Throughout the walk, Xie Shu engaged in conversation with the teachers, momentarily neglecting to message Yinchi. Following them to another exit of the art district, it took only a few minutes of walking and a turn before he encountered numerous restaurants and various stalls. This area contrasted greatly with what he had observed earlier at another exit. While the morning had seemed remote and difficult to access, the current atmosphere felt lively. The presence of small stalls suggested a significant flow of people in this vicinity. They entered a restaurant together, and, after settling in, he again took out his phone to locate Yinchi's name, contemplating whether she was on break. It was midday now. Surely, she would be free to chat. His fingers danced across the keyboard with practiced ease, but before he could complete his message, an incoming call interrupted him. His finger inadvertently landed on the answer button. Staring at the screen displaying the name Su Qianyi, Xie Shu froze. Why was she calling again? Wasn't she tired? Even if she wasn't, couldn't she let her phone rest for a moment? After a morning of calls, could she not give a break? It seems Su Qianyi was equally taken aback by Xie Shu's acceptance of the call, as both parties momentarily forgot to speak. Xie Shu, what are you ordering? What are you doing? Suddenly interjected teacher Li, who was seated at the same table with a few other teachers. They had just finished ordering and were passing the menu to him. As Xie Shu reached for the menu, the words he had intended to utter caught in his throat, abruptly interrupted by Su Qianyi's voice emanating from his phone. Xie Shu, where are you? Who are you with? Her tone bore an unmistakable hint of suppressed anger. At that moment, the other teachers at the table finally noticed that Xie Shu was on a call with a girl, redirecting their attention toward him. Perhaps Su Qianyi's tone had been too evident, as the teachers collectively registered the tension. One male teacher couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at Xie Shu. Eager to tease him, Xie Shu, who is she? Maintaining his composure, Xie Shu placed the menu in front of himself, took a pen in his right hand, and marked his desired dishes, while simultaneously responding to the inquiry, a student. With that, he casually pressed the hang-up button with his left thumb, terminating the call. The teachers were taken aback, having expected more dialogue before the call was dropped. They were left momentarily stunned. A student? Does he think we're 3 years old? They had all been navigating society for many years. If she were merely a fellow student, why had that girl reacted with anger upon hearing teacher Li's voice? It was evident that a misunderstanding had occurred, leading to her irritation. Could it be that she likes you? Another teacher inquired curiously. Likes him? Xie Shu furrowed his brow and shook his head. No, it's merely a classmate, just a fellow student. Su Qianyi harbors feelings for him. That would be as unbelievable as the king of hell issuing a proclamation. Even the ghosts would not believe it. Chapter 39. She cares. Su Qianyi, in their previous life, he had concealed his feelings for a decade without ever warming her heart. In this lifetime, he had relinquished hope. Could it be that she would still pursue him? When she called him, it was undoubtedly a request for his assistance. Today was the weekend. She must have sought him out for a day of leisure. In their previous life, at this very moment, he had forsaken this part-time job to spend time with her. Now, he had opted for the job and not for her, leaving her without any plans. Thus, her call surely signified a matter of importance. Was it acceptable to hang up before even hearing her out? Teacher Li expressed his curiosity. It's of no concern, he replied. What does it matter to him? The sky could fall, and it would still be irrelevant to him. If there were any urgent matters from the school, his 3 devoted students would inform him. There was no need for her to demean herself to do so. Regarding Su Qianyi, Xie Shu preferred to say little. The other teachers present could perceive this and wisely shifted the conversation to another topic, leaving the matter behind. Simultaneously, in the girls' dormitory, Su Qianyi stared at the disconnected call, momentarily taken aback. She had barely uttered a single sentence. Regaining her composure, she promptly redialed, only to be met with another disconnection. Undeterred, she tried again, only to be rejected once more. After several attempts, she found herself blocked. A wave of profound grievance washed over her, her eyes stinging, and the air in her nostrils seemed to diminish, the sensation of suffocation growing increasingly unbearable. The scene before her began to blur. She raised a hand to rub her swollen eyes, wiping away the tears that obscured her vision, desperately stifling the urge to cry. She turned to WeChat. She opened Xie Shu's chat window, gazing at the still unread messages, her heart racing. The entire screen of her phone was filled with messages she had sent to Xie Shu, a vast expanse of text, yet not a single reply awaited her. She opened the keyboard, intending to inquire why he had blocked her number, but a wave of anxiety washed over her. What if he found her bothersome and blocked her on WeChat as well? Or perhaps he had already done so? Su Qianyi was uncertain, regardless of the truth. She could not accept either possibility. After a lengthy hesitation, she deleted and revised her message multiple times before finally deciding to send it. Su Qianyi, Xie Shu, can you please respond to me? The message was sent successfully, yet no reply came. Subsequently, Su Qianyi refrained from sending further messages. The fact that Xie Shu had not blocked her on WeChat was already a small mercy. If she continued to bombard him with messages as she had done with her calls, she feared her WeChat might soon find itself on his blacklist as well. How unjust. How sorrowful. When would Xie Shu come to console her? He had once shown her such kindness and concern, accompanying her on weekend outings. This morning, she had risen early to reach out to him, intending to invite him out, yet he continuously ignored her. She had sent numerous messages and made countless calls, finally managing to get through at noon, but the outcome was, who was that person he had just been with? Where was he now? Her heart ached with concern. At noon, several teachers had treated Xie Shu to lunch. After the meal, the students returned to the art district in small groups, and he remained among the teachers. Although he was merely a teaching assistant, he was still part of the faculty. Contrary to Xie Shu's expectations, they did not return to the previous villa, but instead headed towards another exit of the art district, the very route he had taken in the morning. The disparity between the two exits was striking. The earlier path was bustling with restaurants akin to a tourist attraction, while this side resembled an ordinary suburban area, dotted with residences and fields. Where are we headed? Xie Shu inquired, perplexed. To the dormitory. During the season, it's easy to feel drowsy. Allowing the students to rest a bit after lunch before classes is preferable, Teacher Li explained. Xie Shu nodded in agreement. That makes sense. However, he hesitated. I don't reside here, nor am I a student. What purpose do I serve in going along? Shouldn't he return to the studio? Why not rest as well? There are accommodations available, and the artists who co-manage the studio are well off. They provide good living arrangements, Teacher Li encouraged. With the conversation taking this turn, Xie Shu acquiesced and followed along. Due to the abundance of self-built homes in this area, the collaborative artists had rented several rooms to serve as dormitories for the students. Overall, the environment was quite pleasant and conveniently located. The teachers had separate accommodations, while Xie Shu, being a temporary assistant, did not have a designated room. To ensure he could rest adequately, a male teacher led him to the boys' dormitory. Fortunately, with both classes having few male students, there were spare beds available for him to rest temporarily. Upon arriving at the dormitory, he finally found solitude. Xie Shu reopened the chat with Ruan Yinchi and sent his message. Ruan Yinchi responded almost instantly. Seeing her online, Xie Shu quickly sent another message, explaining that he had been unable to check his phone earlier that morning, hence his delayed reply. Ruan Yinchi, what were you doing this morning? So busy? Xie Shu, part-time work, didn't I mention it? Ruan Yinchi, part-time job? Xie Shu, yes, since I have nothing to do on weekends, I found a part-time job. Ruan Yinchi, what kind of job? Xie Shu, teaching assistant at the studio. Ruan Yinchi, is it very busy? Are you tired? Xie Shu, it's not overwhelmingly busy, nor am I particularly tired. The main issue is that I'm the only teacher in the classroom, so I can't slack off. If I spend all my time looking at my phone, what if the students think I'm neglecting my duties? And if the lead teacher sees me and thinks I'm not serious, what if they refuse to let me continue? Reading his response, Ruan Yinchi typed several times. I have money. No need to work part-time. I can support you, and similar sentiments, but ultimately, she deleted them all. After much revision, she finally sent a simple reply. Thank you for your hard work. Xie Shu, I have classes this afternoon as well, so I might be a bit late returning tonight. This message suddenly gave Ruan Yinchi a peculiar impression. Why did it feel as though Xie Shu was trying to explain something to her, justifying that he had been busy all day and not with anyone else? Before she could feel pleased, her spirits plummeted once more. She was once again indulging in fanciful thoughts. She had taken so many medications these past few days, yet none seemed to take effect. Chapter 40. Listen to my revenge plan. Devoid of drowsiness, Xie Shu continued chatting with Ruan Yinchi on WeChat for quite a while. Although Ruan Yinchi responded almost immediately each time, Xie Shu found her replies rather aloof. Sometimes they consisted of just a few words, and when he fell silent, she too would remain unresponsive. Yet, as soon as he sent another message, she would invariably reply in an instant. What a closed book. Was Tishi more talkative in their previous life? They reminisced about their university days, but eventually, Ruan Yinchi's presence seemed to fade away. She had not replied for quite some time. After approximately 10 minutes, Xie Shu received a message from her, which conveyed that she had to get busy again. Glancing at the time, he noted it was still not quite 1 o'clock. Surely, this hour should be designated for rest, right? Was she truly going to labor on without a break? Alas, it seemed that a future female CEO indeed bore a heavy burden. Even before graduation, she was already immersing herself in the intricacies of managing company affairs. The thought of what lay ahead suddenly overwhelmed Xie Shu with a sense of pressure. The disparity in their family backgrounds was quite pronounced. Their acquaintance stemmed from childhood events. Otherwise, how could two ordinary individuals ever hope to befriend a daughter of a wealthy family? Although their parents had crossed paths on a few occasions in their youth, the interactions between their families were exceedingly rare. They were genuinely busy, too occupied to meet. During his childhood, on occasions like the Spring Festival, it often happened that Nianxi spent the holiday alone at home. It was only after he learned of her solitude that he invited her to celebrate with his family. If even the Spring Festival was such, one can only imagine how other holidays unfolded, with Nianxi often spending them in solitude. He recalled a few instances when she celebrated at their home. Her parents must have finished their work and brought numerous gifts to express their gratitude for the care bestowed upon her. His parents welcomed them graciously, engaging in brief conversation before sharing a meal and parting ways. Initially, Xie Shu assumed Nianxi might feel disheartened by this, but she exhibited no signs of sorrow, not even a fleeting expression. Perhaps she had long acclimated to her parents' absence. She neither wept nor complained, simply watching them depart in silence. One could not deny that Nianxi's parents were accomplished business people. Yet, in terms of parenting, they seemed to fall short. Cough. In any case, the frequency of Xie Shu's interactions with Uncle Ruan had only amounted to a mere handful over the years. He remained uncertain of their perceptions of him, and whether they would ever oppose his relationship with Nianxi. Let future matters rest for now. He had yet to take his first step. With Nianxi occupied, Xie Shu decided to take a break himself. Before exiting WeChat, he cast a glance at Su Qianyi's friend icon, noticing that the red notification had climbed to 99. Since that fateful night of his rebirth, he had not ventured into her conversation box, oblivious to the messages she had sent, lacking the inclination to check. Though he had not opened the chat, the last message from her remained visible. Xie Shu, can you please respond to me? Xie Shu was taken aback. What did she mean by that? Did it not evoke a sense of her feeling wronged, almost as if she were pleading for his attention? Yet, if he deemed it an illusion, then there was little point in dwelling on it. Thus, he switched off his phone and reclined to rest, neglecting to reply to Su Qianyi's message. In the afternoon, Xie Shu made his way to the art studio at the designated time to resume his part-time job. It was his first day in this role, and since the students had only recently returned from training, the pressure was minimal. His own stress was similarly light, causing the afternoon to pass swiftly. Although he left the studio while the day was still relatively young, the location was somewhat remote, necessitating a transfer on the subway back to the school, which would consume a fair amount of time. Estimating his arrival at the campus, he figured it would be dark by then. As he pondered his role as the father to his unruly dorm mates, he sent a message to the dorm group. On my way back to school, does anyone need me to bring food? Zhao Lin and Li De were also working part-time today and were out, so only Lu Ping replied. I do. Xie Shu asked, what would you like to eat? Lu Ping requested. 2 chicken legs, 1 hamburger, a portion of fries, 1 chicken wing, a serving of chicken nuggets, and 2 egg tarts. Xie Shu inquired. Do you want a Coke? Lu Ping replied. No, I'm on a diet. Xie Shu teased. Then you might just waste away. After exchanging messages with the dieting dormmate, Xie Shu opened Nianxi's chat box. Their conversation had stalled at noon. He had not checked his phone during the afternoon and had no time to chat with her. So, she really wouldn't message him unless he reached out first. Given the current time, she should be done with her tasks, right? Xie Shu typed a message. Why haven't you replied to my messages? That is quite impolite. ISNT it? Is it because I didn't text you? Nianxi. Look, is she not online? While Xie Shu contemplated his next response, another message from Nianxi came through. Just finished. To substantiate her claim, she sent him a photo, and from the background, it was evident that she was still at the office. Well, it seemed even the daughter of a capitalist had to work overtime. With that topic temporarily closed, Xie Shu continued. Have you had dinner yet? Nianxi. Not yet. Xie Shu. I have something I wish to discuss with you. Nianxi. What is it? Xie Shu. Throughout these 3 years of university, my homeroom teacher has launched verbal assaults against me. Various subject teachers have targeted me. My roommates had displayed impatience, seized my scholarships, and even threatened me to bring them food. I genuinely regarded them as roommates, yet they treated me as a father. I endured countless times, only to receive escalated mistreatment in return. Enough is enough. Tonight at 8 o'clock, behind Jiangling University, we shall find a restaurant to sit down, and you shall listen to my elaborate plan for revenge. After sending the message, Xie Shu waited a long while without receiving a response. Just when he thought Nianxi was too busy, she finally replied. Nianxi, Do you need me to help you get rid of them? Xie Shu. She certainly knew how to get to the point. Did she not spend time online? The moon fell, and the crows cried in the frost-laden sky as he quietly lit a cigarette. Chapter 41. Is it a blessing or a curse? Observing Ruan Yinxi's tone, which bore a semblance of seriousness, Xie Shu reluctantly simplified his previous message. Tonight, at 8 o'clock. Would you like to join me for dinner in the back street? The location he referred to was a street behind their school, colloquially known as the back street. Due to its proximity to the campus, most establishments there were small eateries and restaurants, with vendors lining the street from end to end. Typically, when friends gathered, they favored dining in the back street. In the past, he had also enjoyed going there to buy snacks for Su Qianyi. Meanwhile, Ruan Yinxi, upon reading Xie Shu's latest message, fixed her beautiful eyes on the screen, repeatedly confirming it. After assuring that he was indeed inviting her, she cautiously asked, "Are there other people going? If so, she would prefer not to attend." She had no desire to encounter Su Qianyi. Last night, Uncle Zhang had informed her about the events concerning Xie Shu and Su Qianyi during their social gathering. However, at that time, nothing particularly noteworthy occurred. She initially believed that Xie Shu's repeated neglect of Su Qianyi was a result of their quarrel, which had soured their relationship. Yet, that was not the case. At the social gathering that evening, nothing of the sort transpired. If one were to insist that something did happen, it was merely that Xie Shu once again professed his feelings for Su Qianyi. He remained as persistent as ever, but the outcome was no different from before. It was rather unremarkable. Thus, she unconsciously attributed Xie Shu's recent kindness to mere politeness when encountering friends. As for why Xie Shu chose to ignore her, she could not comprehend, though she felt this situation might soon dissipate. After all, Xie Shu was so enamored with Su Qianyi that he had once forsaken her during high school. Xie Shu, no, just the two of us. These few words swiftly normalized Ruan Yinxi's previously pessimistic mood. Xie Shu, if you're busy, then forget it. Ruan Yinxi, I'm not. I'm a bit far from the school now. It will probably take some time to get there. Xie Shu, it's all right. I'm still on my way back too. There's no rush. A little delay won't matter. Ruan Yinxi, great. Thus, their plans for the evening were set. After concluding their conversation, Ruan Yinxi immediately rose from her seat, bag in hand, preparing to leave. However, she was called to a halt by someone. Xiaoxi, aren't you coming back with me? I'm about to finish here. Ruan Yinxi paused, turning to meet the gaze of a wealthy woman seated nearby, her expression unchanged. Mom, I'm staying at school tonight. Typically, during the weekdays, Ruan Yinxi resided in the school dormitory, while on weekends, she returned home. After all, she occasionally needed to go to the company to learn how to handle matters, and staying at home saved her from traveling too far. According to past customs, she should have returned home tonight, especially since her mother had no social engagements or other matters to attend to. They had originally planned to dine together. The affluent woman looked at Ruan Yinxi with confusion. You still have to go to the company tomorrow. Isn't it quite troublesome to go back to school when it's so far? It wastes time. I can wake up earlier tomorrow. The wealthy woman scrutinized Ruan Yinxi for a while, ultimately saying nothing further, merely nodding. It's up to you. Seeing her mother refrain from further inquiry, Ruan Yinxi promptly turned and departed. Xie Shu was waiting for her. She could not afford to be late. After Ruan Yinxi left, the affluent woman slowly closed the documents in her hands, her gaze lingering on the direction Ruan Yinxi had gone, deep in thought. She was well aware of her daughter's situation. Throughout her life, Ruan Yinxi had staunchly refused to make friends. In her heart, the only friend she had was that boy. Xie Shu, even as parents, they had failed to foster a connection that would allow her to open her heart to them, which remained a source of regret for them. Although there had been little interaction between her and Xie Shu over the past few years, it was clear to both that she still cared for him. Otherwise, she would not have insisted on attending this particular university. Up until now, the only person who truly mattered to her was Xie Shu, with even her parents taking a back seat. Were it not for their insistence on socializing, she could hardly imagine how difficult it would be for her to communicate with others. Yet even so, her social interactions at school were merely to fulfill the social obligations imposed upon her. In other words, she did not care in the least for the friends in her class. So what was the reason for her deliberate return to the school tonight? To spend time with her dormitory friends? She deemed that unlikely. If she were to do it for someone, it could only be for Xie Shu. Although Ruan Yinxi had claimed she had not seen him at school for 3 years, they were ultimately in the same institution and could have encountered each other. Reflecting on Xie Shu, the affluent woman sighed deeply. Sometimes, fate truly plays tricks on people, and they could not discern whether this was a blessing or a curse. Secretary Lin, please follow Xiaoxi and see if she is indeed meeting with Xie Shu tonight, the affluent woman instructed a nearby secretary. Secretary Lin nodded in response, and then followed Ruan Yinxi out. On his way back to school, after purchasing the desired snacks for his rebellious younger sibling outside the campus. Xie Shu made his way down to the dormitory building before hurrying to the school's back gate. He and Ruan Yinxi had arranged to meet there, and beyond the back gate lay the bustling back street. When he arrived at the back gate, he discovered Ruan Yinxi already waiting for him at the entrance, prompting him to quicken his steps. "It hasn't been too long, right? I just returned to the dorm to deliver food to my roommate, which delayed me for a few minutes." Upon hearing Xie Shu's voice from behind, Ruan Yinxi turned around, her brows furrowing at his words. "I saw you had a good relationship with your roommate before. Why are they threatening you to bring him food?" "Xie Shu, she really doesn't surf the internet, does she?" Clearing his throat, Xie Shu replied, "I was just joking with you earlier. Don't take it to heart. Let's head to the back street first." Ruan Yinxi cast several strange glances at Xie Shu, only reluctantly believing him after confirming he was not merely dismissing her. The back street was teeming with people, both men and women walking in pairs, and numerous couples strolled hand in hand. Xie Shu and Ruan Yinxi walked side by side through the crowd, their demeanor neither overly intimate nor excessively distant. Understanding that Ruan Yinxi was rather reserved, Xie Shu took the initiative to engage in conversation, with her responding in kind. It was an ordinary scene, yet it caught the attention of a few female classmates of Xie Shu midway. Chapter 42. Su Qianyi approaches. On the bustling street, Xie Shu was searching for a suitable shop. At this hour, many people were shopping on the back street, and the few stores near the school's back gate were nearly filled to capacity. Not wishing to squeeze through, he continued walking ahead with Ruan Yinxi, all while keeping her engaged in conversation to stave off any boredom. He paid no heed to whether he recognized anyone around him, so when he passed by several female classmates, he remained oblivious to their presence. Though he failed to notice them, the girls certainly noticed him. Among the girls, two happened to be dorm mates with Su Qianyi, and since they maintained a reasonably good relationship, they quickly snapped a picture of Xie Shu and Ruan Yinxi from behind and sent it to their dorm group chat. The accompanying message read, "Qianyi, we spotted Xie Shu on the back street. He seems to be out shopping with another girl." As soon as they sent the message, they suddenly felt it was inappropriate. In recent days, the relationship between Xie Shu and Su Qianyi had undergone a dramatic shift, and he had previously made it clear that he was no longer involved with her. So why had they taken this photo? It felt unnecessary. Alas, the main reason was that Xie Shu and Su Qianyi had never been in such a situation before. Seeing him with another girl instinctively stirred their thoughts. Realizing their mistake, they promptly retracted their message from the group chat. However, it was unfortunate that Su Qianyi, who had been waiting for news from Xie Shu all day, was glued to her phone and saw the message the moment it arrived. She promptly replied, "Who is the girl next to him?" After sending the message, she tagged the girl who had just posted the picture. At this point, even if the girl wanted to feign ignorance, she could not. She could only respond honestly, "I don't know, I didn't see her face earlier." Su Qianyi then asked, "Can you help me take a picture?" The girl hesitated. "Isn't that inappropriate?" Su Qianyi countered, "What is wrong with that? They're not celebrities, and you're not a paparazzi. It's just a photo. I just want to take a look. I want to do anything with it." Ultimately, the girl, yielding to Su Qianyi's request, followed behind Xie Shu and the others. To capture a clear shot of Xie Shu, she would have to walk ahead of them, but not wanting to be discovered by him, she had to maneuver a little further ahead. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Su Qianyi, who had buried her head in her pillow, feeling dejected all day and waiting for news, quickly got out of bed. She changed her clothes and shoes, tidied herself up hastily, and rushed out of the dormitory. The backdrop of that photo was the back street of their school, a path she had walked for 3 years. She would not mistake it. Had Xie Shu been ignoring her all day while accompanying another girl? Who was that girl? What right did she have to compete with Su Qianyi for Xie Shu's attention? After all, Xie Shu had been by her side for so many years. How could he be taken away from her? She needed to reclaim Xie Shu. She could not afford to lose him again. She would not allow anyone else to take him. On the back street of Jiangling University, Xie Shu and Ruan Yinxi, oblivious to the unfolding drama, continued their conversation as they walked. Xie Shu shared the details of his part-time job with Ruan Yinxi, revealing aspects of his life to her. After listening, Ruan Yinxi asked with genuine concern, "Are you tired?" Initially, she had no idea he would be working so far away today. Had she known, she could have asked the driver who was taking her to the company to give him a ride as well. In truth, he did not have to take on a part-time job. "It's not tiring at all. I just show students some visuals and guide them a bit. I don't even have to get my hands dirty. It's quite easy." Xie Shu waved his hand dismissively, smiling. If there was anything to complain about, it was merely the long distance he had to travel. In terms of the assistant job, he truly didn't find it exhausting. After all, he had studied art himself, and his foundational skills were more than adequate for guiding a few beginners. Although he initially pursued art to be closer to Su Qianyi, which could be considered a blind following, it ultimately provided him with a clear direction for his studies. Back in high school, they were all still unfamiliar with university majors and future paths, and most, including him, lacked a definitive direction. However, he later came to appreciate the path he had chosen. What is that? Why are there so many people gathered? As he spoke, Xie Shu turned to see a crowd at a nearby intersection and, curious, approached to take a look, only to find it was merely a cotton candy stall. It must be a new vendor. He had never seen this before. Xie Shu was not particularly interested and was about to turn away when he glanced at the crowd and noticed that most of them were couples. Each girl waiting with an unmistakable gleam of anticipation in her eyes. Although he had no particular interest in this sweet treat, it was soft and fluffy. Wang Yinxi might enjoy it, he thought. Thus, he joined the line. Wang Yinxi stood obediently beside Xie Shu as they waited together. There weren't many people ahead of them, and as Xie Shu carefully considered the flavors displayed on the sign, Wang Yinxi, standing next to him, suddenly appeared to have noticed something. Her gentle eyes darkened, and her piercing gaze fixed intently on a girl slightly ahead of them. The girl, who was preparing to take a photo, was startled by Wang Yinxi's icy stare. Caught in the act of eavesdropping, the girl immediately felt guilty. Under Wang Yinxi's frigid gaze, she silently lowered her phone and pretended to leave nonchalantly. Though the girl had departed, Wang Yinxi, who typically felt insecure and was rather suspicious, felt compelled to remain vigilant and observe her surroundings. While she was uncertain about the girl's intentions in taking a picture, she felt an unsettling discomfort in her heart. Thus, she scanned the area once more, and to her surprise, she spotted a familiar face that should not have been there, her mother's secretary. Although the secretary quickly turned her back upon noticing Wang Yinxi, she was certain she had not mistaken her identity. Moreover, amid a sea of students, the lone figure in a suit and high heels stood out conspicuously. Instantly, Wang Yinxi's already troubled expression darkened further. Her mother must have sent Secretary Lin to follow her. How annoying. What could they possibly want this time? Chapter 43. Xie Shu felt strangely foreign. Xie Shu's attention remained on the cotton candy stall. After glancing at some flavors and being unsure of which one Wang Yinxi would prefer, he turned to ask her. To his surprise, he found that Wang Yinxi, who had been standing beside him moments ago, had suddenly vanished. Xie Shu? He looked around but still could not see her figure. Where had she gone? Had she left without saying a word? Not knowing what was happening, Xie Shu took out his phone to contact Wang Yinxi. Upon opening his phone, he noticed a message from her on WeChat, and the timestamp indicated it had been sent less than a minute ago. Wang Yinxi, I need to step away for a moment. I'll be back soon. Furrowing his brows, Xie Shu wondered why she could message him, but hadn't he had the time to inform him directly when she was right beside him? Though curious, he didn't press further and simply replied with a all right, continuing to wait in line. While Xie Shu was queuing for cotton candy, Wang Yinxi approached Secretary Lin directly. The secretary felt somewhat awkward standing before Wang Yinxi, surprised by her directness. Did my mother send you? Wang Yinxi asked bluntly. Well, Secretary Lin stammered, struggling to complete her sentence, but her hesitation tacitly confirmed her involvement. Wang Yinxi's expression hardened, her cold gaze unsettling Secretary Lin. I have no business at school. You can go back. Miss Wang, although I'm not entirely familiar with your family situation, I've always known that your parents do not wish for you to associate with Xie Shu, Secretary Lin replied, her tone cautious. But I attend the same school as Xie Shu. Running into him on the back street is hardly unusual, right? Must I wear a disguise whenever I go out? Wang Yinxi interrupted coldly. No, that is not what I meant, Secretary Lin faltered, her gaze drifting past Wang Yinxi to something behind her. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Wang Yinxi turned to look as well. There, not far from the cotton candy stall, stood a girl conversing with Xie Shu. Moreover, the young lady was positioned sideways, allowing Wang Yinxi a clear view of her profile. That young lady was none other than Su Qianyi. She even reached out, attempting to grasp Xie Shu's arm, only to have him evade her touch. Wang Yinxi pressed her lips together tightly, her hand resting on her thigh slightly clenched before she gradually relaxed it. She then slowly turned her head to continue regarding Secretary Lin. She seemed utterly indifferent to the exchange between Xie Shu and Su Qianyi. Eventually, Secretary Lin could no longer withstand Wang Yinxi's unwavering gaze. I shall take my leave now. Miss Wang, do rest early, she said before turning to depart. After walking a few dozen paces, Secretary Lin glanced back uncertainly. Upon turning, she locked eyes with Wang Yinxi, who was still staring at her, causing her to hastily turn away and continue on her way, this time not daring to linger even for a moment. Once she confirmed that Secretary Lin had indeed left, Wang Yinxi clenched her fists and turned, her restrained gaze falling upon Su Qianyi. Su Qianyi, how bothersome she is. Over there, Su Qianyi had intended to take Xie Shu's hand to express her goodwill, yet was met with his withdrawal. Instantly, her eyes dimmed, her heart aching profoundly. But she quickly regained her composure. She took a small step closer to Xie Shu, her voice tinged with grievance. Xie Shu, I've been unable to reach you all day. Where have you been? Xie Shu, however, merely took a step back, distancing himself from her. He did not answer Su Qianyi's inquiry, but instead diverted his gaze to the vendor of cotton candy, observing how he prepared the sugary treat. Once again ignored. Su Qianyi swiftly adjusted her mindset and continued to draw nearer to Xie Shu, standing in line alongside him. This time, she maintained a respectful distance, worried that if she got too close, he might leave her behind. By the way, when she arrived here earlier, she had not seen any other girls around Xie Shu, nor had her roommate provided any photographs of him with another female. Thus, she surmised that he must have encountered an acquaintance and exchanged a few words, which her roommate happened to witness. In reality, Xie Shu had come to the street alone. The more she pondered, the more convinced she became of this notion. Indeed, throughout these years, she was the only female friend he had ever been close with. How could he possibly become so close to another female in such a short span of time? Xie Shu, I haven't had dinner yet. Su Qianyi looked up at him, speaking softly, hoping for his concern. If you haven't eaten, how about I give you a couple of punches? Xie Shu shot her a look of exasperation, ultimately refraining from voicing his true thoughts. Were it not for his need to purchase something and the fact that he was still waiting for Wan Yinxi, he would have certainly departed long ago. Occasionally, Xie Shu glanced around, yet he could not spot Wan Yinxi anywhere. He was unaware of her whereabouts, and when he checked his phone, there were no messages from her. Soon enough, it was Xie Shu's turn in line. He purchased but a single cotton candy, and after completing the transaction, he stood by the roadside, continuing to wait for Wan Yinxi. Su Qianyi had not left. She stood beside him, his gaze fixed on the oversized cotton candy in his hand, a sense of disappointment washing over her. Was there none for her? It wasn't that she particularly craved it. Rather, it was Xie Shu's attitude that stung. Previously, when they went out, he would always buy her various snacks, but this time, he had only indulged himself. Aware of Xie Shu's current demeanor towards her, Su Qianyi resolved to take the initiative. If she took the lead, perhaps there would still be a chance. Xie Shu, I too wish to have some cotton candy. Xie Shu was even more speechless. The stall is right next to you. Why don't you buy it yourself? Have you lost your hands or your eyesight? Suddenly confronted, Su Qianyi felt tears welling up, barely holding back. Had she not already cried numerous times over the past couple of days, strengthening her resolve, she might have wept openly. Xie Shu had grown so cold, so distant. He had once been so gentle with her, pressing her lips together, her hands clenched tightly at her sides. She took a moment to suppress her grievances and attempted to speak to Xie Shu in a normal tone. Xie Shu, could you please refrain from acting this way? We have known each other for so many years, and our relationship has always been good. You were never like this before. Once, you were so gentle. Why don't you call the police then? Chapter 44. Repeated Rejections. Regardless of what Su Qianyi said, Xie Shu remained utterly unconcerned, unwilling to engage in conversation or any form of interaction, maintaining an air of indifference. Referencing past events held little weight, and instead, it seemed to irk Xie Shu further. He continued to lower his gaze to his phone, ignoring her. After being disregarded for nearly a minute, Su Qianyi could no longer contain herself and spoke again. Xie Shu, who are you with today? Xie Shu, why is she still here? Initially unwilling to respond, intent on feigning deafness, Xie Shu found himself bombarded by Su Qianyi's inquiries. Did you go out to play with someone? Is it a girl from our college? Were there just the two of you, or were there others? Not my business. There's no need to report it to you, is there? Xie Shu frowned, his voice extremely faint, creating an unmistakable distance. Su Qianyi fed silent. The subsequent questions lodged in her throat. Indeed, what was her current standing? She seemed to lack the authority to pry into his affairs, no matter how much it stung. She had to set this matter aside for the time being. I haven't had dinner yet. Shall we go eat over there together? I'll treat you. Su Qianyi proactively shifted the topic. I don't have time. Perhaps due to the multitude of rejections, this latest refusal was expected by Su Qianyi. She did not dwell in sorrow, but continued. What would you like to eat? Hadn't he just declined? Was her comprehension truly that lacking? Just as she prepared to reiterate her previous response, she heard Su Qianyi continue. I'll go buy it for you. Xie Shu looked at Su Qianyi, perplexed, unable to grasp her reasoning. He had clearly rejected her. Everyone spoke in Mandarin. How could she not understand? Moreover, her current demeanor gave him the impression that she was deliberately trying to please him. It felt reminiscent of how he used to behave. This led Xie Shu to scrutinize Su Qianyi more closely. Even in a simple dress, she exuded an air of elegance. He had always known she was beautiful, her skin like jade, her brows like smoke, her eyes like water. striking as a peach in spring and pure as a chrysanthemum in autumn. She remained the goddess of yesteryears, the kind who could captivate countless hearts. Yet, why did her recent behavior seem somewhat obsequious? Xie Shu felt he was overthinking it. How could a campus goddess behave in such a manner? He shifted his gaze away, no longer looking at her, and once again declined her offer. No need. I'll be dining with Qianyi shortly. I don't require your assistance. Shall we go to the amusement park tomorrow? No. What about nearby the school? No. Even on campus would be fine. No. Why not? Refusing to go is simply that there need not be an abundance of reasons. After all, he is not beholden to her in any way that compels his presence. Being persistently pestered by Su Qianyi, Xie Shu found himself growing increasingly impatient. After mentally voicing a few grievances, he was about to respond to Su Qianyi with a calm demeanor when she spoke again. Xie Shu, must it really be this way? Her voice was thick with emotion. Noticing a shift in her tone, Xie Shu turned to look at her once more, only to be met with her glistening, tear-filled eyes. Xie Shu was taken aback. His expression one of shock. Before he could utter a word, she stepped closer, narrowing the distance between them. Due to their height difference, Su Qianyi had to tilt her head to meet his gaze. With the proximity, Xie Shu could now distinctly perceive the sorrow etched across her face. An image both pitiful and heart-wrenching. Yet, for all her apparent distress, he was mostly astonished. When had he ever witnessed such sadness in her? In the past, even when she faced adversities or felt downcast, she had never displayed such a vulnerable demeanor. Why was she looking at him with such sorrow? He had not wronged her in any way. He refused to shoulder any blame for her current state. Coming to his senses, Xie Shu attempted to distance himself from her. However, Su Qianyi had already seized his arm, preventing his retreat. With one hand occupied by cotton candy and the other by his phone, he found himself momentarily unable to break free, thus remaining rooted in place. Why must you treat me this way? Su Qianyi began, her voice laced with a tremor of impending tears. Xie Shu, we have known each other for so many years. When have we ever had a quarrel? When have we ever been at odds like this in recent days? What on earth is wrong with you? I have done nothing to you. So why are you treating me with such coldness? Her tone was filled with indignation and a sense of injustice, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears, with a few droplets already cascading down her cheeks. The back street was bustling with people, numerous stalls lining the roadside, and a throng waiting to purchase snacks. Within a meter of each person stood several strangers in line. Xie Shu was surrounded by this very scene. Thus, the unfolding drama between him and Su Qianyi had not gone unnoticed. Many bystanders had turned their attention toward them, some halting in their tracks to witness the spectacle. Onlookers, unaware of the specifics, assumed Su Qianyi's tears meant that Xie Shu was a callous villain, their gazes directed at him, filled with judgment. What on earth is she doing? Xie Shu thought, bewildered. Su Qianyi continued to gaze at him, her expression earnest. Have I done something wrong? Have I angered you in some way? Please tell me, and I shall amend my ways. Don't ignore me, please. She had waited all day for a message from him. He had not responded, and worse yet, he had blocked her number. These grievances she could endure, but now she had personally approached him, making herself vulnerable and eager to share a meal together. If that was not feasible, she would have settled for buying him something to eat, even inviting him to join her for some fun. Yet he had turned her down. His tone when speaking to her was so distant, as though he were intent on erecting barriers between them. She truly could not fathom what she had done to provoke his ire. There had been no prior indications. His sudden shift in demeanor was utterly bewildering. Even if she had inadvertently upset him, it had been simpler for him to express his displeasure rather than subject her to such torment. Chapter 45. You know? You don't know. Su Qianyi clung to Xie Shu's arm, refusing to let go. Though he wished to extricate himself from her grasp, she held firm. Reluctantly, he set his phone aside and used his free hand to pry her fingers away. Initially resistant, she ultimately succumbed to his greater strength. Once freed, Xie Shu stepped back, creating distance between them. He switched the cotton candy to his other hand and rubbed his arm where she had held him, before speaking in a nonchalant tone. Am I truly being cold to you? Isn't my behavior akin to that of a typical friend? You clearly are. Am I? Are you certain? I haven't avoided you, nor have I shown you any disdain or mockery. Am I not treating you as I do a normal friend? I reach out to you, you never reply, and you've blocked my number. Su Qianyi, today is the weekend, and the school is devoid of any activities. I have my own matters to attend to. I cannot be at your beck and call every moment. Then at least respond my messages. I'm rather busy at the moment. Did she think he remained the same as before? The one who would always be attuned to her every message and respond in a timely manner? Regrettably, that version of Xie Shu had perished in the previous life. His thoughts were no longer consumed by her. You're lying. You had time during lunch. Su Qianyi's voice, once filled with anger, softened. Surely you had free time then? Even if he were busy, he would still need to eat. Wun Tihi? Yet Xie Shu maintained his indifferent demeanor. I did not. Then you must have time now. I do not. What are you busy with at this moment? Shopping. Initially, Su Qianyi could almost believe he was genuinely preoccupied. But with that last remark, it was evident he was merely idling. What was he truly busy with? The tears in her eyes began to swell, and she could no longer contain them. Her voice caught in her throat. You are deliberately distancing yourself from me. When a beautiful person weeps, it invariably stirs sympathy and concern in those around them. Yet Xie Shu remained unmoved. His tone remained flat and unperturbed. Is it not better for me to distance myself from you? Not at all. But you were the one who urged me to leave. I merely complied with your request. Su Qianyi paused, bewildered, shaking her head in disbelief. No, I never said such a thing. How could she possibly want Xie Shu to leave her? Xie Shu smirked, observing the tear-streaked face of Su Qianyi with a look of inscrutable expression. She was so perplexing. If she had indeed wished for him to depart, then why was she now in tears? Was this not what she had desired? How had he suddenly become the villain in this narrative? Xie Shu, unwilling to prolong this conversation, diverted his gaze from Su Qianyi and surveyed the area once more, still failing to spot Ruan-Yinchi. In that fleeting moment, while Xie Shu's attention wandered, Su Qianyi reflected on past events. When had she ever told him to leave? She had no recollection of such a moment. However, if she were to pinpoint the onset of Xie Shu's altered demeanor, it seemed to have begun after the recent social event. That day at the social event, Xie Shu once again confessed his feelings to her, only to be met with rejection once more. It seems that during the gathering, she had indeed uttered words suggesting he should leave. But her intent was merely for him to exit the event venue, not to imply he should distance himself from her in the future. Realizing that Xie Shu might have misunderstood her words, she hastily clarified, Xie Shu, I never said such a thing. If you're referring to what I said that night, you must have misinterpreted my intent. I had no idea you would confess to me that evening. There were so many people around, and I felt a bit embarrassed, which is why I asked you to leave. My intention was solely for you to exit the scene, not to suggest you should ignore me thereafter. Xie Shu's calm and untroubled gaze fell upon the tearful Su Qianyi, and he felt a slight pang in his heart, followed by a bitter smile. Just when Su Qianyi thought he had absorbed her explanation, she was met with a barrage of questions from Xie Shu. Is that so? Do you find it embarrassing? What about me? Do you think I'm not human? Do you believe I wouldn't care about my own dignity? Do you have any idea how much courage it takes to confess in front of so many people? You wouldn't know, because it's not you who confessed. Nor were you the one rejected, nor were you labeled as a puppy. In the past, I was willing to do anything for you. But that doesn't mean I wouldn't feel humiliated after being publicly rejected. All these years, did you truly think I wouldn't be heartbroken? I want to even mention how many times I've confessed to you privately. I once heard from your friends that you envied those girls who were confessed to publicly, thinking it was romantic and wishing to experience it yourself. That is why I summoned the courage to confess to you multiple times in front of others. Every Valentine's Day, every Qixi festival, every significant occasion was meant to convey my sincerity and allow you to experience romance. Yet every time, the outcome was failure. Since you envy those girls who receive public declarations and wish to experience such moments, why is it that when I muster the courage to confess to you, you find it embarrassing? I'm truly sorry. I had no idea I was the one making things difficult for you. I apologize for the trouble I've caused, and I want to do it again. Xie Shu's words left Su Qianyi utterly bewildered. She stood there, momentarily stunned and unresponsive. Xie Shu, feeling utterly disinterested and somewhat amused, had no desire to remain any longer, and he turned to leave. At that moment, Su Qianyi suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing she had misspoken, and hurriedly followed him, clutching his arm and fervently apologizing. I'm sorry, Xie Shu, that is not what I meant. I just didn't articulate my thoughts well. I didn't mean it. I truly didn't mean that. Please believe me, I'm actually very happy. Let go. Xie Shu slightly bowed his head, his voice cold as he interrupted her. His tone was chilling, akin to a winter breeze, sending a shiver through Su Qianyi. Xie Shu, please let me explain. Su Qianyi, I must insist that you refrain from clinging to me. There are many people around, and your actions are also embarrassing for me. He glanced around, noting that the crowd had grown larger, with some even documenting the scene on their phones. Su Qianyi, who had been solely focused on Xie Shu, finally noticed the throngs of onlookers, and prideful as she was, being the center of attention in such an undignified manner should have prompted her to regain her composure and release him. However, a voice within her urged her not to let go, for she feared he would leave. Thus, she bit back her tears, resolutely holding on to Xie Shu, unwilling to let him depart. Xie Shu, please listen to my explanation. What is there to explain? He retorted, uninterested in hearing more. I simply spoke without thinking. That is all. Shouldn't those words reflect your true feelings, which is why they came so readily to your lips. No, you've misunderstood. It's not as you think. The weight of her thoughts and the current situation left Su Qianyi feeling frantic, unsure where to begin her explanation, causing her words to become increasingly incoherent. Xie Shu, observing her fumbling attempts at clarity, felt his last shred of patience dissipate. Could you please let go? He said, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. Xie Shu, I want to repeat myself a third time. His tone, though flat, carried an unmistakable chill, leaving Su Qianyi momentarily speechless. Seizing the opportunity, Xie Shu extricated his hand from her grasp and, without a backward glance, departed. Su Qianyi intended to chase after him, yet her legs felt as if they were bound by an invisible weight, rendering her immobile. She could only watch as Xie Shu's figure gradually faded into the distance. After Xie Shu left, the spectators began to disperse, while Su Qianyi remained frozen in place, lost in thought. Within moments, the scene had been uploaded to the campus forum, igniting a fresh wave of discussion among the students. However, neither of the two protagonists had the luxury of attending to the online chatter. Fearing that Su Qianyi might seek him out again, Xie Shu deliberately distanced himself. Once he found an area with fewer people, he paused and took out his phone to message Yinchi, informing her of his current location. To his relief, she replied promptly. Before long, Yinchi appeared before him. Xie Shu took a few steps toward her, handing her the cotton candy he had just purchased, and with a note of concern, he inquired, "Where did you go just now? You didn't even tell me before leaving." "I saw an acquaintance and chatted with her for a bit," Yinchi replied softly. Her gaze lowered. "I see. Please remember to inform me next time before you leave. I turned around and you had vanished. I thought something might have happened to you." "Okay." Yinchi's tone carried a hint of excitement, and it was evident that she was in good spirits. Xie Shu raised an eyebrow. "Did something happen that made you so happy?" Realizing her emotions were too transparent, Yinchi quickly reined them in. "No." She then shifted the topic. "Where should we go next?" Xie Shu pondered this question seriously, having initially planned to stroll around the school vicinity with Yinchi. However, after the earlier incident, he suddenly felt averse to lingering in that area. Su Qianyi's unexpected behavior, coupled with her clinginess, left him uncertain whether she had left or was still searching for him. He was concerned that they might cross paths while shopping with Yinchi. And given the strained relationship between the two girls, such an encounter would likely not end well. Moreover, he wished to avoid any dampening of his spirits. After careful consideration, he resolved to distance himself further. The backstreet offered little in terms of exploration, primarily consisting of eateries, with scant options for entertainment. "Would you mind venturing a bit farther? Perhaps we could visit the nearby commercial street?" Thus, the two of them spontaneously altered their plans. Exiting the backstreet, they hailed a taxi along the main road and proceeded toward the commercial district. Within the confines of the taxi, Yinchi nestled closely beside Xie Shu. She nibbled delicately on the cotton candy he had purchased for her, savoring its increasing sweetness. Thankfully, upon encountering Su Qianyi, she did not retreat as she once might have. Otherwise, she could have missed some significant information. It seemed Xie Shu had finally relinquished any lingering affections for Su Qianyi. A mischievous smile graced her lips. It felt as though Xie Shu had returned to her side. Truly wonderful, her years of waiting had not been in vain. With Su Qianyi no longer occupying a place in Xie Shu's heart, Yinchi felt her prospects brightening. Filled with joy, she inched a bit closer to Xie Shu, yearning for their proximity. Each time their arms brushed against one another, a wave of nervousness surged through her, yet seeing Xie Shu remain silent reassured her, allowing her to continue her cautious exploration. Upon reaching the commercial street, Xie Shu's first order of business was to find a restaurant where they could enjoy a satisfying meal. It was late, and neither had dined yet. He casually selected a seemingly decent eatery, without the intention of seeking out any upscale dining establishments. Although Yinchi hailed from a wealthy family, and typically indulged in the finest luxuries, she had grown accustomed to a simpler lifestyle through her childhood companionship with Xie Shu. His preferences had shaped hers, particularly in culinary matters, where their tastes were remarkably aligned. Thus, he need not deliberate extensively on what she might enjoy. In contrast, Su Qianyi had been quite particular about her food during their time together. She eschewed many items. While it was understandable to be attentive to the preferences of someone one cared for, Xie Shu often found himself perplexed by her culinary whims. Instances where he purchased something to surprise her, only to discover it was to her disliking, left him feeling inadequate in understanding her. In summary, navigating such complexities proved to be quite taxing for him. But Yinchi was refreshingly easy to please. After their meal, they exited the restaurant. En route, Xie Shu queued to buy Ruan Yinchi a cup of milk tea, and they strolled leisurely, digesting their food while perusing other shops. Throughout this journey, Ruan Yinchi's heart raced with excitement. The experiences that had once been exclusive to Su Qianyi were now hers to relish. How foolish she had been not to cherish these moments. She deserved every bit of this joy. The commercial street was replete with various shops, and Xie Shu felt compelled to buy Ruan Yinchi something at every turn. After all, in his heart, this was their first date. Although they had often played together as children, those moments were imbued with innocence, lacking the weight of romantic significance. Now, however, the circumstances were entirely different. "What's the matter? Do you not like this?" Xie Shu inquired, having purchased a cheese stick for Ruan Yinchi from a snack shop. After paying, he turned to find her lost in thought, mistakenly believing she disapproved of the treat. Ruan Yinchi snapped back to reality, hastily shaking her head. "No, not at all. If there is something else you prefer, just let me know, and I'll get it for you." Although they had just eaten, Ruan Yinchi was not particularly hungry. Yet, Xie Shu had already bought her several snacks along the way. Though he only offered her small portions to sample, she soon found herself unable to eat more, especially since she was already holding a cup of milk tea. Halfway through the cheese stick he had given her, she was unable to continue. However, discarding it was out of the question. How could she throw away something Xie Shu had bought for her? The last time he had treated her to ice cream. She felt immense guilt for not finishing it. Xie Shu, not oblivious to her waning appetite, reached out and took the cheese stick from her hand. "Let me have that." "Wait," Ruan Yinchi exclaimed, but he had already taken a bite. She stood frozen, a flush creeping across her cheeks. "I've already eaten. What's the matter? Let us go." Xie Shu continued on, unfazed, while Ruan Yinchi trailed behind, her face still flushed. Although Xie Shu brushed off the minor incident, Ruan Yinchi's heart raced faster than ever. Was this a sign of something more? Following this, Xie Shu refrained from buying any more food for Ruan Yinchi. They circled the commercial street, and just as he contemplated returning to campus and perhaps strolling through the playground, he noticed a newly opened self-service art studio at the far end of the street. "Is this a new addition near our school?" he mused. The self-service art studio provided patrons with art supplies, allowing them to create freely. It was akin to the DIY ceramic painting stalls popular among young people near his neighborhood. He had frequented this commercial street several times before without ever noticing this establishment. It must have opened recently. Observing the scene inside, he noted many young individuals, likely students from nearby, and a fair number of couples as well. While such activities might seem juvenile for elementary students, they were perfectly suited for college students. With this in mind, Xie Shu decided to change his course of action. "Are you interested in checking it out?" he asked Ruan Yinchi. "Sure," she replied, stepping into the studio ahead of him. Painting was not something she had mastered, but Xie Shu had studied art, and she wished to draw closer to him, to share in the experiences he cherished. In high school, when he took up art classes, she had yearned to join him. However, due to an incident involving Su Qianyi that led to her parents whisking her away abroad, she had been unable to return. Her identification had been confiscated, and for a time, she had been entirely cut off from him. She had no idea how Xie Shu had fared in her absence or what transpired between him and Su Qianyi. She had cried, caused a scene, and only after promising her parents that she would maintain her distance from him upon her return were they reluctantly convinced to allow her back. But it had been 6 months later, by which time Xie Shu had already resumed his training and returned to school. She had missed her chance and thus never learned art. Thus, when it came time for her to choose a major at university, she found herself unable to select the same one as Xie Shu. The program he was enrolled in required a qualification in fine arts, which she did not possess, rendering her incapable of joining him. Even after the semester commenced, she was unable to switch majors. Ultimately, she had no choice but to follow her family's wishes and pursue the current field of study. She yearned to delve into anything related to Xie Shu, striving to draw closer to him in every conceivable way. As they entered the shop together, the proprietor promptly approached them, eager to assist upon noticing their arrival. Given the bustling atmosphere and the scarcity of available seats, they managed to find a small corner to settle in. The owner briefly introduced the various activities available in the establishment. They could paint porcelain dolls, choose uncolored sketches to fill in, or even unleash their creativity on blank sheets of paper. The options were plentiful. Ruan Yinchi was at a loss for what to select. Considering her novice status, Xie Shu kindly chose a simpler coloring project for her. Once they had decided, the owner handed them the painting supplies and reference images before stepping away. The paints were shared amongst patrons, placed conveniently on the table. Xie Shu refrained from selecting anything for himself, intending to color alongside Ruan Yinchi. Other couples were engaging in the same activity. Why would he make it peculiar? He prepared to begin by transferring some primary colors onto the palette. fetching a small bucket of water before settling into color with Yinshi. Just as they were about to start, Xie Shu's phone screen illuminated, drawing his attention. It was a notification from WeChat, indicating a new message. 10,000 words, Li Zhang Wang Lu He Du Chun Yang Huang, Zhao Zhou Wu Su San Ma Hu Zhu. Guo Luo, Gao Lin, Sierra Wan Su. If any of you have a moment, could you assist me with my reading slump? Please don't make me beg. Chapter 48. Then I shall refrain from speaking in the future. Xie Shu had previously set his phone to only display notifications without revealing specifics until it was unlocked. Concerned he might miss something significant, he decided to take a quick glance, reasoning that if it was another message from Su Qianyi, he would simply ignore it. He set down his paintbrush, reached for his phone, and casually remarked to Yinshi, "You go ahead, I'll catch up." Yinshi dipped her brush into the palette, carefully applying color according to the reference image, while her gaze occasionally flitted towards Xie Shu, curious about the identity of the sender. Could it be Su Qianyi? An inexplicable tension gripped her. Xie Shu was wholly engrossed in his phone and failed to notice Yinshi's scrutiny. Upon unlocking it, he discovered it was a message from Teacher Li at the studio. Opening it, he saw a transfer notification followed by a voice message. The transfer represented his earnings from his part-time job, while the voice message prompted him to lift the phone to his ear to listen. After a few seconds of silence, he recalled that he had previously activated silent mode to avoid disturbances. He lowered the phone, deactivated silent mode, and increased the volume, anticipating the noise of the studio. Upon resuming the voice message, he elevated the phone once more. Yinshi was positioned close enough to hear the voice of a woman emanating from the speaker. The content of Teacher Li's voice message was quite mundane, merely expressing appreciation for Xie Shu's efforts and informing him of the class schedule for the following day, concluding with a note that arriving a bit late was acceptable due to the distance. What would have been a series of innocuous remarks took on a different significance in Yinshi's ears, prompting her imagination to spiral. Previously, she had only ever considered Su Qianyi as a rival. However, upon learning that Xie Shu had completely relinquished any feelings for her, every other woman now became a potential adversary. She strained to listen for Xie Shu's response, but instead of a voice reply, he opted for text messaging. It seemed the conversation had shifted to text, with the two exchanging messages for quite some time. From her angle, she couldn't discern the content of their exchange, but she noticed the increasing number of messages appearing in their chat window. Yinshi suppressed a pout of discontent, judging by the earlier voice message. The sender must be someone in a position of authority at Xie Shu's part-time job. A teacher? Why did she sound so familiar with him? Xie Shu, having engaged in light banter with Teacher Li, soon concluded their conversation. When he turned to look at Yinshi, he caught a glimpse of her beautiful profile marred by an expression of discontent, her lips pressed tightly together. Realizing he was being observed, Yinshi glanced back at him. The moment their eyes met, her previous sulky demeanor vanished, replaced by her usual gentle smile, as if the earlier pang of jealousy had never existed. Xie Shu nonchalantly pushed his phone away, calmly dipped his brush into the water, swirled it, and finally collected paint from the palette. That was my teacher from the part-time job. She sent over my payment. I merely exchanged pleasantries after receiving the money, nothing more. As he meticulously colored the model, he casually explained. Although Yinshi felt a surge of relief upon hearing his clarification, she feigned indifference. You don't need to explain anything to me. We're not a couple. The words she withheld hung unspoken in the air. Although it was the truth, she simply didn't want to voice it. Is that so? Then I shall refrain from discussing it in the future. Yinshi's delicate features fell instantly, regretting her earlier words. Though she felt remorseful, she ultimately chose to remain silent. Xie Shu stole several glances her way, silently lamenting this stubborn girl. When she was with Su Qianyi, her displeasure was always evident on her face, or she would voice it outright. Why does she choose to remain silent now? If he weren't aware of their past life, he might have genuinely believed she was unaffected. Unwilling to concede her feelings, Yinshi maintained her composure, and Xie Shu, respecting her silence, naturally shifted the topic. He proceeded to share various details about his part-time job at the studio, allowing her to gain insight into his life, while simultaneously affirming his innocence. After all, it was only his first day. He barely knew the teacher's surname, let alone her full name. Throughout their conversation, he consciously filtered out the overly enthusiastic girls from the media class on the second floor. While he did not vocalize his thoughts, Yinshi was more than capable of filling in the gaps with her imagination. She had always been aware of Xie Shu's popularity. He was unlike her, surrounded by numerous friends and admirers, particularly women who were infatuated with him. Moreover, he had become even more handsome and charming than before, undoubtedly attracting an even greater number of admirers. The more he endeavored to explain himself to her, the more her discontent burgeoned. Having finally managed to send Su Qianyi away, She could not allow anyone else to usurp her place. No one. She needed to devise a strategy to ensure that others recognized her presence in Xie Shu's life. This time, she could not afford to give anyone an opportunity to intrude. Having already waited 6 long years, the prospect of enduring another 6 was simply unbearable. Yet, even if her patience was wearing thin, she could not act impulsively to eliminate everyone around Xie Shu at once. If her parents were to discover her intentions, especially since she had not yet officially taken over the family business and lacked substantial power, many of her actions and choices would remain under their control. Should they separate her from Xie Shu again, she dreaded the thought of how long it would take to reunite with him. These past few years, her fear of being sent abroad and losing sight of him had compelled her to endure silently. She had almost grown accustomed to the absence of his company, had learned to observe him from afar without complaint, but now, with his renewed proximity, the emotion she had suppressed for years surged forth once more. She could have withstood the darkness had she never glimpsed the light. The protagonist harbors a certain degree of delusion, the intensity of which fluctuates with the narrative. Her reluctance to forge friendships stems from a lack of trust in others. Sometimes, even genuine expressions of goodwill are misconstrued as malice or threats, leading her to harbor unfounded suspicions and imagined rivals. What matters is that everyone acknowledges the uniqueness of the male lead, who is a refined and humorous individual. In Chapter 49, accidentally stumbling upon paint, Ruan Nianxi maintained a singular expression throughout, leaving Xie Shu uncertain whether she was truly absorbing his words. He chose not to dwell on the gravity of the situation. As they diligently painted the model, their conversation dwindled. Xie Shu steadied the model with one hand while the other held a brush, meticulously applying color. Ruan Nianxi, equally invested in rendering a beautiful piece, was quite serious, as this was a collaborative effort between them. With a modest background in art, Xie Shu could not simply apply a single hue. He felt compelled to create a sophisticated gradient, lest he betray his identity as an art student. He believed that uniform colors were unappealing, so during their coloring process, he incorporated gradients and various embellishments. Naturally, he could not undertake all of it alone, as they were meant to collaborate. So he frequently guided Ruan Nianxi in mixing and applying colors. Color mixing is a technical skill. Those lacking a good sense of color or foundational knowledge often struggle with proportions, not to mention the theories of hue, brightness, and purity. This was not a classroom setting, so Xie Shu refrained from excessive explanation, opting instead to assist her hands-on with the mixing process. Due to her repeated interactions with Xie Shu, Ruan Nianxi felt increasingly anxious, leaving her no mental space to contemplate prior matters. Even her previously stoic expression now bore a rosy hue. Whenever Xie Shu leaned in closer to speak with her, she found herself unable to articulate a coherent response. The art studio featured small palettes, distinct from their training palettes, and Xie Shu, who favored sophisticated grays, soon filled their palette to capacity. With many colors still wet, failing to wash the palette would risk contaminating future colors. "I'll go wash the palette. Please wait a moment," Xie Shu said as he rose to clean it, taking along the used watercolors. There was a designated sink for washing in the art studio, and after a few minutes spent rinsing everything, he returned to his place. Upon handing the brush back to Ruan Nianxi, he abruptly halted, his gaze fixed upon her, and he couldn't help but chuckle softly. "What is the matter?" Ruan Nianxi stammered, bewildered by her own actions. "Nothing, haha." Yet, his mirth only piqued her curiosity further. Was there something amiss on her face? She instinctively reached out to touch it. Wait. Xie Shu quickly intercepted her hand, gently pressing it down. "Don't touch your face." "Why not?" He smiled, but offered no reply, instead standing to take her hand and lead her aside. Suddenly yanked from her thoughts, Ruan Nianxi felt a ringing in her ears, forgetting all contemplation, including what had amused Xie Shu moments before. She felt like a marionette, instinctively following him. Within seconds, Xie Shu had guided her to the sink. In her perplexed gaze, he produced a small packet of tissue from his pocket, dampened it with water, and gently wiped her cheek with a moist tissue. His unexpected closeness and intimate gesture sent Ruan Nianxi's mind spinning, her consciousness struggling to catch up. It wasn't until he diligently wiped her face that she jolted back to reality. Gazing into his striking features, her heart raced, and she instinctively placed her hand atop his. "Do not rub your face with your hands," he cautioned, his actions and words finally revealing to Ruan Nianxi the reason for his laughter. During his wash of the palette, she had apparently wiped her face with her hand. Hesitantly, she lifted her hand to inspect it, discovering it smeared with paint. Despite her carefulness, the colors had found their way onto her skin. So, Xie Shu had been laughing at her painted face? The realization that he had witnessed her less-than-perfect side filled her with embarrassment, but his closeness also brought her a sense of joy. Throughout the ordeal, She remained still, a statue of compliance. After Xie Shu removed the paint from her face, he extracted another tissue to dry the moisture. Noticing her dazed demeanor, he gently pulled her back to her seat. Once they settled in the corner again, Yinchi slowly became aware of her flushed cheeks. How could she be so easily flustered? It was merely a simple interaction. After all, their relationship had yet to reach that level. And Xie Shu had refrained from teasing her. He diverted his gaze to relieve the pressure on her, sharing the watercolors while speaking in a soothing tone. This is quite normal. When I first learned about colors, I often found myself covered in paint. It was a real hassle for my clothes. One moment of inattention and they would be stained. Not only with colors, but also in sketching classes. My hands would always end up dirty, and I felt like I could never get clean. As if recalling a humorous scene, Xie Shu couldn't help but chuckle once more. Yinchi listened in silence, unsure of how to respond, as she had not been by his side during his training period and could not empathize with his feelings. Instead, memories of that time concerning her own circumstances surfaced, evoking a sense of discomfort that nearly overwhelmed her. Yet, all her struggles had to be silently borne alone. It was inconsequential now. She had persevered and could once again stand beside him. After an indeterminate amount of time, the two completed their painting. Xie Shu went to settle the bill with the owner, who, upon confirming their desire to take the ceramic doll, began to pack it for them. While the owner busied himself, Xie Shu and Yinchi returned to the nearby water basin. After all, painting inevitably left one's hands stained. Xie Shu had also gotten some paint on his hands, and Yinchi, too absorbed in her work, inadvertently smeared some on her face, leaving her visage mottled. After washing her hands, Yinchi approached the mirror by the wall to meticulously cleanse her face of the paint. Due to some of the paint having dried, it proved difficult to remove. She splashed water on her cheeks repeatedly, and after several attempts, beads of water trickled down her raised arms and slowly seeped into her sleeves. With the weather being warm, the thin fabric of her clothing became somewhat transparent after just a few motions. Xie Shu stood beside her. Having quickly washed the paint from his hands, he noticed Yinchi still struggling with her cheeks. Seeing her predicament, he turned to offer assistance. As he did, he caught sight of her sleeves, now somewhat sheer, and noticed that the neckline of her top was dampened by droplets cascading from her neck. "Allow me to help you," Xie Shu said as he leaned closer, gently pressing down on her arm. "I can do it myself." She began, but Xie Shu interrupted her. "What if she has a change of clothes or something? Let me handle it." In the end, Xie Shu helped Yinchi cleanse her face once more, and the blush that had finally faded returned to her cheeks. Afterward, they received their jointly completed artwork from the owner and exited the shop. Once outside, Xie Shu glanced at the time, realizing it was already quite late. "It's strange, we haven't done much, yet time has flown by so quickly," he remarked. To save time, they hailed a taxi at the curb and hurried toward the school. Although the commercial street was not far from the school, it still required a few minutes of travel. Xie Shu, anxious about the dwindling time, was uncertain if they would make it back in time. "If we return to find the school closed, we might have to stay at a hotel tonight," he casually remarked. Yinchi whispered in response, her cheeks reddening further. But thankfully the dim light in the taxi concealed it. She kept her head down, feeling quite nervous, staying at a hotel with him. Nothing had even transpired yet, and Yinchi found herself already lost in fantasies. In truth, Xie Shu had no ulterior motives. He merely stated the potential outcome. He had not deliberately planned to return late. He simply hadn't realized how quickly time had passed. When he mentioned the hotel, he meant for them to stay separately. He truly hadn't thought much of it. "Rest assured, ladies and gentlemen," the driver suddenly chimed in from the front seat, "my driving skills are top-notch. I guarantee I'll get you to the school before it closes. Jiangling University, right? Just 3 minutes. I'll have you at the school gate in 3 minutes. No doubt about it." With that, the driver pressed the accelerator and the taxi sped away. 3 minutes later, they arrived at the gates of Jiangling University. The driver, leaning one hand on the window frame, beamed at the couple as they exited the back seat. "See, I told you my driving was excellent. I said 3 minutes. And here we are. I didn't waste your time, did I?" Yinchi merely stood there. Xie Shu, stepping out behind her, remained expressionless. "Thank you, sir. I'll transfer the fare to you," he replied. "All right." After the driver left, Xie Shu turned and walked toward the school gate. After a few steps, he suddenly paused and looked back at Yinchi, who remained motionless. "What's the matter?" "Nothing," she snapped back to reality, quickly walking over to join him, and together they entered the school. Xie Shu first escorted Yinchi to the base of her dormitory before heading to his own. A few minutes later, upon his return to the dorm, he was informed by his 3 friends that he had made an appearance on the school forum, sparking considerable discussion. What on earth did I do to end up on the campus forum? He wondered, perplexed, as he looked at the trio expectantly. They exchanged glances, unsure of how to broach the subject. Just check it out for yourself. It's about you and Su Qianyi, Zhao Lin finally said, shrugging in resignation. They genuinely didn't know how to address the post. They believed in Xie Shu's character, but the accompanying image of Su Qianyi indeed showed her in tears. Not waiting for further explanation, Xie Shu pulled out his phone and accessed the school forum to uncover the matter. Upon entering, a particularly eye-catching title caught his attention. The Art Academy's heartthrob, Xie Shu accused of being a scoundrel, the campus beauty in tears. Which fool devised such a title? Xie Shu clicked on the post and saw the accompanying image of Su Qianyi gripping his arm, looking up at him with tears brimming in her eyes. Strangely, the post contained no accompanying text. Ah, so it's a clickbait title? Xie Shu mused. How can people so carelessly spread rumors? What does it mean that I've wronged Su Qianyi? We barely had anything between us. Furthermore, she was crying for reasons unrelated to me. Judging by the position of the photo, the poster must have been quite close. So how could they have missed hearing him assert that he and Su Qianyi were not involved, even if their earlier conversation had been too quiet for others to catch? He was certain his later remarks had been loud enough for anyone nearby to hear, especially in the stillness of the moment. It was utterly perplexing. Without needing to think too much, Xie Shu deduced that the poster had intentionally crafted a sensational title to draw attention. Such individuals were the bane of society. Just as he was about to retaliate against the poster, he heard his 3 friends chime in again. Don't worry, brother, before you returned. We already tore into that rumor-spreading poster in hundreds of comments. Exactly. What nonsense is this? Crafting such a misleading title to draw attention? If that's what constitutes a scoundrel, then there would be no good men left in the world. There is no need for you to be overly upset. After all, everyone in our academy is aware of the matter between you and Su Qianyi. Moreover, there were numerous onlookers when you were in the back alley, and, aside from us, others in the building were also working to restore the truth. Xie Shu paused, his hand hovering over the keyboard, deciding against cursing for the time being. He raised his gaze towards the 3, his expression taking on a hint of seriousness, and solemnly stated, "Thank you, my brothers." The trio, taken aback by Xie Shu's unusually grave tone, so unlike his usual playful demeanor, was about to express that no words were necessary among friends. But they were interrupted by Xie Shu's continued words. From now on, whenever I have a bowl of soup, you shall each have one to share. They were grateful for his generosity. Chapter 51. Are you not up to the task? Although Xie Shu refrained from making any comments thereafter, he remained in the comment section. Matters concerning his reputation were of paramount importance to him. Should he encounter any further fabricators of rumors, he would be prepared to address them. He scrolled through dozens of comments, discovering that the majority had not been swayed by the titles set by the original poster. It seemed that many from his own academy were present, and they were well aware of the situation between him and Su Qianyi. Thus, they naturally dismissed the claims made by the original poster, even if students from other academies were unaware of the truth. A few more comments would surely enlighten them about the inaccuracies of the title. The original poster ought to reconsider their title. If the principal party were to see it, they would surely be incensed. It is outrageous to label such a sincere young man as a scoundrel. Who wouldn't he be angry? Had I not witnessed them in the back alley tonight, I might have been deceived by your nonsense. If I weren't from the School of Arts myself, I might have fallen for your trick. I feel quite sorry for that gentleman from the School of Arts, who pursued his affections for 3 years only to be unjustly labeled a scoundrel after letting go. I hope someone acquainted with him might privately message me his contact information. I would like to offer him some comfort and help him overcome his emotional turmoil. I await your response. Many years ago, I was employed as a soldier in Ilaku, and bullets whizzed past my ears. Suddenly, one struck my helmet, and, for a moment, I thought I was a goner. I quickly ducked, removed my helmet, and examined it closely. Thankfully, it only bore a slight scrape. Looking nearby, I realized it was merely your little trick. To clarify, I am not a pervert. I merely wish to express that the gentleman from the School of Arts is exceptionally tall and handsome. Furthermore, I am not a pervert. I am genuinely moved by someone who persistently pursued a girl for 3 years. How can I not weep? With such a slender waist, how could nobody embrace him? It is utterly incomprehensible that someone with such a physique, who appears slim in clothing yet has a well-built form when undressed, is not to be seen. Lastly, I am not a pervert. I simply wish to inquire if you would mind discussing some adult topics with me tonight in the canyon. Would that be too sudden? I reiterate, I am truly not a pervert. Why not just admit it? I genuinely cannot comprehend how young men today might stray onto the path of being a scoundrel. Is love merely a jest to them? Where is their morality? Where are their boundaries? Where are their addresses? Where can I find them? 6. To the one above, please do not go too far. It's fine to joke privately, but please refrain from mocking my boyfriend publicly. Consider the feelings of his girlfriend. With a thud, Xie Shu, having lost interest in the latter part of the comments, turned off his screen expressionlessly, and placed his phone heavily on the table before heading to the balcony to wash up. He had not uttered a single word about his encounter with Su Qianyi in the back alley to the three in the dormitory. If he didn't bring it up, they certainly would not inquire. After finishing his ablutions, Xie Shu returned to his dormitory, intending to chat with Xie for a while before sleep. But she seemed unavailable and had not replied to his messages, leaving him uncertain of her activities. He simply sent her a good-night message, set his phone down, and prepared for slumber. Xie Shu, are you turning in so early again? Zhao Lin inquired curiously as he noticed Xie Shu lying back on his bed. How odd it was for him to be sleeping so early these days. This was not like him at all. Previously, they had always stayed up late together. Why was he suddenly adopting healthier habits? Xie Shu closed his eyes, grunted a muffled reply, and turned over, ready to sleep. Early to bed and early to rise is beneficial for health. Xie Shu, you've been working part-time all day. Why not unwind a bit? Care to join us in the canyon? Lita asked him. Not coming. The dormitory fell silent for a few seconds, and just as Xie Shu thought they would disregard him, someone suddenly yanked the blanket off him. He opened his eyes to find Lita tugging at his covers. How can you sleep at your age? Get up and join us. Xie Shu sat up and reclaimed his blanket, covering himself again. Not coming. My blanket is unwell, and I must tend to it first. Xie Shu, you've been acting strangely these past few days. Are you feeling weak? Should we take you to see a doctor? Before Lu Ping could finish his sentence, Xie Shu swiftly flipped over and sat up, exclaiming, Who feels weak? The three of them exchanged knowing glances upon witnessing his reaction. One of them then said, So it's you who can't handle it. Had you mentioned it earlier, we wouldn't have bothered you. Well then, we three will go. Although aware that they were teasing him, Xie Shu could not tolerate being deemed inadequate. What was wrong with him? He was in peak condition. Damn, his health was superb. Just one round. To preserve his dignity as a man, Xie Shu resolved to play a round in the canyon to showcase his prowess. These rascals, 3 days without a beating, and they were becoming unruly. Thus their plot succeeded. And Xie Shu logged on, joining them for a 4-player match. He initially intended to invite Xie to join, but reconsidered, thinking it was just one match and opted not to message her. However, during the hero selection phase, he received a message from Xie. Opening the small window, he saw that she had just finished showering and had been busy until recently. Since he was feeling a bit bored, he replied, and before long, they found themselves engrossed in conversation once more. As the game commenced, he maneuvered his character towards the tower while explaining to Xie that he had one more match to play and advised her to get some rest. After sending the message, he had yet to close the small window when his character, standing idly at the tower, was ambushed and swiftly eliminated by 2 opponents. In less than a minute into the game, he had already given away first blood. Initially, he did not think much of it, attributing it to a momentary lapse in attention. His friends would not criticize him for it. Just as he was about to focus on the game, he received a wave of taunts from the opposing team. Is the opposing team even capable? Giving away first blood at the start. Xie Shu. Those who follow me shall prosper. Those who oppose me shall perish. Anyone daring to criticize my shortcomings shall face severe punishment. Brothers, let us teach them a lesson. Chapter 52. Premeditation. The following morning, Xie Shu was roused from slumber by the incessant ringing of an alarm clock. In a half-asleep haze, he reached out to silence the alarm, taking a few moments to gather himself before rising. How was it already bright outside again? Ignoring his drowsiness, the day dawned without mercy. A few days ago, he maintained a rather healthy routine, but last night, he made an exception and indulged in a game, ultimately losing track of time. After being taunted by 2 opponents, he rallied his sons and pursued them across the map, even enlisting a randomly matched friend into their ranks. Rather than simply pushing towards the enemy's crystal to secure a swift victory, they lurked in the shadows, ambushing them and instilling a sense of trepidation every time they attempted to venture out. They would sometimes leave their opponents on the brink of defeat, allowing them a fleeting glimmer of hope before delivering the final, crushing blow. Such is the nature of play. The eminent writer Lu Sun once remarked, Each should accept their destiny, whether fortune or misfortune, and refrain from becoming a saint to enjoy their blessings. Thus, he found himself thoroughly entertained last night, and the match extended for quite a while. By the time it concluded, it was already past midnight, leading to a rather late bedtime. With bleary eyes, Xie Shu rose from his slumber, freshened up, and stepped out. Today also entailed part-time work. Exiting the dormitory, he made his way directly to the cafeteria, purchased breakfast, and then headed towards the campus gate near the residential area. Shortly after leaving the campus, he encountered a girl on the path leading to the girls' dormitory. She too entered the cafeteria, standing at various counters for an extended period, indecisive about what to purchase. Ultimately, relying on memory, she selected a few breakfast items and a cup of soybean milk. After the cafeteria staff packaged her order, she exited. However, instead of returning to the girls' dormitory, she headed toward the boys' dormitory. Eventually, she halted beneath one of the boys' dormitory buildings. Alongside the road, the school had placed benches, and she silently approached one, taking a seat. She then retrieved her phone, opened WeChat, and sent a message to a friend. Xie Shu, have you gotten out of bed? I bought breakfast for you. Can you come down? As expected, there was no reply. Yet, she remained unperturbed. After all, it was the weekend, and few students would rise early. By this hour, Xie Shu was likely still asleep. No matter, she could wait, just as he had once waited for her. Simultaneously, outside the campus, Xie Shu held his phone with one hand, poised to enter Wan Yinqi's chat window when a new message arrived, pushing her conversation down the list. His finger halted abruptly, stopping just in time. Gazing at the familiar name, he felt no stirrings of emotion. He merely glanced at the content of the message, adopting a bemused expression akin to an elderly person on the subway, engrossed in their phone. Was she all right? What could have spurred her to buy him breakfast at such an early hour? For matters he could not fathom, Xie Shu decisively chose to set them aside, believing he would forget them in due course. He accurately entered Wan Yinqi's chat window this time, opened the keyboard, and was about to send her a message when a car suddenly halted beside him. Assuming it was merely someone else's vehicle, he stepped back a few paces and stood on the steps, leisurely typing. Just as he was about to send his message, a familiar voice broke the silence. Xie Shu. Lifting his gaze, he saw Wan Yinqi leaning out of the driver's side window. Xie Shu, are you heading to your part-time job? Wan Yinqi asked, her body slightly angled, resting against the window frame, her bright eyes fixed on him. Xie Shu lowered his phone slightly and lingered on her for a few seconds before glancing around. How strange. Wasn't he this right at the campus gate? If she had left before him, she should have driven off by now. Even if she had come out later, how had he missed her? Moreover, vehicles were not permitted to enter the campus gate near the residential area, so where had her car materialized from? Xie Shu? Wan Yinqi's voice called again, pulling him from his thoughts. Yes, he quickly nodded in response. Would you like me to give you a ride? Wan Yinqi continued. Huh. You must have things to attend to today as well, so it's really unnecessary, Xie Shu replied, assuming she was headed to the company and not wanting to waste her time. He expected that after his refusal, Wan Yinqi would leave, but instead, she gazed at him with a hint of hesitation, her lips parting but no words emerging. Even the hand resting on the window frame tightened slightly, betraying her unease. After a moment's contemplation, Xie Shu added, Won't this take up your time? Not at all, she replied swiftly. As if to affirm her words, Wan Yinqi elaborated. I'm not a formal employee of the company, not even an intern. I merely go there to learn when I have some spare time. So it doesn't matter if I go or not, early or late, it makes no difference to me. She certainly knew how to articulate herself well. Why had she struggled just moments ago? Understanding her shyness, Xie Shu opted against teasing her and acquiesced to her offer. Then I shall impose on you. Not an imposition at all, Wan Yinqi beamed, her face lighting up, radiating joy. Her beauty was captivating, with a gentle grace and a sparkle in her eyes that was simply mesmerizing. Xie Shu's heart skipped a beat, and he lightly tapped his forehead to regain his composure before striding around to the passenger seat. After entering the car, he provided her with the specifics of his destination. Wan Yinqi activated the navigation, and they set off. Not long into the drive, while still clutching his breakfast, Xie Shu suddenly recalled something. Have you eaten breakfast? Not yet. You woke up not too late. Why haven't you at breakfast? I wasn't very hungry, Wan Yinqi replied, her voice slightly faltering. She hadn't wanted to disturb him, so she was uncertain of his exact departure time. Hence, she had risen early to wait for him outside. As for heading to the cafeteria, their school had several dining halls, and she couldn't predict which one he might choose. So fearing a chance encounter might pass them by, she didn't waste time eating and left the dormitory directly. As for the car, initially, a driver was supposed to pick her up, but she had dismissed him, desiring to spend time alone with Xie Shu. However, she dared not voice these premeditated plans. Chapter 53, You when I open my mouth, you when I close my eyes. Even if you're not hungry, you should eat something. There's a breakfast shop up ahead. Let us stop and grab a bite. Xie Shu's tone suddenly turned serious. His authoritative demeanor made Wan Yinqi feel a bit anxious, even fearful. The last time he spoke to her in such a tone was during high school when he scolded her on behalf of Su Qianyi. Wan Yinqi pressed her lips together, not daring to utter a word, and simply complied with Xie Shu's wishes, stopping at a breakfast shop. This area, being near several universities, boasted an abundance of dining options. After exiting the car, Xie Shu led Wan Yinqi into a casual breakfast shop. Since he had already purchased breakfast at school, he only ordered for Wan Yinqi. Seated opposite each other, Wan Yinqi fidgeted with her hands on her thighs, her mind still grappling with the sudden severity of Xie Shu. Breakfast arrived swiftly, a bowl of porridge accompanied by several meat buns placed before her. "Let us eat first. We can set off later." Xie Shu's tone had softened considerably, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. Observing Wan Yinxi's anxious expression, he paused before adding, "I apologize for my earlier tone. I merely believe skipping breakfast is detrimental to one's health, nothing more." Wan Yinxi took small sips of her porridge, her mood instantly lifting as she realized he was concerned for her well-being. Noticing her gradually relaxing, Xie Shu too felt a sense of relief, acknowledging that he had overreacted. In his past life, he had suffered from a serious ailment due to an erratic lifestyle and dietary habits associated with work, ultimately leading to a late-stage diagnosis of stomach cancer. Those harrowing days spent in the hospital remained vividly etched in his memory, and he wished to spare both himself and those he cherished from such torment. Though it was a matter of a previous life, it felt as recent as a few days ago. He still vividly recalled those challenging times, hence his earlier worry was perhaps unwarranted. Every major illness often originates from minor ailments. The body is the foundation of one's endeavors, and health is the true wealth of life. Thus, they spent a few more minutes at the breakfast establishment before returning to the car. Xie Shu's part-time job was quite distant, and Wan Yinxi navigated smoothly along the route, engaging in light conversation. The soothing music within the car induced a drowsy sensation, and due to his late night and early morning, Xie Shu succumbed to sleep, his fatigue finally catching up with him. Noticing his drowsiness, Wan Yinxi fell silent, occasionally stealing glances at him. At times, she would become so engrossed in watching him that she would lose track of her surroundings, prompting impatient honks from vehicles behind her. Although she had already etched his visage deep into her memory, every time she laid eyes on him, her heart would flutter uncontrollably. Following the navigation, Wan Yinxi arrived at their destination effortlessly. Glancing at the time, it read 7:40. She recalled that the person who messaged Xie Shu yesterday mentioned class commenced at 8 o'clock and suggested he arrive a bit later. Thus, she decided not to hastily wake him, parking the car by the roadside and turning to quietly admire his features, remaining still. If only this moment could last forever. Just his presence beside her made her feel as if she possessed the entire world. "Xie Shu, you may not realize, but for these past years, I have uttered your name at every opportunity and visualized your face with every closing of my eyes," she murmured to herself, contemplating her own madness, yet refraining from disturbing him. She had once thought the existence of Su Qianyi would perpetually isolate her from his world, but fortunately, events did not unfold as she had feared. The boy she had longed for had returned to his pre-high school self, engaging in conversation with her, protecting her, and showing her genuine concern. Just as Wan Yinxi was lost in her reverie, a sudden ringtone jolted Xie Shu awake. As he opened his eyes, he caught sight of Wan Yinxi seemingly watching him. Instinctively, he turned to meet her gaze, only to find her hastily averting her eyes. Xie Shu murmured, rubbing his head to dispel the remnants of sleep. He glanced out the window, recognizing the vicinity from his previous visit, and noted that they had parked right outside the art district. "When did we arrive? Why didn't you wake me?" he asked, his voice still hoarse. Wan Yinxi hastily ended her phone call, stammering, "We just got here." "Is that so? We're not late, are we?" Xie Shu inquired, checking the time on his phone, which read 7:50. "No, we're not late," he confirmed. "Thank you for bringing me all this way." He turned to Wan Yinxi with gratitude. She, however, faced the steering wheel, her head bowed, unable to meet his eyes, her voice barely above a whisper. No need to mention it. Xie Shu noted her flushed cheeks and mused at how easily she blushed. Yet, he had no time to tease her now. Stepping out of the car, he intended to bid her farewell when a group emerged from the nearby intersection, one of them calling out to him, "Teacher Xie." Upon hearing his name, Xie Shu turned to see a cluster of students from the art and media classes approaching, accompanied by several teachers who often walked with them between classes. The distance from the corner to the entrance of the art district was minimal, and the students hopped excitedly towards him, clearly delighted to see him, which indicated his popularity among them. "Xie Shu, you're here so early. If I'm not mistaken, it seems quite a distance from here," remarked Teacher Li, who had been following the students. I had someone drop me off today." "Oh, that makes sense. Let us head inside. Is this?" Teacher Li began. But before he could finish, he noticed a young and beautiful girl stepping out of the car beside Xie Shu, her chin lifted defiantly as she stood next to him. Chapter 54. She's my girlfriend. Xie Shu, initially facing away from the vehicle, only recognized Wan Yinxi's presence when she stood beside him. When asked about her, he readily introduced, "This is Wan Yinxi, my friend. She's the one who brought me here." The crowd stood momentarily stunned at the sight of the enchanting girl before them. Wow, what an extraordinary beauty. Is it typical for a handsome man to have such beautiful female friends? Soon, their eyes drifted to the luxurious car behind them. They had seen it earlier, but had not linked it to Xie Shu. Friend? A luxury car? What does this imply about Xie Shu? Hello, Xie interjected, breaking the reverie of the onlookers. She faced the group with a warm and polite demeanor, yet beneath her bright eyes lingered a subtle detachment that went unnoticed. Xie Shu, standing nearby, failed to perceive the dynamics as he introduced her to a few teachers. The ensuing conversation was filled with polite exchanges, but Xie's presence delayed the group by a minute or two at the entrance. As the time for class approached, the teachers urged the students to enter quickly. Xie Shu lingered at the back, momentarily falling behind the main group. Before Xie departed for her company, he leaned in to remind her softly, "Drive safely on your way." Though it was a simple expression of concern, it filled her heart with sweetness. She nodded gently, then returned to her car, turning it around to leave. Xie Shu stood by, observing intently, and before Xie departed, he took a few steps forward, positioning himself outside the driver's seat, leaning slightly while smiling and engaging her in conversation. Ultimately, as time pressed on, he reluctantly reached out, tousling her adorable little head, and bid her farewell. Xie, her face flushed with nervousness, drove away. Subsequently, the two were destined to attend to their respective affairs. Xie Shu strolled into the art district. Fortunate that the studio was not far from the entrance. With his tall stature and long legs, he arrived in mere minutes. Not long after he entered the studio, it was precisely time for class. The timing was impeccable, as teacher Li and the students had merely arrived a few minutes ahead of him. At this moment, everyone was still organizing their art supplies, some sharpening pencils, others applying stickers, and some setting up easels. Since they had yet to formally commence painting, casual conversations began to emerge. Having interacted with Xie Shu the previous day, the students were not strangers to him. Thus one inquisitive student ventured to ask, "Teacher Xie, was that beautiful sister just now your girlfriend?" Another chimed in, "When we left, you were smiling at her so tenderly. You even stood outside the car, chatting for ages. You must have hated apart, haha." The dynamics between teachers and students in the studio differed from those in school. The atmosphere was more relaxed, and it was quite common for students to jest with their instructors. Xie Shu, being an experienced individual, took no offense and was rather eager to engage in their playful banter. He nodded and casually replied, "Yes, she's my girlfriend." Teacher Li, who was seated at the other end, flipping through a sketchbook to decide which painting the students would replicate that morning, looked up with curiosity. "Girlfriend? You seem to have introduced her as just a friend earlier." Another student, puzzled, echoed, "Yes, I recall you specifically referred to her as a friend." "She is indeed my girlfriend," Xie Shu maintained his assertion. The seriousness of his expression, coupled with the earnestness of his tone, led them to ponder whether they had misheard during their earlier encounter. After all, it was merely a word's difference. Perhaps they had missed it in the rush of conversation. However, the details were of little interest to them now. Their curiosity was piqued by the romance between the handsome man and the beautiful woman. Hence, the students eagerly posed further questions. "Teacher Xie, when did you two get together? Who confessed first? Is there any significance to the place of confession? I want to learn for the future." In the face of their curiosity, Xie Shu offered no reticence, responding earnestly, "It could be a few weeks to a few months before I confess to her. The location is yet to be determined." The students were momentarily taken aback. Did he truly understand the implications of his words? Wasn't that still just a friend? They had initially believed it to be genuine. After a brief silence, Teacher Li broke the stillness with a question she had been particularly eager to ask. "Xie Shu, I noticed the car your girlfriend drove was quite luxurious. It must have cost a pretty penny." Generally, he would not discuss Xie's family background at school, but considering the context, he thought it might be acceptable to share. Thus, he nodded, "It was indeed quite expensive, but for her, it is inconsequential. After all, her family is affluent." This revelation intrigued Teacher Li further. As someone who had been in the workforce, her observations led her to believe that individuals from different social strata often found it challenging to connect. At least in most cases. Given that the young woman hailed from a well-off family, one might assume Xie Shu's background was not lacking either. In that case, your families must be quite comparable. Why then do you take on a part-time teaching assistant role? I wouldn't want to make such a trek if I were you. Is it simply for life experience? Xie Shu, busy fiddling with a plaster skull on the shelf, pondered her question briefly before nodding earnestly. "I suppose so. Our family has a business in bottled water." Teacher Li and the students were left speechless. Did he perhaps misunderstand the meaning of comparable? Teacher Li found herself somewhat outpaced by the thought processes of the younger generation. Nevertheless, gleaning from Xie Shu's response, it seemed there might indeed be some disparity in their family backgrounds. Wasn't it said that affluent families often preferred matches of similar standing? Yet, Rather than stating this directly, she opted for a different approach. While love is free nowadays, a girl like her must be difficult to pursue. Are you not concerned she might look down upon you? However, Xie Shu confidently retorted, with my good looks and talent, how could she possibly overlook me? Teacher Li and the students were left momentarily speechless. Chapter 55. Preparations ahead. As the students readied themselves, Teacher Li instructed them on which page to replicate. The students opened their books, carefully cutting out the designated page with their knives and affixing it to their drawing boards, entering a focused state of study. Xie Shu began to stroll purposefully around the studio, observing their work and occasionally offering constructive feedback. After a while, Teacher Li ascended to the second floor. The students mentioned that several teachers' offices were located there. Xie Shu was uncertain of her purpose for going upstairs. Perhaps she was merely playing on her phone? Regardless, he remained dutifully attentive to the students, refraining from checking his own phone. After all, they were in a villa equipped with surveillance cameras. He had noticed them the previous day, and it was likely that those above could monitor the activities below. Xie Shu continued to circulate, ensuring he did not interfere with the students' work. His responsibility was solely to assist them in refining their artwork. Some students would call upon him for help, while he would also proactively address any issues he observed. Only when he felt confident in their progress would he nod for them to proceed to the next step. At this stage, the students were still developing their foundational skills, and they had already invested considerable time simply establishing their outlines. As they moved forward, the variety of tools they employed began to expand. B, 2B, 3B, 4B, HBH, and various other pencils of differing hardness, alongside tissues, highlighters, and kneaded erasers, were all at their disposal. Of course, Xie Shu remained focused solely on the quality of their artwork. Teacher Li would occasionally descend to check in before returning upstairs, effectively entrusting the students' oversight to Xie Shu. The teaching assistant was nearing the status of a lead instructor. This situation demanded a raise. During this period, the students were not entirely silent. They engaged in conversation while painting without hindrance, particularly after discovering their teaching assistant possessed a humorous disposition. Their interactions with him became increasingly frequent. Gradually, they found themselves discussing future aspirations, prompting one student to inquire, "Teacher Xie, what majors can one pursue after studying fine arts?" "Ah, there are many options," Xie Shu mused, resting his chin on one hand and contemplating for a few moments before looking up and articulating deliberately. "If your pencils are sharpened to a fine point and elongated, you might consider selling sugarcane at a stall in the future. If you wash your palettes 10 times a day, then handling 5,000 plates in the kitchen daily will not pose a challenge. If your brush strokes and color arrangements are truly remarkable, you certainly cannot miss the opportunity to work at a barbecue stall." The students, observing that the brushes in the students' hands had come to a halt, each one gazed silently at themselves. Xie Shu quickly waved his hand. "I'm just joking with you all. Focus on your studies, and there will be ample opportunities to shine in the future. After I entered university, my former teachers from middle and high school would specifically call me to the school when I returned home on weekends, requesting my assistance. Even the principal would offer me 2 cigarettes upon seeing me." They listened with sparkling eyes as Xie Shu described his impressive experiences, eagerly inquiring, "What did you do?" "Creating blackboard newspapers." "Alas, I won't tease you any longer. On a serious note, there are indeed numerous choices available. Digital media, crafts, packaging, advertising, products, and so much more. Feel free to choose whatever you like." "So, will there be a twist this time?" The morning class concluded amidst the students' chatter. Teacher Li descended from the second floor, announcing the end of the class, prompting the students to set down their brushes and head to the backyard to wash their hands and faces one by one. Throughout the morning, Xie Shu had not touched a brush, so as soon as the class ended, he promptly picked up his phone, intending to contact Wan Yinxi, the taciturn girl. However, just as he picked up his phone, before he could unlock it, he received a call. It was none other than Wan Yinxi. Looking at the illuminated name on his phone screen, Xie Shu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This reserved girl was actually calling him, and it seemed she timed the call just right. Progress. After clearing his throat, he swiped to answer, placing the phone to his ear. "Hello." Xie Shu spoke first, but there was no response from the other end. "Xie Shu?" He quickly lowered the phone to check if he had mistakenly pressed the wrong button, but upon looking, he confirmed it was indeed a call. What on earth was she doing? "Wan Yinxi, what is up?" He raised the phone to his ear again, continuing the conversation. This time, he could hear Wan Yinxi's voice, though it took her quite a while to articulate a complete thought. "Is your class over?" "Yes. It just ended. Do you need me to order you some takeout?" "No need. We have a restaurant nearby, very close." Then he could no longer hear her voice. He paused, somewhat uncertain, and asked her again, "Have you already ordered?" "Yes." The response was very soft, as if she feared being rejected. "That works then." Xie Shu's thoughts took a turn, and he readily agreed. However, I'm not very familiar with this area. I'm not sure if delivery can come in. Let me go ask. It can. Wang Yinxi's tone became a bit louder, her confidence evident. How do you know? Those delivery folks have already asked the security at the entrance. Those? He asked. Xie Shu was taken aback. Yes, I ordered quite a bit. You and your teachers and classmates can all share. Xie Shu. He furrowed his brow. Was she really ordering for everyone here? How many people would that be? Their art class alone had over 20 individuals, and the media class above had another 10 or 20. Although surprised, Xie Shu said nothing more. He followed Wang Yinxi's lead and confirmed, then stepped outside to glance at the villa's address, relaying it to Wang Yinxi over the phone. After that, Wang Yinxi hung up, probably to inform the delivery person. Staring at the disconnected call, Xie Shu found himself lost in thought, analyzing the situation. It was clear that Wang Yinxi had ordered in advance, and the delivery person was already en route. Everything was meticulously planned ahead of time. Yet, her initial intention was to inquire if he needed anything, but he didn't want to trouble her, so he would typically decline. If he hadn't recalled how she had deliberately driven in front of him that morning to offer him a ride, he might have genuinely turned her down. What would she have done if he had refused? Would she have called everyone back? What would have been the point of her preparation then? Ah, silly girl. Why be so cautious? Chapter 56, Her Own Method. Later, Xie Shu promptly called out to the teachers and students who were about to leave the villa. He briefly informed them that his girlfriend had already ordered takeout for everyone, so there was no need to rush to the restaurant. The group was momentarily taken aback, exchanging puzzled glances. It was one thing for his girlfriend to order for him, but why for all of them? A few individuals would be understandable, but this many? Was he certain she had ordered for everyone? The art students who had conversed with Xie Shu that morning, along with teacher Li, recognized that his girlfriend was the wealthy Wang Yinxi they had met earlier, so they were merely astonished by Xie Shu's revelation, without any suspicion. It seemed they were indeed benefiting from Xie Shu's connection. However, the students and teachers who had been on the second floor were unaware of this. Some thought Xie Shu was joking with them. Yet, it wasn't long before they fell silent upon seeing the delivery personnel emerge from the corner, dressed in matching uniforms. Contrary to Xie Shu's expectations, the delivery staff was in the uniforms of XX restaurant, rather than the typical yellow and blue delivery workers. Clearly, these were delivery personnel specifically dispatched by the restaurant, and there were quite a few of them, since only the residents of this villa stood outside. The delivery staff quickly spotted them. The distance was not far, and the delivery personnel soon arrived at the villa's entrance, politely inquiring, "May I ask who is Mr. Xie Shu?" Xie Shu responded, "I am." "Hello, Mr. Xie. This is the meal Miss Ruan ordered for you and your friends from our restaurant. Where should we place it?" The lead person continued. Xie Shu was not particularly familiar with the area. To his recollection, there were no dining facilities here. The first floor was filled with art supplies, and he had not explored the other rooms much, unsure if there were tables. Even if there were, he doubted they could accommodate lunch for so many people. Thus, he turned to the teachers nearby. They were more familiar with the place, so it was best to let them decide. "How about we place it on the second floor? There's ample space up there." Upon receiving Xie Shu's glance, Teacher Li promptly offered this suggestion. The other teachers voiced no objections, and the students were even less inclined to disagree. Thus, they all returned to the villa, this time heading to the second floor. This was Xie Shu's first time visiting the second floor, and the scene was entirely different from the first. Unlike the first floor, which had numerous small rooms, the second floor was particularly spacious, with only simple flexible partitions separating spaces, allowing for great adaptability. Xie Shu felt he had to reconsider his earlier impression. This villa was indeed quite large. He had initially thought it small simply because the classroom on the first floor occupied little space, thus giving him a misleading sense of size. Numerous single desks were arranged, and the teachers encouraged the students to push the desks together, forming several larger tables. The delivery personnel who had followed behind subsequently placed the packaged dishes on the tables, even kindly opening each one for them. The dishes of boiled fish, dompa pork, spicy shrimp, mouth-watering chicken, braised pork with preserved vegetables, steamed ribs, and 3 delicacies soup were unveiled one after another, captivating the attention of all present. Even Xie Shu could not help but feel a fluttering in his eyelids. These dishes had just been nestled within the delivery personnel's thermal containers, and prior to their revelation, Xie Shu had assumed they were mere individual lunch servings, never anticipating such a sumptuous spread. Following this, each person received a box of rice. Given that Wang Yinxi was uncertain about the exact number of attendees, she had taken a cursory glance in the morning and made a rough estimate for lunch, opting to prepare a bit more. Fortunately, her estimation was largely accurate, leaving only a few extra boxes of rice. On the other side, upon seeing the notification on her phone indicating that the order had been delivered, Wang Yinxi felt an immense wave of relief wash over her. It had arrived. How wonderful. Just moments ago, she had nearly faced another rejection. Since high school, Xie Shu had consistently declined all of her offerings. Each time she had prepared something for him in advance, not a single item had been accepted. When he had once again refused her, she had nearly succumbed to tears. Thankfully, he ultimately accepted her gesture. She could only wonder if her choice would suit his palate. Considering the distance, she refrained from selecting a restaurant in the city center. Otherwise, she would have ensured the finest delicacies graced his presence. His friends were merely an afterthought. Unlike Xie Shu, who had numerous friends, she had only him. Previously, Xie Shu had maintained excellent relationships with his friends, leaving her to navigate her own rapport with them. However, she found herself devoid of common topics with his acquaintances, struggling to connect, and she had little desire to engage with them. Yet, she feared that avoiding them might lead to misunderstandings regarding her relationship with Xie Shu, particularly among some of his female friends. Thus, she had long sought alternative methods to inform his friends of her existence alongside him. This time, her decision to order lunch for others was one such strategy. If she was not physically present with Xie Shu, she would rely on this means to affirm their strong bond. Contemplating this, Yinshi finally put away her phone and rose, preparing to head to the company cafeteria to grab a light meal. The cafeteria was conveniently close, and she arrived in just a few minutes. During lunch hour, the cafeteria bustled with employees, and every window was filled with patrons. Not wishing to crowd among too many strangers, she opted for a less frequented stall. She chose a porridge shop, which, compared to the morning, was nearly deserted at noon. After casually ordering a bowl of porridge and 2 buns, she took her tray to a dining area and settled down. Just as she sat, before she could even take a sip of her porridge, her phone chimed. The sound indicated a video call on WeChat. The only individuals who typically initiated video calls with her were her parents, who would reach out whenever they were out and missed her. Otherwise, they would communicate via phone. However, today they were at the office, and she had seen them just that morning. Why were they calling her now? Curiosity piqued. She took out her phone to answer, only to freeze at the sight of the name, Xie Shu. She remained stunned for a few seconds, then hurriedly tucked away a non-existent strand of hair behind her ear and touched her cheek to ensure there was nothing amiss. Once satisfied that she appeared presentable, she nervously accepted the video call. As the video connection was established, Yinshi's gaze fell upon the person she had longed to see. Observing the backdrop behind him, it appeared he was outdoors. Curiously, she inquired, "What brings you outside?" "I ordered takeout." "Haven't you eaten yet?" The delivery she had just placed should have arrived by now. Why was he still outside, especially under the glaring sun? Yes. I'm in a small resting pavilion in the villa's backyard," Xie Shu replied, seated alone, one hand holding his phone, the camera directed at himself. Upon hearing Yinshi's question, he quickly responded. He then rotated the phone, causing the view to spin wildly before settling on a wooden table. On it lay 2 lunch boxes, one filled with rice and the other with an assortment of dishes, accompanied by unopened disposable chopsticks quietly resting beside them. Seeing such a meager lunch, Yinshi frowned. Hadn't she ordered plenty? Why did he only have such a small amount? "Aren't you eating with your teachers and classmates?" she asked, puzzled. Did he really give away the rest? She had intended to treat him, with others merely an afterthought. After showing her his lunch, Xie Shu turned the camera back to himself, locking eyes with her through the screen. He explained in a relaxed tone, "There were quite a few people upstairs, and I didn't want to squeeze in with them. Besides, I intended to video call you during lunch, and it wouldn't have been convenient with them around. So I came out alone." What he said was indeed true. When class ended, his first impulse had been to contact her, but her incoming call had interrupted him. Later, as they combined several tables upstairs, surrounded by laughter and conversation, he found the atmosphere enjoyable yet a tad noisy. He felt it might hinder his conversation with Yinshi. So after arranging the tables, he informed them of his desire to go downstairs for a solitary meal, wishing to connect with his girlfriend. In the training institute, workplace dynamics were non-existent. All the teachers were amiable, and relationships were relaxed, so he had no reservations in voicing his intentions. Teacher Li and the art class students understood that Xie Shu's girlfriend was someone he had yet to pursue officially, and they exchanged knowing glances, offering no objections. A few teachers from the media class worried that he might feel uncomfortable and suggested he join the lively gathering, but Teacher Li intervened. Thus, Xie Shu successfully brought down a box of rice and a box of assorted dishes, settling in the backyard. As soon as he sat down, he eagerly initiated the video call with Yinshi. Finally, he could see his little girlfriend after such a long day at work, where he was deprived of his phone. Yinshi was momentarily taken aback by Xie Shu's explanation, her ears gradually tinged with a rosy hue. To open his lunchbox, Xie Shu had to lay his phone flat on the wooden table, positioning the camera towards the pavilion ceiling. He remained focused on Yinshi's image on the screen while he removed the lid and asked, "And you?" It's noon now. You should be in the cafeteria, right? Yes, she replied. What are you eating? Let me see if you're taking care of yourself. I'm having porridge. Xie mimicked Xie Shu's earlier gesture, adjusting the camera to show him what lay before her. Upon seeing her meal, Xie Shu frowned instantly. Why is it exactly the same as what you had this morning? And the buns from your cafeteria appear smaller than those near our school. Will that be enough for you? As the camera rotated back, the scene returned to Xie. Perfectly, this also facilitated Xie Shu's scrutiny of her. Despite her face nearly pressing against the screen, it appeared remarkably slender. In her childhood, she possessed a cherubic visage. But at some point, she had matured into a delicately shaped oval face, with her collarbone clearly visible beneath the screen. No, with her providing them so much. How could she possibly eat so little herself? It's insufficient. You ought to fetch a couple more dishes, Xie Shu frowned. With her petite frame, if she didn't consume a bit more, what would happen if he accidentally touched her and she fell apart? Yet, Xie seemed somewhat indifferent. It's fine. I'm not very hungry. Hearing this, Xie Shu refrained from uttering a word, instead setting down the disposable chopsticks he had just picked up. He stood and, taking his phone, strode towards the resting pavilion outside. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, its relentless rays striking against his skin. Even through the screen, Xie could sense the heat on his side. Where are you going? Aren't you going to eat first? I'm going outside to find a restaurant for kanji. Don't you want takeout? No, I suddenly wish to eat the same as you. I want to see if a small bowl of kanji and a couple of buns will fill me up. It's quite hot out. You should stay in if you can. Xie advised. If I happen to suffer from heat stroke, it's my concern. You needn't worry too much. If it gets severe, I'll just lie in the hospital for a few days. Xie Shu had returned from the resting pavilion in the backyard to the first floor studio. He traversed the studio, moved down the corridor, and exited the main door, where the scorching sun once more bathed his fair skin. Perhaps it was indeed the oppressive heat. In mere seconds, a fine sheen of sweat had gathered on Xie Shu's forehead, causing Xie's heart to ache. How could she bear to see him exposed to such sunlight? It was utterly heartbreaking. Xie continued to urge him, yet Xie Shu remained resolute, insisting on eating the same as her, eager to experience the sensation of a small appetite. After much persuasion, observing that Xie Shu showed no inclination to relent, she swiftly relented. I understand. I'll go fetch a few dishes right away. You needn't eat the same as me. At this, Xie Shu complied, halting his steps. I'll go now. Xie's voice came from the other side. The sun was too bright, making it difficult for Xie Shu to see the screen. So he stepped a few paces into the shade of a tree, which clarified the display slightly. He focused intently on the screen, noting that Xie had indeed picked up her phone and was heading towards a particular window. She chose one with fewer people, currently in line behind someone. Xie Shu patiently awaited her return. In just a few minutes, Xie reached the front of the line, taking a few dishes without rice, and quickly returned to her previous seat. Seeing this, Xie Shu's mood improved slightly. His father was right. Sometimes, one must counter magic with magic. Thus, he retraced his steps. Chapter 58, A Morning of Anticipation. Once back in the resting pavilion in the backyard, Xie Shu felt the heat lessen. He laid his phone flat on the table, leisurely tearing open the packaging of the disposable chopsticks, his gaze still fixed upon Xie on the screen. She seemed to have propped her phone against something, with the device at a distance, as she elegantly picked up food with one hand, while casually resting her other hand on the table's edge, exuding grace and tranquility. With nothing on the table to support his phone, Xie Shu held it in his left hand while wielding the chopsticks in his right. Just as he was about to start eating, the back door of the studio swung open, and hearing the sound, he glanced over. A student approached, carrying a lunchbox. Teacher Xie, everyone said you took too little food earlier, so we brought you a box. The student walked over and placed the item on the table. Xie Shu accepted it without protest. Thank you. You should go eat now. Fill up and rest before the afternoon class. His position was slightly turned away from the student, allowing the latter to catch a glimpse of the phone screen. Seeing the silhouette of a girl on Xie Shu's screen and recalling his earlier mention of connecting with his girlfriend, the student quickly deduced her identity. Not wishing to be an intruder, he turned to Xie Shu. Well then, I won't disturb Teacher Xie and his wife any longer. With that, he dashed away. Xie Shu showed no reaction to the studentess' words, but Xie on the other end felt her ears flush instantly. Sitting there, she feigned composure, lowering her head to nibble at her food, too shy to look up at Xie Shu on the screen, fearful that her embarrassment might be discovered. Yet, how could Xie Shu not notice? Xie's fair skin, akin to fine jade, made the rosy hue on her ears even more pronounced. However, Xie Shu chose to remain silent, merely smiling gently. She was so bashful, it was best not to burst her bubble. Consequently, he naturally shifted the conversation to other topics. allowing Wan Yinxi to gradually regain her composure and eventually dare to gaze at the screen. Thus, the two continued their meal, engaged in delightful banter. Just as they were thoroughly engrossed, he suddenly noticed a subtle shift in Wan Yinxi's expression, followed by her saying, I still have a few matters to attend to. Let us continue next time. But she wondered if he would call her again. Sensing her unease, Xie Shu proactively responded, all right, go ahead with your matters. When you have time later, I'll call you again. Okay, Wan Yinxi replied softly, reluctantly hanging up the video call first. With the video call concluded, Xie Shu found himself utterly bored. Sighing, he had initially come out to dine alone, hoping to chat with her, but he hadn't anticipated her being so busy. It was lunchtime, barely past noon. She wasn't a company employee, but merely learning to manage the company and handle affairs. Shouldn't she be less occupied than a full-fledged employee? Or were her parents particularly demanding? Yet, even the strictest expectations shouldn't encroach upon her mealtime. Xie Shu was uncertain of the specifics. He shook his head helplessly, then set his phone aside and focused on his meal. He hadn't intended to check his phone again, but it suddenly lit up every few seconds, compelling him to pick it up once more. His phone was on silent mode, so messages wouldn't produce sound alerts, but the screen would illuminate. He glanced at his phone, discovering messages from their dormitory group, with someone tagging him. Thinking there might be something important, he quickly clicked in and scrolled to the latest chat, gradually reading through the messages. Lu Ping, Xie Shu dude, you want to believe who I just saw downstairs? At that moment, Xie Shu hadn't seen the message, so the replies came from two others also working part-time outside. Zhaolin, who did you see? Lida, why did you only tag him? Are we not worthy? Lu Ping, hey, this isn't a time for jokes. I'm serious. I just saw Su Qianyi downstairs, and guess what she was doing? Zhaolin, we all go to the same school. Seeing her is no big deal. What is so surprising? Lida, right? Haven't you seen women before? They all look the same. One pair of eyes, two nostrils, and one mouth, right? Lu Ping, no, that's not what I meant. I wasn't referring to seeing her in the cafeteria or elsewhere. I meant she was waiting for Xie Shu right outside our dormitory. Zhaolin, Lida, Lu Ping, when I came downstairs, I actually didn't see her at all. It was only when she called out to me that I realized she was sitting on that bench over there. She asked me why Xie Shu hadn't come down yet. At that moment, I was unsure of her intentions and didn't respond. Then she inquired if I was there to bring you guys lunch and followed up by asking what Xie Shu wanted to eat, as she was gonna buy it. Zhaolin, Lida, Lu Ping. I was taken aback at that moment, and then I told her that Xie Shu had gone out to work early in the morning. You won't believe what she said next. She accused me of lying, claiming she had been waiting downstairs since early morning and hadn't seen Xie Shu come out at all. Zhaolin, say, Lida, say, Xie Shu. As soon as the person involved appeared, Lu Ping's messaging speed accelerated. Lu Ping, she's right next to me now, saying that she will buy your lunch and wants me to bring it back for you. She even asked me what you would like to eat. No matter how I explained that you weren't in the dorm, she simply wouldn't believe it. Zhaolin, 6, what is she playing at now? When our good brother opened his heart to her, why didn't she respond? Who is she trying to impress now? Lida, exactly. Now that Xie Shu is ignoring her, she is finally experiencing his indifference. Lu Ping, just tell her to leave. Let her know our good brother already has someone he likes, and she should stop getting involved. Lu Ping, sigh, I've already clarified everything with her. Xie Shu, while eating, stared expressionlessly at the group messages. Upon learning that Su Qianyi had waited for him all morning, he displayed no signs of joy or excitement. Instead, he felt somewhat perplexed. What on earth was going on? She didn't like him, so he distanced himself from her. Why then did she seem to be trying to retain him? How tiresome. Whatever. In the end, Xie Shu did not articulate his feelings regarding the matter. It was of no concern to him. He continued to observe the group chat, and the topic swiftly shifted away from Su Qianyi. Lu Ping was wandering around the cafeteria, uncertain of what to eat, and inquired in the group about what the three of them were having for lunch, seeking their suggestions. Upon seeing the message, Xie Shu promptly sent him 2 photos. Xie Shu, how did you know that my future wife is the one buying my lunch? The 3 of them. Is he okay? Are the teammates attacking? Chapter 59, A Natural Clothes Hanger. Evening. After class, Xie Shu unexpectedly received a message from Wan Yinxi, who took the initiative to reach out to him. The message was sent just a few minutes prior, stating that she had come to pick him up. Seeing the message, Xie Shu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. She was back? The distance was quite considerable, and if she aimed to arrive punctually, she must have set off well in advance. For a moment, Xie Shu felt a warm sensation in his heart. Having someone he liked constantly thinking of him was indeed a delightful feeling. At the same time, he also worried about her tiring herself out, as she had been busy all day. After reading the message, he promptly replied, saying he would be out shortly. and then parted ways with the teachers and students in the art studio. He exited the art district at the fastest pace possible and soon spotted that familiar car. He approached with several strides, and as he got closer, he heard the sound of the car door unlocking. Sensibly, he made his way to the passenger seat, opened the door, and sat down. Just as he settled in, without even fastening his seatbelt, Xie, seated in the driver's position, handed him a bottle of drink she had prepared in advance. Xie Shu instinctively accepted it. The bottle still had a slight chill, which alleviated some of the heat from his hand. He was indeed a bit thirsty. After expressing his gratitude, he unscrewed the cap and took a sip. Meanwhile, Xie started the car at the entrance of the art district due to a nearby turn in the road, and the fact that the road wasn't as wide as in the city center. Speed bumps were placed slightly ahead on both sides of the turn. As the car passed over the speed bump, Xie Shu was tilting his head back to drink. He held the bottle with the bottom higher than the opening, and the car suddenly jolted up and down, causing him to lose his grip and accidentally spill some of the drink. He instinctively gasped, and Xie noticed the unusual occurrence as well, but it was inconvenient to stop at the turn. She could only drive past it and then pull over on the roadside. Flustered, Xie hurriedly pulled out some tissues and began to help Xie Shu wipe the spilled drink off his arm and clothes. Her voice was tinged with panic. "I'm so sorry. I didn't notice that just now. It's not a big deal. Don't be so nervous." Xie Shu reassured her, gently taking the tissues from her hand. Seeing that Xie Shu didn't seem angry, Xie finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Shall we go buy a change of clothes nearby?" she suggested. "Sure," Xie Shu agreed without hesitation. Xie had bought him a colored drink. If it had been plain mineral water, he could have simply waited for the clothes to dry. However, the colored drink had splashed on him, particularly around the collar, and it didn't look very presentable. More importantly, the damp areas felt sticky, which was quite uncomfortable for him. Thus, Xie first searched for nearby clothing stores on her phone and then drove to one. Upon entering the store, Xie Shu casually picked a short-sleeved shirt, but he also held down Xie's hand, which had already opened the payment code. A little indulgence is fine, but making it a habit is not advisable. Besides, he wasn't destitute. Did she think he couldn't even afford a shirt? After completing the payment, he borrowed the fitting room in the store to change into the new clothes. The staff helped him pack his old shirt into a bag. While the staff was putting away the clothes for him, he glanced aimlessly around the store. He happened to notice the women's section right ahead, and he spotted several dresses hanging on the wall at the far end. He didn't know much about women's fashion, but he thought they looked quite nice. "Hello, sir. Here's your shirt." Just as the staff finished packing his shirt, she handed it to him. Xie Shu took the bag without hurrying to leave. Instead, he pointed to the women's section behind the staff and asked, "Could you help me get those dresses over there?" "Huh?" The staff was momentarily taken aback, looking at Xie Shu with a puzzled expression. Xie Shu, oblivious to the staff's strange look, stepped toward the women's section, and the staff hurriedly followed suit. He walked straight over, accurately pointing to a dress hanging on the wall, saying, "This one, could you get it for me?" Since a customer had made a request, the staff had no choice but to comply. She took a hanger and removed the dress from the wall, handing it to Xie Shu. He lifted the hanger to prevent the dress from dragging on the floor. He turned around, intending to hold the dress up against Xie to compare lengths, only to find her still standing dazedly at the cash register, watching him intently. He paused momentarily, then spoke, "Would you like to give it a try?" The shop assistant expressed her surprise in a hushed tone. "So you're planning to buy it for her?" Standing beside the assistant, Xie Shu replied, "What else could it be? Was she just pondering something peculiar moments ago?" Though the clothing store was somewhat spacious, it maintained an air of tranquility. Even with some distance between them, Xie could clearly hear Xie Shu's words. She momentarily froze, realizing he intended to buy something for her. While it was true that Xie Shu had gifted her various presents during their high school years, those had always been delectable treats or delightful toys. This seemed to be the first time he intended to buy her clothing. Years of habit had led her to overlook the possibility that it was meant for her. She had assumed it was for someone else. Regardless of how things unfolded, Xie felt a surge of joy, and she walked over to Xie Shu. The next phase naturally involved her trying on the outfits. Xie Shu was uncertain whether it was his discerning taste or if Xie was a natural at modeling. But every dress he selected for her looked exceptionally stunning. She tried on several dresses, all of which fit her perfectly, and Xie Shu had the assistant help him pack them up. Certainly, the cumulative price remained well within Xie Shu's means. The boutique they were browsing was not one of those upscale stores where a single item could cost thousands. Rather, it was a typical clothing store, with the most expensive dresses priced at a few hundred yuan and the total amount nearing 1,000 for several pieces. In Xie's hands, these dresses seemed like priceless treasures. She cherished each one, far more than her parents' expensive dresses that numbered in the thousands. Ruan Yinshi truly adored them. After emerging from the fitting room, she stood before the full-length mirror, examining herself from various angles, before finally turning to Xie Shu, who was seated with his chin resting on his hand, a smile illuminating his face as he gazed at her. "Do I look good?" she would inquire each time she donned a new dress. This time, however, Xie Shu did not respond with the usual compliments. Instead, he rose leisurely from his seat and approached her. He retrieved his phone from his pocket, faced the mirror, and subtly inched closer to Ruan Yinshi, suggesting, "Shall we take a photo for our social media?" Chapter 60. Could you please blur my face? Naturally, Ruan Yinshi would not refuse, and she felt quite pleased. They stood incredibly close together. Xie Shu held his phone up to the mirror, capturing both of them, while the shop assistant discreetly stepped back. He adjusted the phone's angle slightly downward, ensuring his face wasn't obscured. Just before pressing the shutter, he took a small step back, repositioning himself slightly behind Ruan Yinshi. Compared to their previous side-by-side stance, they now appeared even closer. Their postures were somewhat stiff, devoid of any interaction, each standing independently, merely leaning in proximity. Xie Shu's empty hand yearned for some form of connection with Ruan Yinshi, but after raising it for a moment, he ultimately let it rest silently at his side. He moved the phone forward a bit, making sure Ruan Yinshi could see the screen. "Ruan Yinshi, could you help me press the shutter?" The phone was positioned diagonally in front of her head, and she could easily glance over to see it. She responded with a soft hum, extending her finger to tap the shutter button. "Remember to look ahead." "Okay." Click. The photo was taken. Xie Shu retrieved his phone and opened the recent photo to assess how it turned out. In the picture, although their hands did not touch, there was a hint of interaction that softened their stiff poses, rendering the image somewhat harmonious. He had genuinely wished to embrace her for the photo. He needed to find a suitable moment to confess his feelings, allowing him to hold her openly. Preparations were essential. Ruan Yinshi quietly gazed up at Xie Shu, who was too tall for her to see the phone's display, leaving her uncertain about how the photo had turned out. She felt anxious, wondering if it might not look good. This thought only heightened her nervousness. Sensing her gaze, Xie Shu lowered the phone and shifted slightly closer to her. They both viewed the photo, finding it quite satisfactory. Subsequently, Xie Shu sent the picture to Ruan Yinshi and then proceeded to update his social media. Adding the photo and editing the caption, Ruan Yinshi initially intended to return to the fitting room to change back into her clothes, but before entering, she hesitantly addressed Xie Shu. "Could you please blur my face in the photo?" Xie Shu, who was about to publish the post, paused in confusion. "Why?" Ruan Yinshi stammered, her gaze averted. Did she feel dissatisfied with how she looked? "Shall we retake it?" Assuming she was concerned about her appearance. Xie Shu thought of how girls often fret over looking beautiful in photos, but she was stunning and photogenic. She could easily rival the beauty of stars in the entertainment industry. "No, I really like it," she replied, trailing off. She liked it, was satisfied, yet still wanted it blurred. After a few seconds of contemplation, Xie Shu finally nodded. "All right." Though he did not fully comprehend her reasoning, he decided to respect her wishes. Xie Shu clicked on the photo again, placing a sticker over Ruan Yinshi's head and showing it to her. Satisfied, she nodded before finally heading back to the fitting room. Inside the fitting room, Ruan Yinshi felt a mix of excitement and anxiety. It was a rare opportunity to be featured in his social media, especially a photo together. However, she recalled that his WeChat friend list included her mother. In the past, whenever she visited Xie Shu's house, she often neglected her phone, frequently missing messages and calls from her parents. Later on, she had lost track of when her mother added Xie Shu to her WeChat friends. But she knew that whenever her parents couldn't reach her, they would message Xie Shu to confirm her whereabouts, only relaxing once they knew she was at his house. This was something he had shared with her long ago. Of course, that was during middle school, when most students had phones. Although her communication with Xie Shu had diminished significantly in high school, and she had hardly visited his home or seen him at university, she could not ascertain whether he and her mother remained in each other's friend lists. Ultimately, caution was prudent. Her parents had always disapproved of her relationship with Xie Shu. If they discovered the photo, they would likely whisk her away abroad, just as they had done in the past. She did not want to part ways with Xie Shu, hence the necessity of requesting a blur. She was reluctant, yet she felt powerless against her parents. Ruan Yinshi changed back into her original clothing and exited the fitting room, where Xie Shu awaited her. He had settled the bill, and together they left the clothing store. In a high-end office building, Jean Qing stepped out of the conference room, intending to check the time. However, upon opening her phone, she noticed an unread WeChat message. Intrigued, she clicked to view it. Xiaoxi, Mom, I'll be leaving now. I want to be having dinner with you all. I've placed the relevant documents on your desk, so I want to disturb your meeting. The message was time-stamped an hour ago. An hour ago? Why did she leave so early this time? Reflecting on the events of yesterday, her brow furrowed in concern. Surely, she wasn't seeking out Xie Shu again? Secretary Lin had reported to her that she had seen the two of them together in the same vicinity. But when they were discovered, it was unclear whether they had spent a considerable amount of time together afterward. The mere thought of Xie Shu caused Jianqing's brow to remain perpetually knitted. Yet, the specifics of their encounter eluded her. She was merely speculating. However, it seemed improbable, given her understanding over the past few years that Xie Shu had been consistently involved with a girl surnamed Su, for whom he harbored genuine affection. His social media presence over the years had been dominated by references to her. It had been years since he had maintained contact with Xiaoxi, and now that they were at the same school, it was quite normal for them to occasionally cross paths. Jianqing endeavored to convince herself that Xiaoxi had likely just completed their assigned tasks ahead of schedule and merely wished to return. As she contemplated this, she made her way to her office, with Secretary Lin closely following, reminding her of the upcoming schedule. As they passed a room, a cleaning lady happened to exit. Both Jianqing and Secretary Lin were engrossed in their conversation, oblivious to the imminent collision. But fortunately, the cleaning lady reacted swiftly and stepped back into the room. In her fluster, she accidentally bumped her hand against the doorframe, causing her to involuntarily release the garbage bag she was holding. The bag fell to the ground, producing a cacophony of clattering sounds, and several bottles tumbled out. The cleaning lady, having worked on this floor for some time, recognized Jianqing and, realizing her faux pas, hurriedly apologized. Jianqing merely nodded lightly to indicate that all was well, her gaze fixated on the bottles strewn across the floor, mistakenly believing she had displeased Jianqing. The cleaning lady began to pick them up, only to be stopped by Jianqing. Bending down, Jianqing casually picked up one of the bottles for inspection, then glanced back at the garbage bag, which evidently still contained more items. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, she approached the bag, crouched down, and opened it. What met her gaze were an array of familiar bottles and several medicine boxes. Moreover, the oral medications were clearly untouched. Many boxes still bore their seals, unbroken. Her expression hardened as she stood up and peered into the room behind the cleaning lady. This room was typically assigned to Xiaoxi, who preferred to avoid social interaction and thus was given a space of her own. So, these medications, were they discarded by her? Chapter 61. She likes everything he gives her on their way back. Xie Shu and Ruan Yinxi passed through a pedestrian street and decided to stop for dinner. Afterward, noticing that the evening was still young, Xie Shu suggested they take a leisurely stroll to digest. A post-meal walk along the street offered various amusements. As night descended, the vibrant lights illuminated the bustling crowd. Couples strolled by, hand in hand or wrapped in each other's embrace. Even the simplest glance seemed to weave an intricate tapestry of affection. In stark contrast, Xie Shu and Ruan Yinxi fell out of place amidst the throng. Though they walked together, they maintained a respectful distance. Ruan Yinxi observed the couples around her, her eyes betraying an unspoken envy. She wondered if she and Xie Shu could ever share such a connection, perhaps entranced by the sight of others. She only realized Xie Shu was no longer by her side when she turned to look for him. Panic surged as she glanced back and spotted him a few meters away, engaged in conversation with a vendor selling flowers. She couldn't hear their exchange, but by the time she looked over, Xie Shu was already scanning a QR code with his phone. The vendor handed him a small bouquet of white flowers, distinct from the large arrangements found in flower shops. This was a modest yet charming handful, perfectly sized to hold. Having completed the transaction, Xie Shu straightened and turned to the side, only to notice Ruan Yinxi had wandered several meters away. He paused, momentarily taken aback by her distance, and quickly approached her, extending the flowers toward her. Ruan Yinxi instinctively accepted the bouquet, her mind slowly catching up to the moment. "Did you buy this for me?" she asked, her first thought tinged with uncertainty. After all, she was unsure if it was customary for a man to buy flowers for a woman in a relationship. Her roommates often received flowers from their boyfriends. But she and Xie Shu were, of course, "I'm with you, aren't I? Who else would I buy them for?" Xie Shu interrupted her thoughts. Stunned, Ruan Yinxi's face lit up with a radiant smile. The beauty of her smile could captivate anyone, enchanting all who beheld her. Clutching the flowers tightly, as if grasping a fragment of happiness, she beamed. "Thank you. They're so beautiful. What kind of flowers are these?" Ruan Yinxi was not particularly knowledgeable about flower varieties. Xie Shu, momentarily distracted, awkwardly averted his gaze from her face and cleared his throat. "They're gardenias." Ruan Yinxi bent down to inhale their fragrance, delightfully aromatic. This simple bouquet, costing only a few dozen yuan, brought her immense joy. It reminded Xie Shu of their middle school days when his parents forbade him from indulging in snacks, prompting him to secretly buy some outside. Because of Ruan Yinxi, he would often buy an extra treat for her. It was just a few dimes or a couple of yuan, yet it made her exceptionally happy. Perhaps her current joy mirrored that of those days. She was easily pleased, leading him to feel that no matter what he offered her, she would cherish it. As he observed Xie, her focus still captivated by the flowers, Xie Shu glanced at his phone to check the time. Although it was still early compared to yesterday, it was prudent to return, as this area was not near the school. "Let us head back once we reach the end of this street," he suggested. "Okay." Though reluctant to part ways, she always complied with his wishes. The two returned to the spot where they had parked, Xie still tightly clutching the small bouquet. She looked around, unsure of where to place the flowers. Xie Shu, having watched her for several seconds, finally understood her dilemma. Amused, he volunteered to drive them back. Having previously hesitated for fear of tiring her out, but she had consistently declined his offers. This time, however, Xie readily accepted. At last, Xie Shu took his place in the driver's seat, while Xie settled comfortably in the passenger seat. She clutched the flowers tightly, her smile unwavering from the moment she received them. How lovely they were! A gift from Xie Shu. The pair soon arrived near the school, and at Xie's request, Xie Shu maneuvered the car to the gate closest to the residential area. Although vehicles were not permitted to enter or exit through this gate, and parking was strictly limited, Xie's affluent background meant that the driver she had hurried out of the car earlier that morning had been idly waiting nearby all day. He had received her call early on, instructing him to wait at this entrance, so when the time came, they would merely need to alight from the vehicle while someone else would drive it away. In that moment, Xie Shu couldn't help but marvel at the liberties that wealth afforded. Upon reaching the school gate, he parked the car, and they both exited. After the driver took the vehicle away, they entered the school together. As before, Xie Shu intended to escort Xie back to her dormitory first. They walked side by side, surrounded by couples in the school, some holding hands, others playfully teasing one another. Xie Shu glanced sideways at Xie. She held the flowers delicately against her chest, while her other hand hung naturally by her side, mirroring the position of his own hand. He caught sight of a few couples nearby, stirring something within him. Unable to resist, his hand, closest to Xie, moved slightly, bending at a gentle angle toward her. Chapter 62. Uncertainty regarding Xie's parents' attitude. After watching Xie enter the girls' dormitory, Xie Shu turned away only when she was entirely out of sight. On his way back to his own dormitory, he took out his phone and opened his class schedule. The weekend had been busy for both of them, and with no prior plans, they could only enjoy a casual outing in the evening. He hadn't confessed his feelings yet, nor did he dare to hold her hand. Classes in their third year were significantly lighter, and if he didn't take up a part-time job during the week, he needed to contemplate the matter of confessing. He wondered how many classes Xie had, aiming to find a time when neither had any obligations. Lost in thought, Xie Shu gradually made his way to the dormitory building. He checked his class schedule and calendar repeatedly, glancing at the path ahead intermittently. Just as he was about to step onto the stairs leading to the university entrance, someone called out to him. "Xie Shu." Upon hearing the voice, Xie Shu instinctively halted, and in the fleeting moment before he turned to look, he had already deduced who was calling him. Therefore, he chose not to respond, continuing up the stairs as if he hadn't heard. His earlier pause and the intention to turn back had clearly indicated he was aware of the call. "Xie Shu." Su Qianyi, incensed by his apparent disregard, hurried a few steps forward to catch his attention. She had spotted him from a distance before he reached the entrance. But rather than calling out then, she had first risen from her seat and waited on the steps beside his dormitory door. Thus, she was not far from him and quickly caught up. Xie Shu instinctively shook off Su Qianyi's hand, turning around with a blank expression and a distant gaze directed at her. He remained silent, simply observing her, his message clear. "If you have something to say, then speak quickly." The moment Su Qianyi met his cold demeanor, the irritation she had initially felt transformed into a sense of grievance. She had waited a whole day for him. She longed to converse with him. Why do you have to treat her this way? Her heart ached, feeling worse than before. While she could bear the heat of the day during her wait, seeking refuge in the shade and having Tian bring her water or an umbrella, the moment of dusk before nightfall had pierced her heart like a knife after seeing Xie Shu's latest social media post. Hours passed, and finally encountering him, he was as indifferent as ever. She had so many questions for him. Hadn't Lu Ping mentioned he was working a part-time job? Why was he now with another girl? Who was she? What was their relationship? Yet, seeing his icy expression, all her words faded away, silenced by the memory of his own words. Why should she concern herself with him? Even if she asked, she would likely receive a similar response. After reaching the pinnacle of her sorrow, Su Qianyi, in a remarkable twist, found herself surprisingly calm. Taking a deep breath, she thrust the cup of milk tea she had been holding into Xie Shu's hands, saying, "I had intended to buy it iced, but it took too long. So it's no longer cold. Please don't be displeased." Her tone was unnaturally tranquil, as though they were engaged in their usual banter. Without waiting for his reply, She turned and left. She knew if she lingered, Xie Shu would undoubtedly return the drink to her. Thus, she departed with utmost haste, leaving him no chance to refuse her. Xie Shu remained silent throughout the exchange, momentarily bewildered by the unexpected gift of milk tea. He watched as Su Qianyi swiftly vanished around the corner, likely not to return. Ultimately, he ascended the stairs to his dormitory with an air of nonchalance, his mood seemingly unaffected. However, once he departed, a sealed cup of milk tea found its resting place atop a nearby trash bin. A few minutes later, Xie Shu returned to his dormitory. "Hey boys, I'm back." He greeted his roommates enthusiastically as he entered. A chorus of warm greetings followed. Taking his seat, Lu Ping inquired, "So, did you see her on your way up?" "Who?" "Su Qianyi." When the two of them returned, they spotted you. "It was about an hour or half an hour ago. They were waiting for you. Did you see her? Is she still around?" "They've been waiting for nearly a whole day." "Why do you keep bringing her up? Can't you find something better to do? How about helping me with CAD drawings?" Xie Shu had no desire to discuss matters concerning Su Qianyi, prompting Lu Ping to clear his throat and tactfully shift the topic to the recent social media post Xie Shu had shared. "By the way, that girl in your post is Yanxi, right?" "Yes." "Why'd you blur her face? Did you confess to her or not?" The other two joined in with enthusiasm. Xie Shu shrugged in resignation. "I'm not sure about the blurring. She requested it, so I complied. As for confessing, I haven't yet. I'm still considering the right moment. I also want to prepare a special gift, and since my class load is lighter this week without a part-time job, I plan to do it in the coming days." As he spoke about Yanxi, Xie Shu found himself sharing a multitude of thoughts. Although his three good friends had zero experience in romance, they eagerly offered suggestions. Childhood friends are the best. After discussing for a while, they each returned to their own activities, while Xie Shu remained deep in thought. Unbeknownst to him, he had opened a shopping app, beginning to select gifts. As he browsed, he suddenly found his mind drifting to another topic. Assuming his confession was successful and they ended up together, would Ruan's parents approve? Uncle Ruan and Aunt Jian are both business elites. Surely they would not disapprove of him dating Yanxi, would they? Given this possibility, he must prepare himself in advance. Now, as a junior, with only a year and a half left before his internship in the senior year, he must take action. The profession of a designer is notoriously challenging. Client demands are incessant, requiring constant revisions based on their feedback. After several drafts, they often revert to the initial version, leaving one with a desire to lash out. In essence, the initial stages of development are arduous, and relying solely on this path in the future is not viable. As the internship approaches, what are your plans for development? Reflecting on his previous life as a designer, Xie Shu suddenly sighed. Why dwell on these matters now? It's still early. What can one even think of? Perhaps simply settling for a job that pays a few thousand to 10,000 and gradually progressing from there. Xie Shu chuckled at this notion, instantly reminded of a saying. Before graduation, I won't accept anything below 10,000. After graduation, 3,000 will suffice. After all, the current influx of fresh graduates is overwhelming. Even those pursuing further studies are caught in a competitive frenzy. It's blatantly easy to avoid overt competition, yet subtle rivalry is insidious. Hey, Xie Shu, are you done? Want to play some games? It's game time, someone inquired. Glancing at the time, Xie Shu saw it was still early and did not decline. Wait for me. I'll message Yanxi to see if she is joining. Chapter 63. Yanxi. Su Qianyi. On Yanxi's side, when she returned to her dormitory, she found it completely empty. She was aware that her roommates were all in relationships, often spending time with their boyfriends and returning late on weekends. She first found an empty bottle, used a small knife to cut it in half, filled it with water, and then placed a gardenia flower inside. Afterward, she tried on the several dresses that Xie Shu had bought for her today, pondering which one to wear tomorrow. She adored them all. Her dormitory had a full-length mirror that they had collectively purchased, and she turned in front of it, trying to determine which dress looked the best. As she was experimenting, the door to the dormitory suddenly swung open. Startled, she turned to see one of her roommates had returned early. Class monitor, what are you doing? Trying on clothes? Her roommate entered, eyeing the several new dresses on Yanxi's desk. Approaching her desk, the roommate instinctively reached for the dresses, but Yanxi swiftly snatched them away. The roommate looked at her, puzzled. Yanxi said nothing, silently guarding her treasures. Over the past 3 years of living together, while Yanxi and her roommates were not the closest of friends, they knew each other fairly well. They understood that Yanxi was not one for making friends readily. Though she was a good person and never stingy, she always lent them anything they needed. Moreover, when the class held activities and something was lacking, while other classes might use their funds to purchase items, she would spend her own money, even if the items were inexpensive, demonstrating that she was neither stingy nor petty. But why was she suddenly so protective of the dresses? The roommate was baffled, her gaze drifting to the gardenia beside Ruan Yinxi's desk. Next to it lay the ceramic doll that Ruan Yinxi had brought back yesterday, staring at it for a long time and occasionally smiling foolishly. The roommate's eyes darted back and forth, recalling Ruan Yinxi's recent odd behavior, and asked, "Class monitor, are you in a relationship?" "No, Ruan Yanxi the naive." "What about the flower?" "A gift from friend." "A friend? Male or female?" "Male." "Humph. And you say there's nothing going on?" Everyone in their college knew that the class monitor never accepted gifts from boys. Why would she now? "Did this boy buy you these dresses too?" "Yes." "And the ceramic doll?" "Yes." The roommate clicked her tongue in amusement, about to say something more when Ruan Yinxi's phone pinged with a message, interrupting her. Ruan Yinxi ignored her roommate, picked up her phone, and read the message from Xie Shu. When a midnight bell tolls, eerie sounds echo through the village, and children mysteriously vanish. We, a few from the dorm, have formed a temporary expedition team and cordially invite you to join us in the King's Canyon to unravel the mystery. Waiting online. If you're busy, that's fine. At first, Ruan Yinxi thought it was some horror story, but soon realized he seemed to be inviting her to play a game. The game she had downloaded earlier was indeed called King's Canyon. Quickly, she typed back, "Okay, I'm coming." After sending the message, she gathered all the other dresses and tossed them on her bed, then promptly sat down and opened the game. Her roommate watched in astonishment, unsure of what had just transpired. It was only when she saw Ruan Yinxi being pulled into a team, accompanied by a male voice from the phone, that she pieced it together. The voice belonged to the same person who had previously played games with Ruan Yinxi. As the game was about to commence, the roommate chose silence, instead jotting down a note on her phone to show Ruan Yinxi, "Class monitor, when you have time, look up the meaning of gardenias." Ruan Yinxi frowned in confusion, while her roommate merely shrugged, deciding not to disturb her further, and returned to her own seat to play. In another girl's dormitory, Su Qianyi had spent the entire day outside. Although she had done nothing in particular, she returned feeling extraordinarily fatigued. After showering, she immediately checked her phone, only to find no reply from Xie Shu on WeChat. She lost herself in thought for a while, until the water from her hair trickled down her neck, snapping her back to reality. Setting her phone down to dry her hair, she climbed into bed, continuing to stare blankly at her phone. What was Xie Shu doing? Had he truly disregarded her? Had he enjoyed the milk tea? Did he like the flavor? That night at the social event, she hadn't meant to act that way. She harbored no ill feelings towards him. It was merely a habitual refusal, as she had always believed that no matter how she rejected him, he would always remain by her side. But she was mistaken. He had given her one last chance, which she squandered. Now, Xie Shu no longer wanted her. She yearned to message him, to explain her true feelings, yet feared that frequent messages would lead him to blacklist her on WeChat, as he had done previously. Unable to muster the courage to send a message, she instead scrolled through his moments, and upon entering, she saw the post he had made earlier that afternoon. The photo featured a girl with her face blurred. She did not recognize the person, but Xie Shu's face was clearly visible, smiling gently as he always did, elegant and refined. Yet, this gentle soul, who once gazed at her with warmth, now regarded her with cold indifference, treating her as if she were a stranger. Suddenly, tears welled in her eyes as she stared at the photo, blurring her vision until a single tear splashed onto the screen. Chapter 64. What happened to the aloof goddess? The following morning, at the break of dawn, the early risers of the 8th hour stirred from their slumber, their eyes still heavy with sleep as they made their way to the dining hall. Xie Shu had arranged with Ruan Yinxi the previous night to share breakfast together, and he had taken the liberty of arriving a few minutes early to prepare her meal, eagerly awaiting her arrival. As for the 3 rebellious sons accompanying him, they were left to fend for themselves, well equipped to manage their own sustenance. Xie Shu's timing proved impeccable. Just as he finished preparing breakfast, Ruan Yinxi's figure graced the entrance of the dining hall. Today, she donned a delightful milk-white, knee-length dress, one of the garments he had purchased for her the day prior at the boutique. Although he had seen her in this dress before, its charm was no less captivating upon this second glance. Her tall stature, delicately sculpted shoulders, and slender waist resembled a peach blossom in full bloom, painting a picture of elegance that turned heads as she passed. Their table was conveniently positioned near the entrance, and upon regaining his senses, Xie Shu rose to call out her name. Upon hearing him, Ruan Yinxi turned and, at first glance, her eyes met his. The familiar visage sent her heart racing unexpectedly, and a gentle smile graced her lips as she gracefully approached him, her heartbeat quickening with every step. As she drew near, Xie Shu ushered her to sit, pushing the breakfast he had prepared towards her, encouraging her to eat. Although he had come to the dining hall with his sons, they had opted not to sit with him, claiming they did not wish to interrupt his bonding time with Ruan Yinxi, thus choosing to occupy another table. With classes scheduled for the day, they did not linger over breakfast. Once they had finished, the group made their way towards the academic district. Upon reaching the teaching area, Xie Shu diverged from his sons and followed Yinxi, offering to escort her to class. "Will this not hinder your schedule?" she inquired, concerned that he might arrive late. "Not at all. A slight delay is inconsequential today. We have no lectures in the afternoon, as our teacher will be taking us off campus for excursions," he explained. Occasionally, their instructors would lead them to various external sites, such as art exhibitions and shopping centers, to broaden their aesthetic sensibilities, vital for their design studies. Yinxi paused for a moment, then asked, "When will you return?" "That remains uncertain. We only have morning classes, and the afternoons are typically reserved for exploration. Previously, our teacher would often keep us out for the entire day, so I cannot guarantee an early return this time," he replied. Her expression dimmed slightly at the thought of possibly not seeing him until evening. "That's unfortunate. It seems I might not see you until tonight, if luck is not on my side." "Not to worry, as long as our phones are charged. We can still communicate through messages and video calls," he reassured her. After sharing the details of their day's itinerary, they seamlessly transitioned to other topics. As they approached the building of her college, the number of acquaintances she had began to increase, and curious glances were cast her way by passers-by. Yinxi was renowned for her beauty, acknowledged as the campus belle. Despite her reserved nature, her reputation was formidable, which class lacked a few infatuated boys enamored by her. Who in their major was unaware of her dual prowess in both beauty and intellect? It was common knowledge that Yinxi exuded an air of aloofness, appearing cold and unapproachable, a true flower on a high peak, admired from afar. Yet today, what was this? Who was the gentle-looking man beside her, seemingly capable of drawing water from stone? Where had the icy goddess gone? Wasn't he that the artistic student who had recently soared to popularity on their campus forum? Xie something? The students, familiar with the gossip surrounding Xie Shu, speculated whether he had indeed won the affections of their campus beauty. The audacity! How bold of him to extend his reach into their domain. And, judging by the circumstances, it appeared he had succeeded. As they passed by, the boys gritted their teeth in envy, while the girls whispered in curiosity about the stunning couple, their striking appearances complementing each other beautifully. Truly, the belle of the art school had lost her senses. Throughout their journey, both Xie Shu and Yinxi were acutely aware of the gazes upon them. Yet they remained unfazed until they reached the entrance of her academic building, where Xie Shu finally halted to bid her farewell. Just before she entered, a thought struck him, and he called out, "Could you send me a copy of your class schedule?" He needed to find a time when they both had no classes for an important matter. "Sure," she replied without question, trusting him implicitly. After watching her enter, Xie Shu turned to make his way to the small square in front of the school's gymnasium, where students gathered before departing. The academic district was expansive, and as he arrived at the gym, the class bell rang, signaling the start of lessons. From a distance, he spotted his classmates lining up, the class monitor seemingly counting heads. Seeing this, he quickened his pace. Their teacher stood at the front of the line and, upon noticing Xie Shu's arrival, inquired with a teasing tone, "Where have you been? Why are you late today?" The teacher was not genuinely reprimanding him. Rather, it was a playful jest. During university, the relationships between professors and students were generally amicable, and Xie Shu consistently ranked among the top students in his class, earning the affection of most instructors. Moreover, he had not delayed the class significantly, and no teacher would take offense. It was simply light-hearted banter. Xie Shu halted, retorting, "I'm not late, just check the time." He pulled out his phone, glancing at it before asserting, "It's 7:63. The teacher was momentarily taken aback. After a brief exchange with his teacher, Xie Shu joined the line at the back. The students formed two separate lines by gender, and due to his tardiness, he was positioned last. With a slightly greater number of girls in their class, their line extended longer than the boys. Once he joined the queue, the class monitor noted his name and then called out to classmates who had yet to arrive, urging them to hurry. While waiting, like many others, Xie Shu opened his phone. Upon opening WeChat, he found a message from Yinxi containing her class schedule, which he promptly saved. He then sent her a copy of his schedule, adding a message encouraging her to concentrate on her studies. Although most teachers were lenient with phone use during class, he felt it was best not to distract her, especially since she aspired to be a formidable businesswoman in the future. Every bit of knowledge would serve her well. After sending the message, Yinxi replied succinctly with a simple acknowledgement. Exiting WeChat, he began to compare their schedules, eager to identify a time when both were free. As soon as he clicked into the album, someone called out to him from behind. They were all in the same class and had been quite familiar with each other in the past. In fact, just the sound of the voice was enough for him to recognize who it was. A wave of annoyance washed over him, yet he felt compelled to turn around. Upon doing so, he noticed that Su Qianyi had already joined their group. Just like yesterday, Xie Shu remained silent, merely observing her. Su Qianyi, seemingly accustomed to this, took the initiative to speak. Xie Shu, I brought you breakfast. As she spoke, she lifted the items in her hand, hoping he would accept them. Xie Shu didn't even blink, his voice devoid of emotion as he replied, Sorry, I've already eaten. With that, he turned away, disregarding her entirely. Although she had prepared herself for rejection, the reality of it left Su Qianyi frozen in place, unsure of what to do next. Almost the entire class was present, and the boys and girls stood close together, so their exchange was overheard by many around them, drawing curious glances. However, Xie Shu seemed to have blocked them all out, focused solely on his and Ruan Yinshi's class schedule. Only Su Qianyi stood there, feeling immensely awkward under the scrutiny of her peers. Eventually, her good friend and Tian stepped out from their group and pulled her to the back of the girls' line, which alleviated some of the stares, but her sadness only intensified. Standing at the back, she could clearly see Xie Shu engrossed in his phone. He clearly wasn't busy, and had ample time to check messages. Yet he had not responded to hers. Earlier that morning, she had meticulously sent him 2 messages, one wishing him good morning, and the other informing him about the breakfast she had brought. She believed he must have seen them. During the school check-in, attendance, and various forms, everyone used their phones, and she couldn't fathom that he hadn't noticed. Moreover, she hadn't seen him in the cafeteria that morning. She had specifically gone to the second cafeteria, which was closer to the boys' dormitory. Typically, the boys would go there for breakfast while the girls frequented the first cafeteria. Both cafeterias offered similar breakfast options, so he should not have gone to the first one. She had hoped to encounter him and offer him breakfast in advance, even if he declined. She could have left it with him and walked away like she did yesterday. But with so many people watching, their strange gazes left her utterly at a loss, resulting in Tian pulling her away. She bit her crimson lip, feeling a sense of unwillingness, and Tian gently patted her shoulder in a gesture of comfort. It was evident that Xie Shu's firm decision to sever ties with her had profoundly impacted her. In just one weekend, specifically, one evening, she had forgotten what it was like to feel proud of herself. Just yesterday, she had waited all day at the foot of Xie Shu's dormitory, trying in vain to persuade him to return. In the sweltering heat, had she not brought him an umbrella and water, she might have succumbed to heat stroke. After returning to her own dorm last night, she had gone to bed early. When called, she offered no response. Whether asleep or secretly heartbroken remained unclear. This morning, she had woken up exceptionally early to buy breakfast from the second cafeteria, only to be turned down. Sighing, she recognized that as a good friend, she shouldn't voice such thoughts. Yet she had to admit that Su Qianyi was indeed suffering the consequences of her actions. She had no one to blame but herself. Had she recognized her true feelings sooner, she might not find herself in this predicament. Ultimately, it was her own regret that lingered. Before long, the few tardy students finally arrived, and after the teacher reprimanded them, everyone was instructed to board the bus. The girls' line boarded first, followed by the boys. Xie Shu was the last to get on. By the time he did, most seats were already occupied. The bus had plenty of space, and there was ample room for their entire class, yet he chose to sit at the back in a random empty seat. As for his 3 companions, one of them suffered from motion sickness, so he always sat by the window at the back. Previously, he had enjoyed sitting next to Su Qianyi, which naturally made the other 2 his regular seatmates. Now, without Su Qianyi, he found himself alone. He deliberately chose a window seat, hoping to gaze at the scenery outside when boredom struck. However, just as he settled in, he caught a glimpse of a figure standing in the aisle beside him. Turning his head, he saw Su Qianyi staring intently at him. Xie Shu he had no intention of speaking, but Su Qianyi broke the silence. Can I sit next to you? No, but there is no one else sitting here, is there? Xie Shu had been the last aboard, and by the time he arrived, most of the seats were taken, including the one Su Qianyi had originally occupied. And Tian, also prone to motion sickness, had been sitting alone, but upon seeing Xie Shu pass her seat, she had gotten up and followed him to the back. There are other empty seats on the bus. You can sit elsewhere. Xie Shu continued to refuse. But I want to sit here, next to you. After a moment of silence, not wanting to engage further, he replied, fine. Before Su Qianyi could express her delight, she watched as Xie Shu stood up and moved to sit on the opposite side of the bus. She pressed her lips tightly together, her gaze fixed on him. Xie Shu, however, remained indifferent, engrossed in his phone. The girl at the back, please take your seat. We're about to depart, the driver called out, and the bus started moving. Ultimately, Su Qianyi sat down in resignation. All she had wanted was to sit beside Xie Shu, even in silence, but that wish had evaporated, leaving her heart feeling empty. Chapter 66. What gift to give for a confession. This time, Xie Shu and the others came to Yijia. The teacher instructed them to form groups to find model rooms inside, measure various dimensions, and record data for their next class project. After outlining the main task, the teacher designated the final assembly point and allowed everyone to disperse. Once the teacher left, the students began searching for their teammates. There were no restrictions on group sizes, so later assignments would typically involve one person per project. For now, forming teams was merely for data collection. Most students teamed up with their roommates, and Xie Shu was no exception. After forming their group, they entered the premises. Su Qianyi watched him several times from the crowd, but as he moved further away, her desire to join him faded, and ultimately, she formed a team with a few girls from her dormitory. After wandering around and viewing several model units, Xie Shu's group finally selected one. They then began dividing tasks to sketch the general layout and measure data. The model rooms at Yijia were well-furnished and designed with efficient storage, truly exuding a homely ambience. During the data collection, Xie Shu took some photos and recorded a few videos, planning to send them to Ruan after her class ended, curious about her design preferences for their future home, which he could personally design. Before that, I must earn money to purchase a house. Otherwise, all would be mere idle talk. Once I have amassed sufficient funds, I must also deliberate on where to buy a home and its size. The more Xie Shu contemplated, the more he veered off course, until a sudden realization struck him, prompting him to deliver a sharp slap to his own face. Damn it, I haven't even confessed yet. He flipped open the photo album to glance at the schedule he shared with Ruan. He had meticulously noted down all the times when they had no classes, and now it was merely a matter of action. However, before proceeding, he wished to prepare a special gift. Not that it needed to be extravagant, but he desired it to be somewhat unique, a token of sincerity rather than a perfunctory gesture. Yet, he remained uncertain about what to give. Naturally, he had considered some common gifts, but found them too mundane, leaving him dissatisfied and still undecided. Xie Shu, where are you? Have you measured everything? Zhao Lin, seated in the living room of the model home, called out after recording data from several others and noticing Xie Shu's absence. Xie Shu, in another room, snapped back to reality upon hearing the call, responded briefly, and resumed his focus on the task at hand. First, he needed to complete his current assignment. There would be ample time to ponder later. After a while, the four spent some time recording all the data, and upon checking his phone, Xie Shu noted it was still early. They then decided to explore the premises further. Xie Shu initially intended to buy some small gifts for Ruan to take back, but after a thorough perusal, he found nothing appealing. The store primarily sold furniture and home goods, and while it offered various everyday items like cups and lamps, he figured Ruan likely already possessed such essentials, having acquired them long ago in her freshman year. Standing before a wall adorned with an array of trinkets, he scrutinized the items for some time, ultimately feeling there was nothing worthy of purchase, and turned to leave. As he pivoted to look elsewhere, he noticed a bookshelf in the distance. He took a few steps forward, abruptly halted, and then turned back to glance at the wall once more. Contemplating something, he was called by the three who had already moved on. Xie Shu, are you coming? Let's check out another place. Go ahead. I'll look up some information online. He waved them off and found a nearby stool to sit upon, pulling out his phone to browse. The others, having deemed him occupied, continued their exploration, even though they likely wouldn't make any purchases. Nonetheless, wandering through the store was quite enjoyable. Alone, Xie Shu remained engrossed in his inquiries on his phone while simultaneously devising a plan for his impending confession. He finally settled on what to gift her. Time ticked away, and before long, it was noon. Xie Shu received messages from a few of his friends urging him to join them at the restaurant on the third floor for lunch. Realizing the time, he replied and then promptly opened Ruan chat to send her a message. She had a full schedule that morning, and he had refrained from contacting her, not wanting to disturb the future female tycoon during her studies. Now, just past 12, the timing was perfect. As usual, the moment he sent the message, Ruan responded almost instantly. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, she followed up with, "Are you back yet?" "Not yet, still out." "I want to be back until the afternoon," he replied. "Oh," came her simple response. Through the screen, Xie Shu could not discern her expression, but her reply led him to believe he needed to say something more to uplift her spirits. As he began typing, her next message arrived. "Where did you guys go today?" Xie Shu deleted what he had initially written and typed the name of his current location instead. Just as he was about to send it, Ruan Yinchi's third message came through. "What are you doing this morning? Were you with any other girls?" Xie Shu raised an eyebrow at her questions. Progress indeed. She was taking the initiative to inquire about him. He had thought it would take considerable time for her to ask such questions. With a broad smile, he answered in detail. "We're at Yijia. This morning, the teacher assigned us some tasks related to our major, and after my roommates and I finished, we wandered around for a bit. I wasn't with any other girls. All the group tasks were done with my roommates." After sending that message, he also shared his location to prove he was indeed at Yijia. Ruan Yinchi's side showed that she was typing for a while before finally replying with a simple one. Only she knew how many words she had deleted prior. She had initially typed out many thoughts, wanting to express her desire for him not to interact with any other females, as she disliked it. She even considered video calling him to see for herself whether his claims were true. However, upon reflecting, she realized such behavior was premature. Currently, they were merely friends, and if she were too controlling, it might drive him away. The language of Gardenius is multifaceted. She was uncertain which sentiment he intended to convey, or whether he had simply purchased it on a whim. Ultimately, for the sake of the greater good, she deleted all those words. Their conversation shifted once more, and during lunchtime, Xie Shu naturally urged Yinxi to eat properly, as she was too thin. On their way to the third-floor restaurant at Yijia, he sent her photos and videos he had taken that morning. Though their topics varied, the conversation never faltered. Yinxi had anticipated a continuous chat during this midday break, but soon, Xie Shu's latest message brought her downcast. "Hold on a moment. I have something to attend to. You remember to go to the cafeteria for lunch. I'll need to ask you for photos later." After that, he suddenly went silent. Chapter 67. Yinxi's mother arrives. In the restaurant on the third floor of Yijia, Xie Shu was simultaneously chatting with Yinxi and searching for the presence of his three friends when suddenly someone called out to him. He turned to see a poised and elegant lady standing before him, momentarily taken aback before recognizing her after a few seconds. "Aunt Jian." "Xie Shu," he tentatively called. Jianqing nodded slightly. For a moment, they simply stared at each other, neither knowing how to break the ice, given their unfamiliarity. Although Xie Shu was acquainted with Yinxi, he had only encountered Jianqing a handful of times over the years, resulting in limited interaction. Their exchanges on WeChat had been minimal, mostly consisting of her inquiries about Yinxi. Since high school, he had lost touch with Yinxi, and naturally, she hadn't reached out to him much either. Additionally, their previous encounters had always occurred at Xie Shu's home during holidays when Yinxi's parents would visit with gifts to express their gratitude for his care of her. In public, this was indeed their first meeting, so Xie Shu dismissed any deeper thoughts, believing it to be a mere coincidence. After a few seconds, he politely greeted her, intending to leave, only to be called back again. "Xie Shu, I came specifically to find you today." Jianqing did not rush to speak. Instead, her gaze drifted around the room before ultimately settling on a secluded corner of the restaurant. "Let us sit over there to converse," she suggested. Was there much to discuss? At this point, familiarity was not the concern. What could she possibly want from him? Xie Shu was momentarily taken aback. Both of Yinxi's parents were entrepreneurs, perpetually swamped with work, often so busy that they scarcely had time to accompany her during her childhood, which was why she frequently visited their home to play. Even if she were not preoccupied today, it was unlikely she would be idle enough to seek him out in this manner. Furthermore, her ability to locate him with such precision suggested she must have conducted prior inquiries. Although he was uncertain of the underlying circumstances, Xie Shu felt an undeniable connection to Yinxi. In his past life, throughout his university years, and even after graduation, he had never encountered Aunt Jian. Yet in this lifetime, she had suddenly sought him out, coinciding with the increased interaction he had with Yinxi. Had his fears indeed materialized? However, he had yet to officially enter a relationship with Yinxi. Why had Aunt Jian appeared so soon? Nevertheless, she had his WeChat. Why did she not simply contact him through that? Why go to the trouble of investigating to find him here? A torrent of thoughts swirled in Xie Shu's mind. But ultimately, at Jianqing's urging, he accompanied her to the corner seating area, where they sat facing one another. After taking his seat, he remembered to send Yinxi a message, informing her that he had matters to attend to. Once the message was sent, he set his phone down, only to notice Jianqing furrowing her brow. Considering that she might be dissatisfied with something about him, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, refraining from glancing at his phone. After all, engaging with his device during serious discussions could be perceived as impolite by some. He sat upright, awaiting the myriad inquiries Jianqing was bound to pose. Yet, they remained in silence for quite some time, with Jianqing not uttering a word. Aunt Yin, what is it that you wish to discuss?" Xie Shu finally had to break the silence. Only then did Jianqing withdraw her gaze from him and direct it toward the restaurant's ordering window. "What would you like to eat? I can have it brought to you." "Thank you, but there's no need. My friends are still waiting for me. I'll be dining with them shortly." Upon hearing Xie Shu's refusal, Jianqing did not press the matter further. Her eyes returned to him, and she formally transitioned into the main topic of their conversation. "Have you been in touch with Shi recently?" It was indeed about Yinxi. "Yes," he replied. Jianqing fell silent for a moment before continuing. "I saw a post you made yesterday. Is the girl in that photo Shi?" Indeed, Yinxi, having already made her way from the teaching building to the cafeteria, was now seated at a table, eating lunch, and could not help but glance at her phone. Why hadn't he replied yet? What would he possibly be doing? After a morning of dedicated study, she was quite famished, yet her appetite was diminished as her thoughts were consumed by Xie Shu. Just as she was on the verge of discarding her meal in impatience, a message from him finally arrived. Xie Shu, are you eating well? Send me a picture so I can see what you're having. Upon seeing his message, her heart, which had been anxiously tethered to his, returned to its rightful place, and her earlier agitation dissipated. Yinshi obediently activated her camera and sent him a photo of her lunch. Xie Shu, now this is your usual portion. After a few moments, he sent another image. Yinshi opened it. It appeared to be a view of the cafeteria's serving window, showcasing an array of enticing dishes. Xie Shu, I'm dining at ES restaurant today. Let me know if there's anything you fancy, and I'll be sure to try it for you. Having grown accustomed to Xie Shu's manner of speaking, Yinshi smiled softly, her lips curving into a gentle smile, and she decided to play along with him. She saved the previous image he sent and circled the dish in red before sending it back. Xie Shu, got it. It'll be on its way to me shortly. He selected the dish Yinshi had just circled and made his way to a table in the dining area where his friend were seated. Having been slightly delayed by his conversation with Jianqing, he had earlier messaged his sons to begin their meal without him. As he settled in beside them, the group exchanged few words. After sitting down, Xie Shu contemplated the conversation he had with Yinshi, pondering for considerable time before hesitantly sending her another message. You haven't been unwell lately, have you? Chapter 68, Like Strangers. Upon receiving this message, Yinshi felt a sudden tightening in her chest, her mind momentarily blank, overwhelmed by a piercing ringing in her ears. After a whirlwind of thoughts, she refocused her attention, trembling fingers composing a reply. No, not at all. I've been perfectly fine lately. Why do you ask all of a sudden? Xie Shu. Oh, just a casual inquiry. Yinshi. Casual? Xie Shu. I just remembered you had purchased quite a few medications previously, so I wondered if you were ill. It's a relief to hear you're well. Xie Shu sighed in resignation. When Aunt Jian had sought him out, he had assumed it was to discuss his relationship with Yinshi, which had made him quite tense. Ultimately, her questions had all revolved around Yinshi, with none concerning romantic matters. She merely inquired if he had observed anything peculiar about Yinshi during their time together, whether she exhibited any unexpected behavior or speech that he found difficult to comprehend, and whether her temperament was stable. All her questions seemed to stem from a place of concern for her daughter. He responded truthfully, assuring her that Yinshi showed no signs of abnormality and was perfectly normal. After Aunt Jian had finished her inquiries, he curiously pressed her for any specifics regarding Yinshi, but she merely brushed him off, claiming there was nothing to worry about. If there were truly no concerns, why had she specifically come to question him? If she genuinely cared, why not ask Yinshi directly? After all, they were mother and daughter. Such basic inquiries were hardly inappropriate. Moreover, before departing, Aunt Jian had specifically requested that he refrain from mentioning their meeting to Yinshi. Naturally, he had pressed for an explanation, but she had remained tight-lipped, only stating that if Yinshi were to learn of their encounter, she would undoubtedly become anxious. And if it was for her benefit, he should keep it a secret. Then, Aunt Jian had taken her leave. She had posed numerous questions that he could comprehend, yet he remained perplexed as to why she had asked them, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. He mulled over the situation extensively, contemplating what could be troubling Yinshi, yet found himself at an impasse, unable to directly inquire about it. During their lunch queue, he swiftly recalled all the moments he had spent with Yinshi over the past few days. She had indeed shown no signs of distress. If he had to pinpoint a moment, it was when she had returned from the hospital one day, her bag filled with various bottles of medication. He and T discerned what she had brought before she whisked them away, and she had hurriedly departed afterward. Given that Aunt Jian had later asked numerous questions regarding Yinshi's health, it was this memory that prompted his uncertain inquiry. Yinshi felt a wave of relief wash over her upon reading his response. Although Xie Shu had seen her medications that day, he had not pressed her for further details, and his attitude toward her had not shifted, leading her to speculate that he remained unaware of the nature of the drugs. He remained oblivious to what was right. Even if he wished to know, she would remain silent. Furthermore, she had discarded all those medications. She would no longer consume them, as they had proven futile. She relished the current dynamic with Xie Shu. He treated her with utmost kindness, and she adored that sensation. She was indifferent to its authenticity. What mattered was her enjoyment. Suppressing her feelings had become unbearable, so she resolved to cease such behavior. All she desired was to be with him. Yet, considering her lack of capacity at present, she hesitated to express her feelings too overtly. Should he leave, it would be difficult to locate him, and her parents would undoubtedly intervene if they discovered their association. Thus, She refrained from elaborating further and merely replied, "I'm fine, you need not worry." Of course, Xie Shu could not simply take her words at face value, especially given Aunt Jian's earlier concerns for her health, coupled with her deliberate attempt to speak with him privately. However, with neither she nor Aunt Jian willing to divulge more, he found himself in an impasse. Pressing further would be impolite. Besides, should any serious issues arise, they were well aware of how to seek treatment, and financial constraints were not a concern for them. Ultimately, Xie Shu did not dwell on the severity of the situation. Nevertheless, his concern was palpable as he continued to express numerous caring sentiments towards Ruan Yinxi, advising her to take care of her health and to inform him should anything seem amiss, before seamlessly shifting the topic. Following this, both parties tacitly agreed to refrain from revisiting the matter as though it had never occurred. In the afternoon, prior to the end of school, the teacher sent a message in the class group regarding their return, prompting students to gradually make their way to the assembly point. As in the morning, they lined up, and after a head count, boarded the bus in succession. This time, Xie Shu opted for a seat at the front rather than the back. Although there were limited seats available in the front, he was alone, and for him, any available spot sufficed. Most of his classmates paired up, and after scanning the front, he discovered an empty seat beside the teacher and promptly settled there. The teacher typically occupied the front rows alone, and while the students enjoyed a good rapport with him, none would dare sit beside him due to the inherent awkwardness of such a situation. Thus, when Xie Shu noticed a student willingly taking the seat beside him, he could not help but feel surprised. "What brings you here? Is there a problem with my sitting here?" he quipped lightheartedly. While Xie Shu engaged in relaxed conversation with the teacher at the front, Su Qianyi's spirits plummeted from her spot at the back. Having learned from the morning's experience, she had ceased to hope that Xie Shu would sit with her. She merely wished to be closer, allowing her to observe him more easily. However, she was taken aback to find him sitting at the front. Did he truly wish to avoid her so desperately? The atmosphere inside the bus was serene, yet despite the ordinary volume of their chatter, their animated discussion was audible to most, deepening Su Qianyi's despondency. And Tian sat at the back by the window. The rear seats were slightly elevated, granting her a clear view of the unfolding events. Although she was not seated with Su Qianyi, she could sense her friend's discontent. Sighing, she felt it unnecessary to perceive. Her friend had been in low spirits for several days. As a good sister, she could only take out her phone and chat with her through a messaging app, hoping to distract her from her sorrow. However, despite her efforts, the impact was minimal. Chapter 69, The Revelation. The journey to school took approximately over an hour. During the ride, Xie Shu engaged in conversation with the teacher until drowsiness began to creep in. The absence of a midday nap would surely lead to an afternoon collapse, although they were not currently in class. The oppressive atmosphere within the bus made it quite conducive to sleep. He was not alone in this. Several classmates had also closed their eyes for a brief respite. After a while, he and the teacher ceased their conversation, with the teacher also succumbing to slumber. Xie Shu took the opportunity to chat with Ruan Yinxi on WeChat before gradually drifting off. He had previously messaged Ruan Yinxi to inform her of his whereabouts, even sharing his location and estimating his arrival time at school. Upon awakening, he discovered the bus had already come to a halt in front of the gymnasium. It was the teacher sitting in the aisle seat who nudged him awake, signaling that he could disembark. As other students began to rise from their seats and queue to exit, as Xie Shu stood up, he waited for the teacher to vacate his seat before stepping into the aisle, intending to find a less crowded space to exit the bus. Given the current number of passengers, he opted to wait rather than push through the throng. He glanced at his phone to check the time. It was approximately as he had predicted. Several new WeChat messages awaited his attention. Unlocking his phone with his fingerprint, he saw they were from Ruan Yinxi, timestamped from a few minutes prior. At his height, he had to bend slightly to see properly from the bus seat, making it inconvenient to reply. So he chose to sit back down. Coincidentally, just as he settled in and opened Ruan Yinxi's chat, Su Qianyi happened to pass by him. Her attention had been solely on him, so naturally, she glanced over at his phone screen. Her gaze was immediately drawn to the glaring red notification indicating 99. This alarming number was adjacent to her name. 99? This implied he had not read a single message she had sent. He hadn't even opened the chat. Had he merely glanced at his screen, the number displayed would be 1, not 99. The realization struck Su Qianyi like lightning, leaving her momentarily frozen in place. Xie Shu's fingers danced over the virtual keyboard, snapping her back to reality. If he had the time to read and respond to others, why had he overlooked her? Intrigued, she stole another glance at the name displayed on his screen. Yinxi. Although it lacked a surname, the name only brought to mind Ruan Yinxi, the woman she despised. They had previously had little interaction. Why had their relationship suddenly transformed? Although she was aware of their childhood bond, she recalled them having minimal contact throughout high school due to being in different classes. During that time, Xie Shu was often in her company, thus limiting his interactions with Yinxi. While it was true that she would occasionally seek him out in their first year, he had always deliberately maintained distance to avoid any misunderstandings. Now, in college, they seemed inseparable, and she knew they had not been in contact during that interval. So, when had their dynamic shifted? What's going on up front? Hurry up! A voice from the back of the bus shattered Su Qianyi's thoughts. She lingered here for but a few seconds, yet the narrowness of the lane meant that her refusal to move impeded the progress of those behind her. Frustration mounted as the passengers continued to line up to disembark, leading some to impatiently urge her on. Hearing the commotion while replying to a message from Yinxi, Xie Shu turned to glance back. In that fleeting moment, his gaze collided with Su Qianyi's. Their eyes met in silence, neither uttering a word. Xie Shu calmly averted his gaze, nonchalantly stowing his phone away. Noticing that Su Qianyi remained stationary, he stepped onto the walkway and proceeded to exit the vehicle. Only after he had departed did Su Qianyi, caught in a daze, finally spring into motion. Upon alighting, Xie Shu set off with purpose toward a specific direction. Just moments prior, Yinxi had messaged him, stating that she awaited his return at the gymnasium. While in the car, he had inquired about her exact location. Considering the gymnasium was quite expansive, boasting several entrances. Having previously discussed their plans, Yinxi was aware of Xie Shu's arrival. As he approached the side entrance where she stood, she emerged to meet him. From a distance, Xie Shu spotted Yinxi. As he approached her, he could see his own reflection mirrored in her clear, bright eyes, enveloped by boundless joy. Although the afternoon sun was not as harsh as it had been at noon, the lingering heat clung to the earth. Despite sheltering in the gymnasium's side entrance, the stuffy air had caused beads of sweat to form at Yinxi's temples. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, prompting a pang of sympathy in Xie Shu. Unable to resist, he gently tucked a few stray strands behind her ear. Why venture out in this sweltering heat? Let us refrain from doing so in the future. I shall make it a point to seek you out instead. His voice, imbued with warmth yet tinged with mild reproach, carried a weight of concern. In the wake of Xie Shu's tender touch, Yinxi felt her body stiffen, momentarily forgetting to respond. As Xie Shu continued to secure her hair, he followed the length of her locks, his fingers trailing from behind her ear to the nape of her neck. Do you have a hair tie? He suddenly inquired. Yinxi's mind spun for a moment before she realized. No, I forgot. Earlier that afternoon, she had no classes and had spent her time in the dormitory, enjoying the cool air conditioning. As the hour drew near for Xie Shu's return, she had hastily exited her room, only to be met with the oppressive heat outside. By then, returning felt unappealing, and she chose to remain as she was. Would you mind if I styled her hair my way? Yes. Then do not find it displeasing. With that, Xie Shu retrieved a hairpin from his pocket and placed it in Yinxi's hands. Hold this for me. He then circled behind her, delicately gathering her ebony tresses. Yinxi could not see how he was arranging her hair, but she could sense his carefulness. His touch was exceedingly gentle. Pass me the pin, he instructed. She obediently lifted it to her shoulder, and he accepted it, gently inserting the pin into her hair. As her locks were styled, a refreshing coolness enveloped Yinxi's neck, alleviating the prior stifling heat. Xie Shu returned to stand before her. Do you feel a bit cooler? Yes, thank you. Yinxi's face radiated a captivating smile. In the small square in front of the gymnasium, Su Qianyi, who had been observing Xie Shu since disembarking, witnessed the entire exchange. Chapter 70. The Art of Crafting Gifts. Once all the students had exited the bus, they hurried to leave the square, eager to escape the sun's glare. Only Su Qianyi lingered by the bus, lost in a daze as she watched Xie Shu and Yinxi conversing animatedly, seemingly engrossed in each other. And Tian, who had sat at the back, disembarked a bit later. The lingering discomfort from motion sickness made her feel ill as she stepped down, thus she did not immediately notice Su Qianyi's unusual behavior. Seeing Su Qianyi standing by the bus door, and Tian assumed she was waiting for her and reached out to grasp her hand. The sun is quite strong. Let us head back. However, her attempt to pull her was in vain. Curiosity piqued, and Tian turned to face Su Qianyi, only to find her gaze fixed on a distant point. Following her line of sight, and Tian beheld Xie Shu engage in conversation with a girl, appearing to share a close rapport. That girl seemed somewhat familiar. Lu Ping, also suffering from motion sickness, was the last to alight. After surveying the area, he spotted his two roommates heading toward the shade of a tree, and, noticing the pair of Xie Shu and Yinxi standing almost alone, he decided to approach them without hesitation. However, before he could take several steps, Su Qianyi called out to him. Do you know what is going on between Xie Shu and that girl? Not knowing if he was familiar with Yinxi, she refrained from mentioning her name. As she spoke, her gaze shifted toward the gymnasium, concerned that Lu Ping hadn't caught sight of them. Lu Ping followed her gaze, glanced at Xie Shu and the girl, and shrugged in resignation. That's just how things are. It is what it is. Feeling the heat himself, he turned and quickened his pace toward the shade by the roadside. Before long, only Su Qianyi and Tian remained in the square, as even the driver had departed. Xie Shu and Nianxi strolled leisurely toward the dormitory, never once glancing back in their direction. Ultimately, it was Tian who forcibly pulled the dazed Su Qianyi away. With only a few minutes until class was dismissed, the area was nearly deserted, and the wide vista revealed that most students had disembarked from the bus around the same time. Consequently, Xie Shu's classmates observed him walking toward a girl with whom he appeared to share a close connection. Everyone was aware of the dynamics between Xie Shu and Su Qianyi. Yet the classmates, feeling awkward, kept their speculations private. Over the past few days, many girls had developed feelings for Xie Shu, but witnessing this scene today shattered their hopes. Some boys, who had thought they might have a chance with Su Qianyi now that Xie Shu was absent, approached her, attempting to offer comfort. Yet she paid them no mind. As Xie Shu and Nianxi ambled along the path toward the living quarters, the sun still bore down upon them, prompting them to stick to the shade along the roadside. Just before reaching the living area, the dismissal bell rang, and students from various classrooms surged out. Shortly thereafter, the pair was overtaken by the throngs of students, yet they remained unfazed, enjoying their leisurely pace. They sauntered toward the cafeteria, sharing a meal before taking a stroll outside. Nianxi had evening classes, and before her lecture, Xie Shu escorted her to the teaching building. After watching her enter, he turned and made his way to the school's convenience store. Based on the information he had gathered online that morning, he purchased a variety of items and returned to the dormitory with a hefty bag. Upon entering, he found his 3 roommates absorbed in their own activities. They were taken aback to see him back so early and teased him about not spending more time with his childhood sweetheart. Xie Shu waved them off, declaring he had more pressing matters to attend to. Approaching his desk, he meticulously unpacked his purchases, while his curious roommates craned their necks to see what he had suddenly acquired. Corrugated paper, cardstock, coated paper, and sulfuric acid paper. Xie Shu, what on earth do you intend to do with all these? And why purchase so many? Zhao Lin, not having gone to bed yet, dragged himself over to Xie Shu's desk with a single hand gripping his phone. His curiosity piqued as he observed the items Xie Shu extracted from his pocket. In addition to the aforementioned materials, there were several UHU glue sticks, a few rolls of small transparent tape, a cutting knife, and various other tools and supplies. It was peculiar. Was there a new craft lesson requiring such preparations? Zhao Lin glanced at the class group chat, only to find no notifications from any teacher requesting materials. So what was the purpose behind Xie Shu's purchases? Once Xie Shu arranged everything neatly on the table, he retrieved a cutting board that he had long forgotten and placed it in the center. He did not forget to answer Zhao Lin's inquiry. I'm making something. With that, he settled back down, opened his laptop, and navigated to a video he had saved earlier that morning on Bilibili. As the video played, he began organizing the materials on his desk. Li De, ever attached to his phone, leaned over to get a glimpse of Xie Shu's screen and curiously asked, "Are you making a pop-up book?" "Yes." "Why are you doing that?" "I've seen others take anywhere from a few days to several months to complete one. It sounds quite tedious." Suddenly, Lu Ping dropped a playful remark on Li De. Creating a pop-up book is time-consuming, but if he is doing it, there must be a compelling reason behind it. Perhaps a gift for his little crush, right, Xie Shu? This time, Xie Shu refrained from responding. Yet an unspoken understanding passed among them. With a shared chuckle, the group inched closer, offering assistance, but he declined their help. Although it was indeed a time-consuming endeavor, he was determined to undertake it alone. The recent class load was light enough that he could manage his time effectively. Earlier that morning, Xie Shu had already watched several tutorials on pop-up books online and had a general understanding of the process. However, he had never attempted such a project before, and as he began, his inexperience became evident. To avoid errors that would necessitate redoing his work, he meticulously retrieved a notebook and outlined his intended theme, sketching the specifics of each page he envisioned. With a clearer idea in mind, he commenced the project. He carefully crafted the book cover as per the video's guidance, proceeding with utmost caution, fearful of making a mistake that would require him to start over. The cover itself was not particularly challenging, and he managed to avoid any errors. Yet, when he finally completed it, considerable time had elapsed, and night had already fallen. Chapter 71. His Uniqueness. As Xie Shu prepared to check the time on his phone, he noticed a message from Nianxi sent several minutes prior. He had muted his device, concerned about being disturbed. He quickly opened the chat window, discovering that she had messaged him to say she had finished her classes. With only 2 classes that evening, she should be nearing the residential area by now. In the past, he would have eagerly rushed out to meet her, but today, his schedule felt rather tight. He was eager to finish the pop-up book and confess his feelings. Furthermore, the reduced class load did not imply an absence of responsibilities. If he were to dawdle while working on the book and still attend classes, he would find the time available for his project increasingly limited. He recalled that they had a course nearing completion, with assignments due soon, which would also demand his time. In summary, he had little time to spare. After careful consideration, he resolved to prioritize the pop-up book over the next few days. Thus, he messaged Xie, informing her that he was busy that evening and advising her to return to her dormitory and rest early. The moment he sent the message, the chat window indicated that she was typing, yet it took a while for her to send a reply. Uncertain of her thoughts at that moment, Xie Shu opened the camera and sent her a photo to reassure her that he was at the dormitory and not elsewhere. Instead of capturing his desk, he turned to photograph other areas of the room. Coincidentally, Zhao Lin, in a moment of distraction, was seen working on CAD. After sending the photo, Xie finally responded, ultimately deciding to heed Xie Shu's advice and return to her dormitory. She arrived back relatively early, as her roommates had yet to return, likely still out with their boyfriends. This was a common occurrence, and she typically paid it no mind. However, that evening, she found herself feeling envious of them. Sitting at her desk, she propped her chin on her hand, staring blankly at the items before her. A ceramic doll they had colored together. A gardenia he had bought for her on the walking street. Though she had taken great care of it, it had wilted somewhat, losing its initial beauty. Yet she could not bring herself to discard it. And a pen he had used when styling her hair that afternoon. She stared for what felt like an eternity, losing track of time. Only when her roommates returned did she snap back to reality, heading off to wash up before climbing into bed. She had no desire to play on her phone, as the lively chatter of her roommates filled the air. They seemed quite happy, sharing tales of their evening escapades with their boyfriends, which only deepened her feelings of envy. After listening for a while, she glanced at the time. It was past 9. Surely, Xie Shu must have finished by now. Yet, she had not received any messages from him. After a moment of internal conflict, she took the initiative to message him. Are you going to play games tonight? Xie Shu replied, No, I'm really busy tonight and won't have time to play. Xie responded, Oh, then you should focus on your work. In less than a minute, their conversation came to an end. Xie set her phone down and lay beneath her covers, unable to suppress her overactive imagination. What was going on with him tonight? Why wasn't T spending time with her? It hadn't T been this way in the past few days. Had something happened when he left campus today? Indeed, he had asked her earlier if she was feeling unwell. Why would he randomly inquire about such matters? During the day, she and T had the mental space to ponder this, but now, his absence left her feeling despondent, leading her to entertain darker thoughts. Initially, she questioned whether she had done something wrong or insufficiently well to diminish his interest in her. But now she couldn't help but wonder if he had discovered something and was intentionally distancing himself from her. At that moment, Xie Shu sent her another message, essentially stating that he genuinely had matters to attend to and urged her not to overthink it, advising her to rest early. His lack of explanation only fueled her imagination further. His 2 rejections that evening, coupled with somewhat deliberate explanations, compelled her to think more deeply. Suspicion and fantasy were typical afflictions for individuals of their kind. Even though she knew deep down that she shouldn't think ill of Xie Shu, she found it challenging to rein in her thoughts. Could it be that he grows weary of spending just a few days in his own company? Might he be privy to something that would lead him to distance himself from her once more? A myriad of thoughts began to surge in her mind, and without any alleviating medication, she found it nearly impossible to calm herself. The more she pondered, the more convinced she became, and the deeper her sorrow grew. Lying in her bed, she suddenly found it difficult to breathe, tears streaming forth. Afraid to make too much noise, she could only attempt to part her lips, striving to maintain a smooth flow of breath. Just as she was engulfed in sadness, her phone chimed again. Upon opening it, she saw a message from Xie Shu. Is it convenient to voice chat now? Staring at the message, she was momentarily taken aback, only responding a few seconds later with, Yes. No sooner had she sent the message than a voice request from Xie Shu came through. Ecstatic, Xie answered the call, calling out his name. But as she opened her mouth, she realized her voice was thick with nasal congestion, sounding quite off. She promptly swallowed the rest of her words. However, Xie Shu had already discerned the change. What is wrong with your voice? Xie quickly took a deep breath to steady her tone. Nothing. Her voice soon returned to normal. So much so that Xie Shu wondered if he had merely misheard her while distracted. After replying to her message, he had intended to focus on his pop-up book project. Yet, inexplicably, he kept recalling his meeting with Aunt Jian earlier that day, particularly her inquiries about Xie. He was puzzled as to why she had asked those questions. Regardless, the thought left him feeling somewhat uneasy, prompting him to message her again. Initially, he had considered initiating a video call, but fearing she would see the clutter on his desk, he opted for a voice call instead. Fortunately, his timely message prevented Xie from spiraling into further unfounded worries, instantly lifting her spirits. Chapter 72. Blacklist. Xie Shu and Xie had been voice chatting for a short while when a new message notification popped up on his phone every few moments. He had purposely turned on the sound for their conversation, ensuring he received alerts with each incoming message. Moreover, his phone rested right beneath his gaze, allowing him to see the name on the message pop up, Su Qianyi. Since the day of his rebirth, he had refrained from opening her chat, ignoring her messages entirely, and had never blocked her, striving to overlook her presence. Even now, he intended to disregard her, but despite enabling Do Not Disturb mode, the message pop-ups continued to appear. Given their proximity, he could catch glimpses of the notifications out of the corner of his eye, which was undeniably distracting. He had lost count of how many times he had paused his actions to glance at his phone, and once again, the pop-up revealed Su Qianyi's name. His patience was wearing thin. He had previously chosen to ignore her mainly out of consideration for their shared classes, as they encountered each other frequently. Furthermore, she served as the class monitor, meaning they had to submit assignments to her, which is why he had never removed her from his friend list. After entering university, they all joined numerous groups. He had long since lost track of how many groups he was a part of on both WeChat and QQ. With the daily influx of messages, he gradually abandoned the habit of clicking every red notification, realizing it was simply unmanageable. Now, he could easily disregard various group messages, including the countless notifications from Su Qianyi, managing to remain indifferent to all her messages. However, this time, Xie Shu found her increasingly bothersome. After so many days of silence from him, surely she should understand his stance? We are all adults. It's not as if she doesn't comprehend. The notifications continued to pop up every 10 seconds or so. While continuing his conversation with Xie, he calmly set down his craft knife. Minimizing the WeChat voice chat interface, he navigated to Su Qianyi's friend list. The chat window was filled with her messages. He didn't T-scroll up, but simply glanced at the screen, noting that her messages revolved around inquiries about when he had become so close with Xie, with quite detailed questions about their afternoon activities. What concern was it of hers? With that thought in mind, Xie Shu sent her a response in the girls' dormitory. Since returning from the afternoon, Su Qianyi had been lost in thought, her mind racing with various worries. It wasn't until evening that she seemed to clarify something in her mind and summoned the courage to message Xie Shu on WeChat. Her tone remained cautious, fearful that he might perceive her as displeased. Yet her curiosity was insatiable, and in her habitual fashion of fragmented sentences, she inadvertently sent a flurry of messages. Just as she worried that Xie Shu might find her bothersome, she noticed his name changed to typing. He was reading her messages, elated for merely a second or two. She then saw what he had sent her. Xie Shu replied, "If you're truly idle and have nothing to do, why not find a prison to sit in?" Su Qianyi stared at the message in shock for several seconds before hastily attempting to explain, only to receive the notification. Message sent, but the recipient has declined it. The red exclamation mark beside the message box struck her like a bolt of lightning, leaving her momentarily stunned. After a brief flurry of actions, Xie Shu returned to Xie's chat window, setting his phone aside as he picked up his craft knife to continue his work. He chatted with Xie while crafting, occasionally glancing at the muted tutorial video playing on his computer. For reasons unknown as he worked, his thoughts drifted back to Su Qianyi. It wasn't out of reluctance or anything else. Rather, it was a simple association stemming from his recent behavior. His feelings toward her had been quite evident. Dislike was dislike, and excessive entanglement only served to irritate him. Had she been more straightforward in the past, he, not being foolish, would have understood and naturally distanced himself. Yet, aside from rejecting his confession, she hadn't turned down anything else, which was why he had harbored the illusion of testing her patience for so long. It was truly perplexing. Why not simply refuse if she didn't like him? It was hardly a difficult task. Memories of others quickly faded from Xie Shu's mind as he focused intently on his work. The sounds of paper rustling and the scratching of his pen on paper, along with his queries to his roommate about what colored pen to borrow, all traveled through the microphone to Xie's ears, making it abundantly clear to her that Xie Shu was genuinely busy and that her earlier anxiety had been unfounded. As she regained her composure, she felt significantly lighter, and the oppressive emotions that had weighed her down lifted considerably, even prompting her roommates, separated by a bed curtain, to notice the pleasant tone in her voice. Their aloof class monitor had indeed fallen in love. They certainly didn't believe that just because she wore headphones and shielded her ears, they wouldn't know who he was. After all, he was the same boy who had shared an umbrella with her during a previous campus forum, and had escorted her to class twice today from the art academy. They wouldn't seize what was concealed. As the clock edged towards midnight, Xie Shu paused his work, preparing to wash up while urging Yuanyin to retire for the night, under the impression that he was about to rest after finishing his tasks. She obediently wished him good night, and their conversation came to a close. Xie Shu stepped away to freshen up. Upon his return, he resumed his seat, activating the audio of the tutorial videos on his computer to continue his endeavors. As time trickled by, even the usual night owl succumbed to sleep. Yet he remained diligently engrossed at his desk. Xie Shu, you should get some rest. I'm turning in for the night, Zhaolin announced as he emerged from his trance. I'm exhausted too, Lida concurred, exiting the short video app. I've already drifted off. You night owls are bound to burn out, Lu Ping remarked, rolling over in bed. Understood. You all go ahead and sleep, Xie Shu replied, silencing the tutorial videos once more and illuminating his desk lamp. As the night deepened in his silence, Xie Shu lost track of time, ultimately succumbing to fatigue and retiring to bed. With dawn's gentle light breaking the stillness, he awoke once more. Chapter 73, working tirelessly to meet deadlines. Today, Xie Shu and his peers had no classes, which usually would afford him a chance to sleep in. However, with a heavy workload demanding his attention, he had to rise early. After washing up, he settled back at his desk, eager to expedite his tasks. Having risen at dawn, he diligently worked through several pages of his book based on the tutorial. Although he had no classes that morning, Yuanyin did, so he took the time to message her about meeting in the cafeteria. Before heading out, he called for his beloved dogs, instructing them to send him their food requests via his phone. Upon exiting, he met Yuanyin at the cafeteria, as usual. They shared breakfast, and afterwards, he escorted her to the teaching building. Perhaps due to last night's late hours, the weariness on his face was evident, prompting Yuanyin to express her concern throughout their walk, her eyes brimming with worry as she insisted he return home and not accompany her. Her affectionate demeanor was undeniably charming, causing Xie Shu to chuckle softly while affectionately ruffling her hair. This made her blush, and she fell silent for the rest of the journey. After seeing her off at the teaching building, Xie Shu visited the school's supermarket to procure additional materials. As it was his first time crafting a pop-up book, he anticipated some errors, and having already wasted some supplies, he needed to restock. Following that, he went to the printing shop, where he printed out all the photos from their elementary to middle school years saved in his Penguin space. He even made sure to print an extra copy of their group photos. After completing his purchases, he returned to the cafeteria to fetch lunch for his dogs. However, upon checking his phone, he found no messages from them. Clearly, they had fallen back into slumber after he left. What bunch of lazy pups. It was always he who had to worry, as their father. Consequently, Xie Shu called them. Since Lida's name topped his contacts, he called him first, but the call did not connect. Puzzled, he then rang Lu Ping, who answered. He inquired about their breakfast choices, explaining he was already at the cafeteria. Lu Ping's voice was initially muffled, but he soon jolted awake, exclaiming "Father," as he relayed his breakfast request, while also calling out to the other two. Hearing Lu Ping call for Lida, who did not respond, Xie Shu thought Lida might have emerged from his slumber, but was soon startled to hear him shout. "What is going on? I was in the bathroom." Lu Ping quipped. "Who are you calling so early?" Lu Ping replied, "Your father." Lida retorted, "That's impossible. You don't even know my dad." Lu Ping insisted, "Of course I do. Just ask him a few questions." Seconds later, Lida's voice crackled through the receiver. "You're clearly on the phone with Xie Shu. What nonsense are you spouting? Looking for a fight?" Xie Shu had no time for their banter and directly asked. "I'm at the cafeteria. What do you want to eat?" Lida replied, "Dad, just the usual, please." After returning to the dorm, he found his 3 unruly sons finally awake. He distributed their meals before diving back into his work. Having stayed up late to create the book cover and several pages, he continued with the framework, now focusing on adding content. Based on the videos he had watched, some content creators utilized planner stickers to enrich their pages. However, since he had decided on this project at the last minute, he lacked such stickers. A trip to the supermarket had yielded nothing, and ordering online would take too long. Therefore, he resolved to draw everything himself. With his foundational skills, he found no difficulty in sketching simple characters. After all, it was like he was preparing for an entrance exam that required intricate shading. While the task was straightforward, the workload was considerable. Additionally, he needed to ensure all the drawings stood upright within the book, necessitating extra time to cut the figures from paper and affix them properly. Moreover, he intended to incorporate small mechanisms within each page, making the endeavor far from simple. Throughout the morning, he focused intently on drawing various patterns, his sons refraining from disturbing his concentration. At noon, he stepped out to pick up Yuanyin from her class, and, after sharing a light meal, he returned to his tasks. In the afternoon, With no classes for Wan Yinshi, he engaged her in a brief voice call, ultimately lulling her to sleep before immersing himself once again in his crafting. Estimating his progress, he felt confident that he could complete everything by tomorrow at the latest. Xie Shu, why don't you set aside your current task and focus on your assignments instead? At some point in the afternoon, the group, previously engaged in their own entertainment, found themselves seated at their desks, all running CAD to complete their assignments. Zhao Lin, noticing the time, couldn't he help but remind Xie Shu, the public assignment is due tomorrow. Shouldn't you prioritize that? Their major assignments were not conducive to copying. As good friends, they would have willingly helped him if it were possible, but design work could not merely be plagiarized. It would be evident to the instructor. Moreover, as their projects were in the later stages and each displayed distinct styles, assistance was futile. They wished for him to focus on completing his assignment first. Xie Shu glanced at them, reflecting on his progress with the public assignment, and dismissed their concerns, saying, "No need to worry, I'll manage. You all focus on your work." His friends, concerned he might not submit his assignment in time and risk failing, tried to persuade him, but to no avail. They ultimately allowed him to continue his work undisturbed. Throughout the day, Xie Shu dedicated himself entirely to the pop-up book, rarely stepping outside and hardly resting. Even staving off afternoon fatigue. Compared to yesterday's clumsiness, he moved with significantly greater efficiency today. Today, he diligently toiled away, working late into the night. And by the stroke of midnight, he had completed several pages of content. At this hour, Wan Yinshi was still awake, engaged in a voice chat with Xie Shu, where they were sharing intimate moments. It was only when Xie Shu noticed the late hour that he urged her to retire for the night, thus bringing their conversation to a close. In his pursuit of progress, he persevered for a while longer. Ultimately, fatigue overwhelmed him, and he succumbed to slumber. Chapter 74. Together. The following day, Xie Shu rose early once more. They had classes scheduled for later that morning, but he intended to utilize the intervening time to continue working on his pop-up book. In a bid to save time, he opted not to visit the cafeteria that morning and instead enlisted the assistance of a roommate to bring him breakfast. Simultaneously, he messaged Wan Yinshi to inform her of a minor obligation, suggesting that if she felt hungry, she should head to the cafeteria without him, assuring her that he would accompany her every day in the future. As the roommates were not in a rush, they left for the cafeteria at a leisurely pace. Around 8 o'clock, upon reaching the entrance, they unexpectedly spotted Wan Yinshi standing on the outer side, her gaze cast downwards, lost in the nearby greenery. Her expression unmistakably tinged with disappointment. They initially assumed she was waiting for Xie Shu, and knowing he would not be at the cafeteria that morning, they approached her to relay this information. To their surprise, Wan Yinshi revealed that Xie Shu had already informed her of his absence. He had messaged her earlier, explaining he had matters to attend to and encouraging her to eat without him. However, she had already been en route to the cafeteria, and despite her agreement, she now felt a profound sense of loss. After enjoying several days of companionship, even a fleeting absence felt overwhelmingly painful. She found herself uncertain about what to eat, and before she knew it, she had wandered to the second cafeteria close to the boys' dormitory. As she contemplated her options, her thoughts inevitably turned to Xie Shu, leading her to cross paths with them. Is Xie Shu exceedingly busy? Wan Yinshi could not help but inquire. It seemed that since the night before last, he had become increasingly occupied. Although he had accompanied her for lunch and walked her to class the previous day, she could distinctly sense his underlying anxiety. Even noticing the evident fatigue etched on his face, he remained silent, and she refrained from probing further. After a day filled with busyness, she assumed he would have completed his tasks. However, that morning, he had no time to join her for breakfast. What could he possibly be so engrossed in? It appeared that his friends were not nearly as occupied as he was. Before Wan Yinshi could dwell further on her thoughts, Xie Shu's friends interrupted her musings. Zhao Lin remarked, "We have a professional course concluding soon, and everyone is racing to finish their assignments. He has likely caught up in it all, which is why he seems pressed for time. He used to retire early for sleep, but in recent days, he has been staying up later than us and rising even earlier." Lita nodded vigorously in agreement. "Exactly. He surfaced bright and early this morning. Hardly had time for breakfast, and we're left playing the role of his fathers." Lu Ping nudged Lida with his elbow and chimed in, "We're helping him out with his meals. Is this all due to assignments?" Wan Yinshi pondered. He could simply tell me that, rather than always claiming to be busy. Her inherent distrust of most people, even Xie Shu's friends, lingered. Unless it came directly from Xie Shu's lips, she remained skeptical. Despite her reservations, she kept them to herself. Nodding slightly, she declared that she would purchase breakfast for Xie Shu, as she happened to be there. To the trio, it was evident that Xie Shu and his childhood sweetheart would eventually be together, Thus no one voiced any objections. They waited for Xie to procure the breakfast before dutifully carrying it back to the dormitory. Upon their return, Xie Shu observed the rather extravagant breakfast they had brought him, momentarily speechless. Hadn't he just requested soy milk and fried dough sticks? Instead, they had returned with a selection including tofu pudding, glutinous rice balls, eggs, and more. Although each item was singular, the total was indeed more than his usual fare. He typically preferred a simple meal, one that sufficed without concern for quantity. "How much do I owe you?" "I'll transfer it to you," he stated, setting down his craft knife to retrieve his phone. "Transfer what?" "Your little sweetheart bought this for you," Zhao Lin retorted, plopping down on a nearby seat. Sipping from his soy milk, while enviously eyeing the fried dough sticks and meat buns. How infuriating. Why don't we have a sweetheart like that? In truth, Xie had initially intended to buy breakfast for Xie Shu and his friends, just as she had done before. However, since they were present, she could not accept their company, so she had repeatedly declined. Ultimately, she decided to purchase breakfast solely for Xie Shu. Upon hearing this, Xie Shu raised an eyebrow, but said nothing further, instead opening his phone to express his gratitude to Xie. Simultaneously, his desire to complete the pop-up book grew ever more urgent. He longed to embrace her. During the third class of the morning, Xie Shu arrived at the classroom just on time. His focus was entirely on completing the pop-up book, so he had meticulously calculated his departure time, making full use of every spare moment. He arrived just as the majority of his classmates were settling in. The front seats were all occupied, leaving him no choice but to carry his laptop to the back of the room. Unlike larger lecture halls, the professional class was more intimate, accommodating just enough students to fill the space, with only a few seats left vacant. His roommates had departed ahead of him, so the three of them found themselves seated together, with no available spots beside them. Xie Shu paid little mind to this, and sat in a position near the back door. There happened to be 2 empty seats, and he planned to catch up on his assignment progress while continuing to sketch materials in the adjacent seat, having brought all his supplies. His well-laid plans were abruptly disrupted when Su Qianyi, who arrived a few minutes late, entered as the teacher had already begun. She, along with Tian, rushed in with their laptops. Though the teacher did not penalize their tardiness, she frowned disapprovingly. By this point, all the contiguous seats were taken, necessitating that they sit apart. Su Qianyi scanned the room and ultimately chose to sit in one of the 2 empty seats at the back door. Chapter 75. Familiar, yet strange. Under the curious gazes of their classmates, Su Qianyi approached the empty seat next to the back door and set down her laptop bag. At this moment, Xie Shu had already taken out his computer and was powering it on. As she moved closer, he merely glanced up at her as she passed by, then shifted his focus entirely back to his laptop, ignoring the occasional glances from classmates seated in front of him. The back door area was spacious with ample room. So even though Xie Shu occupied an outer seat, he did not need a rise to allow Su Qianyi to sit down. She settled into the seat beside him, quietly unpacking her computer while stealing glances at him. Xie Shu, however, continued to avoid her gaze, withdrawing his elbow from the table after she took her seat. She plugged in her laptop, powered it up, and glanced at Xie Shu once more, her lips slightly parted as if to speak. Yet, Xie Shu was now engrossed in CAD and 3D Max, toggling between the 2 programs with unwavering concentration, exuding an unmistakable aura of do not disturb. The instructor now stood at the podium, urging the students to hasten their progress, insisting that each of them submit their assignments to the class representative by the end of the day, who would subsequently forward them to his email. This morning's 2 classes marked the final sessions of their specialized course, and it was only natural for the teacher to expect the submission of their work. They had been engaged in this particular subject for several weeks, having commenced it well before Xie Shu's rebirth. Of course, this was merely one of several specialized courses they were undertaking. Submitting by the end of the day seemed ample time. Yet who could truly predict how long it would take to render a 3D image? Who could guarantee that the computer wouldn't freeze or crash at the last moment? In any case, anxiety permeated the room, prompting some to start revising their issues as early as yesterday, preparing to dedicate the final day to rendering as a precaution. The class had only just begun when some students were already engrossed in 3D rendering, clearly having made significant progress ahead of time. Xie Shu, however, had not kept pace. He had spent all of yesterday working on a pop-up book. Today, he had no choice but to rush to catch up. Fortunately, he possessed ample experience in such matters from his previous life, having worked on numerous projects, both large and small. Last-minute preparations posed no significant challenge for him. Moreover, as the course neared its conclusion, the issues within the assignments were likely to be minor. He simply needed to get it done. Xie Shu was in his element, diligently focusing on his assignment throughout the entire class, his gaze unwavering from the computer, entirely dismissing any thoughts regarding Su Qianyi. To him, she was merely a fellow classmate, devoid of any other considerations. Yet, Su Qianyi was overwhelmed with thoughts. She had attempted several times to engage Xie Shu in conversation, but each time she recalled that he had blocked her, her courage faltered, and she hesitated to disturb his earnest efforts. The night he had blocked her, she felt an overwhelming sadness, which was strangely followed by calmness. After having known Xie Shu for so long, she was well aware of his character. He was usually gentle and rarely expressed anger. However, the message he sent her that night was unmistakably laced with irritation. Why was he angry? Was it because she had messaged him too frequently? Yet she had sent him numerous messages before without provoking such a reaction. Although he hadn't read them, she assumed he wouldn't be upset. She believed he must have been preoccupied with something else, perhaps his assignments, especially since their course was concluding. Her dormitory mates had been rushing to meet deadlines the previous night, and others likely were too. Perhaps her incessant messaging had simply been an unwelcome distraction. She had contemplated messaging Xie Shu to explain her intention not to disturb him further, hoping to alleviate his anger. However, at that moment, her phone number and WeChat were both trapped in his blacklist. Although she had him on QQ, she was too apprehensive to send a single message, fearing it might lead to her being blocked again. Today, with classes in session, she intended to explain herself in person, hoping he would remove her from his blacklist, while also inquiring about his relationship with Xie. Yet he appeared so engrossed in his work. She feared that disturbing him might evoke his ire once more. Perhaps she could wait until after class, or even after school. In any case, throughout the entire class, neither of them exchanged a word. Xie Shu dedicated the entire period to catching up on his assignments, adjusting the camera angles and settings before commencing the rendering process. The rendering was progressing slowly, and he had no clear idea how long it would take to produce the required images as stipulated by the teacher. All he could do was wait patiently. Just a few minutes into the rendering, the class bell rang. Upon hearing it, Xie Shu immediately rose from his seat. Leaving Su Qianyi beside him, no time to call his name. He made a quick trip to the restroom, and, upon returning, instead of heading straight back, he paused on the balcony of the teaching building to chat with Xie on his phone. After the class bell rang again, he finally set aside his phone and returned to class. Once back at his desk, he glanced at his computer. The rendering progress had barely advanced. He then retrieved some brushes and paper he had brought along, slightly shifting his computer to create a small space to continue sketching materials, which he could cut out and use later that afternoon. Leaning slightly to the side, he continued to draw, since he was angled towards the other side of the desk. Su Qianyi had difficulty discerning what he was drawing. However, as it wasn't an assignment, she thought little of it, assuming he was merely passing the time while waiting for the rendering to complete. Now, surely, if she called him, he would be upset? As she hesitated, contemplating calling out to Xie Shu, another student beat her to it. A classmate seated on the opposite side of the aisle noticed that Xie Shu was engaged in rendering and couldn't resist seeking his assistance. Xie Shu, why is my rendering preview coming out black? Could you help me take a look? Upon hearing this, Xie Shu turned his head to examine the student desk computer, then stood up to assist him in resolving the parameter settings before returning to his drawing. However, once the first student sought help, it was inevitable that others would follow suit. Although everyone had studied 3D, familiarity was lacking, and most were navigating the process while consulting online resources. Some, unable to find answers, turned to Xie Shu for assistance. They felt too shy to approach the teacher, opting instead to seek help from Xie Shu, who seemed to possess an understanding of everything. Xie Shu walked around the classroom, addressing a multitude of queries from his classmates. Eventually, he even shared a set of parameter data in the class group chat, instructing others to adjust their settings accordingly without needing individual explanations. The teacher, observing Xie Shu's diligent efforts and his patience in helping his peers, couldn't help but commend him in front of the class. Xie Shu had grown accustomed to such a role. In his previous life, he frequently guided newcomers, and they often approached him with similar inquiries. Su Qianyi sat in the corner, watching Xie Shu intently. Whenever he moved, her gaze followed him. He displayed no signs of impatience, and, as she observed him, she suddenly felt a sting of emotion in her eyes. He remained the same, kind and good-natured towards everyone. Yet she couldn't shake the feeling that he felt strangely distant. I'm starving. I'm off to grab some lunch. I'll return to check for typos. Chapter 76. Can't you be a bit more confident? Xie Shu spent nearly the entire class period assisting several of his classmates with their questions. He traversed the classroom from one end to the other. Su Qianyi, who usually performed well academically and studied diligently, found herself without any pressing issues. She was rendering her 3D project concurrently with Xie Shu and had hoped that during the waiting period, they could engage in meaningful conversation and clarify recent events. Yet, at this moment, she continued to follow Xie Shu with her gaze. She watched as he helped another student resolve issues with their 3D rendering, after which no one else called out to him. Just as she thought Xie Shu would return to his seat, she noticed him occupying an empty spot on the other side of the classroom, pulling out his phone to type with both hands, occasionally breaking into a smile. He didn't return to his original position, leaving Su Qianyi unable to find an opportunity to speak with him. Thus, the time passed until the lunch bell rang. After the teacher left the classroom, some students began to gather their belongings and exit. The remaining students hesitated to leave, tied to their computers as their 3D projects continued to render. This includes Xie Shu. After class, he returned to his seat to take a glance at his rendering progress bar, which still hadn't reached halfway. It seemed he would be stuck there for a while longer. His 3 roommates, having assembled their computers, gathered around to peer at his screen. Zhao Lin grinned and playfully punched Xie Shu. "How come you're so fast? Are you secretly working on our assignments while we sleep?" He was referring to the progress of Xie Shu's work. It was known that yesterday afternoon, they had toiled away in their dorm for the entire afternoon, and they continued to push their progress this morning. They had hoped that once they reached the classroom, they would at least catch up with the majority of others who would begin rendering in the last class. Little did they know that they had still fallen 2 classes behind and hadn't even started rendering. Meanwhile, Xie Shu had managed to catch up on everything in just 1 class. They had previously been on similar progress. This truly was a case of comparison breeds despair. They had been concerned about his time management, only to find out their worries were unfounded. What a waste of their emotional investment. "I have no time to outpace you. I'm swamped myself," Xie Shu remarked, swatting away Zhao Lin's hand, which was poised for another playful jab. "You guys should head back. Every second wasted is a second less for you." Those departing the classroom were all those whose progress was still lacking, anxiously rushing back to their dorms to continue modifying and rendering, as nobody wished to linger in the classroom. Xie Shu urged them to leave, and then took out his phone to snap a photo of his computer, sending it to Wishfulfillments to explain why he couldn't return for lunch. He genuinely had no choice. While his laptop had some battery life without being plugged in, it would lag significantly, and he feared that if he carried it back, it might freeze mid-3D rendering all his prior work futile. Even when plugged in, rendering could still encounter issues. It was better to remain in the classroom, where he could address any problems immediately. The remaining students shared his predicament, including Su Qianyi. While messaging Wishfulfillments, he moved to another vacant seat, deliberately avoiding the one where his computer was placed. Upon seeing Xie Shu's message, Wishfulfillments felt her disappointment deepen and expressed her desire to come to the classroom to find him, but Xie Shu declined. The midday heat was oppressive, and the distance between the teaching area and the living quarters was considerable. He didn't want her to suffer in the sun. He preferred that she eat and then return to her dorm to enjoy the air conditioning without worrying about him, to ensure she wouldn't wander off. He even asked her to send a photo to confirm she was behaving and had gone to the cafeteria. When the photo arrived, she was indeed in the cafeteria. He then opened a food delivery app to order for himself and sent a screenshot to Wishfulfillments. Their communication continued across the screen. "Su Qianyi, would you like to order takeout together? I'll head down to pick it up shortly." At that moment, a male classmate who had also remained in class approached Su Qianyi with this inquiry. Su Qianyi glanced at Xie Shu, who sat diagonally in front of her, but he showed no response. Biting her red lips, she turned her attention back to the boy, deliberately raising her voice slightly. "Let me take a look." The boy, seeing that she did not refuse this time, promptly handed her his phone to let her choose. As she accepted it, she perused the options while keeping an eye on Xie Shu out of the corner of her eye. Previously, when they had more classes, they often stayed for lunch, and it was Xie Shu who would invite her to order takeout together. She feigned indecision while the boy eagerly chatted beside her, to which she responded in kind. In the past, she would have outright rejected the advances of other boys, but today she knew that such behavior might be futile. She simply couldn't help but want to test the waters. After all these years, they had chosen the same school and major. How could he let go so easily? She didn't believe it. "Xie Shu, what do you want to eat? We can order for you as well." Some classmates who had previously received help from Xie Shu were currently ordering takeout and intended to treat him as a show of gratitude. Xie Shu glanced over and smiled. "Thank you, but I've already placed my order. You all can order for yourselves." "Oh, in that case, let us get you a cup of milk tea," they decided, proceeding to place the order without concern for whether Xie Shu accepted or not. Xie Shu could only express his gratitude once more, then returned to chatting with Wishfulfillments. After glancing at the boy's phone for several more seconds, Su Qianyi returned it. "I don't really feel like eating anything. You can order for yourself." The boy was taken aback, wanting to say something, but Su Qianyi had already pulled out her own phone to chat with Tian, who had returned to the dorm earlier. With no other option, the boy had to leave empty-handed. Not long after Xie Shu resumed chatting with Wishfulfillments, he received a call from the delivery person. Before heading downstairs, he returned to his seat to check his computer, confirming that it hadn't frozen, and then exited through the back door without uttering a word or casting a glance at Su Qianyi. After retrieving his takeout, he did not return his classroom, but instead settled in an empty, adjacent classroom, where he engaged in a brief video call with Xie. Once he finished his lunch, he prepared to wait for his rendering to complete while sketching, ending the video call and returning to the classroom. Upon his return, he checked his computer again. The rendering was still ongoing without issues, and there was a cup of milk tea beside him. He took out his partially finished artwork and sketching materials, along with the milk tea that his classmates had bought for him, ready to find a vacant spot to continue his drawing. Xie Shu, upon seeing him poised to leave once more without pause, Su Qianyi immediately called out to him. Her voice was soft, yet Xie Shu, being close enough, could hear it. His step faltered as he turned to her, indicating she could speak if she had something to say. Can we have a proper chat? He did not answer, but continued to watch her, awaiting her next words. Su Qianyi hesitated, unsure of how to begin. Can we go back to how things used to be? Su, I don't have time for idle chatter. I'm quite busy. Xie Shu interrupted her abruptly, the formality of his address underscoring the distance between them. He averted his gaze, preparing to leave again. Su Qianyi felt a pang of panic and called out his name once more. Noticing his growing impatience, her anxiety heightened. In a moment of desperation, she shifted tactics, pointing to her computer screen. Do you think it would be better to add a partition here? Her computer was rendering an image. Although it wasn't fully rendered yet, the layout and arrangement were somewhat discernible. Xie Shu hardly paid attention to her question, bluntly replying, I don't know. Su Qianyi froze, realizing he displayed patience with others, but adopted a different demeanor with her. Did he deliberately wish to avoid conversing with her? Biting her lip, she couldn't help but continue. Can't you be a bit more confident? I don't know. Chapter 77, Pop-up Book completed. Su, these are the types of questions that should have been contemplated earlier. You're asking me at the final step, and I can't provide much advice. Furthermore, design doesn't have a standard answer. If you find it reasonable, then it's fine, Xie Shu stated. His words were honest, which was why he hadn't scrutinized her earlier. After all, it would be futile. Would he really expect her to redo her CAD files based on his suggestions? The assignment was due soon. Revising afterward was not an option. So he hadn't paid much attention. Should one inquire about operational questions regarding the software, he would indeed provide accurate answers. Su Qianyi remained stiff in her posture. Xie Shu's words were indisputable. She had no grounds for rebuttal. Moreover, her previous question had merely been a spontaneous utterance born from urgency. Whether or not to offer suggestions was of little consequence to her. Even if there were genuine issues, she could not afford the luxury of revisiting them, as time was not on her side. What weighed heavily on her mind was solely Xie Shu's demeanor. In terms of learning, he indeed did not dismiss her. Yet his evident disinterest in other discussions was palpable. Noticing her silence, Xie Shu departed directly this time, taking care to sit a little farther away. At this moment, the other classmates in the classroom found themselves with nothing to occupy their time and were deliberating on engaging in an online gaming session. They invited Xie Shu, but he declined their offer. A curious peer leaned in to catch a glimpse of his drawing and inquired about its purpose. Xie Shu simply responded that it was of great importance, offering no further elaboration. After a brief period of observation, the others could glean nothing from his intentions and eventually dispersed to pursue their own activities. Xie Shu continued to sketch while intermittently checking his phone, as he intended to converse with Xie. During this time, new messages flooded his dormitory group chat. His 3 rebellious comrades had tagged him. They had caught up with their progress and were now rendering their work, yet various issues persisted in the rendering process, leaving them puzzled, and they sought his guidance in the group. Upon reading their messages, Xie Shu first chastised them for their lack of diligence before requesting they screenshot the issues for his review. Xie Shu, these were covered in class. How did you all manage to attend? If you failed to learn properly, do not dare to call me your father, for I would be ashamed. His attitude towards these rebellious ones had shifted significantly. The group members took turns expressing their gratitude, admitting they had forgotten, and vowed to study diligently henceforth to avoid bringing shame upon him. Xie Shu chuckled lightly, tapping his fingers on the desk, and then sent another message. I've advised you to refrain from late nights. Frequent late nights are detrimental to your health, such as inducing hallucinations, impairing memory, being numerically challenged, and weakening your constitution. Remember these points. At such times, none dared to defy their father. The group members enthusiastically pledged not to stay up late again, promising to reaffirm their vows should they falter. After chatting aimlessly with a few members in the group for several minutes, he returned to his drawing. Subsequently, he urged Xie to take a break and focus solely on his work. Xie Shu had already lost track of time, glancing at his computer multiple times. Finally, during the third period of the afternoon, his first illustration was successfully rendered. After saving the image, he promptly shut down his computer, stowed it in his bag, and exited the classroom. At that moment, other classmates were still waiting for their rendered images. He was neither the first to leave nor the last. He hastened back to his dormitory, booted up his computer again, and commenced rendering his second image. Simultaneously, he meticulously trimmed various materials he had prepared in class with a craft knife, continuing his work on the pop-up book without delay. Throughout the afternoon and into the evening, he remained in the dormitory, having no time for dinner. Even when his roommates returned with food, he could not spare a moment to eat. He was so pressed for time that he could not even chat with Xie, leaving behind a brief message stating, "Busy, will contact you tonight," before he ceased using the chat application entirely. His plan was to complete everything that night. The progress was indeed nearly complete. He had made significant headway on the final page of the book, yet it still required a bit more effort. Xie Shu anxiously checked the time on his phone. The night had already enveloped the world, and there was still over an hour until the dormitory curfew. Nevertheless, he could not afford to make mistakes due to his impatience. He compelled himself to calm down and concentrate on his work, disregarding the passage of time. He lost track of how long had elapsed. But he felt there was still time, as the alarm he had set for the final phase had yet to ring. The last page of the book was completed. However, one final step remained. He retrieved the transparent PVC sheet he had purchased earlier, cut it to the appropriate size, and affixed it to the book cover, thus completing the project. Just then, the alarm he had set sounded. He had made it in time. There was still time. Xie Shu exhaled deeply, the tension that had gripped him loosening considerably. Without the luxury of relaxation, he immediately picked up his phone, located Xie's contact, and sent her a message. Upon receiving her reply, he smiled softly, set his phone aside, grabbed the book from his desk, and prepared to leave. "Brothers, keep an eye on my computer. If it freezes, remember to contact me. I'm heading out." "Huh, you finished." The response to them was a resounding slam of the door. Soon. On to the next chapter. Chapter 78. In the future, will you join me in admiring the scenery? In the girls' dormitory, Xie had been lost in thought since the afternoon. She occasionally glanced at her phone, hoping Xie Shu would send her a message. Yet their most recent conversation had halted in the afternoon, where he mentioned being busy and would contact her later in the evening. However, darkness had now fallen. He had said he was occupied with homework during lunch and claimed he had matters to attend to in the afternoon, without divulging any specifics. What was he doing these past 2 days? Was he truly avoiding her on purpose? Had he reconciled with Su Qianyi and decided to cast her aside? Oh, she nearly forgot about their shared classes. They saw each other daily during lectures. Xie bit her lip, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over her as she exited WeChat again, setting her phone down to stare blankly at the items on her desk. Once certain thoughts took root, Xie found herself unable to control her mind, spiraling into a whirlwind of baseless conjectures. A heavy sense of suspicion is a hallmark of obsessive tendencies. Even if their doubts are unfounded, they construct elaborate, cohesive frameworks in their minds. As she pondered, Xie's heart ached as if pierced by a blade, and her breathing became labored. Why was it that they had met first? Reflecting on the moments she had shared with Xie Shu over the past few days, her possessiveness swelled, yet each time this desire approached its zenith, her mind would miraculously regain its calm, compelling her to remain rational. She could not afford to err at school. If her parents discovered her missteps, they would surely whisk her away from Xie Shu's side. Simultaneously, she did not wish for Xie Shu to learn of her true self. She feared he would lose interest and silently withdraw from her life. Neither outcome was acceptable to her. At present, she felt powerless, even if she harbored intentions. She had to wait until she was stronger before contemplating them. After silently recalibrating her mental state, Xie rose from her seat, stepped out onto the balcony, and tended to the gardenia she had placed there. Lacking experience in horticulture, she was unsure how to care for it. Only after noticing the gardenias wilting the previous day did she realize she could seek information online. Following the advice she found, she moved the plant to a sunlit spot. The gardenia was but a small handful, requiring little effort on her part. After changing its water, she stood outside for a moment before returning to the dormitory. With half an hour remaining until the curfew, her roommates had yet to return, leaving her alone in the dormitory. Though she had grown accustomed to solitude, she still felt a profound sense of loneliness these past few days. Glancing at her phone once more, she found it devoid of messages. She lowered her eyelids, enveloped in a silent sorrow. After setting her phone aside, she resumed her vacant stare. For the past couple of days, or rather for the past few years, this had been her routine. In moments of solitude, she would sit in this manner, reminiscing about her past with Xie Shu, lost in a cycle of memories that would only cease when an obligation called her away. As long as no distractions emerged to divert her attention, she could indulge in these reflections indefinitely. Having endured this for several years, she found herself feeling uneasy after just 2 days of limited interaction with him. Perhaps her desires were too insatiable, yearning for everything at once. Just as she silently chastised herself, her phone suddenly chimed, interrupting her contemplations. Upon glancing at her device, she noticed a red notification next to Xie Shu's name. He had finally sent her a message. In an instant, her previously despondent mood was restored to its former brightness. Eagerly, she opened the message, which was adorned with both text and images. Bored? Feeling lonely? The weather is lovely. How about a stroll in the playground? Join me for a delightful walk? Sweet little window DD. Staring at the message, she was momentarily taken aback before realizing that Xie Shu was inviting her out. All her feelings of disappointment vanished, replaced by an overwhelming joy. With trembling fingers, she typed a response. Okay, Xie Shu replied. See you at the playground. She responded with a simple, After sending her reply, she could hardly contain her excitement and rushed out the door. Whether it was the impending curfew or the realization that she hadn't spent quality time with him in 2 days, her urgency propelled her down the stairs with remarkable speed. Before reaching the playground, she received another message from Xie Shu, informing her that he had arrived and was waiting at the entrance. Upon reading his text, she quickened her pace. As she approached the entrance, she spotted a familiar silhouette standing beneath a streetlight. He stood upright, facing the playground, seemingly observing either the athletes or the couple strolling about. Nervously, she slowed her steps, forcing her exhilarated heart to calm, and adopted a facade of nonchalance as she walked toward him. Xie Shu, while watching the people in the playground, kept an eye on the direction of the girls' dormitory. When he turned to glance again, he caught sight of Xie approaching him. Seeing her at last, he turned fully to face her and took a few steps closer. I hope I'm not disturbing you by calling you out so late. Xie shook her head. Not at all. I had nothing to do. After responding, she noticed that Xie Shu was clutching a thick book under his right arm. However, she dismissed it as a mere extracurricular or professional text, merely glancing at it before averting her gaze. In the next moment, Xie Shu held the book out to her. This is for you. Thank you. Xie Shu turned his gaze back to the playground, his body following suit. Shall we take a few laps? Thus, they entered the playground together. Inside, some were jogging, others strolling leisurely, and couples were scattered across the lawn, while groups of friends engaged in lively activities. Xie Shu glanced sideways at Xie, who was still engrossed in examining the object in her hands. The pop-up book he had crafted featured a ribbon tied in a bow, and to open it, she had to untie the ribbon. Yet, she merely flipped through the pages, admiring the illustrations without unveiling them. What is this book? Why doesn't it have a title? Xie asked, curious after scanning for a name. Realizing what she had been doing, Xie Shu smiled softly, but chose not to respond immediately. Instead, he pointed to the ribbon. Why not open it and see? With no other option, Xie followed his suggestion and untied the ribbon. As she opened the first page, various illustrations sprang to life. The playground's bright lights illuminated the contents of the book, and she gasped in disbelief, turning to Xie Shu. Aren't these our childhood photos? How did they end up in this book? As she marveled at the pop-up images of their younger selves, she was astonished. Having never encountered a pop-up book before, she was unaware of the concept, so Xie Shu promptly explained that he had created it himself. Upon hearing this, Xie was even more taken aback. She glanced again at the contents of the book. Aside from the central printed childhood photograph, everything else was meticulously hand-drawn by him. Not only were the three-dimensional images predominantly his artwork, but even the flat pages featured a variety of illustrations. How long did this take you? Suddenly recalling something, she turned to Xie Shu and asked, have you been working on this for the past 2 days? Relief washed over her. He hadn't been avoiding her, but rather crafting a gift. Guilt flickered within her, but it was swiftly overshadowed by an overwhelming sense of happiness. He had made this with his own hands. You're amazing, Xie exclaimed, voicing her admiration. Xie Shu simply smiled, remaining silent. The two strolled leisurely around the playground. Xie, filled with delight, continued to explore the pop-up book, guided by Xie Shu. She soon discovered that the book contained hidden mechanisms that revealed additional content. By activating these little mechanisms, she unveiled a multitude of drawings, each depicting moments shared between them. Though Xie Shu's illustrations were not rendered with hyper-realistic precision, he had captured their distinctive traits, making them easily recognizable. In the center of the pages, beneath their childhood photographs, were charming embellishments, including a miniature scene and 2 tiny QQ figures that could move side to side, undoubtedly representing them. He had even crafted a small mechanism that illustrated their first encounter in a series of images, eliciting an involuntary laugh from Xie. She had never forgotten that day. He was the first person to step forward and help her. How could she possibly forget? As she continued to explore, her affection for the book deepened. After thoroughly examining the first page, she reluctantly turned to the next. Upon flipping the second page, a new array of illustrations sprang to life. This time, the figures appeared slightly more developed than those on the first page. Although they still resembled QQ characters, their faces were not as round. On the third page, the characters seemed to have matured further, and the scene had shifted, captivating her interest. On the fourth page, Xie Shu silently observed her without rushing her, smiling along with her joy. Due to time constraints, he had limited the pop-up book to 5 pages. While 5 pages was not extensive, he had filled them with engaging content, prompting Yinxi to take her time in savoring each one. After finishing the previous pages, she finally opened the last one. As she did, a cascade of small hearts sprang up like a sky full of stars, leaving her utterly astonished. This page featured minimal content, consisting only of a densely packed heart bridge resembling a skywalk, along with a small mechanism shaped like a window. With the experience from before, she skillfully pulled the nearby paper strip and opened the window. Outside, a vast expanse of blue sky adorned with white clouds greeted her, alongside the distant, ethereal mountains. At that moment, a phrase echoed in her mind. Would you accompany me to witness the future's serene waters, vibrant mountains, and fragrant earth? Yinxi abruptly halted her steps, causing Xie Shu to stop and turn toward her. He intended to speak, but as he observed Yinxi gently closing the window, she then resumed her reading. Bowing her head, the words he wished to convey were swallowed back in silence. Under the soft glow of the lights, Yinxi kept her head lowered, deeply so, leaving Xie Shu unable to discern her expression or her thoughts at that moment. There was no response. Xie Shu had not anticipated this reaction from her. After a moment's contemplation, he attempted to take Yinxi's hand, but the instant they made contact, she flinched as if startled. Though her movement was slight, Xie Shu noticed it. Helplessly, he withdrew his hand. There was no need to rush. With half a lap remaining and the time drawing near, he decided to escort her back to her dormitory after reaching the other side. As he turned and began to walk, his pace was deliberately slow, allowing Yinxi ample time to gather her thoughts and keep up with him. However, his turn prevented him from noticing her hand, which had instinctively reached out to grasp his again. Xie Shu continued forward, and Yinxi had no choice but to follow. Soon, they walked side by side once more, but this time the air was devoid of their previous laughter, replaced instead by a profound silence. Xie Shu did not wish to impose any pressure on Yinxi. He understood the importance of granting her time to adjust. The sudden declaration of a lifelong commitment after their previous ease must have startled her. Yet, considering she had accepted the gifts and held them tightly, he deemed there were likely no significant issues at hand. As they neared the exit of the playground, Xie Shu intended to say a few words urging her to rest early that night. However, he was unexpectedly tugged gently at the hem of his shirt. Turning to look, he saw Yinxi's hand, her head still bowed, with her other hand clutching the pop-up book tightly. Xie Shu smiled warmly, reaching out to clasp her small hand that clutched at his clothing. Let us go. The dormitory will soon close. I shall escort you back, he said gently. Yinxi replied, her voice barely above a whisper, yet Xie Shu heard her clearly. They exited the playground hand in hand. On the way to the girls' dormitory, they shared no words, yet their silence spoke volumes. Both wore smiles, their intertwined hands growing warmer, neither willing to let go. From a simple clasp of hands, they eventually intertwined their fingers. Yinxi discreetly glanced up at Xie Shu, noticing the smile playing at the corners of his lips, a tender curve that warmed her heart. Such a scene had previously only graced her dreams. Today, it had materialized into reality. During the return journey, she wrestled with her inner turmoil, acutely aware of her intense possessiveness. She questioned whether she would be able to contain it in the future. Yet, she was undeniably enamored with his gentleness, unable to refuse him, and he had not turned her away either. Thus, she resolved that she would not let go in the future. Xie Shu, there will be no escaping. The chapter concludes here, its word count fitting. Dear readers, I have just received news of a family member's passing this evening. I will be returning to my hometown tomorrow, and may be quite busy over the next few days. I will strive to maintain updates. But if any day passes without one, it will be due to my absence. Chapter 79, Pride. The two remained intertwined as they reached the base of the girls' dormitory, reluctant to part ways. Their reluctance lingered, a poignant farewell. Eventually, it was only when the dormitory supervisor announced the impending closure that Yinxi, concerned that Xie Shu might not return, reluctantly released his hand. Xie Shu gently ruffled her hair before bidding her farewell. Just a few minutes had passed since confirming their relationship, and already they were forced to separate. Though they yearned to remain together, the time to return had arrived. Upon returning to his own dormitory, Xie Shu's friends noticed the absence of the pop-up book in his hands. Given his beaming smile, It was evident that his confession had succeeded. Damn it. Someone has betrayed the organization. They exchanged glances, their expressions laden with suspicion. Tonight, we embark on the covert operation. They regarded Xie Shu with wary eyes, but he merely chuckled lightly, saying little as he sat down to contact Yinshi, no longer needing to conceal his feelings. He initiated a video call. Yinshi quickly answered. Through the screen, she observed the scene on Xie Shu's end. He had propped his phone on the table, speaking with her while tidying up various papers, pens, and other materials for his artistic endeavors. From her angle, she could not see the entirety of his desk, but she noticed him leaving the video multiple times, clutching a stack of papers, which hinted at the initial chaos on his desk. It appeared he had rushed out without tidying up after completing his work. Holding a pop-up book close to her chest, Yinshi felt a blend of happiness and concern. The majority of the illustrations in the book had been meticulously crafted by Xie Shu himself. Drawing so much and engaging in crafting within just 2 days must have been exhausting for him. His thoughtfulness touched her. After several hours of tidying, Xie Shu finally cleared his desk of all scraps and returned the various pens to their rightful places. Once everything was in order, he turned his full attention to the phone. Initially distracted by his task, he now had ample time to converse with Yinshi. However, he soon noticed that her roommates kept peeking at her from behind, lingering curiously before moving away. While 1 or 2 glances might have been acceptable, their repeated behavior was evident, and they were fixated on him through the screen. Xie Shu noted that they were Yinshi's friends, so he casually mentioned them during the video call. Yinshi had long been aware of their little antics, but they had not interrupted her, so she had paid them little mind. Now that Xie Shu had brought them up, she initially intended to summarize them as simply her roommates and classmates. However, her roommates eagerly gathered around when they heard their names mentioned. Their curiosity was innocent enough. They were aware that their class monitor was in a relationship and suspected he was the handsome boy from the art academy. Yet, their intrigue remained unabated. Having spent 3 years in the same class and dormitory, they understood her aloof nature better than anyone. They were simply curious about the person who had managed to win her heart. Indeed, he was quite handsome, standing several notches above the boy from their own academy. A classic case of a handsome man with a beautiful girl. Since they were not particularly close, Xie Shu only exchanged a few polite words with them. But even in that brief interaction, Yinshi felt a pang of emotion. She bit her lip, contemplating whether to end the video call to prevent Xie Shu from conversing with them. However, if she did so, she would lose sight of him entirely. Years of restraint had taught Yinshi to conceal her emotions well, so her fleeting change in demeanor went unnoticed by anyone. Fortunately, Xie Shu did not engage in extensive conversation with them and swiftly redirected his attention back to Yinshi. After exchanging only a few words, he temporarily closed the video due to his assignments. Yinshi pouted slightly, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction at the brevity of their meeting. Ultimately, however, she set aside her phone and placed the dimensional book she had been cradling on the table. Her roommates, who had initially been preparing to leave, were instantly intrigued by the thick, nameless book she had set down. As soon as dimensional books were mentioned, Yinshi proudly declared that it was a gift from Xie Shu, handcrafted by him no less. Her roommates, unfamiliar with the concept of a dimensional book, became even more curious. Although she had initially intended to keep it to herself, an inexplicable urge compelled her to open the book. Upon glimpsing the first page, everyone was rendered speechless. Although they could not fully comprehend its intricacies, its complexity was immediately apparent. Moreover, Yinshi had just mentioned that Xie Shu had created this book entirely by hand. The book even contained a photograph that appeared to be a childhood picture of Yinshi with someone else. When they inquired further, they discovered that it was a childhood photo of her and Xie Shu. Were they childhood sweethearts? Why were there so many childhood sweethearts in the world? Yet they had none? As curiosity about the dimensional book grew, someone reached out to touch it, but Yinshi promptly objected. Well, who in love doesn't possess a hint of possessiveness? With her disapproval, no one dared to press the matter further. By the time they reached the final page, their mouths were agape in astonishment. Yinshi had intended to close the book, but her roommates insisted that there was still a window in the middle that needed to be opened. After some contemplation, Yinshi acquiesced to their wishes and opened it for a brief moment. It was indeed just a fleeting glance. She quickly shut it again. Although her movements were swift, they nonetheless managed to catch a glimpse of the contents outside the window. While the visuals were somewhat unclear, the bolded text was unmistakably memorable. Without much deliberation, everyone could surmise that it was a declaration of love, prompting an exclamation. Class monitor, so this dimensional book is it Xie Shu's gift to you for confessing? With a proud nod, she affirmed. Wow, that's impressive. Have the standards for confession gifts risen so high now? utterly envious. Meanwhile, in the boys' dormitory, Xie Shu finalized the last image he had been working on, promptly saved it, exited the software, organized the image and original file into a group, and then opened WeChat, searching for the blacklist. After some time, he found the soul name he had kept there and removed it. Returning to his friend list, he opened Su Qianyi's chat window and sent her the compressed file he had just prepared. On the other side, Su Qianyi had long been prepared for Xie Shu to remove her from his blacklist, eagerly awaiting him to send her the assignment. Finally, around 11 o'clock that evening, Xie Shu's assignment file arrived. Upon seeing the message, she immediately sent him a response that she had meticulously crafted in advance. She had condensed all her thoughts into a few succinct sentences, fearing he might lack the patience to read through a longer message. However, the very second she sent it, she noticed the familiar red exclamation mark. Your message has been sent, but was rejected by the recipient.